In the wake of death, does the soul traverse into a realm of languishing regret, or is it destined to experience the splendor of a life reborn? Across the vast expanse of the world, whether it be the sacred relic of death, symbolizing the pinnacle of alchemy, the sole device that escapes mortality, or the legendary sorcerer, who once reigned supreme, none can elude the dominion of the Grim Reaper. Chapter 1. A Second Chance. As consciousness gradually wanes, darkness envelopes the world, where silence reigns and all affairs reach their conclusion. Is death truly the end? It seems not. The anticipated stillness does not linger. Instead, a whirlwind engulfs him, akin to traversing eons or journeying from the cosmic dawn to the annihilation of all things. The soul appears to find its sanctuary, and the world ignites with light, rather than the celestial palace of purity. A ghastly green cleaves through the dark, screams, roars, and the oppressive weight of death descend once more. A warm current-like divine intervention swiftly dispels the encroaching terror. The soul finds solace. Yet another tumultuous spin ensues, as if his entire being is being yanked and molded once the world settles. A chill begins to creep in from the surroundings. How can I still feel cold after death? He attempts to slowly open his eyes, eager to gaze upon this world. His eyes, seemingly tender, struggle to focus on the distant surroundings. But from the shadows, he deduces that it is night, that this the underworld, is ascending to heaven beyond my worth. He realizes his body lies on the ground, the stones painfully digging into him, and he struggles to rise. He tries to prop himself up with his hands, but fails whether due to the weight of his body or the weakness of his arms. He merely sways slightly. For standing? Regrettably, it seems unattainable. The inability to perform even this simple action stirs a sense of panic within him. Instinctively, he raises his hand before his eyes, only to be met with a sight that sends shockwaves through his mind. I have been reborn. Gazing at his diminutive hands, he is momentarily at a loss for emotion. Should he feel exhilarated by his rebirth or lament the failure of his previous life? To be candid, since he fully closed his eyes, he had yet to prepare himself for the return to life. This underworld possesses remarkable efficiency. The seamless transition is commendable. Nevertheless, this life has commenced, albeit somewhat abruptly. Perhaps he shall navigate it as it unfolds. At the very least, he possesses a significant advantage. He retains all memories and consciousness from his previous life. This means he now wields the intellect of a nearly 20-year-old soul within this youthful body. What a marvel! This is the essence of a prodigy. He can easily envision how he will overshadow his peers with intelligence far exceeding his physical age, and he cannot help but silently mourn for his future companions. He is destined to be the child of legend, the one everyone speaks of. In a moment of joy, he cannot refrain from laughing, producing an adorably innocent sound. Regaining composure, he begins to survey his surroundings, eager to discern the nature of the family into which he has been reborn. As his eyes adjust to the darkness, fragments of his surroundings materialize. Yet with a mere glance, his heart sinks. The barren branches and the cold moonlight unmistakably reveal that he is outdoors. Where is the house? Where are the family members? The chill continues to assault his frail body, and tremors begin to spread throughout him. What does it signify for an infant under 1 year of age to be abandoned in the wild? Death by exposure, starvation, or being devoured by lurking beasts, these are perils he might face. This moment. What good is wisdom? In his body, he feels utterly powerless. All he can do is wait and witness which death arrives first. This divine retribution for my earlier folly. His blood seems to grow cold as he gazes vacantly at the sky, the moon reflecting in his clear green pupils. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces his brain, as if an alien entity is invading his mind. The intense agony nearly overwhelms his consciousness. He yearns to scream, but his exertion only results in his mouth agape, with no sound emerging. The pain persists, akin to his soul being savaged by a rabid beast with each bite. His awareness diminishes while the torment intensifies. He yearns to resist, his legs thrashing as if to kick away the creature that rends his spirit. The struggle seems to yield some effect, as the pain lessens slightly. Seizing this glimmer of hope, he fights back with fervor, as if defending himself from a mob, focused solely on protecting his vital essence. Yet, mere defense cannot serve as a solution. His soul grows ever weaker, and his consciousness gradually slips from his control over the body. The convulsions of his limbs become increasingly feeble. It appears the final moment is upon him. If the soul is extinguished, then surely it shall all come to an end. It is said that before death, memories from one's life flash before them like a lantern parade, and he is experiencing this now. Images of the past flicker before his eyes. One by one, he sees himself frolicking in the stream with childhood friends and the drowsy self during lessons. Yi Jun, you're my dearest friend. The cutoff for scores is. And you still fall short. Yi Jun, you truly are useless. That I am quite disappointed. Yi Jun Yi Jun. Xiao Jun, you are about to take the high school entrance exam. Mother will stop working to return and accompany you. It's all right. It's just a little short, right? As long as you study well, it will be the same anywhere. Xiao Jun, why did you bring the keys today? Mother loves it the most when you call out Mother downstairs after school. Xiao Jun, it's okay if you don't pass. We can still attend a second-tier university. As long as you are willing, Mother will do whatever it takes to support you in your studies. As long as you are healthy and happy, that is all that matters to Mother. A tear trickles down his cheek as the past evaporates into the ether. Suddenly, his consciousness seems to enter a peculiar space. It resembles a station that a pristine white surrounds him, devoid of any discernible origin or destination. He gazes around in confusion, only to notice an infant lying nearby. He gently lifts the child, who radiates a soft glow, as if fading away. The infant simply gazes back at him, their crystal-clear green eyes reflecting the image of his dark hair and yellowish skin. You must be the rightful owner of this body. He gazes apologetically at the infant. It is all my fault, taking over your body and failing to safeguard it. He gently caresses the infant's cheek with his finger. The child, sensing the touch, giggles, their small hand reaching up to meet the larger one that strokes their face. In an instant, the infant transforms into a cascade of golden light, leaving him momentarily stunned. The golden radiance consciously flows into his being, and he suddenly feels his once thin soul brimming with vitality. In a daze, his awareness shifts to another realm, a mere void. The infant has long vanished, or perhaps merged with him. He can hear the child's voice resonating in his mind, and upon careful reflection, he comprehends its meaning. Survive. He gazes at the restored essence of his soul, feeling the surging power within him, and clenches his fist to survive. Then let us live together in this world. Whether it be hope or obligation, he turns to survey his surroundings, only to be startled by a ghastly sight that sends chills down his spine. A humanoid figure, hunched and devoid of skin, stands before him, bloodied and grotesque. Its head resembles a smooth, bald sphere, with only two thin slits where the nose should be. A monster. The creature's crimson, soulless eyes make it clear to him that this is the very beast that has been tearing at his soul. Before he can react, the monster, unable to contain itself, lunges at him with its gaping maw. Caught off guard, it sinks its teeth into his shoulder, and familiar pain surges once more. He let out a piercing scream, yet the pain ignited a ferocity within him. There was no embellishment. The creature lunged forth, its jaws agape, eager to rend and tear. Momentarily taken aback by the familiarity of his fighting style, the monster was swiftly jolted back to reality by the searing agony coursing through its form. A fierce struggle ensued, a chaotic dance of carnage where each inflicted wounds upon the other, their very souls suffering damage. Just as they appeared poised for mutual destruction, a radiant light burst forth. The comforting warmth enveloped him once more. Startled by the brilliance, the creature recoiled a step, yet its bloodlust quickly regained dominance, propelling it towards him again. In a rush, Yi Jun defended himself, only to discover that the pain had dissipated, and, astonishingly, the monster began to wither and crumble upon contact. In mere moments, the creature was reduced to ash, yet from its remnants emerged a multitude of gray luminescence. This light, akin to the golden glow of an infant, surged into his soul. He felt his very essence being rapidly fortified, the acceleration of this enhancement intensifying with each passing moment. Their souls intertwined, yielding a result that transcended mere addition. A formidable surge of spiritual power filled the entire space. Simultaneously, a torrent of memories flooded his mind without restraint. Overwhelmed, he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the external world, Yi Jun's diminutive form gradually brimmed with extraordinary power, dispelling the cold that had pervaded. The night continued to blanket the earth as he fell into slumber. When he awakened, Yi Jun would be but a memory. He would persist, reborn as Eli Hall. Chapter 2. Memory. A pair of distinguished attorney couple. The husband and wife complement each other in their professional endeavors and share a profound understanding in their personal lives. Their affluent family environment has undeniably established an extraordinary foundation for their future offspring, yet they remain childless. Indeed, when fate opens a window, it often discreetly shuts a door, and one might even find themselves caught in between. The Hall couple, married for many years, has been unable to conceive, a poignant regret that looms over them. However, it seems that fortune still favors them. On the first day of November in 1981, they stumbled upon their child. While the phrasing may sound unflattering, it is the truth. They found him. It was in the outskirts of a forest in West London. That day, as the couple took a leisurely stroll, They discovered the child beside a thicket. With emerald green eyes and porcelain-like skin, he resembled a delicate doll. Despite the minor stains on his clothing, it was evident that he was not from a destitute background. The Hall couple was deeply enamored with this child, yet their search for his family yielded no results. Their instinct as attorneys led them to bring the child to the police station. After several days of the police's unsuccessful search for the child's relatives, the couple decided to adopt him, naming him Elijah Hall. "Elijah, have you changed your clothes? You should hurry down. We are about to leave." This was Mrs. Hall, a woman who exuded competence, calling up the stairs. "All right, mother. You really shouldn't rush me. I simply cannot wear such attire," replied a boy of approximately 10. Descending the staircase, clad in an elegant little suit, looking every bit like a young aristocrat. Hearing her son's somewhat petulant retort, Mrs. Hall smiled with a hint of exasperation, gently patting Elijah's shoulder. "Your father's old classmate has invited us over today. When visiting others, we must uphold our manners, as I have taught you before." Elijah shrugged. "I was merely expressing my thoughts." As they made their way to the door, Mr. Hall was already waiting in the car. Mrs. Hall surveyed her impeccably dressed son with satisfaction, saying, "At this rate, I can almost envision you attending Eton. You certainly have not disappointed us." The Hall couple dotes on their child, and Elijah has consistently lived up to their expectations. From a young age, he was deemed a child prodigy due to his extraordinary intelligence. Even while still in elementary school, he received an invitation from Eton College. Many aspire to attend Eton but fail to gain admission, yet Elijah was directly invited to the prestigious institution. This brought immense pride to the Hall couple, filling them with hope for their son's future. However, upon hearing this, Elijah merely pouted with indifference. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have felt elated about attending such a prestigious school, but at this moment he pondered that he might miss out on Eton. "I am destined to be a student at Hogwarts." Indeed, Hogwarts, a magnificent school of magic, boasts a rich history spanning over a millennium. Standing alongside France's Beauxbatons and Germany's Durmstrang as one of the three foremost magical academies in Europe, Eli is a wizard. This revelation dawned upon him even as an infant. In his early days, he consumed two souls, one belonging to the original inhabitant of this body, and the other, that of a monstrous entity. Upon devouring these souls, he inherited all the memories contained within them. As an infant, his recollections were scant and vague due to his tender age. However, the memories of that monstrous being were far more complex, leaving Eli astounded for an extended period after assimilation. The world to which he had traversed was none other than that of Harry Potter. In his previous life, the Harry Potter series captivated audiences globally and was adapted into films. He gleaned knowledge of this universe through the cinematic adaptations, albeit incompletely, and the passage of time had dulled his recollections. Nevertheless, he retained a general understanding of the plot's trajectory, which served as an advantage for him as a transmigrator. Through these memories, he discerned that the original owner was none other than Voldemort, the principal antagonist of the Harry Potter universe. This man, often regarded as the most perilous dark wizard in history, cast a long shadow over the lives of British wizards with his formidable power and terrifying ideology. It is undeniable that he shaped an era. The monster that Eli consumed was, in fact, one of Voldemort's fragmented souls. But how did a fragment of Voldemort's soul come to reside within Eli? This question delves into Eli's origins, or rather, the origins of this body. At the zenith of Voldemort's power, a prophecy circulated within the wizarding community. The Dark Lord would be vanquished by one born at the end of July. Voldemort would never allow anyone to thwart his grand designs, even if it were merely a prophecy. Investigations revealed that Harry Potter, the son of the Potter family, was indeed born at the end of July. In truth, there were two young wizards born during that time. Yet due to the Potters' notable resistance against Voldemort, he became convinced that Harry was the prophesied child. Thus, in late October 1981, Voldemort resolved to personally eliminate the Potter family. Perhaps it was Eli, the transmigrator, who stirred the winds of change, for the story took a different turn. Originally, Harry Potter was the sole heir of the Potter lineage, but in this reality, he had a brother. That younger Potter is Eli. Astonishingly, he had traversed into the role of Harry Potter's own sibling. After absorbing Voldemort's memories, he gained insight into the events of that fateful night. As Voldemort prepared to strike down Harry and Eli, a powerful ancient spell rebounded the curse, leading to the destruction of his corporeal form, causing many to believe him dead. This spell was none other than the blood protection charm cast by their mother, Lily Potter. At the cost of her own life, Voldemort's soul was thus compelled to fragment. Originally in the prior world, he had divided his soul only once to bequeath to Harry. However, now, his soul was severed twice, one of which was the fragment consumed by Eli. This was a veritable treasure trove. Within it lies the entirety of Voldemort's memories prior to that fateful night, encompassing a vast reservoir of magical knowledge. This revelation filled Eli with exuberance upon absorbing the memories. In a world steeped in magic, what could possibly hold more value than the recollections of a wizard of legendary stature? Thus, Eli commenced his studies of the magic contained within those memories from a young age, with the blood of a wizard coursing through his veins. Every young wizard in England is destined to attend Hogwarts. Regrettably, this meant he had to forego the opportunity to enroll at Eton College. Eton, after all, is rather unremarkable. Eli nonchalantly pocketed a coin, prompting Mrs. Hall to roll her eyes. Eli, one must remain humble. I have taught you this. Mrs. Hall refrained from engaging in banter with Eli and ushered him out the door. Come, we must set off. Chapter 3. The Encounter After 8 Hours of Travel. Mr. Hall steered the vehicle into a community adorned with similarly styled two-story homes. Eli felt an increasing sense of familiarity. Father, where are we? Eli could no longer contain his curiosity. Mrs. Hall tilted her head, but Mr. Hall preemptively responded, a former classmate of mine resides here, in a place called Little Whinging. If my memory serves me correctly, it should be number 4, Privet Drive. Yes, indeed, number 4, Privet Drive. What's the matter, Eli? Number 4, Privet Drive. If there had been just a hint of recognition before, this revelation illuminated Eli's mind entirely. This was indeed the residence of the Dursleys. And Harry Potter was the nephew of Mrs. Dursley, living in the cupboard under the stairs of their home. Eli was utterly astonished to discover that his father's old acquaintance was none other than the Dursleys. He had initially contemplated how he would encounter his brother, Harry Potter, but now it seemed fate had conspired to make it effortless. As they drew nearer, Eli, as a time traveler, felt no fraternal connection to Harry. Perhaps it was the wizarding blood that flowed through him, or perhaps it was the essence of young Potter's soul that had melded with his own. Eli found himself overwhelmed with a sense of nostalgia. He and Harry had both faced Voldemort's deadly curse, yet he bore none of the telltale lightning-shaped scar that symbolized dark magic. Half of my life could be said to have been saved by this brother of mine. Eli mused, momentarily lost in thought, his hand unconsciously brushing against his forehead, devoid of any mark. Noticing Eli's unusual demeanor, Mrs. Hall anxiously rested a hand on his shoulder. Eli, are you feeling a bit carsick? He regained his composure and smiled reassuringly at the concerned Mrs. Hall, shaking his head. I'm fine, Mother. I merely drifted off for a moment. With that, Mrs. Hall felt relieved. The vehicle soon came to a halt, and Eli eagerly peered out the window. At number 4, Privet Drive, the Dursleys were lined up impeccably to greet them. Mr. Dursley, plump as if inflated, had meticulously combed what little hair he possessed and donned a suit that appeared to be several sizes too large. Mrs. Dursley, slender and elongated, possessed a neck that seemed particularly suited for the art of peering into the lives of their neighbors. She adorned herself elegantly, donning a long dress that harmonized beautifully with Mr. Dursley's suit. Standing beside her was their son, Dudley Dursley, resembling a small gas canister. He sported a round cap and donned what appeared to be a school uniform, meticulously arranged and quite refined in appearance. Upon noticing the arrival of the Horner family's vehicle, Mr. Dursley instinctively straightened his posture, his face blooming into a broad smile, his eyes nearly disappearing in delight. Mrs. Dursley, while sharing in the joy, exhibited a certain restraint compared to her husband. Nonetheless, the smile on her gaunt face appeared somewhat rigid. As the Horner family disembarked, Mr. Dursley approached eagerly, exclaiming, "Oh, Ernest, what a pleasure to see you. We must catch up today." Mr. Horner, tall and well-proportioned, rivaled the charm of a model in his impeccably tailored deep blue suit, exuding an air of calm composure. Mrs. Horner, accompanied by her son, Eli, approached, and Mrs. Dursley extended her greetings. "Hello, Doris. We are delighted to have you as our guests." Mrs. Horner, shedding her usual stern demeanor from work, wore a dark long dress. "Greetings, Penny. We truly appreciate your invitation," she responded with poise, while Mrs. Dursley appeared somewhat reserved in comparison, struggling to adapt to the commanding presence of Mrs. Horner. Eli scrutinized his surroundings, but found no trace of the figure he had hoped to see, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Meanwhile, across the street, an elderly woman seemed to be observing the gathering. The moment Eli stepped out of the car, she took notice of him. His deep red hair cascaded just enough to cover his ears. Perhaps due to genetics, Eli stood tall, yet somewhat slender, often mistaken for a girl in his youth. "Lily?" the elderly woman murmured, her murky eyes trembling with excitement. As the two families exchanged pleasantries, They appeared quite familiar with one another, while Dudley stood idly by board. Mrs. Dursley's gaze drifted to Eli, as if she had stumbled upon something astonishing. A long-buried memory stirred within her. Eli instantly sensed her unusual reaction and felt a pang of concern. In a fleeting moment, he concentrated, emanating subtle waves of energy. Mrs. Dursley paused, momentarily taken aback, before resuming her composure as if nothing had transpired. Once the pleasantries concluded, Mr. Dursley led them inside. Eli exhaled softly, realizing he had been somewhat careless. He had previously harbored doubts about whether Dumbledore would take notice of him due to his striking resemblance to his mother, Lily Potter. It was not that he feared any peculiar implications. It was simply the fact that he bore an uncanny likeness to her. If Harry resembled their father's face combined with their mother's eyes, then Eli was a mirror image of his mother, both in visage and gaze. One could only wonder why his father's genes seemed to falter, as Eli had flawlessly inherited the traits of Lily Potter. His deep crimson hair and handsome visage were unmistakably inherited from Lily Potter. Albus Dumbledore, renowned as the greatest white wizard of this century, possessed undeniable strength, even instilling fear in Voldemort during his peak. Yet, for Eli, what rendered Dumbledore most formidable was not merely his power, but rather his extraordinary ability to read minds. Dumbledore's greatest skill and delight lay in the art of subtly extracting thoughts from others. To him, mastery over everything was essential to better safeguard the magical realm as a white wizard. If Dumbledore were to discover Eli's status as a time traveler, one could only imagine the schemes the old wizard might devise. Moments earlier, it was Petunia who, upon seeing Eli, was reminded of Lily, and in an effort to avert any uncontrollable circumstances, Eli cast a confusion charm, rendering his appearance unnoticeable. Everyone entered the house, which had been thoughtfully arranged. Mr. Dursley poured drinks for the Horcrux couple. One cannot deny that Mr. Dursley was indeed a successful corporate executive, adept in social interactions. At least, Eli found little to criticize. Aside from his somewhat unattractive demeanor, Mrs. Dursley was equally attentive, albeit her hospitality seemed somewhat forced. She could scarcely recall what had just transpired, yet the emotions lingered. She endeavored to suppress her feelings, though she found herself stealing glances at Eli. A familiar sensation surged within her, yet when she pondered it further, it slipped away. Eli, oblivious to Mrs. Dursley's peculiar behavior, surveyed his surroundings, his gaze lingering on the shoe cupboard beneath the stairs. Presumably, Harry was concealed within. The Dursleys never permitted Harry to meet guests. This was Eli, they said, destined to attend Eton College soon. What a promising future lay ahead. Eli politely smiled at Mr. Dursley, who laughed heartily and graciously complimented Dudley, noting him as quite admirable. This must be the smelting school uniform, a fine representation indeed. Pride illuminated Mr. Dursley's plump face. His son was a constant source of pride. Eli, however, held little interest in such commercial flattery and found himself trapped in boredom, aimlessly observing his surroundings. Suddenly, a thud echoed from the cupboard behind him, prompting the Horcrux couple to glance back in unison. Mr. Dursley's expression soured, but he quickly recovered, attributing the noise to their cat, which was always pestering them. The Horcrux couple thought little of it. However, Eli recognized that it was Harry, his brother, concealed within. Observing Mr. Dursley's forced smile, Eli felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. When he noticed the cupboard door being locked from the outside, a spark of inspiration struck him. He summoned his magic to unlock it. With a creak, the door opened slightly, and Harry, seeing the door ajar, assumed it was his aunt and uncle calling for him. He stepped out, softly inquiring, "Did you call for me?" The room fell into an immediate silence, the Dursleys' smiles frozen upon their faces. Just moments ago, they had claimed it was merely a cat inside, and now a child emerged. The lie was exposed on the spot, and while the embarrassment was palpable, it was imperative not to allow the guests present to misconstrue the situation. Mr. Dursley, regaining his composure, quickly explained, "This is my nephew. His family is not around, and we have taken him in, but he has a mischievous disposition and loves to cause trouble. To prevent any further disturbances, we have asked him to remain there." However, Eli paid no heed to Mr. Dursley's words, as his attention was wholly captivated by the slender boy. Harry, emerging from the cupboard, was similarly drawn to the red-haired boy with green eyes, a familiar sensation rendering him momentarily bewildered. Eli gazed into Harry's emerald irises, his mind drifting into a daze. This marked their first encounter, one in the cupboard and the other in the living room. Chapter 4. Insufficient holiday balance. The adults appeared to be engaged in jovial conversation, but Eli discerned that it was merely polite banter. After dining, the Hall family took their leave. Meanwhile, Eli, eager to escape the adults' awkward chatter, suggested a stroll, and he invited Harry along. "Oh, my foolish brother, allow me to rescue you from your dismal existence." Mr. Dursley, appearing somewhat uneasy, insisted that Dudley accompany them. Although Dudley showed little interest in this unfamiliar companion, he was more than willing to flee the adults' tedious discussions. "Listen here, you little brat, from now on. Harry is under my protection. You're not to bully him, understood?" Eli seemed to threaten Dudley fiercely, though his expression was rather endearing. Dudley, unimpressed, retorted, "Do you know who I am? In this neighborhood, I am quite the notable figure. Every child here knows to address me as Dudley the Great." "What? You skinny little stick bug, have you lost your mind?" Indeed, in the presence of Dudley, who was quite robust, Eli appeared far from intimidating. Eli was thoroughly dissatisfied with Dudley's attitude. Damn that brat. Do children today possess such foul mouths? He thought, feeling a surge of indignation. As tensions escalated, Harry sensed the brewing conflict and sought to mediate. Although he was unaware of why this noble boy named Eli was defending him, Harry, having never experienced friendship, certainly did not wish for Eli to come to harm. Despite Dudley's unkind words, Harry couldn't deny that Eli was indeed slender compared to Dudley. "Eli, don't provoke Dudley," Harry cautioned. Yet, Eli remained undeterred. "What a joke. I, a brilliant young wizard, am supposed to fear this gasbag?" Today, he was determined to leave Dudley with a profound memory. A wave of energy emanated from Eli as a stone, nearly the size of half his face, began to levitate slowly. Harry stepped back. "I'm about to show off." "What? Show off what?" Dudley, momentarily rattled by Eli's display, found himself frozen in place. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Harry's eyes. Noticing Dudley's apprehension, Eli's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. "Remember this, you little chubster. I could crush you with a mere flick of my wrist." Suddenly, the stone, unable to bear the strain, cracked under pressure. Dudley's plump face suddenly turned ashen, trembling as he let out a faint gasp. His parents had always warned him to steer clear of these peculiar beings. And now he understood the gravity of their words. How frightening it was. Noticing Dudley's evident distress, Eli relaxed his demeanor, asking if he still dared to bully Harry. "And no, I don't dare anymore," Dudley stammered. Eli nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the boy's response. "Ah, teachable child. By the way, have I bullied you today?" He wore a benevolent smile, his eyes radiating kindness, or at least that was his perception. However, to Dudley, Eli appeared as a devil incarnate. Cleverly, Dudley replied, "And no, nothing of the sort." Eli's satisfaction deepened. "Very good, now go on and play." Harry, observing Eli's imposing demeanor, was filled with admiration. This was undeniably cool. He had always yearned to land a few punches on Dudley's chubby face, yet he found himself perpetually on the receiving end of torment. Although being bullied was humiliating, he longed to exude the same confidence as Dudley. Eli, noticing Harry's starry-eyed admiration, felt a surge of unexplainable delight. He patted Harry on the shoulder and cautioned him, "See, don't get too carried away. It's of no use." At that moment, Harry had no objections. He was under the protective wing of an elder brother, Ilithiaklith. Turning away, his expression suddenly paling. The recent exertion of magic to crush stones had taken quite a toll on him. Despite possessing a reservoir of magical power that surpassed many adult wizards, sheer magical capacity did not dictate a wizard's prowess. Having magic, yet lacking the skill to wield it effectively, was futile. The earlier feat was a crude application of magic, requiring more energy than a destructive spell. Furthermore, being young, his body could not endure excessive magical output. He needed to grow stronger. Eli's anticipation for the upcoming life at Hogwarts intensified. He yearned to witness true magic alongside the greatest white wizard. "Eli, here is a letter for you." Mrs. Hall, puzzled, held a letter that bore no stamp and appeared somewhat weighty. It was clearly addressed to Eli Hall, with even the specifics of his room detailed. Upon seeing the letter in Mrs. Hall's hands, Eli's eyes sparkled, though he maintained an air of feigned ignorance. "Oh, who sent me a letter?" His expression of confusion was convincing enough. Mrs. Hall handed the letter to Eli, refraining from opening it herself, as the Halls had always respected Eli's independence. Taking the letter, he felt the unique roughness of the parchment. The familiar insignia of a lion, snake, eagle, and badger instilled in Eli a profound sense of unreality. The three of them sat in the living room as Eli earnestly read the contents of the letter aloud. As expected, upon hearing its contents, skepticism was evident on the faces of Mr. and Mrs. Hall. After each scrutinized the letter thoroughly, Mr. Hall solemnly placed it on the table. Eli observed the grave expressions on his parents' faces and immediately felt a surge of anxiety. How would he explain this? His parents had always wished for him to study law and become an attorney, yet here he was, a wizard. Mr. Hall pondered for a moment, stating, "I believe we should retain the original letter and seek assistance from the police department." Eli nodded in agreement. Uh-huh. Mrs. Hall also nodded, firmly believing that this individual, who possessed such intimate knowledge about Eli, must have had ulterior motives. "Ernest, I think we should apply for protection." "Indeed, Doris. Let's remain calm. I will contact friends in the judicial and law enforcement sectors to expedite the protection application." A flicker of menace crossed Mr. Hall's face. Anyone who dared to harm his son would be met with severe consequences. Mrs. Hall's expression softened slightly, but for safety's sake, it would be prudent to hire a few bodyguards beforehand. Mr. Hall nodded gravely. Eli sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control. He even saw his father preparing to seal the admission letter. If he did not clarify matters soon, Dumbledore might very well be mistaken for a fraud. Ili stumbled. Interrupting the Hall's arrangements, "Mom and Dad, please calm down. I think I might know something." Hearing this, the Halls turned their sharp gazes towards Eli. "Wait a moment. Let me fetch my voice recorder. This is all evidence." Mr. Hall was already rising to his feet. "Wait, Dad, don't rush. What I mean concerns magic." Observing Mr. Hall's hurried demeanor, Eli quickly halted him. His parents looked puzzled. "Magic?" Mrs. Hall inquired, bewildered. Once the couple had finally composed themselves, Eli eagerly explained, "Yes, magic. The letter mentioned magic, and it might actually be real. I can demonstrate." Before they could question further, Eli summoned his magical powers, extending them towards the vase on the table. The vase slowly lifted into the air amidst his parents' expressions of terror, even flying around the three of them before gently settling back onto the table. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Time seemed to stretch as the Halls grappled with the shattering of their worldview. After a long pause, Mr. Hall finally spoke, though he no longer exuded the commanding presence he once had in his professional life. "So, you're saying, Eli, that you are a wizard, and you are to attend a school called Hogwarts?" Eli nodded repeatedly. "It appears that way." Mr. Hall took a deep breath, his worldview seemingly shattered once more. Ultimately, it was Mrs. Hall who broke the silence. "Ernest, at least Eli's magical talent is genuine. As for that magical school, perhaps we should reach out to them for a conversation?" Mr. Hall's gaze shifted several times. He found himself at a loss, as his education and knowledge offered no solutions to the current predicament. It seems we have no choice. Seeing that his parents had finally accepted the reality of magic, Eli let out a long sigh of relief. He genuinely feared that they might act foolishly in response to such an extraordinary event. The letter was meticulously examined by the Hall couple, who were reassured by the knowledge that a professor from the school would come personally to provide them with answers. The family awaited the morrow with entirely different sentiments. Chapter 5, Diagon Alley. The next day, the Halls deliberately canceled all their work appointments solely to await the arrival of the so-called professor from the magical school. Would they not arrange an appointment in advance? Mrs. Hall began to express her grievances as they waited aimlessly. "I suppose the letter did not specify," Eli remarked just as the doorbell rang. "Ah, speak of the devil." Ili shrugged it. Mrs. Hall rose to open the door. Although she was at home, her loungewear had been carefully selected, simple yet dignified, comfortable yet elegant. Upon opening the door, a tall witch stood outside. Her hair was tightly styled, giving her a stern appearance. Dressed in a flowing emerald robe, one could not deny that it was indeed a garment befitting a witch. Of course, Eli and his family were unaware that Professor McGonagall had dressed in such a manner specifically for her visit to a Muggle household. She had not yet donned her pointed wizard hat. "Good day. Is this the Hall residence?" she inquired. With an unmistakable air of nobility, Professor McGonagall, a brilliant and accomplished witch, certainly exuded grace. Mrs. Hall, not to be outdone, responded, "Yes, you must be the professor from Hogwarts. Please come in." Mrs. Hall welcomed Professor McGonagall into their home. The professor was favorably impressed by the family. She had visited numerous Muggle households, which were often quite boisterous. The decor of this Muggle home appealed to her as well, simple, grand, and meticulously arranged. Quite commendable. "Hello, Professor. I am Ernest Hall, Eli's father, and this is his mother, Doris Hall." Professor McGonagall introduced herself. "I am Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts." Mr. Hall nodded with a smile. Eli had grown accustomed to his parents' sudden seriousness. "Professor McGonagall, as this is our first encounter with your magical school, would you be so kind as to provide us with an introduction? For instance, about the faculty?" Professor McGonagall chuckled. "I jest. Who could rival Hogwarts in terms of faculty? The headmaster is the greatest white wizard of this century, and among our professors, we have a master duelist, a potions master a transfiguration expert, and a herbology master. With such an esteemed roster, who else could compare? After Professor McGonagall's introduction, the Hall couple garnered a substantial understanding of the magical school. At the very least, it seemed promising given the impressive titles of the professors. Mr. Hall, adopting a serious tone once more, inquired Professor McGonagall, I apologize for my impertinence, but might you demonstrate some magic for us? Professor McGonagall accepted with pleasure. Indeed, such a request was standard for Muggle families. She produced a slender wand and pointed it at the vase on the table. Eli could distinctly perceive a subtle magic emanating from Professor McGonagall's wand, cascading over the vase like mercury. The vase shimmered and transformed into a pristine white cat, proudly arching its back and flicking its tail with an air of self-importance. Although they had witnessed Eli's magic the previous day, the delicacy of today's display left them somewhat incredulous. Nevertheless, their refined upbringing compelled them to maintain their composure. It must be said that, in stark contrast to the raucous reactions typical of other Muggle families, the Halls were a breath of fresh air. There was even an instance when a Muggle fainted from fright, later insisting that she had encountered a demon after being revived by a simple spell. Of course, as a professor, it would be unbecoming to resort to force against a student as parents. A mere forgetting charm sufficed. I think you both should prepare Eli's school supplies as listed in the letter, Professor McGonagall suggested. However, we truly do not know how to reach Diagon Alley. Would you be willing to guide us? Professor McGonagall readily accepted. They agreed to meet the following morning. Soon, the appointed time and place arrived. Ili, have you seen that rundown pub, the Leaky Cauldron? Mrs. Hall asked, having searched in vain. Naturally, Mrs. Hall could not find it, for the pub had been enchanted with a Muggle-repelling charm, causing all passing Muggles to subconsciously overlook it. Eli led his parents to the pub's entrance and pushed the door open. Oh, why didn't I notice this pub earlier? Mrs. Hall exclaimed, astonished. Inside the Leaky Cauldron, a throng of wizards sat, all instinctively turning their gaze towards the newcomers. From their attire, it was evident that they were young wizards of Muggle descent attending Hogwarts. The group reconvened with Professor McGonagall in the pub. The professor tapped her wand against the wall several times, and the bricks receded, revealing a world reminiscent of a hidden paradise. Welcome to Diagon Alley. The Hall family was clearly captivated by the unique atmosphere of Diagon Alley. The narrow alley bustled with a diverse array of wizards clad in various robes. The shops lining the street displayed an eclectic assortment of wares. I suggest we first visit Madame Alkins to order a set of school robes. However, prior to that, we must go to Gringotts to exchange for galleons, as Muggle currency holds no value here. Gringotts appeared as a crooked white structure, with its staff composed entirely of diminutive goblins. The Halls exchanged a substantial sum for galleons. As they exited, Mr. Hall expressed his astonishment at the peculiar exchange rate of wizarding currency. 1 galleon equaled 17 sickles, or 29 nuts. After ordering Eli's custom robes, Professor McGonagall proposed they split up. The professor and the Halls would procure cauldrons and other supplies for Eli, while Eli himself would visit Ollivander's to purchase a wand. This arrangement suited Eli perfectly. He ventured alone into the wand shop. Ollivander, master wand maker, had been crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. As I stepped through the threshold of the shop, an intricate and antiquated scent of wood enveloped me. Ah, a newcomer from Hogwarts, perhaps. Suddenly, an elderly gentleman with silver hair appeared. This old man seemed to glide silently, his presence almost ethereal. Ili invaarli skokbeth. Meanwhile, Ollivander gazed thoughtfully at Eli's face. In fact, if memory serves me correctly, you evoke the memory of a former patron. I remember each customer who graces my establishment. Might I inquire about your lineage? Ollivander regarded Eli with a perplexed expression. Eli felt a jolt of realization. He had nearly overlooked the peculiarities of this old man. His memory was astonishingly precise, able to recall the details of wands sold to patrons from long ago. To be accurate, he remembered the wands he had sold. Ili, bearing a visage strikingly similar to Lily's, must have triggered some recollection. He hastily explained, Sir, I hail from a Muggle family. Ollivander paused, momentarily taken aback, and then apologized. Oh, my apologies. It appears I become rather forgetful. With that, he turned to retrieve a soft measuring tape, though the doubt on his face lingered. The tape seemed almost sentient as it measured Eli, wrapping around him with an uncanny precision. Eli couldn't help but wonder why one needed to measure for a wand. Surely, as one grows, the measurements would change? He voiced his confusion. Sir, I fail to comprehend why my measurements are necessary. Ollivander, without lifting his gaze, replied, For good fortune. Indeed, quite astute. I assent it? What did you say? For good fortune. Ollivander then fetched a wand. and Eli noticed a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. It was unexpected to be outwitted by this fellow. Eli chose not to inquire further, wary of being ensnared in the whimsical traps of this eccentric elder. Apple wood, dragon heartstring, 13 inches, powerful, yet unsuitable for dark magic. Give it a try. Eli accepted the wand and waved it gently. Boom! A tremendous shockwave surged towards the nearby counter, shattering it to smithereens. Oh, Eli's eyes sparkled with wonder at the wand. Ollivander appeared momentarily dazed, muttering, not suitable, not suitable. We should try another. Yet Eli entertained a different notion. Goodness, such power with a mere flick. Wouldn't it render him invincible in a duel? What need had he to fear Voldemort? His eyes gleamed as he looked at Ollivander. Silently pleading, I want this one. Ollivander's expression turned stern, clearly communicating, no, you do not. He retrieved another wand. Willow, unicorn hair, 12 inches, exceptionally suited for transfiguration. Eli took it and aimed at a flickering lamp nearby. With a whoosh, a flame that had once been the size of a peanut roared to life, as if doused in gasoline. Oh no, definitely not this one. As the boxes piled higher around them, sweat began to bead on Ollivander's forehead. He had never encountered such a brazen customer. Every wand seemed to exhibit an unruly temperament in his hands, their power immense. Perhaps we could try that. He seemed to have an epiphany and swiftly darted into the depths of the supply cabinet. The old man was surprisingly spry. Moments later, Ollivander mysteriously opened a box, revealing a wand made of purple wood and the tail hair of a nocturnal steed, measuring 13.5 inches. This peculiar combination was exceedingly bizarre and ominously foreboding. Eli found himself bewildered by the old man's sudden eccentricity. It was both strange and sinister. Was he trying to ensnare me? Without extracting the wand, Ollivander handed the box to Eli. With a strange expression, Eli picked up the wand, feeling as though it was unremarkable. A faint glow emanated from him, as both the magic and the wand trembled, gradually forming a resonance. A wave pulsed from the wand, causing an inexplicable flutter of anxiety in Ollivander. Eli felt an uncanny connection to the wand, as if it were an extension of his very being. I believe this is the one. Ollivander hesitated before affirming the selection. I truly apologize for the inconvenience today. Eli felt a twinge of remorse, having nearly redecorated Ollivander's shop. No worries, my boy. This is quite common. 7 galleons. Thank you for your patronage. Ollivander spoke dismissively, yet he couldn't help but notice the chaos around him, his eye twitching uncontrollably. Eli willingly paid the galleons and took his leave. Remember, the wand chooses the wizard. Eli smiled, not contesting the notion, at least as portrayed in the films. It seemed to be true. He exited the shop. Ollivander murmured, mastering the power of death. Upon turning, he beheld the disarray, exclaiming, oh, Merlin's pants. Chapter 6, Dog Egg. Eli encountered the empty-handed Hufflepuff couple. Professor McGonagall had received urgent news and excused herself. The Hufflepuffs did not perceive her departure as rude, as she had gifted them a bag. The undetectable extension charm. Eli gazed in astonishment at the small bag in his hand. Upon opening it, he discovered an astonishing expanse within. The bag was merely the size of a palm, yet its interior space was at least equivalent to several wardrobes. We have no idea what sort of enchantment this is, but it is truly marvelous, akin to spatial technology. Observing his father's barely concealed excitement, Eli couldn't help but think, indeed, a man remains a boy until death. Who could resist a bag that seems to embody advanced spatial folding technology? Yet, Professor McGonagall's generosity was indeed substantial. According to the memories of Voldemort in his mind, items imbued with the undetectable extension charm typically commanded a hefty price. Not to mention, the charm that expanded a palm-sized bag to the dimensions of several wardrobes was a remarkable feat. Eli silently acknowledged Professor McGonagall's goodwill. What else do we need? An owl for delivering messages, and a pet. Mrs. Hufflepuff glanced at the list, and the family of 3 set off towards the owl shop. The Elop's Owl Emporium was bustling with various cages filled with owls. Even from a distance, the cacophony of their hooting could be heard. Inside, numerous young witches and wizards were accompanied by their parents, all there to procure owls. This is a distinctive feature of the British magical community, where wizards prefer to use owls for communication. The owls of the magical realm are inherently different from ordinary breeds. They possess a magical lineage and are naturally endowed with the ability to locate the destination based on the name of the recipient. Thus, an owl is an essential companion for every British wizard, akin to a mobile phone. With little choice, I selected a rather spirited little fellow, a black owl, whom I named Sheffley. Elijah, do you require a pet? Mrs. Hall inquired. When pets were mentioned, Elijah thought of Ron's rat, Scabbers, and Hermione's large cat, Crookshanks. Indeed, having a pet could bring some amusement. The group then ventured to the Magical Menagerie, a shop dedicated to selling a variety of pets. Upon entering, they were greeted by an overwhelming stench of mixed excrement. Oh, they really ought to clean this place. Mrs. Hall covered her mouth and nose. Elijah curiously observed the assortment of pets nearby. At the entrance, a short-legged pug stared vacantly at the newcomers from its cage. Elijah regarded it with disdain, reminded of a foolish dog that belonged to a certain keykeeper. As they proceeded further, the peculiar assortment of creatures captivated the attention of the visitors. The girls gathered around a counter filled with fluffy, gentle creatures, which were particularly favored by them. Soon, they arrived at the reptile section, filled with lizards and snakes. Some might even avoid this area altogether. "I'm hungry, hungry, hungry," a repetitive voice echoed in Elijah's ears. He glanced around, perplexed. The language was foreign to him, resembling a hissing sound akin to that of a snake, yet he could comprehend its meaning with clarity. He remained discreet, subtly seeking the source of the voice. After all, even in the magical world, hearing voices unheard by others could be ominous. He paused before a small black snake. The origin of the sound. "Are you the one speaking?" Elijah attempted to communicate, but instead released a hissing noise reminiscent of a snake. This caused him to swiftly cease his efforts. It was not something to boast about. Those capable of conversing with snakes were referred to as parseltongues by wizards. The earliest known parseltongue was the infamous Herpo, a highly dangerous dark wizard of ancient times. Subsequently, another notable parseltongue emerged, Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts and its first head of Slytherin House. He, too, was a formidable dark wizard, standing alongside the other 3 founders as the most powerful wizards of their era. The most recent parseltongue is well known, though seldom spoken of by name, for he is known as Voldemort. Voldemort, as the last descendant of Slytherin, inherited the gift of parseltongue. Eli had also become a parselmouth, and the reason was quite simple. He had merged with a fragment of Voldemort's soul, gaining not only his memories, but also the ability to speak with snakes. Harry, too, possessed a piece of Voldemort's soul within him, thus making him a parselmouth as well. Eli was not inclined to disclose this information, as it would undoubtedly bring him a plethora of unnecessary troubles. The little black snake understood Eli's words and nodded in acknowledgement, before repeating, "Hungry, hungry, hungry." Although the Hall couple found it somewhat difficult to accept Eli's choice of a snake as a pet, they had always respected his decisions. They hoped that during his solitary life at Hogwarts, Eli would have a delightful companion. The shopkeeper retrieved a cage containing the little black snake and enthusiastically introduced it to Eli. Eli inquired, "Have you fed him?" The shopkeeper confidently replied, "Oh, of course. We treat every pet well." Eli glanced at the little black snake, which continued to chant, "Hungry, hungry, hungry." Eli, weary of debating the feeding issue, asked, "What's his name?" The shopkeeper pondered for a moment and said, "We call him Les." Upon hearing this, Eli exclaimed, "Dog Egg? Oh, all right. He shall be called Dog Egg." The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, wanting to clarify, "No, it's actually Les," with a resigned expression. The shopkeeper concluded, 10 galleons. "Thank you for your patronage." The shop provided some small treats like dried mice. On the way back, Eli persistently whispered his pet's name. "Little fellow, your name is Dog Egg. Do you hear me? Come, tell me your name." "Hungry, hungry, hungry." Eli fed him a piece of dried mouse, only to hear, "Dog Egg, do egg, do egg." Chapter 7. The initial experience of spells. Just as they were about to leave, Eli suddenly made a request. "What? No, I cannot agree to that." Mrs. Hall appeared quite agitated, clearly disapproving of Eli's request. Mr. Hall, standing nearby, furrowed his brow in seriousness, appearing quite conflicted. "Eli, can you explain why you wish to stay here?" Eli awkwardly averted his gaze, knowing full well that his guardians would likely not consent. He had not anticipated such a strong reaction from his mother. Earlier, Eli had expressed his desire to reside at the Leaky Cauldron before the start of term. This suggestion nearly caused Mrs. Hall to grab his ear in excitement. However, Eli was not merely acting on a whim. As a time traveler, he was aware of the impending plot developments and understood the grave dangers that awaited. In the original narrative, even Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of the century, met his demise amidst the turmoil instigated by Voldemort. The students of Hogwarts suffered tremendous losses, and even the Muggle world would be affected. It could be said that as long as he was a wizard in England, he would never be safe. Moreover, he bore a uniquely special identity as Harry Potter's younger brother, a character that had never existed in the original story. Perhaps it was the flutter of butterfly wings stirred by this outsider that altered the course of certain events. Consequently, He remains oblivious to the extent of the transformations that lie ahead. Should the alterations prove to be too profound, he would forfeit the singular advantage bestowed upon him as a traveler through time. Voldemort would not spare him, for he is of the Potter lineage, the brother of the prophesied child. Dumbledore would inevitably uncover his true heritage. Before such a legendary wizard, any deception would be in vain. He would assuredly be drawn into this turmoil, for the sake of the couple who raised him, for his rebirth, for his brother Harry Potter, and for the little Potter who aided in his survival. He must endure. He must eliminate Voldemort before the Dark Lord inflicts harm upon these cherished individuals. The task of vanquishing one of history's most perilous dark wizards is no trivial endeavor, albeit one of them. He has much to prepare. He must cultivate sufficient magical prowess before Voldemort regains his strength. Furthermore, he requires ample magical resources, which will empower him and bestow upon him a modicum of influence within a magical realm. This would, to some extent, undermine Voldemort's strength, given that many of his followers, the Death Eaters, hail from traditional wizarding families. He possesses a unique talent, and he dares to assert that even the Voldemort of yore would pale in comparison. Thus, what he lacks is time. Even a single month before the commencement of the school year must be utilized to its fullest. However, according to the Ministry of Magic's regulations, young wizards are prohibited from practicing magic in the Muggle world. This essentially serves to restrict those of Muggle descent in the wizarding community, and he is among them. Should he remain at home, he would squander a precious month. The absence of time would breed a sense of unease within him. Therefore, despite knowing that this would meet with the opposition of the halls, he felt compelled to make his case. Father, Mother, please hear me out. I recognize that this request may seem absurd, yet I hope for your support. I wish to make the most of this month, but I cannot practice magic in the realm of ordinary people. As you know, I refuse to be outpaced by those young wizards from magical families, so I implore you. Mrs. Hall, upon hearing this, turned her head away in sorrow. Mr. Hall's brow furrowed even deeper. Eli rarely approached them with such earnestness, yet this request was indeed a source of great concern. Of course, they were aware of Eli's ambition. He had always been this way. The child had consistently exhibited the demeanor of a little adult, and they never underestimated him. After what seemed like a difficult deliberation, Mr. Hall finally reached a decision. He gazed earnestly into Eli's green eyes. Eli, I consent to your request, but I wish for you to ensure your own safety. Mrs. Hall glanced at her husband and ultimately refrained from further opposition, merely grasping Eli's hands and reiterating her concerns. Eli escorted his parents out of the pub, promising to check in daily. As he watched them board the vehicle, he then entered the pub, approached the proprietor Tom, and secured a room before following him upstairs. The upper floor and the lower floor are starkly different. This place is remarkably clean and tidy. Each door is adorned with a brass plaque. Mr. Tom escorted Eli to room 12, which will be Eli's residence for the upcoming month. The room is exceptionally clean and bright, with oak furniture meticulously arranged. Eli is thoroughly pleased with this space. He released his dog, allowing it to roam freely within the confines of the room. This little creature has become quite obedient since Eli began feeding it. He retrieved his textbooks from the bag, selecting Basic Spells, a beginner's guide. His mind is filled with an immense trove of spell knowledge regarding Voldemort, yet nearly 99% consists of potent dark magic. To avoid either destroying the room and incurring a hefty fine or suffering a backlash from the spells, it is wise to refrain from reckless experimentation. Extracting even a couple of simple spells from his vast memory proves to be a daunting task. Thus, he opts to study the textbook instead. The simplest spell within is the Lumos Charm, which produces light. The incantation is Lumos, causing a radiant glow to emanate from the tip of the wand. It is, without a doubt, quite straightforward. Such minor incantations should be effortlessly manageable, right? Clearing his throat, he solemnly waved his wand in accordance with the gestures outlined in the book. Lumos. Buzz. Suddenly, an intense beam of light erupted from the crack of the door. Ah! My eyes. The blinding brilliance nearly blinded him. The dog, which had been leisurely digesting its meal, hastily scurried into a corner, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, the Shih Tzu, confined in its cage, had nowhere to escape and was now barking furiously at Eli. A loud, rapid knock on the door interrupted the chaos. Rubbing his eyes, Eli opened the door to find Mr. Tom, who appeared somewhat anxious, sporting a receding hairline. He glanced nervously into the room, thankfully not noticing any damage. By Merlin's beard, was there a battle raging in your room just now? Eli awkwardly smiled at Tom, though his vision remained somewhat impaired. No, I was merely practicing spells. Considering it a pre-class review. Tom's expression softened slightly. What spell were you practicing? The Lumos Charm. Tom suddenly regarded Eli with a peculiar expression, as if to say, "Are you joking with me? What kind of Lumos charm creates such a commotion? I would have thought muggles were attacking." Noticing Tom's evident skepticism, Eli shrugged helplessly. "If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate." Tom thought to himself, how impressive can a Lumos charm be? By all means, demonstrate. I can offer guidance if needed. This time, Eli closed his eyes in advance, even covering one with his hand. Tom smirked, thinking, what kind of spectacle can a child possibly create? He watched with great interest as Eli prepared to perform. Once again, he recited the familiar incantation, expecting the expected outcome. Lumos. Buzz. My eyes. Eli slightly opened his hand to peek discreetly. Tom, in agony, covered his eyes and bent over, observing Tom's glaring bald head. Eli could not help but speculate that the effect this time should be particularly remarkable. A few waitstaff ascended, utilizing a healing spell to restore Mr. Tom's sight. Eli stood awkwardly to the side, offering a sheepish smile. Fortunately, Mr. Tom was rather magnanimous and did not pursue the matter further, merely offering Eli a few admonitions. Eli obediently bid farewell to Mr. Tom, and even after he descended the stairs, Eli could still see his lips moving in a series of curses. Chapter 8. Conception. Although he initially encountered some difficulties, the indomitable Eli refused to believe that he could not master a few spells. For several days, he confined himself to his room. Apart from the waitstaff delivering meals on schedule, Eli scarcely ventured outside. The glow flickered. His wand finally emitted a stable and gentle radiance. Eli's heart soared, and as he attempted to amplify his magical output, the glow gradually intensified. He stifled the urge to cheer, waving his wand to extinguish the light. He had succeeded. His excitement stemmed not merely from mastering this particular incantation, but rather from his newfound ability to control his magical energy effectively. The illumination spell itself was quite simple, requiring no deliberate practice on Eli's part. His magical prowess was sufficient to support the execution of numerous spells. This meant that while many novice wizards were still learning to harness their magical energy, he could likely utter a few incantations and successfully cast spells. However, therein lay the paradox. His exceptional magical power was both a boon and a bane. The greatest challenge he faced arose from the very strength of his abilities. Magic is, in essence, a scientific endeavor. While it may sound peculiar, that is the truth. To effectively wield a spell, rather than merely triggering it, requires a genuine understanding of its composition. In other words, magical energy serves as the foundation for spellcasting, yet controlling one's magic necessitates intellect. Magic is profoundly abstract. This realization was corroborated through Eli's explorations over the past few days. Initially, he aimed simply to cast the illumination spell. He subconsciously thought that by uttering an incantation, light would appear. As anticipated, his magical energy surged uncontrollably, resulting in a spell gone awry, nearly blinding both himself and Mr. Tom. While practicing, he focused on releasing the illumination spell steadily. It became evident that the more intense his intention, the more the spell aligned with his desires. Ultimately, he even gained the ability to freely regulate the magnitude of his magical output. This was indeed a cause for celebration. It represented the most significant achievement of his recent endeavors. With such a foundation, he would find future spellcasting far more manageable. The magnitude and intensity of one's magical energy are telling indicators of a wizard's innate talent. To unleash a grand spell, an immense reservoir of magical energy is essential. The same spell, when fueled by varying levels of magical energy, will yield different results. However, to this day, wizards have yet to uncover a method to accelerate the growth of magical power. Their abilities can only expand with the passage of time, a notion that Eli finds somewhat difficult to accept. Have the wizards not devised any techniques? In his previous life in Hogwarts, every practitioner in novels could enhance their capabilities through various methods. Surely, there must be a form of meditation available? Eli has indeed experimented with numerous so-called meditative practices, all of which proved utterly ineffective. This is hardly surprising, as wizards are not foolish. Whatever Eli could conceive, they likely have already tested. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned his search for means to amplify his magic. Nonetheless, it is certain that during the process of growth, the substantial release of magical energy could indeed stimulate its increase. Although rather crude, this remains the sole method available. Yet, Eli's current predicament is not one of insufficient magical power, but rather an excess that proves difficult to control. Young wizards inevitably experience magical surges, a phenomenon stemming from their youthful inexperience, rendering them incapable of restraining the magic within. According to Voldemort's memories, the soul is the key to controlling magic. The more powerful the wizard, the stronger their soul must be. Fortuitously, thanks to the fragments of soul inherited from young Potter and Voldemort, Eli's soul far surpasses that of an ordinary individual. However, this also means that his magical power is exceptionally high, possibly rivaling that of the Academy's professors. This presents a considerable burden on his soul. Thus, while he has not yet experienced a magical outburst, he does encounter difficulties in controlling spells. Should his soul's growth fail to keep pace with his magical power, he may find himself in peril. A magical explosion could easily annihilate his physical form. This indeed poses a latent threat. Fortunately, Voldemort's memories contain several methods for soul cultivation, which Eli intends to explore in the future. It must be said that Voldemort's research in this area is unparalleled, even surpassing that of Dumbledore. This bodes well for Eli. Consequently, Eli now has several tasks at hand. He must delve into Voldemort's memories to discover methods for enhancing his soul, diligently practice his control over magical power, and improve his spellcasting abilities. Additionally, there is one more task that is fundamental to Eli's future development: acquiring wealth, not in pounds, but in wizarding galleons. Hogwarts has summarized 4 essential elements of cultivation: wealth, companionship, methods, and land. This principle holds true in the realm of magic as well. Without financial resources, he lacks the funds to support costly magical experiments. If he wishes to brew potions, that also requires money, does it not? Speaking of potions, Eli has identified a lucrative opportunity in this domain. He has recently visited potion shops, conducting a sort of market investigation. He discovered the primary issue plaguing the wizarding potion market. All potions are handcrafted by potion masters. This results in a severe scarcity of potions and exorbitant prices. It is often said that potion masters are immensely wealthy, and this assertion is undeniably accurate. For Eli, this represents a golden opportunity. He hails from the Muggle world, possessing a remarkable knack for resolving production challenges. What to do in the face of insufficient potion supply? When it comes to large-scale production, one must mention the assembly line. This is indeed the secret weapon for manufacturing goods in the Muggle realm. The assembly line not only significantly enhances production speed, but also alleviates technical difficulties. The complete crafting of potions necessitates the expertise of a skilled potion master, and he certainly cannot afford to employ one. However, if he can dissect the potion-making process into distinct steps, a workstation might only require the task of chopping ingredients or adding them in precise proportions. This elegantly addresses the technical complications. Furthermore, establishing a potion assembly line factory in the magical world may not even necessitate the hiring of assembly line workers. When faced with uncertainty, magic can provide solutions. Why not conjure a few puppets to perform simple, repetitive tasks? In the Muggle world, this is referred to as fully automated mechanical production. Just envision, once his potion factory is operational, a steady stream of potions flooding the market. He would swiftly dominate the potion industry. After all, potions are essential for ailments, injuries, and even magical experiments. By mastering the potion market, he would wield substantial influence. Of course, these are merely conjectures for now. The creation of magical puppets might involve alchemy and transfiguration, and he must also enhance his abilities to safeguard his enterprise. Thus, he has a long and arduous journey ahead. Knowledge is power. Chapter 9, A Modest Prophet. With a gentle lift of the wand, Eli's textbooks began to levitate gracefully, as if lifted by an invisible hand. As the wand descended, the books settled securely back onto the table. Good morning, guest of room 12. Your breakfast came and knock at the door. Alhamra, ili commanded. And with a flick of his wand, the door swung open automatically. A waiter stood at the threshold, balancing a tray, and upon recognizing him, Eli subtly grimaced. This fellow always demanded tips with his meals, having likely extorted a small fortune by now. Eli remained unmoved, and with another flick of his wand, the food floated in from the tray. The waiter beamed with obsequiousness. Oh, what a splendid display of magic, you see. Bang! Before the waiter could utter the word tip, Eli waved his wand, and the door slammed shut. The waiter, nearly struck in the face, stumbled back, his mustache bristling with indignation as he stormed off, tray in hand. Eli had no inclination to ponder the waiter's emotional state. His funds were exceedingly tight. There was no room for gratuities. Nobility? Regrettably, he had none. If one were to inquire where all his money had gone, Eli cast a glance at the heap of potion waste-piled in the corner and a shattered cauldron, his lips twitching. Recently, in addition to diligently honing his magical skills, he had been earnestly delving into potion knowledge. This was to be the cornerstone of his future prosperity, and he could not afford to treat it lightly. Mastering potion making requires hands-on experimentation, inevitably resulting in losses. At the outset, the situation was particularly dire, marked by a series of blunders, including a catastrophic mishap in which a cauldron exploded. However, after several days of experimentation, Eli began to reap the fruits of his labor. Most potions resemble chemical experiments, requiring only careful attention to the dosage of ingredients and the degree of heat. Even a muggle could concoct them. Only a select few potions necessitate the aid of magic. In contrast to the wizarding world, where potion masters abound, the realm of humanity has yet to witness a true master of pharmacology. This stark distinction arises from the essence of potions, which possess magical properties. The existing potion recipes represent the most secure and reliable methods distilled by wizards over millennia. Merely memorizing the recipes renders one an ordinary potion maker. It is the profound understanding of each potion's principles and the magical characteristics of every herb that elevates one to the status of a potion master. An adept potion maker possesses the acuity to perceive fluctuations in the magical energy of potions during their preparation and can manipulate these fluctuations through their techniques. Each potion master harbors unique perspectives on their craft. However, I digress. Even the most basic of compound syrups does not demand overly intricate techniques or the use of magic. The primary determinant of a potion's efficacy lies in the proportions of its ingredients. Eli has often criticized the lack of precision in the potion textbooks of the wizarding world, which reference vague terms such as a pinch, a generous amount, or a few drops. Such imprecision is utterly unacceptable. As a reincarnated individual who has undergone a comprehensive high school chemistry education, Eli is adamant about the necessity for accuracy. To this end, he even requested a set of chemical apparatus in a letter to his family. Although the Halls were perplexed by the relationship between magic and chemistry, they promptly provided him with a high-end set of chemical equipment to support his studies. Thus, in a wizarding pub, a young wizard employs scientifically inclined beakers, graduated cylinders, and glass stirring rods to brew potions. This scene is a far cry from the expectations set by his mother's upbringing. Nevertheless, this method proves to be remarkably effective. Through repeated trials to determine optimal ingredient ratios, Eli has uncovered numerous precise potion formulas, which could be considered proprietary secrets. The potions he crafts with precision indeed surpass the effects described in textbooks, affirming the correctness of his hypotheses. Presently, Eli is concocting a potion known as the Draft of the Undead. The very name evokes thoughts of poison, and indeed, it is a highly toxic and sinister brew. What, then, is Eli's purpose in brewing such a poison? To eliminate Tom, seize the pub, and abscond with the funds? Certainly not. His intention is to market this poison. Recent potion experiments have left his finances precariously strained. The amount of currency a wizard from the Muggle world can exchange annually is subject to limitations, and the Halls have already provided him with the entirety of this year's allowance. Yet, within a month, he has nearly depleted these funds. It must be said that engaging in research is an expensive endeavor. If Eli does not secure additional income soon, he may find himself homeless before the school year commences. Reluctantly, he has resolved to brew potions as a means of generating revenue. But why choose poison of all things? The reason lies in his intention to venture into the dark alleys frequented by sinister wizards to sell his wares. It is not out of desire for thrill that he seeks out such a cursed place. Rather, it is due to the fact that the potion shops in Diagon Alley refuse to accept his concoctions. Eli vowed, with indignation, that once he establishes his own potion factory, he would ensure that his competitors comprehend the true meaning of cruelty. The elixir of the undead was discovered within Voldemort's memories, specifically designed to affect the soul. Its potency is formidable, and the formula is not widely known, with very few individuals privy to its secrets. More importantly, this poison is relatively simple to brew and inexpensive, though the ingredients are rather obscure. It is a formula not solely known to Voldemort, thus alleviating fears of exposure. It is simply perfect, yet in pursuit of quality, Eli dedicated considerable time to ascertain whether the dosage of the poachy herb juice should be 0.2 milliliters or 0.25 milliliters. However, all efforts prove worthwhile, as he has now successfully brewed a cauldron of high-quality elixir of the undead. The ethereal mist wafted upwards, and even Eli felt a slight haze clouding his senses. Such a remarkable creation. It must be noted that Eli's own soul is robust. Had it been any lesser wizard, a mere whiff would have been fatal. He carefully bottled the concoction, filling a total of 20 small vials, which he concealed within a seamless, retractable pouch. Nightfall approached swiftly, unnoticed by the bustling streets. where a diminutive figure cloaked in black, his face obscured, lurked. The patrons in the tavern were engrossed in their revelry, oblivious to his presence. Within Nocturne Alley, shadows abounded, with various individuals lurking furtively. He entered the largest establishment, its sign proclaiming Bojkin Bach's magical emporium. This shop specializes in the sale of various bizarre and even malevolent magical artifacts. Both the shop and its proprietor are shrouded in enigma. Even Voldemort had once graced this establishment as an employee in his youth. Despite its air of mystery, the establishment's long-standing reputation lent it a certain credibility. Eli stepped inside, where the dimness enveloped him, and an aroma of decay permeated the air. The shelves on either side displayed an array of terrifying items: cursed opal necklaces, blood-stained playing cards, and a glass eye that seemed to follow one's every movement. There was also a desiccated human hand resting on a cushion, known as the Hand of Glory, encased in glass. When a candle is lit upon it, it only illuminates for its holder, making it an excellent companion for thieves. A hunched man appeared at the counter, repeatedly attempting to smooth back his greasy hair that fell over his face. His voice was as slick as his locks. "A fine specimen, albeit one I may not require." The man turned around, revealing that he was not a thief, but a customer. Eli approached the counter and placed a vial of the elixir of the undead before him. "Will you propose for this?" His voice was slightly hoarse, a result of consuming a specific potion to conceal his identity. The man's expression fell as he realized that Eli was not a customer, but rather a robber. He produced a peculiar wand and cautiously examined the vial on the table before taking it up for closer scrutiny. Upon uncorking the bottle, he inhaled gently, and a flicker of surprise momentarily crossed his features, only to be swiftly masked thereafter. However, he was soon noticed by Eli. 100 galleons, Eli frowned. That damned merchant had gleaned the price from Voldemort's memories. Eli feigned to scoff. "Surely you jest, sir. If you cannot muster enough galleons, why not purchase a polyjuice potion instead?" The man's expression darkened immediately. 150 galleons. Eli diacled softly. The man's face grew even more sullen. But he could do nothing against this audacious thief, especially considering Eli had the capability to produce the elixir of life. "How much do you desire?" Eli dvitli nonchalantly. 500. The man's lips twitched uncontrollably. This fellow was more unscrupulous than he had anticipated. 200. 400. I scarcely have a few bottles left. The man ground his teeth in frustration, wishing to unleash a curse upon this detestable little wizard. 300. I will take all you have. Eli cannot help but smirk, deal. He then began to extract bottles from his pocket in handfuls. With each handful, the man's expression darkened further. A total of 20 bottles. You may count them. The man shot Eli several venomous glances before turning to retrieve a bag, begrudgingly placing it on the counter. Eli smiled faintly, considering it a compliment. He drew his wand and inspected the bag thoroughly. Upon confirming its contents, he began to tally the amount. The man finally lost his composure, exclaiming, "No need to count. 6,000 galleons. Not a single one less. My reputation with Bogenberg is still intact. Ili diacled Leute. Indeed, not a single galleon less. Thank you, Mr. Bogen. I look forward to our next collaboration." He then turned to leave. Once Eli was gone, the man quickly regained his composure, revealing a sinister grin. "Which little wizard is peddling the elixir of life?" His laughter echoed ominously in the dim surroundings as he vanished into the darkness. Chapter 10. The start of term, Eli hurried through the dimly lit Nocturne Alley, clutching 6,000 galleons, essentially a plump lamb ready for slaughter. As the saying goes, what one fears is precisely what one encounters. Suddenly, a shadow sprang from the corner, pinning the unsuspecting Eli against the wall. The assailant appeared experienced, adeptly restraining Eli's hand as he prepared to draw his wand. This was a middle-aged man, his hair sparse, teeth rotten, and an inexplicable odor reminiscent of sulfur wafting from him. He glared menacingly at Eli. "Wealthy little dwarf, I can hear your coin purse jingling. Hand it over." The foul stench nearly suffocated Eli. He desperately sought a means of escape, but as a mere child, he was no match for an adult. His mind became a muddled mess, rendering him incapable of conjuring a useful spell. The man brandished his wand, pressing it against Eli's throat. "Come now, let me cast a curse on you. Once you are dead, your money will naturally belong to me." He appeared slightly deranged, his demeanor erratic. Eli was suddenly engulfed by a wave of terror. The individual began to chant an incantation, and Eli could even feel the surge of magical energy accumulating upon the wand. Avada Kedavra, the shadow of death instantly enveloped him, and the aura of mortality emanating from the wand rendered him breathless. In a daze, He momentarily glimpsed the ghastly green light that illuminated the night, accompanied by the piercing scream of a woman. No, no, ah, soudainement, a crackling explosion érupted, followed by an intense sensation of being pulled, as if his body were being elongated infinitely. The bizarre feeling vanished, replaced by the raucous cheers of a crowd and a chilling scream. Inside the leaky cauldron, the patrons who had been drinking fell silent, their gazes fixed on the two figures that had appeared so abruptly. Oh, that's O'Cloris. The Ministry of Magic is pursuing him. He has slain numerous individuals. Illy, fueled by rage, drew his wand and cast a spell with fervor. Petri Ficus Totalis, a particularly robust gray beam, struck the dark wizard lying on the ground. He became instantly immobilized, his body exhibiting stone-like characteristics. Eli immediately turned and dashed upstairs. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The wizards present merely witnessed the cloaked figure cast a petrification spell upon the fallen man before fleeing. The onlookers stood in stunned silence for a moment, before erupting into a cacophony of speculation. Who was that? Who else could it be but an Auror? But why did the Auror run? Mister. Tom swiftly gathered the waitstaff around. Upon inspecting the fallen dark wizard, he exclaimed, "Oh, to be subjected to such a potent petrification curse. I had never heard that it could truly turn someone to stone. He even disintegrated while using apparition." The waitstaff felt a surge of sympathy for the unfortunate fellow. "Mister." Tom nudged him, "Stop dawdling. Hurry and inform the Aurors." He then led his team upstairs, aware that the cloaked figure had ascended, having erased all traces of his presence. Including the black robe, Eli lay on the bed, feigning sleep. After a while, there came a knock at the door, just as anticipated. Eli, clad in his nightclothes and feigning a groggy demeanor, opened the door to find Mr. Tom and a group of waitstaff blocking the corridor. "Is everything all right, dear boy? Has anything occurred?" Eli rubbed his eyes and replied, "I've been asleep. Nothing should be amiss." Tom nodded, offering a brief admonition before departing. He, of course, had no suspicion that the cloaked figure was Eli, who had yet to enroll in school. The visit was merely to confirm his safety. Once back in bed, Eli's eyes widened with clarity, and the rapid rise and fall of his chest betrayed his inner turmoil. The events that had just transpired lingered vividly in his mind. He had nearly succumbed to the killing curse. But why had he ended up at the leaky cauldron? Suddenly, he recalled that fateful night of his crossing. He should have been in the Potter household room with Harry, yet found himself outside in the wilderness. Eli racked his brain, but could not fathom the reason. Resigned, he closed his eyes, feeling the weight of his coin pouch. Amidst the uncertainty, only the galleons felt real. The prophet promptly reported the events of that night. An unidentified figure clad in black robes suddenly appeared at the leaky cauldron, bringing with him the Ministry of Magic's wanted criminal, Oculus, and cast a petrification curse upon him before vanishing. This bizarre news quickly became the gossip of the wizarding community. As for why the Aurors departed, it was due to pressing matters at hand. Eli, upon witnessing this, could not help but scoff disdainfully, remarking on the ministry's incompetence, excelling only in taking credit. Of course, he could not disclose to anyone that he was the cloaked figure. Whether or not anyone would believe him was irrelevant, as it would only invite trouble. Naturally, the public was skeptical of the ministry's account, and the newspaper published criticisms, demanding that the ministry produce Oculus for a confrontation. The ministry, at a loss for words, evaded the issue by claiming that it was inappropriate for him to appear during the interrogation. They merely wished to observe the spectacle. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the new term approached. On September 1st, the Hall family arrived at the station. After bidding farewell to his parents, Eli disappeared between the pillars of platforms 9 and 10. He arrived at platform 9 and 3/4, which was bustling with people as young witches and wizards said their goodbyes to their families. Eli's belongings were all tucked away in his enchanted bag, leaving him free-handed and quite relaxed. Once aboard the train, he began searching for that familiar figure. Knock, knock, knock. Eli rapped on the compartment door, and a slim boy with black hair turned to notice him. Eli. Harry's green eyes were wide with disbelief. To meet such an astonishing individual in such an extraordinary place was truly remarkable. Eli entered the compartment. Only Harry was present. As it appeared, the trio had yet to convene. Harry, evidently still in shock, stammered, "Eli, you're a wizard too?" As soon as the words left his lips, he felt they were somewhat redundant. Eli smiled. "I didn't expect to encounter you either. Fate works in mysterious ways, does it not?" The two sat together, engaging in a lively conversation as if they were long-lost friends. Looking at Harry's familiar face, Eli felt an irresistible urge to grow closer. Perhaps this was the power of bloodline. "May I come in? Everywhere else is full. A timid voice interrupted at the door. A red-haired boy appeared, seemingly embarrassed to have interrupted their animated discussion. As they turned to look at him, he appeared even more bashful. Of course, come in. Eli recognized the distinctive red hair and knew that one of the trio, Ron Weasley, had arrived. Hello, I'm Ron. Ron Weasley, he introduced himself. The two reciprocated with their own introductions. When Ron mentioned Harry, he expressed considerable astonishment. You're Harry Potter? Having already witnessed Harry's fame in the magical world, Harry no longer felt bewildered and casually showcased his forehead scar. Cool, Ron exclaimed in admiration. At this age, young boys were best at making friends, and the three quickly found common ground. Harry and Eli both formed a favorable impression of Ron. Perhaps this was the innate affability inherited from the Weasley lineage. As a few individuals engaged in lively conversation, a plump lady wheeled in a cart of snacks. Do you need anything? She inquired. No, thank you, Ron replied awkwardly, producing a squished sandwich. Harry, perceiving Ron's discomfort, generously declared, I'll take it all. Instantly, both Eli and Ron cast envious glances at Harry's apparent wealth. Eli couldn't help but think, had he known earlier, he would have revealed his identity sooner. After all, he was the younger brother of Harry Potter. Surely, as the youngest son of the Potter family, it wouldn't be unreasonable to share some of the family fortune. Quickly transforming his indignation into determination, Eli began to indulge in the snacks. Ron suddenly decided to showcase a spell that could turn his fat, old rat scabbers yellow. Unfortunately, it failed. Eli patted the dog egg hidden in his pocket, suddenly recalling that this rat seemed to embody a rather unsavory villain. What was that spell called? It was Animagus, a highly advanced transfiguration spell that allowed one to transform into a specific animal. This rat was indeed an Animagus. Eli, feeling a mischievous inclination, thought that since it was a villain, a little preemptive fun wouldn't hurt. Ron, how about I give it a try? Ron, eager to rid himself of the rodent, readily agreed. Eli drew his wand and gently pointed it at the rat. In an instant, the gray, plump creature transformed into a rather unpleasant shade of yellow. Cool. Both Ron and Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh no, just being modest? Eli feigned humility while secretly reveling in his success. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, silent casting. The group turned to see a disheveled little witch enter. I am Hermione Granger, she announced, prompting another round of introductions. When Harry's name was mentioned, Hermione expressed her surprise. Ron was not impressed with this impolite girl. Hermione's attention was evidently fixated on Eli. Did you just perform silent casting? The books say that's an advanced technique. Eli, however, found himself captivated by Hermione, not due to her looks, but because she was still a child, yet to fully mature. She resembled her movie counterpart almost perfectly, albeit with a slight overbite. Let us call it a charming bunny tooth. I've memorized all the books at home, but I'm still worried about keeping up with everyone, Hermione said. Huh? Eli seemed to snap back to reality, having missed her earlier monologue. I was listening the whole time, he replied earnestly. The young girl, not overthinking it, continued, I've learned a few small spells. Could you help me refine them? Eli promptly agreed, considering it a minor task. Hermione drew her wand and aimed it at Harry's somewhat worn glasses. Reparo. A soft chime resonated. Suddenly, Harry noticed a marked improvement in his vision. Removing his glasses, he found them as good as new. Eli nodded appreciatively. For a young witch, she had done remarkably well. Hermione looked at Eli with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Eli immediately affirmed, well done. I believe your spellcasting is quite proficient. Quite proficient, she echoed. So, that means it could be better. I knew it. As Hermione was about to launch into her usual tirade, Eli swiftly interrupted her. What were you here for again? Suddenly, Hermione recalled something and dashed outside. I almost forgot. I still need to find a toad for Neville. The others in the compartment let out a sigh of relief. Make sure to put on your uniforms. Hermione reappeared unexpectedly. Chapter 11. The sorting ceremony. It was around evening when the train gradually rolled into an old-fashioned train station. Illy. With sleepy eyes, Harry and Ron stood before him. Are we already there? Eli rubbed his eyes and yawned, his hair tousled from sleep. Harry and Ron exchanged odd glances at the just-awoken Eli. This guy really can sleep. They had barely exchanged a few words before Eli had laid back on the seat and drifted off. If it weren't for the sound of his snoring, they might have thought he was carsick. Harry noticed a large wet spot on the seat from Eli's drool, feeling a bit embarrassed. This fellow seemed like a nobleman, but his sleeping habits were rather unrefined, leaving a pool of saliva behind. However, Eli seemed entirely unconcerned, fixing his hair before getting up. It wasn't that he hadn't slept well. Perhaps it was just a talent inherited from his previous life as a Chinese person, as he always felt the urge to sleep as soon as he boarded a train. Eli had maintained this fine tradition. Don't you all sleep while traveling? Outside? The prefect's voices urged them on. Everyone, hurry and disembark. There are little house elves to assist with your luggage. The three of them got off the train. First-year wizards, over here. Upon hearing that deep, resonant voice, Harry's eyes lit up. Hagrid. He pulled Eli and Ron along as they rushed over. Wow. Ron swore he was genuinely startled at the sight of the towering figure before them. Even in the wizarding world, such a giant was a rarity. Save for the giant kin, Eli took a keen interest in the imposing man before him. If he had any fondness for a character from the films of his previous life, it had to be Hagrid, the gentle giant. Dressed in an oversized leather coat that seemed custom-made, with disheveled hair and a bushy beard, he appeared quite huggable. His pair of beetle-like eyes shone brightly in the night. Hagrid held a large lantern, casually greeting Harry and the other young wizards before adopting a serious demeanor to guide the first years. One must admit, as a longtime staff member of Hogwarts, he was quite competent. Eli curiously scanned the surroundings. It appeared to be a village, though he was unsure how far it was from Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade was a village entirely composed of wizards, filled with many delightful treasures. A group of first-year wizards, clad in black uniforms, followed Hagrid like a procession of little radishes. Hagrid led them to the lakeside, where there were no bridges, only several small wooden boats docked. Soon, we shall embark on a wooden vessel to Hogwarts, much like the four esteemed founders did in times past. This is a cherished tradition. Hagrid appeared quite solemn as he passionately recounted the greatness of the founders, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye upon concluding his tale. Eli and the others listened attentively, occasionally applauding in agreement with Hagrid, which inspired a scattered round of applause from those around them. Eli had always been fascinated by the legends surrounding the school. Ron, meanwhile, took the opportunity to share some trivia about the four houses. I must tell you, he began, the four houses of Hogwarts are named after the founders. My favorite is Gryffindor, a place that has always welcomed the brave. Even Dumbledore hails from there. My whole family are Gryffindors. I'm sure I will be as well. Ron spoke with palpable pride. Harry, upon hearing this, became intrigued by Gryffindor. Yet a look of concern crossed his face. But what if I can't go? Growing up as a target of bullying had instilled a sense of inferiority in him, and the thought of Gryffindor's esteemed reputation led him to doubt his worthiness to be part of such a celebrated house. Do not fret. If Ron believes he can join Gryffindor, why shouldn't you? Eli reassured him, fully aware that Harry indeed belonged to Gryffindor. Moreover, with Dumbledore's presence, how could this cunning old man allow his chosen savior to be placed in another house? Thus, Eli resolved to join Gryffindor as well, determined to protect his seemingly less astute brother from any potential ridicule. Besides, he had an inherent fondness for Gryffindor. Who could resist a band of courageous little lions? Suddenly, a haughty voice interjected. Only those of noble pure blood are worthy of the esteemed Slytherin. The trio cast discontented glances in the direction of the speaker, a golden-haired boy who strutted about like a proud rooster. Upon seeing his ostentatious slicked-back hair, Eli recognized him immediately. Draco Malfoy, scion of the ancient pure-blood Malfoy family, had issued a friendship overture only to be met with Harry's scornful rejection. Whether out of embarrassment or jealousy, he seemed bent on antagonizing Harry, earning himself the moniker Spoiled Prince. Eli perceived him merely as an insufferable brat, a bothersome little child. Listen up. Each boat can accommodate only 4 individuals. Should you happen to fall overboard, I will have to rescue you, though I hear there are water demons lurking in the lake. His words startled the young wizards. Hagrid, so you can frighten the little ones too. Naturally, Eli and his companions found themselves in one boat, accompanied by an unfamiliar young wizard. They set off, with Hagrid leading the way. As they navigated through a tunnel, Hagrid shouted back to the young wizards, "Watch your heads." All the little wizards dutifully lowered their heads, though it was only Hagrid's towering stature that risked a collision. Indeed, someone soon noticed this. Ron straightened up, declaring, "You see? There's no need to duck. It won't hit you at all. Oh, be careful." Bang. Oh, my nose. Ron was knocked over by a falling stone. Eli stifled a laugh and said, "Yes, I saw that, ha-ha." Hagrid glanced at the commotion caused by the little wizards, pursed his lips, and reminded them to keep their heads down. At last, they arrived at Hogwarts. The great hall doors were closed, and a tall witch wearing a pointed hat stood at the entrance. It was Professor McGonagall. She welcomed the first-year students, and Hagrid entrusted them to her before exchanging brief pleasantries and departing. Professor McGonagall appeared quite stern, causing the young wizards to hold their breath. Ron was still covering his nose. After introducing them to the 4 houses, Professor McGonagall entered the hall to report to Dumbledore. So it is true. The savior Harry Potter has also come to Hogwarts. Malfoy's words sparked a wave of whispers. The little wizards were astonished that Harry Potter was indeed present. Malfoy took great pride in capturing their attention. He stood pompously before Harry and extended his hand in a grand manner. "I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Ron couldn't help but chuckle at his arrogance. Hearing the snicker, Malfoy glared at Ron, and upon assessing him, his expression turned to one of disdain. With his red hair and tattered robes, it was evident he was a Weasley. Ron's face flushed with anger at the insult. He glanced at Eli, whose expression was equally unfriendly. "Oh, another redhead. Are you a Weasley too? I suppose your robes have drained your family's savings." Eli retorted, "I hadn't even spoken yet, and you're already provoking me?" Eli had been pondering how to retort Malfoy, but he had now been directly challenged. Insulting his friend, and then him, was unacceptable. "I am your father." "What?" Malfoy exclaimed in disbelief, doubting his own hearing. "I said, I am your father," Eli repeated with exaggerated benevolence. A novice like Malfoy had never faced such humiliation. His pale face turned a deep shade of crimson. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, Professor McGonagall suddenly appeared behind him, her expression stern as she tapped him on the shoulder. Harry burst into laughter, feeling like a small child, for Eli had certainly not disappointed him. Ron was equally exhilarated, reveling in the delightful comeback. The little wizards were ushered into the Great Hall, where hundreds of older students curiously observed them, causing a wave of shyness to wash over the newcomers. "Ron, did your family tell you how the sorting works?" Harry asked quietly. Ron's face immediately paled. In front of the staff table, an ancient, tattered hat sat upon a four-legged stool, making a raucous noise. "You may find me unattractive, but I assure you, you will never find another hat as splendidly handsome as I." The little wizards were instantly captivated by the hat. Professor McGonagall held a parchment. Hannah Abbott, the girl whose name was called, nervously stepped forward, sitting upon the four-legged stool. Professor McGonagall placed the hat upon her head. Hufflepuff." In less than a minute, the hat proclaimed loudly. Enthusiastic applause erupted from the Hufflepuff table. Harry, with a perplexed expression, nudged Ron, questioning whether this was the giant troll. Ron, visibly embarrassed, muttered, "Damn Fred, he tricked me again." Hermione Granger appeared, quite anxious, taking deep breaths and murmuring to herself. Ron quietly remarked to Harry and Eli, "I knew she must have some quirks." Gryffindor, a young witch looking quite at ease, dashed towards the Gryffindor table. Ron, maintaining family tradition, joined Gryffindor as well. Soon, it was Harry's turn. Eli noticed that Dumbledore, seated at the head table, no longer wore his usual relaxed demeanor and straightened up. Eli couldn't help but think, even you, old Dumbledore, must feel nervous sometimes. Upon catching Dumbledore's gaze, he quickly lowered his head, hoping his hair would shield his face. "You can't see me, you can't see me." He certainly did not wish to catch Dumbledore's attention prematurely. Harry, equally nervous, whispered to himself after donning the hat, "Gryffindor, Gryffindor." The hat deliberated for quite a while. "Then it shall be Gryffindor." Harry's face lit up with excitement as applause erupted from the Gryffindor table. "We have Potter." Harry and Ron waved to Eli from their table. Eli remained composed. After all, it seemed the sorting hat could be negotiated with. Eli Hall. At last, it was his turn. He raised his head and brushed back his hair before stepping forward. Severus Snape at the staff table suddenly appeared stunned. Professor McGonagall smiled kindly at Eli, having a favorable impression of this polite young wizard. As he placed the hat on his head, he interjected before it could speak. "No need to deliberate. I am going to Gryffindor. I would cough if it were anything else." The hat paused, having never encountered such a straightforward young wizard, though it remembered the previous admonition regarding Slytherin. "You cough." Eli, who had assumed he was destined for Gryffindor, immediately choked up. Professor McGonagall looked somewhat surprised. Dumbledore's expression shifted, and a certain long-haired head of house's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Harry and Ron wore expressions of astonishment. Eli, with a pale face, walked towards the Slytherin table, only to find himself beside Malfoy. "You actually think you deserve Slytherin?" Eli shot back, "If you keep yapping, I'll give you a good thrashing." Though unaware of what a thrashing entailed, Malfoy dared not respond. However, his sidekick was quick to protest, shouting at Eli, "If you keep talking, I'll take your heads off." The two fools turned pale, realizing Eli was not in the mood for nonsense. Chapter 12, Telling Stories. How could I end up in Slytherin? Wasn't the sorting hat supposed to be negotiable? Perhaps I approached it incorrectly? Dumb sorting hat. You cannot treat me differently just because I am not the protagonist. Hogwarts cuisine was particularly delightful. Although located in England, they seemed to possess their own unique menu. At least Eli did not encounter the notoriously dreadful British cuisine from his past life, while gazing up at the stars from the long table. The young wizards were indulging in a lavish feast, particularly the freshly arrived first-year students, who were effusive in their praise of Hogwarts cuisine. Yet Eli sat there, furiously stabbing at a chicken leg on his plate with his fork. Nearby, Malfoy and his sycophant watched in horror, as if Eli's fork were aimed at them. They could not fathom why this peculiar individual harbored such animosity. From a moment he entered the Great Hall, it became painfully clear to him that this boy was a harbinger of misfortune, someone to be avoided at all costs. For a brief moment, the atmosphere surrounding Eli grew heavy with tension. He remained baffled as to why his biological parents, the Potters, and his brother, Harry Potter, were sorted into Gryffindor, while he found himself in Slytherin. Could it be? Shaking his head vigorously, he dismissed the thought. Taking a deep breath, he even began to suspect the Sorting Hat had made an erroneous decision. Slytherin traditionally admitted only the most ambitious of wizards. Yet aside from wanting to protect his brother and family, all he longed for was a life of leisure. What? You mentioned potion business? Oh, merely a small enterprise. Well, since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. He glanced over at Harry and Ron and Gryffindor. They seemed to be observing him as well, appearing equally uninterested in the delectable spread before them. Eli offered them a reassuring smile. Looking at the sumptuous food on the table, he thought it would be a shame to let it go to waste, and thus began to devour it ravenously. Malfoy, seated nearby, wore an expression of sheer terror. Was this boy losing his mind? One moment he was disinterested, and the next he was gorging himself. Surely he wouldn't bite him. As Malfoy's thoughts spiraled in panic, he fervently hoped he wouldn't have to share a dormitory with this harbinger of doom. Sharing a room with him would spell disaster. Eli, however, was oblivious to Malfoy's chameleon-like color changes and the turmoil within his mind. Instead, he recalled Dumbledore's earlier warnings to steer clear of the Forbidden Forest and the corridor on the 4th floor. Eli was well aware of the dangers lurking within the Forbidden Forest, where a monstrous 8-eyed spider awaited to feast upon unwary children. To venture in there would be akin to courting death. He swore that if he were foolish enough to enter, he would deserve to be called a fool. Yet who would believe that such a man-eating creature once belonged to Hagrid? Upon learning that the 3-headed dog was also Hagrid's pet, one might not be as astonished. Speaking of the 3-headed dog, this was one of the reasons Dumbledore forbade students from entering the corridor on the 4th floor. Beneath a trapdoor on that corridor lay the Wizarding World's treasure, the Philosopher's Stone. It could transmute base metals into gold and contain powerful magic, even capable of concocting the elixir of life. This was an enormous temptation for Voldemort, who desperately sought resurrection and craved immortality. In the tale of the past, Dumbledore had cleverly utilized Voldemort's desire for the stone, setting up several challenges to protect it. This was a trap devised specifically for Voldemort, as well as a trial for Harry Potter and his friends. The so-called challenges were merely a game devised by old Dumbledore for Harry and his companions. Otherwise, Dumbledore would never have so emphatically insisted on avoiding the 4th floor. It was a clear indication for Voldemort and Harry. At this realization, Eli couldn't help but shudder, drawing in a breath of cold air. That cunning old man, how terrifying. As mealtime drew to a close, Eli had thoroughly cleaned his portion, while poor Malfoy had hardly eaten anything at all. With a pitiful expression, Malfoy cast a resentful glance at Eli, who was contentedly patting his belly. Suddenly, Dumbledore waved his hand, and the table was instantly cleared. This display caused Eli's eyes to widen. Truly, he was the greatest of wizards. Even from a distance, one could feel the formidable energy emanating from Dumbledore. Throughout the journey, the head boy, Gemma Farley, continuously introduced them to Slytherin House. Her demeanor resembled that of a motivational speaker Eli had encountered in his past life. Listen for applause. Welcome to Slytherin House. Congratulations on joining the finest house at Hogwarts. You may have heard rumors about us, suggesting we solely nurture dark wizards or only admit pureblood wizards. I feel compelled to clarify that other houses also harbor dark wizards, though they are reluctant to admit it. However, we do indeed intend to recruit pureblood wizards, yet many of our students have at least one Muggle parent. We are the aristocrats of ideals. Our emblem is the serpent, the most intelligent of creatures, akin to us, shrewd and ambitious. Here, you will forge alliances with like-minded partners and realize your aspirations. Eli couldn't help but purse his lips. It was evident that she took immense pride in her house. The pureblood ideology of Slytherin also irked him. In his previous life, in Hogwarts, only cats and dogs were concerned with lineage. However, in recent years, the emphasis on pure blood had diminished significantly, perhaps in correlation with Voldemort's downfall. Nevertheless, now that he was in Slytherin, Eli harbored no ill thoughts. He firmly believed that there was no single best house. All were equally commendable. Thus, even if reality fell short of his expectations, he would graciously accept the outcome. The Slytherin common room was unique, located underground, directly beneath the Black Lake. A wall of glass provided a view of the lake's depths, with shimmering reflections dancing upon the walls, creating a captivating atmosphere. Eli smacked his lips. He had to admit, Slytherin's taste was rather exquisite, albeit he feared it might be damp. He even pondered the absurdity of what might happen if that glass wall were to shatter. Would Slytherin be doomed? He chuckled, shaking his head to dispel the ridiculous thought. Yet, it was indeed a possibility. Malfoy, keeping his distance from Eli, remained silent, occasionally pouting or smiling. Was he about to explode in anger? As the hour grew late, the head boy concluded his impassioned speech. A group of young wizards exhibited palpable excitement, as though they had already inherited the grandeur of Slytherin. It must be said that this lad possessed a remarkable gift for oration. As the hour grew late, everyone gradually made their way to their respective dormitories. Upon entering his room, Eli found himself pondering who his companion for the next 7 years would be. As he opened the door, he was met with a sight that took him by surprise. "Is it you?" "It is you." There stood Draco Malfoy, with his pale visage, flanked by his 2 terrified lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe. Draco was consumed by the urge to flee. What ill fate has befallen me? To share a dormitory with this harbinger of chaos? He is a lunatic, a brute. He could already envision the dismal years ahead. No, I must inform Father. I must leave this dormitory. No, I must escape Slytherin, escape Hogwarts. Eli, observing the trio's comical expressions, couldn't help but chuckle. He approached them with a generous demeanor, patting their shoulders, which startled them into collapsing onto their beds. Eli was amused. These unfortunate souls were utterly entertaining. "Why are you all so tense? Though we had a minor squabble earlier, we are roommates now, destined to share the next 7 years together. Let us consider the past as if it never occurred." How could he remain irate with a few mischievous children? He extended his hand to Draco, introducing himself. "I am Eli Hall. A pleasure to meet you." Draco regarded the courteous Eli with mild astonishment. He bore no resemblance to the fierce figure he had previously encountered. A slight easing of tension unfurled within him. However, he thought to himself, who wants to share a room for 7 years? Perhaps Eli's friendly overture, coupled with his noble upbringing, prompted Draco to rise, solemnly shaking Eli's hand. "Pleasure to meet you. I'm Draco Malfoy." Eli found amusement in Draco's feigned seriousness. Draco, wearing a look of vexation, wondered what this fellow found so humorous. Eli then proceeded to shake hands with Goyle and Crabbe, who appeared even more anxious. "I am Vincent Crabbe. I'm Gregory Goyle." Their introductions significantly improved the atmosphere. Although still quiet, the tension had dissipated. Eli placed his little pet, Dog Egg, in a specially designed reptile box on his bedside. This seemed to catch Draco's attention. "Is this your pet?" Eli was pleasantly surprised by Draco's inquiry. "Yes, a small black snake of unknown breed. You may call him Dog Egg." "Dog Egg?" Draco struggled with the unusual name, yet he appeared intrigued by the notion of a small snake as a pet. With the conversation now flowing, Eli engaged Draco in casual discourse, and Goyle and Crabbe soon joined in. The atmosphere brightened considerably. Eli stoked the flames of conversation further by recounting mythical tales from his homeland, and it was evident that such stories captivated the young audience. Observing Draco and his companions, he noted their rapt attention. "What the monkey? What became of him under duress? The venerable Buddha is truly remarkable. Indeed, they have even mastered the Eastern dialect taught to them by Eli." The 3 mischievous children wore expressions of indignation. Realizing that they would not be able to sleep if he did not share a tale, Eli began. "Let me recount the story of Lousy's journey westward through the pass of Hangu." Draco had already been completely captivated by the Eastern narratives, eagerly preparing himself to listen intently. Thousands of years ago, here, thousands of words are omitted. Eli concluded his tale with a sense of satisfaction, glancing at the group only to find their faces etched with confusion. Why did this Lousy venture out to teach others? Would he not encounter danger? Indeed, he had not brought a retinue with him. Eli was momentarily taken aback by this trifecta of bewildering inquiries. What nonsense was this? Why would the old sage require an army? Was he out to conquer new territories? Those pesky children, I find them most irksome. Eli collected his thoughts and continued. Lousy is, in fact, an extraordinarily powerful wizard, exceptionally skilled in combat. He would vanquish anyone who dared to obstruct him, whether mortal or divine. Cleaving his way with a blade from the pass of Hangu all the way to the River Thames, wielding his weapon with unflinching resolve, not even batting an eye, until the blade was dulled and his wand began to smoke. Eli recounted this with fervor, only to observe the expressions of realization dawning upon the unfortunate children. So the elderly figure was indeed a formidable force. Suddenly, Draco interjected. But if he didn't blink, wouldn't his eyes dry out? Illy exploded in exasperación. I'm telling you about lousy teachings. And you question why he didn't bring an army. I explained that he fought his way through, and you ask about his eyes drying out? Enough. Go to sleep. Eli's sudden outburst startled the group. Seeing that Eli had ceased to engage with them, Draco, feeling quite put upon, retreated beneath his covers. I was just asking. Thus, the tale of Lousy's journey westward through the pass of Hangu, cutting his way to the River Thames, became a legend at Hogwarts. Chapter 13, Transfiguration. Come on, you two. If you don't hurry, we'll be late. Draco impatiently urged the drowsy Crabbe and Goyle. Eli, however, was preoccupied with pondering whether the old sage's eyes were indeed dry. As time passed, the group nearly overslept, particularly those two dimwits, who remained stubbornly asleep despite Eli and Draco's relentless calling. Frustrated, Draco seized a cup of cold water and poured it over their faces, finally rousing them. The group hurriedly made their way to the classroom. Upon arrival, they found that the classroom was sparsely populated, indicating they had arrived relatively early. Goyle and Crabbe nearly collapsed at the doorway. The exertion of running with their cumbersome bodies had indeed been a challenge. As Eli and Draco entered the classroom, they noticed a tabby cat perched on the podium, which upon closer inspection bore markings around its eyes reminiscent of spectacles. The professor had yet to arrive, confirming their early arrival. Draco stood in the corridor, oblivious to others, wearing a smug expression, likely pleased that Harry Potter and Ron had not yet arrived. Illy, on the other hand, stood solemnly beside the tabby cat. He discreetly poked Draco, who was grinning like a fool beside him. What's wrong? I mean, why so serious? It's just a class. The professor hasn't even arrived yet. Draco commenced his enigmatic air of superiority once again. At that moment, Eli had lost all desire to engage with this fool. Draco, noticing Eli's respectful demeanor towards the tabby cat on the desk, was filled with confusion. Why are you being so reverent to a cat? It's clearly Professor McGonagall's. Just like its owner, it's thin and old. Alas, this child was hopeless. Eli began to silently mourn for Draco, his gaze seemingly conveying, indeed, the folly of youth. Suddenly, Eli performed a formal 90-degree bow to the cat and quietly took a seat. Draco wore a bewildered expression. Surely this guy was losing his mind again? Confused, Draco settled beside Eli and nudged him with his elbow. Hey, what is going on? Little did he know, Eli suddenly scooted away. Draco, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Just as Draco was about to express his confusion once more, the tabby cat leapt up and astonishingly transformed mid-air into human form. With a tight bun, a green robe, and a serious expression framed by glasses, it was none other than Professor McGonagall. She approached Draco slowly, fixing her gaze upon him. At that moment, Draco's complexion visibly paled upon witnessing the cat morph into the professor. As she stared at him, all color drained from his face. Mr. Malfoy, I hope you can show a bit more respect towards an old and thin professor next time. Slytherin loses 20 points. Oh no. The collective wail from Eli and the other Slytherin students echoed in disbelief. Losing a full 20 points on the very first day of school was a crushing blow for the little snakes who held an almost obsessive attachment to the house cup. Everyone glared at Draco with indignation. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Draco's mind was blank. He had just spoken ill of her in front of the professor. In front of so many people. Social death. Professor McGonagall turned away, reverting to her tabby form, and resumed her previous position. Eli gazed at Draco, whose complexion was again shifting, with a look of sympathy, letting out a sigh. The effect of this incident was profound. After such a terrifying moment, the students dutifully lowered their heads to their textbooks. Regardless of whether they absorbed the material, they simply stared at it, especially Draco, whose tender psyche had suffered a considerable blow. As the latecomers entered the classroom, noticing everyone diligently studying, they sensibly found their seats. Of course, exceptions existed, and misfortune did not strike just one. Oh, Merlin, if we had arrived even a moment later, her expression would have been terrifying. Eli observed with a sympathetic gaze. Another unfortunate child was about to gain a lifelong shadow. Draco, upon witnessing the misfortune of others, particularly Potter and that Weasley, couldn't help but revel in their plight. Grinning like a fool, Eli, observing Draco's gleeful demeanor, could only lament the child's audacity. Once again, the familiar scene unfolded before them. The tabby cat unexpectedly transformed into Professor McGonagall. Ron stared blankly at the suddenly appearing professor, instinctively remarking on her agility. Professor McGonagall, appearing exceedingly polite, replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Weasley. However, I believe we ought to transform one of you into a pocket watch. That way, the other will at least arrive on time. Professor, we got lost, Harry retorted. Then perhaps you should turn into a map. Surely one should not require a map to find their seat. The two begrudgingly made their way to their seats. Draco's expression soured. Why were points not deducted? With all the students gathered, Professor McGonagall wasted no time. She tapped her wand against the blackboard, and an intricate array of text appeared. Transfiguration will be the most rigorous and perilous course you encounter. Should I catch anyone recklessly waving their wands, they will be sent outside the classroom. With another flick of her wand, a matchstick appeared before each student. Following the professor's instructions, the young wizards began attempting the transformations displayed on the board. Yet, each matchstick remained utterly still, showing no signs of change. Eli, however, remained unhurried. For him, transfiguration was a matter of mere dexterity. This art primarily hinges on a wizard's intent to alter the form of inanimate or animate objects. To successfully achieve transformation, a wizard must possess a profound understanding of the desired form. If one wishes to turn a table into a pig, one might need to dissect a pig to comprehend its structure. Such magic, which forces a change in material shape based on the wizard's will, profoundly tests the wizard's inner strength. Thus, for Eli, endowed with an extraordinary soul, transfiguration was an effortless task. Perhaps due to the fusion of souls, his memory had reached a near-photographic state. He could recall the exact likeness of a needle with precision. With a gentle flick of his wand toward the matchstick, a stream of magical energy enveloped it. Under the influence of his magic, the matchstick swiftly transformed into a silver needle, complete with a threading hole. Although his current control over magic was insufficient to embellish the needle with intricate designs, this achievement was remarkable for a young wizard. Her eyes gleaming with surprise at the shimmering silver needle. Oh, Mr. Hall has successfully transformed a matchstick into a silver needle. The other students gazed at Eli in disbelief. Hermione cast a bewildered glance at the silver needle on his desk before turning back to her own matchstick, desperately trying to mimic his success. Draco looked on enviously at Eli. Sensing the attention from those around him, Eli felt an inner satisfaction. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the air. Professor McGonagall initially appeared taken aback, followed by a sense of regret. What a pity, Mr. Hall. You must learn to control your magic. However, having reached this level, I believe you have grasped the essence of transfiguration. Thus, 5 points to Slytherin. The little serpent beside him beamed with delight, while only Eli wore a grave expression. Draco patted Eli on the back, saying, "Don't be like that. You've succeeded." Eli offered a faint smile in return, yet his inner concerns lingered. He had previously attempted transfiguration. After successfully harnessing his magical power, he had not experienced any further surges. Yet, the shattered silver needles on the table starkly indicated that his magic had once again exceeded his control. Judging by the current circumstances, a loss of control was inevitable, and he faced a perilous threat to his life. Suddenly, Harry and Ron rushed over. Eli snapped out of his reverie, looking at the two before him and greeting them. However, they appeared somewhat serious. Draco, poised to call out to Eli, noticed Harry conversing with him and, with a darkened expression, walked away. "Eli, I think we should go see Professor Dumbledore together. The Sorting Hat must have made a mistake," Ron stated earnestly, to which Harry nodded in agreement. The two even attempted to pull Eli along, but he halted them. "Wait, I believe we should remain calm." Ron and Harry gazed at Eli, who shrugged and smiled at them. "The Sorting Hat has been around for so many years, it is unlikely to err. Perhaps I truly am suited for Slytherin." But, Ron interjected anxiously, how could someone as kind and amiable as Eli end up in a school known for producing dark wizards? He was reluctant to see Eli placed in an institution renowned for its dark sorcery. Eli placed a reassuring hand on Ron's shoulder. "Ron, Harry, I think we have all harbored some misunderstandings about Slytherin. It may not be as dreadful as we perceive, but even the tales of the Dark Lord originated from Slytherin. Il diacled nonchalantly. Every villain has their motives. We cannot presume that one bad apple taints the whole barrel. If Slytherin were truly so deplorable, I doubt Dumbledore would allow it to persist. Perhaps due to his trust in Dumbledore, or perhaps in Eli." Ron fell silent. "We simply wish to be in the same house as you," Harry murmured. He was uncertain of the true nature of Slytherin's reputation. He simply desired to remain close to Eli. Eli was the first to stand up for him, the first to extend friendship. He regarded Eli as his closest companion. Eli looked at Harry, momentarily at a loss for words. He placed his hands on their shoulders. "Are we not still friends?" "Of course we are," they replied in unison. "Trust me, as long as we remain friends, does it truly matter which house we belong to? We are all still part of Hogwarts. Moreover, We can attend classes together, play after lessons, and even during the holidays, I would love to invite you both to my home." Upon hearing Eli's words, Harry and Ron finally alleviated their reservations about Slytherin, no longer insisting on changing houses. Thus, their hearts were set at ease. Eli harbors a personal dilemma, a heart-wrenching concern for his very life. Chapter 14, A Nocturnal Excursion. "Excuse me, would you kindly make way?" At this moment, Eli is navigating through a herbalism class, striving to approach Draco. Just prior, during the Transfiguration lesson, Eli had observed Draco's sullen demeanor, and it was evident to him why. After a painstaking effort to mend their relationship, they had come to regard each other as friends, a remarkable feat considering Draco's usual aloofness. Yet, this proud and petulant youth has once again succumbed to a foul mood. With a deep sigh, Eli muses, is this how children behave nowadays? He finds himself torn between his older brother, who is also a dear friend, and his roommate, a newfound companion. Regrettably, these two are at odds with one another. Eli can already envision a future where Draco and Harry, the eternal adversaries, are embroiled in conflict while he stands helplessly by, unsure of whom to support. Nevertheless, how could he possibly hold a grudge against a mere child? Thus, Eli resolves to clarify matters with Draco first. After maneuvering past several individuals, he finally reaches Draco's side, only to be met with a dismissive glance as Draco pretends not to see him. Eli leans in and remarks, "Hey, why the sudden haste?" Draco, in his characteristic pride, turns away disdainfully. "Oh, my temper flares. I come to explain myself, and you choose to sulk, eh? Very well, I shall ignore you, let be as it may." Eli reciprocates the gesture, turning his head away. "Explain? What nonsense?" Nearby, Goyle is utterly baffled by the unfolding drama and sneaks a glance at Eli. However, Eli shoots him a fierce glare, warning, "What are you staring at? Be careful, or I might just have you for lunch, one bite at a time." Ilias Sultan. Menacing expression startles Goyle, who inadvertently cries out. Professor Sprout, at the front of the class, looks over in surprise. "What on earth is the commotion during my lesson? Mr. Goyle? It is class time. Please refrain from making such peculiar noises. Thank you." Laughter erupts throughout the greenhouse, leaving Goyle blushing with embarrassment. After class, some young wizards head off to dine, while others make plans for leisure. Eli, however, finds himself making his way to the 8th floor of the castle when most have departed. "Ah, the tapestry. I have found it." On one wall of the corridor hangs a massive tapestry depicting a giant striking a fool named Barnabas. It narrates the tale of Barnabas, who once attempted to command a giant to perform ballet, only to be met with a rather foolish fate. Yet, Eli's purpose for being here extends beyond the tapestry. His true objective lies within the Room of Requirement. This enigmatic chamber, said to have been constructed by the founders of Hogwarts themselves, is known to vanish at times, only revealing itself to those in dire need. How does one enter? Time has obscured the specifics, and the method to access the Room of Requirement eludes his memory. Suddenly, a grand door emerges on the previously smooth wall opposite the tapestry, adorned with exquisite ancient carvings. The door swings open of its own accord. Eli stepped inside, and indeed, it was a spacious laboratory. Within, various magical instruments, previously unseen by him, were stored alongside heaps of unused parchment. Eli felt immense satisfaction with this laboratory. It was said that it could fulfill any desire. Suddenly, a whimsical thought struck him. He silently wished for a restroom. To his astonishment, the sound of flushing echoed, and a room materialized in the corner. Indeed, it was a restroom. The Room of Wishes was truly remarkable. Eli wasted no time. He had come here with matters of life and death at stake. He sat down, focused his mind, and began to delve into Voldemort's memories. In truth, Eli had initiated this endeavor long before, upon discovering the potential dangers of magical power escalation. He sought to find a solution through Voldemort's recollections. When it came to the study of souls, Voldemort could boast of unparalleled expertise. No one, not even Dumbledore, could rival him. He had even discovered a spell during his travels in Egypt, which he procured from within a pyramid. This could be considered Voldemort's enhanced version. Egypt, a land rich in magical civilization, unfortunately, had a notorious reputation in the magical community due to its abundance of dark wizards. Many infamous dark wizards hailed from there, and the dark magic practiced was predominantly malevolent curses targeting the soul. In Egypt, these soul-related dark arts were known as necromancy. The terrifying aspect of necromancy lay in its ability to resurrect the dead and revive souls. Practitioners adeptly manipulated the deceased. Voldemort's subsequent creation of the Inferi army was realized through necromancy. In ancient times, only pharaohs could learn necromancy. Upon their demise, the knowledge was naturally entombed with them. Voldemort aspired to establish an army of the dead and sought to study the soul to attain immortality. Thus, he ventured into the pyramid and acquired the legacy of these necromantic spells. Among them was a magic that could sever a creature's soul. Voldemort recognized the potential of this spell and refined it into a dark magic capable of detaching and consuming souls for his own use. The incantation was Soul Devour and Soul Sever. According to Eli's understanding, Voldemort created this spell due to his Horcruxes. In his quest for immortality, Voldemort split his soul to create Horcruxes. As long as a Horcrux remained, he could never truly die. It sounded enticing, did it not? But is immortality so effortlessly attainable? A soul is inherently a singular entity. When divided, can it ever be whole again? Moreover, throughout history, those who crafted Horcruxes only divided their souls once. Yet Voldemort, in his excessive fear of death, had split his soul a staggering 7 times. This led to his erratic temperament and violent disposition. He himself was aware of the peril associated with his weakened soul. Consequently, he invented this spell in a desperate attempt to fortify his essence. This was precisely what Eli required. However, one must remember that every remedy carries its own poison. This spell, too, was not without its flaws. The souls of others ultimately belong to them. Even if one absorbs them, latent dangers remain. Yet, no better alternatives present themselves at this juncture. His magical prowess is escalating at a rate that surpasses the growth of his soul. If this continues, his demise is inevitable. There is no other recourse. Eli produced a small vial containing a cockroach. Let me experiment with this magic and see if it proves effective. As he prepared to unleash black magic for the first time, particularly one aimed at souls, Eli felt a twinge of anxiety. With a pallid wand drawn, he aimed it at the still vibrant cockroach. Soul Devourer. An invisible force emanated from the wand's tip, seemingly connecting to the cockroach with an intangible chain. The once lively creature began to thrash violently as the chain extracted its very essence, and it ceased to struggle altogether. Eli was now exceedingly tense for this gray mass. The cockroach's soul was about to enter his being. Though minuscule, the prospect of dealing with a soul remains a weighty concern. Yet with the arrows knocked, he had no choice but to release them. Awaiting the soul's entrance, Eli was startled when the gray essence was suddenly absorbed by the wand. What? Did the wand intercept it? This unforeseen development left Eli momentarily flummoxed. Such an occurrence was not documented in Voldemort's memories. Was it not a severe deviation from a norm? The novice mage Eli found himself at a loss. However, moments later, a pristine orb of white light emerged from the wand's tip. Although it was even smaller than the previously feeble gray mass, its luminous purity was reassuring. The orb directly entered Eli's body, and he felt a wave of satisfaction emanating from his soul. It seemed to have gained a modicum of strength, so subtle that one might have missed it had they not been attentive. Could it be that he had succeeded? The outcome was unmistakable. He had indeed triumphed. Eli had discovered a method to enhance his soul. He lifted the wand and caressed it thoughtfully. This wand is truly remarkable. If he was not mistaken, it had just purified the impurities from the soul. Upon reflection, he noted the absence of the muddled thoughts that were supposed to arise from soul absorption. It turned out that his wand had transformed the soul into pure soul energy. Consequently, the sole drawback of this method had vanished. Indeed, as the younger brother of the Fated One, he was afforded certain advantages. If all went well, Eli's future endeavors would not only encompass attending classes, but also devising ways to absorb souls. To murder. Starting with his roommate, he would first eliminate the haughty Draco, followed by Crabbe and Goyle, erase all traces and frame others, thus embarking on a path leading to Azkaban. Eli immediately banished such perilous thoughts. If he wished to avoid a one-way trip to the wizarding prison of Azkaban, it would be prudent to behave himself. Absorbing the souls of animals seemed the safest option. But where might one find an abundance of animals? Eli recalled the Forbidden Forest. Thus, from this day forth, he resolved to become a master of the Forbidden Forest. What? School rules? I am unaware, having never heard of it. As night descended, the moon obscured by clouds and the wind howling, Eli stealthily slipped out of bed. A sudden noise nearly startled him into casting a lethal curse. It was merely Gaul, who was currently lost in a dream seeking a restroom. Not wanting to reveal himself, as Gaul began to awaken, Eli pointed his wand at him. Forgive me, young brother. Sleep tight. A crimson beam struck Gaul, sending him back into slumber, where he had finally found the restroom in his dream. In the shadowy castle, a furtive figure moved. Next time, I must learn the disillusionment charm beforehand. After a series of heart-pounding moments, Eli finally reached the Forbidden Forest. He exhaled deeply. having narrowly avoided a collision with the Weasley twins, notorious for their midnight escapades and pranks. Now, he felt secure from detection. Entering the Forbidden Forest, it appeared that aside from the darkness, there was little danger. Throughout his journey, he had only encountered a few rabbits, with no other creatures in sight. As he ventured deeper, Eli, unperturbed by the lurking dangers, was blissfully unaware of his proximity to the forest as heart. Suddenly, he heard a clicking sound above him. Looking up, he gasped. The horrifying sight made him cry out. A gigantic spider was slowly descending towards him from above. Avada Kedavra! A surge of fear ignited a fierce anger within him. Startled and enraged, Eli felt an intense desire to kill as he regarded the monstrous arachnid. A brilliant green light flashed, and the giant spider collapsed, lifeless. Panting heavily, Eli struggled to catch his breath. Having just experienced a whirlwind of terror and fury, and unleashed a powerful spell, he found himself gasping. Damn it, I've encountered an acromantula. He had not anticipated wandering so deep. It was indeed careless of him. Had he not reacted in time, he might have met his end there. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Eli pointed his wand at the spider's body, preparing to absorb its essence and depart. Soul-sucking. He attempted several times, but to no avail. It seemed merely a soulless shell. As Eli pondered this enigma, distant sounds of combat reached his ears. Chapter 15. Battle in the Forbidden Forest. Quickly retreat. Watch out for those damn spiders. Eli cautiously crept closer, hiding behind a tree. Not far ahead, two factions were clashing. One group consisted of centaurs from the forest, while the other was the horde of acromantulas he had just encountered. The situation appeared dire for the centaurs, who were retreating in disarray against the overwhelming number and swift movements of the spiders. The centaurs seemed unable to utilize magic, relying solely on their primitive bows and arrows for defense. They were clearly at a disadvantage. Should he intervene? With his formidable spells, dispatching an acromantula would surely be a trivial task. In the midst of such a fierce melee, the presence of a wizard from either side would undoubtedly tip the scales overwhelmingly. However, did he truly need to assist the centaur tribe? Eli, having seen the film in his past life, understood that although the centaurs bore a resemblance to humans, they steadfastly believed themselves to be magical creatures rather than human beings. Furthermore, this particular group of centaurs in the Forbidden Forest seemed to harbor no fondness for wizards. Yet, not all centaurs shared this sentiment. If he refrained from intervening, defeat would be an inevitable outcome. Should his involvement lead to a victory for the centaur tribe, it would surely foster a more amicable relationship. Eli felt an urge to take action. His aim was to cultivate the friendship of the centaur tribe. As the intelligent guardians of the Forbidden Forest, their friendship would significantly ease his future explorations within its depths. With this thought in mind, Eli resolved to act. With a brilliant flash of light piercing like a blade into the battlefield, he annihilated a giant spider poised to attack. A young wizard? A silver-haired centaur looked on in astonishment at the diminutive figure rushing toward him. Even with a mask obscuring his face, it was evident he was a young wizard. The giant spider, which had just been obliterated, had intended to pounce on him, and he was grateful for the timely spell. If you wish to avoid becoming spider fodder, it would be wise to glance behind you, the young wizard suddenly declared. The centaur swiftly turned to see a giant spider charging at him with a menacing snarl. He raised his bow and unleashed a volley, driving the creature back. Thank you. Eli cast a sidelong glance at him. The striking silver hair was hard to miss. Fight well, stupefy, annihilate. Eli, with his exceptionally agile movements, navigated among the centaurs, completely unperturbed by the giant spider's attempts to attack. A series of reckless and unrelenting spells obliterated the giant spiders that threatened the lives of the centaur warriors. The centaur fighters, who were previously struggling to resist, were left astounded by the sheer ferocity of Eli's crude spells. How did you employ all those spells? Observing the giant spider that had been fatally struck, its body crumpling, the centaur warrior promptly fell silent. Eli, on the other hand, expressed that he did not wish for such a display. His overwhelming magical power and insufficient mastery forced him to wield his spells like artillery. The stupefy spell he had cast on Goyle was already his most restrained incantation. Otherwise, Draco and the others would have been dining by now. This was Eli's first experience in such a chaotic battle, in a moment of desperation. He disregarded the nuances of magic and simply resolved to eliminate his foes. Regardless of the variety of spells he employed, the effects were akin to cannon fire. Thus, he chose not to be selective. He utilized every incantation at his disposal: disarm, bind, stupefy, relying on sheer instinct. A crimson beam erupted from the rear of the centaur ranks. soaring past them and into the swarm of giant spiders. With a thunderous explosion, a shock wave surged forth, causing the centaurs to squint against the bright light. In an instant, dust swirled as the massive spiders met their gruesome fate. When the smoke finally cleared, a deep pit emerged, with the colossal arachnids either vanished or scattered everywhere. The centaur warriors were momentarily engulfed in shock. Ronan, the centaur chieftain, gazed in disbelief at the diminutive figure behind him. Are contemporary sorcerers this formidable? Another centaur approached, questioning, "Are you certain this is a sorcerer and not Dumbledore? If he hadn't shrunk, he wouldn't be so diminutive." Eli gasped for breath. He had indeed exerted himself beyond measure, and even with his considerable magical prowess, he found it taxing to sustain such energy expenditure. Ronan, accompanied by several centaurs, approached and abruptly aimed his bow at the panting Eli. "You there, masked one, I implore you to depart immediately. The Forbidden Forest does not welcome sorcerers." Eli was taken aback by his words. "What did you say? I just risked my life to help you fend off the enemy. And now you wish to turn against me?" Eli suddenly regretted his intervention, astonished at the cold-heartedness of this centaur. Though he was slightly winded, eliminating this group of magic-less beings posed no challenge for him. He raised his wand menacingly at Ronan, the intent unmistakable. The surrounding centaur warriors tensed, ready for confrontation. "Wait, everyone. Remain calm and do not act rashly." The silver-haired centaur rushed in, positioning himself protectively before Eli. The other centaur warriors hesitantly lowered their bows, yet Ronan remained taut. Bowstring drawn. "No, no, Ronan, it was this sorcerer who aided us. We ought not to behave in this manner." Ronan furrowed his brow, a flicker of conflict crossing his face. Indeed, he had been of great assistance, yet sorcerers were not to be trusted. "Step aside, Felrens. You know our clan-ass rules. Sorcerers are not our allies." Eli scoffed, torn between labeling this fellow ungrateful or merely obstinate. "Has a sorcerer stolen your wife, or something?" "Thank you, Felrens, but I'm not one to seek warmth from a cold shoulder. If he wishes to strike at me, he must reckon with my wand." Felrens sensed the chill emanating from Eli, his heart quaking. He had witnessed the prowess of this reaper. "No, it must be a misunderstanding. Allow me to speak with my companions, if you would." Just as they faced off, a vast swarm of eight-eyed spiders surged forth from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, their numbers several times greater than before. The incessant clicking echoed ominously. These spiders had come at the behest of their chieftain, intent on exterminating those who had harmed their kin. "This is dire." The centaur warriors immediately recognized the advancing horde of arachnids, their anxiety palpable as they readied their bows, cold sweat trickling down their brows. The earlier encounter with a mere handful of spiders had already pushed them to their limits. With this new wave, their demise seemed inevitable. Eli observed the swarm, resembling a black tide, his expression grim. The spiders truly embodied the unchallenged monarchs of the Forbidden Forest. With such numbers, they could dominate the realm. "Retreat. We cannot withstand this onslaught." Ronan immediately issued a command, then fiercely glared at Eli, accusing him. "This is all your fault." Eli's eyes widened in disbelief. "What a convenient scapegoat you found." Felins was preparing to flee with Eli when Eli suddenly broke free. Felins stepped aside, declaring, "Since that ungrateful wretch wishes to place all the blame on me, allow me to resolve this matter." Eli, consumed by rage, could hardly contain himself. He had acted out of goodwill, only to be met with such callousness. He could no longer endure this injustice. "Do not act impulsively." Before Felins could restrain him, Eli had already recited the incantation. Flames roared to life. What began as an ordinary fire spell transformed into something extraordinary under Eli's twisted magical power. An endless inferno, fueled by Eli's wrath, surged forth from his wand like a wild stallion. The flames billowed in the wind, overwhelming the surroundings. The terrifying heat caused the hair of the unsuspecting centaurs to curl, prompting them to retreat in terror. In that moment, Ronan hardly had the capacity to consider wizardry. He stood transfixed, gazing at the colossal serpent formed by the flames. "Destroy them. Leave no one alive." The fire surged forth like raging waves against the giant spider. The clash of the dark tide and the golden surge was devastating. The flames mercilessly consumed all life in their path. The imposing spider, caught off guard, was reduced to ashes before it could react. The torrent continued its relentless assault, illuminating the Forbidden Forest as if it were day. In his overwhelming fury, Eli paid no heed to anything else, desperately squeezing out the last vestiges of his magic. The inferno incinerated the black tide entirely. "Not one shall remain." Eli's arm fell limply to his side, his face as pale as death. Summoning the last of his strength, he managed to force a mocking smile at the dazed Ronan. I have dealt with the trouble I caused. What can you do now? Eli then collapsed backward, and feelings hurriedly caught him. Ronan's expression was grim, a tumult of shame and anger. He lowered his head, seemingly surrendering. Slowly, he knelt before Eli, humbly apologizing on behalf of the Centaur tribe to their most esteemed guest. The surrounding Centaur warriors also gradually knelt in submission. Quickly, get me. Before Eli could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Felins had no choice but to carry Eli on his back. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds filled the air. A tall, slender elder with a long silver beard approached. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ronan's demeanor shifted. Dumbledore. He glanced at the still raging inferno. We encountered some conflict with the giant spider. Before he could finish, Dumbledore interrupted. I believe we should extinguish the fire first if you wish to continue to survive here. He slowly waved his slender wand. Had Eli been conscious, he would have sensed the formidable surge of magical energy. The once invincible flames seemed to be drawn forth, surrendering without resistance into Dumbledore's wand. In a short while, the forbidden forest fell back into darkness. If it were not for the oppressive heat, no one would have guessed that this place was once engulfed in a terrifying inferno. Gazing upon the desolate remnants of the forbidden forest, reduced to mere dry wood and ashes, Ronan's heart ached. Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words in the face of such devastation. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Since the magic was unleashed by my student, perhaps I could offer some form of compensation. Observing the extensive damage to the forbidden forest, a faint twitch appeared at the corner of Dumbledore's mouth. It seemed he would have to forfeit his own resources. Should he consider charging an additional fee for educational materials? Ronan, filled with sorrow, gestured towards the ruins, exclaiming, Compensate? How can one possibly compensate for this? What do you have to repay the debts owed to me? I do not seek your compensation. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. Not having to compensate was a fortunate turn of events. Chapter 16, The Unsightly Development. Having resolved the issue of the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Ailoi, who was draped over Firenze's back, his face obscured. Firenze stepped back a few paces. Although he had not clearly heard what Ailoi had said before fainting, it was evident from his covered visage that Ailoi wished to conceal his identity. Ronan suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself between Dumbledore and Firenze. I apologis, Professor Dumbledore, but I believe we have an obligation to protect the privacy of our esteemed Centaur guest. Though his words seemed unremarkable, Ronan's grave expression revealed his inner turmoil. It required a certain bravery to refuse a powerful figure of the age. The Centaurs gathered closer to Firenze. Dumbledore was somewhat taken aback by the Centaur's reaction. He had not anticipated that these beings, who typically harbored animosity towards wizards, would so fervently defend an individual. Thankfully, Dumbledore was present, as a champion of justice. He seldom resorted to force. Had it been Voldemort in his place, the situation would not have been so peaceful. He helplessly pursed his lips, a gesture that seemed incongruous on the face of a man over a century old. Very well, since you insist so adamantly. I take pride in my student for earning your friendship. After exchanging a nod, Dumbledore vanished with a flick of his wand. Ronan and the others heaved a collective sigh of relief. The presence of this legendary wizard was undeniably formidable. Though he was a man of virtue, the intimidation stemmed from his immense power. No one could overlook the terrifying magic that emanated from Dumbledore. He glanced at Ailoi, who lay unconscious on Firenze's back. His expression complex. Handing Firenze a vial containing a restorative potion, they ventured to the edge of the forbidden forest, the castle looming before them. Is this where Firenze resides? Where am I? Ailoi rose to his feet, a wave of weakness nearly causing him to collapse again. It must be admitted that the Centaur's medicine was remarkably effective, sparing him from considerable suffering. Reflecting on the recent events, Ailoi could not help but break into a cold sweat. He had acted with reckless abandon, unleashing his magic without restraint. Such overexertion could lead to significant harm. Fortunately, Ronan no longer harbored any intent to harm him. Otherwise, he might have found himself on the path to rebirth the moment he lost consciousness. In summary, this incident imparted a profound lesson upon him. One must never act impulsively. Thank you, Firenze. I feel much better now. Firenze recounted the events that transpired after he fainted, leaving Eli drenched in cold sweat upon hearing the news. To his surprise, Old Dung had also arrived. However, given the commotion he had caused, it was hardly unexpected. If Old Dung had been oblivious, it would have been a disservice to his reputation as the greatest white wizard of this century. Fortunately, Ronan and the others had not revealed his identity. Reflecting on this, Eli felt a sense of astonishment that the stubborn Ronin had ultimately chosen to protect him. This, perhaps, could be deemed the most significant gain from this journey, the camaraderie of the centaurs. "I am Eli Hall," he declared, pulling down his mask, despite having prepared himself mentally. Forenza was still taken aback by Eli's youthful appearance. "I am Forenza, the future leader of the Centaur clan," he proclaimed proudly. Eli smiled, then inquired, "By the way, Forenza, how did you end up in conflict with those Acromantulas?" At the mention of the Acromantulas, a flicker of anger and resentment crossed Forenza's face. "As guardians of the Forbidden Forest, our clan bears the responsibility of maintaining its stability. However, ever since their leader, Aragog, arrived in the Forbidden Forest 60 years ago, various creatures within have been threatened by them." Forenza seemed to recall a painful memory, turning away momentarily. "They have exploited their rapid reproduction rate, expanding their population immensely in a short span of time. Their increasing territory has forced other species to flee. We have sacrificed many of our kin in the fight against the Acromantulas." Eli's expression turned grave as he patted Forenza's flank, unable to reach his shoulder. "You all are commendable." Forenza turned to him with solemnity, saying, "Thanks to your assistance today, you shall forever be a cherished guest of our Centaur clan." He bowed deeply to Eli. This left Eli feeling rather embarrassed, and he quickly helped Forenza rise. "Oh, please do not say such things. Protecting the forest is a shared responsibility." It seemed he had forgotten who had set a great fire in the Forbidden Forest not long ago. Seeing Eli's playful demeanor, Firenze chuckled. "I must admit, that was indeed a remarkable display of magic." Eli felt even more bashful. "Please, no more flattery. I might become too proud." He seemed slightly shy. Forenza's laughter echoed, and the two engaged in warm conversation, Eli growing fond of this amiable centaur. Eli found himself perplexed by Forenza's sudden air of mystique. Nevertheless, he held great trust in the centaur's astrological prophetic abilities. Recalling the moment from the film when Forenza spoke to Harry, he glanced up at the sky. "Oh, it seems to be overcast today." The mysterious atmosphere dissipated, leaving Forenza somewhat awkward. "By the way, what was the potion you gave me earlier?" That concoction truly possessed miraculous properties, despite his earlier exhaustion. It had facilitated such a swift recovery. If the need arose in the future, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Forenza suddenly spoke with an air of mystery, proclaiming, "The blood of a unicorn." "Oh, what? What did you say?" Eli's eyes nearly popped out in shock. "My friend, such a thing should not be consumed. Whoever dares to drink it will be cursed, destined for a most unfortunate demise." To his surprise, Forenza burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, I was merely jesting. It is a potion we brewed ourselves. Next time you visit, we shall present you with some." With a look of exasperation at Forenza's mischievous antics, Eli remarked, "Even centaurs now frighten children? Very well, I shall take my leave. Let me reiterate, you must master the disillusionment charm by our next encounter." Suddenly, a commotion from ahead nearly startled him to death. "Peeves, you cannot behave like this." Eli listened closely, realizing it was the voices of the Weasley twins. These two had encountered the mischievous poltergeist. It is well known that Peeves relishes in tormenting students. Unlike other ghosts, he can interact with the physical world. Within the entire castle, he only fears Dumbledore and the ghostly Bloody Baron. Those two unfortunate souls had crossed paths with Peeves during a nighttime escapade. If he were to inform on them, they would be in serious trouble. "Considering it is you two, I shall lend a hand." Eli Stefotvilu Epterovith, brandishing his wand against his throat, producing a voice aged and resonant. "Peeves, you're up to your tricks again." The previously audacious Peeves, upon hearing this voice, immediately shrank back in fear and vanished in a puff of smoke. Eli stepped forward, and the twins, still in shock, beheld him. "Oh, I thought it was truly Dumbledore. We nearly met our end." Eli was amused by their banter. The twins gazed at him with eager anticipation. "That trick you just performed was incredible. Please teach us." Eli was somewhat overwhelmed by their exuberance. Through Ron, they had become acquainted. In his former life, Eli had always found these two amusing characters quite charming. Now utterly fatigued, he felt too weary to move. As soon as he closed his eyes, he succumbed to slumber. The adventures of that night remained unknown, yet by day, he appeared quite lackluster. Yearning to grow stronger, he dedicated all his thoughts to his studies. He had never visited the library. With Voldemort's memories, what need had he for one? The insights on magic gleaned from Voldemort alone had proven immensely beneficial. Thus, aside from attending classes, he frequented the room of requirement to delve into memories and practice spells. By night, he stealthily ventured into the Forbidden Forest to absorb souls. Notably, His primary target for soul absorption now was the acromantula. Since that fateful night, they had become exceedingly timid, often finding themselves fleeing from Eli. Not only did they provide him with a wealth of souls, but they also yielded numerous acromantula carcasses. These creatures, rated at least 4 stars in danger, are indeed treasures. Just a pint of their venom fetches a staggering 100 galleons. Now, Eli, who hunted acromantula daily, had become an invisible millionaire, merely awaiting the opportunity to sell his bounty. In recent days, he had scarcely seen Draco, his roommate, except during classes. Certainly, since the day of that unpleasant incident, the two had hardly exchanged words. Draco remained the proud nobleman he had always been, and he and Harry and Ron found themselves at odds once more, much like in the original narrative. However, Eli was taken aback when Hermione suddenly intercepted him as he was about to ascend to the 8th floor and the room of requirement. "Hermione, is there something you need?" Hermione, clutching a pile of books with an expression of exasperation, replied, "Eli, you possess such remarkable talent. Why do you not make better use of it?" Eli was momentarily taken aback, unable to fully grasp Hermione's implications. Seeing Eli's silence, Hermione assumed he felt a sense of guilt and continued, "I have hardly seen you in the library lately." Eli suddenly realized, having acquired the notes from the esteemed individual, why would he still need to visit the library? Yet, he bore no ill will towards Hermione. Her intentions were undoubtedly good. "Oh, I've been preoccupied with matters lately, so I'll explain it to you later." Aware of this little witch's intelligence and tenacity, Eli feared that further conversation might lead to revelations he wished to avoid, and thus he made a hasty retreat. "Hey, you." Hermione watched as Eli dashed away, stomping her foot in frustration. Am I really that intimidating? Chapter 17, Potions Class. Today was Friday, and Eli was about to attend his very first potions class, whether it was by design or mere coincidence. Despite the long-standing animosity between Slytherin and Gryffindor, where physical altercations were not uncommon, the school had placed these two rival houses together for many courses. Potions class was no exception. Eli could guarantee that from this day forth, the first-year Gryffindor students would absolutely loathe potions. Not for any particular reason other than the fact that the professor was Severus Snape. Eli knew a bit about Snape's tragic childhood. Not only had his beloved been taken by Gryffindor, but he had also been publicly humiliated by those very individuals time and again. There was even an instance where they had stripped Snape of his trousers in front of an audience. Given Snape's vengeful nature, as long as he remained a professor at the school, Gryffindors would certainly have a hard time. To make matters worse, he was also the head of Slytherin House, notorious for his fierce favoritism towards his own. Ironically, the very people who had humiliated him were Harry's father. And fate seemed to have a peculiar sense of humor as Harry inherited Lily's eyes but bore his father's face. It was easy to imagine that Harry might lose points today simply for entering the classroom with his left foot. Eli felt equally anxious, for with a visage strikingly reminiscent of Lily's, he genuinely feared Snape might take some unexpected action. If anyone could be deemed the most lovesick character throughout the Harry Potter series, it would undoubtedly be Snape. Hence, to diminish Snape's scrutiny upon him, Eli refrained from bringing any of the usual potion-making equipment. The atmosphere of the potions classroom was as gloomy as Snape's countenance. It was a damp, underground chamber where no rational person would wish to attend class. "Eli, where have you been these past few days? We have scarcely seen you," Harry remarked as he took a seat beside Eli prior to Snape's arrival. "Could you possibly keep your distance?" Eli nearly kicked Harry, who had come too close. He was apprehensive about attracting Snape's attention, as Harry seemed to him a target in Snape's eyes. Sitting beside him was akin to inviting trouble. Nevertheless, Eli considered himself a person of remarkable composure and refrained from any untimely actions, though he subtly shifted a bit away. "I've been studying recently. It's perfectly normal not to see me," he thought. Harry and Ron exchanged skeptical glances, which made Eli anxious. "What, do you look down upon me? Just wait until I master my skills. You'll be envious." As they engaged in their lively conversation, a tremendous noise erupted at the entrance, heralding the dramatic entrance of none other than Professor Snape, clad from head to toe in black, draped in a floor-length cloak that billowed as he walked. And paired with his hollow, fish-like gaze, he resembled an ominous bat. The classroom fell into an immediate hush, with even the Slytherin students rendered speechless by Snape's eerie entrance. "I guarantee this professor is not to be trifled with," Ron whispered. Snape strode purposefully to the podium, his vacant eyes scanning the classroom like a predator seeking prey. Upon locating his target, his gaze fixated on Harry, specifically on his eyes. A mere glance at Harry's face elicited a grimace of distaste from Snape, as if he had swallowed a fly. His gaze then shifted to Eli, narrowing as it became ensnared. At that moment, Eli averted his eyes, too intimidated to meet Snape's gaze. Snape's eyes lingered on Eli for an extended moment before darting to the bewildered Harry, his expression akin to discovering something unsavory near his meal. "Mr. Potter," Harry, suddenly called upon, lifted his head in confusion, unaware of the impending consequences. Eli began to mourn silently, surprised that Snape had focused on Harry so swiftly. Did the Gryffindors not save you a seat? At that moment, Harry and Ron, sitting alongside Eli, were surrounded by Slytherins. Although there was no explicit rule, it was customary for students of the same house to sit together during class. Professor Snape, keen to assert his authority, interrupted Harry's attempt to protest. "I do not wish to repeat myself, Mr. Potter." Having dismissed Harry and Ron, Snape's demeanor brightened as he surveyed Eli sitting alone. His mood lifted. Snape commenced his declaration for the potions class. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making." His voice rose slightly. "Since there will be no foolish wand-waving here, many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly comprehend the enchanting essence of the simmering cauldron, from which wafts an alluring aroma, nor the ethereal magic of the liquid that courses through one's veins, evoking a sense of exhilaration and a state of rapture. I could impart to you the secrets of enhancing your reputation, crafting glory, and even staving off death. But there is one stipulation. You must not be the kind of foolish imbeciles I often encounter." Eli sat there, feeling utterly uncomfortable, as he was now fully exposed under Snape's watchful gaze. It must be said that Snape's discourse was undeniably alluring. The young wizards in the classroom were captivated, particularly Draco, whose eyes sparkled at the mention of enhancing reputation, and when Snape spoke of immortality. The expression on his face suggested he might leap up to pledge his loyalty to Snape. Meanwhile, Eli found himself grieving once more for Harry, for this unfortunate lad was about to endure Snape's first wave of onslaught. "Mr. Potter," suddenly called upon, Harry lifted his head, bewildered, already sensing an ominous premonition. As expected, Snape coolly inquired, "Tell me, what would be the result of adding daffodil root to wormwood infusion?" Harry had barely skimmed the pages of his textbook. How could he possibly know the answer? "I do not know, Professor." Snape did not react, for his gaze remained fixed on Eli throughout his questioning. Surrounding them, a few snickers arose, primarily from Draco and his entourage. "Do not know? Very well. Where can one find Bezoar?" "I do not know, Professor." "What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" "I do not know." By this point, Harry's voice had dwindled significantly, as Snape's relentless trio of queries had caught him completely off guard. Slowly, Snape shifted his gaze from Eli to Harry. It seems that extraordinary fame does not equate to knowledge. Failing to prepare for class warrants a deduction of 10 points from Gryffindor." Instantly, raucous laughter erupted from the Slytherins, with Draco reveling in Harry's expressionless demeanor. Snape surveyed the room. "So why has no one taken the time to write down the questions I just posed? It appears only Mr. Hall understands that quills are meant for note-taking." Slytherin earns 10 points. Eli, observing the untouched quill before him, slowly formed a question mark with his expression. Even the Slytherins were bewildered by this sudden point allocation. "Headmaster, such blatant favoritism does not bode well," Eli mused. Yet he felt a twinge of appreciation. Snape was indeed deeply sentimental. Those questions, seemingly intended to confound, were in truth his way of expressing the debt he felt towards Lily. However, this unique method was undoubtedly a trial for our dear Harry. Next came the practical potion class, where Snape assigned the task of concocting a remedy for scabies, pairing students into groups. Eli, however, found himself assigned to work alone, whether by design or otherwise. Such introductory potion making was undoubtedly second nature to Eli, even in the absence of scientific instruments. He could concoct an exceptional potion solely based on the tactile skills he had honed previously. His movements were remarkably swift, for he was unaware of the countless times he had practiced this potion. The slicing of herbs, the extraction of juices, the application of heat, all executed with a fluidity that exuded the aura of a master. All of this was witnessed by Severus Snape, a true master in his own right, whose eyes sparkled with intensity. He approached Eli, who was nearing completion, while the other groups struggled clumsily, fumbling through their books and chopping ingredients. Snape scooped a spoonful of the potion, inhaling its aroma, his expression akin to that of a treasure hunter who had unearthed the gem. "The book states that 3 drops of sneezewort juice should be added, yet your method appears to diverge slightly." Snape's voice was unexpectedly gentle. Though Eli felt a sense of unease from Snape's abrupt kindness, he couldn't help but feel a swell of pride at receiving the attention of the potion's master. "I've observed that the measurements in the book are merely the most common and stable, but they lack precision. By collecting the juice and allowing it to flow down the stirring rod, I can achieve greater accuracy. Eli spoke with a casual ease, though this was the culmination of much effort and numerous gallons spent in experimentation. The gleam in Snape's eyes seemed ready to overflow. It was as if he had found a kindred spirit. Indeed, the book's guidance was imprecise, and one ought to cultivate their own insights. Suddenly, he straightened up, exclaiming, 20 points to Slytherin. He held up Eli's potion for all to see. You should witness what a true potion looks like. At that moment, Hermione was still in the midst of heating her potion, while Eli had completed his with such remarkable quality that she stared at him, astonished. Could it be that he was genuinely learning? The class soon concluded, and while most had managed to brew potions, none could compare to Eli's. Perhaps due to Eli's performance, Snape was in an unusually good mood, even offering a few pointers to Harry, leaving him nearly speechless. Even Neville, who had spilled his potion, was met with only a few mild reprimands. Document today's experiment on parchment and submit it next time. Additionally, Mr. Hall, please remain. Chapter 18. The Death of the Unicorn. Did you summon me, Professor? Once the other young wizards had departed, only Eli and Snape remained in the classroom. Eli thought, was with that bat-like gaze. I'm Albus Dumbledore, after all. It was impossible for Eli to remain unperturbed. However, he knew that Snape would not take any actions to harm him. His greatest fear was the premature revelation of his true identity. Was Snape's keen interest a sign that he had already uncovered his secret? Snape sat down, addressing Eli. Mr. Hall, could you share your perspective on potions? You kept me behind to ask me this? Eli exhaled in relief, grateful that it was not due to concerns about his identity. While he knew he could not match the potion's master before him, as a modern wizard who integrated scientific reasoning with magical thought, Eli was confident that his insights would earn Snape's respect. The potion, in essence, is achieved by employing specific techniques to evoke and amalgamate the magical properties of various ingredients to produce designated effects. Upon concluding his explanation, Eli regarded Snape with a calm demeanor. Surprised, perhaps? Incredulous, indeed. Eli was on the verge of inscribing the words, "Praise me," upon his visage. After a moment of silence, the anticipated scene of Snape gasping in awe and exclaiming, "You are truly a genius," did not materialize. While he exhibited a degree of insight, he had not fully articulated the essence of potions, revealing a certain limitation bound by textbooks. This understanding was adequate for a first-year wizard, yet insufficient for Eli. His expression froze. Where was the praise? This was not how he had envisioned it. Clarify yourself, old bat. Yet in reality, Eli wore a facade of humility, humbly requesting guidance. Alas, before one ascends to greatness, one must bow to those who currently wield it. Snape cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking that those with talent need not feign such forced modesty. He was no arrogant fool like Potter. Eli felt a twinge of embarrassment, having been unmasked so effortlessly. Could you not be a tad more subtle, old bat? Isn't feigned humility a requisite for every academic overachiever? Although he was already aware of Snape's notoriously caustic tone, he was now experiencing it firsthand. While he extolled the talents of his own students, he also managed to slyly deride the son of his enemy. Nevertheless, receiving a compliment from Snape was somewhat gratifying, as the man had seldom offered praise throughout the entire film series. Just as Eli wore a grin on his face while internally grumbling, Snape beckoned subtly. Magical ingredients began to soar from the surrounding cabinets. One must admit, Snape's control over magic was indeed impressive, leaving Eli in awe. Snape's prowess was formidable. Arguably, only Dumbledore could reliably surpass him within the realm of Hogwarts. However, in truth, aside from Voldemort, everyone else would be decisively outmatched before Dumbledore. Such is the terror of greatness. The potion ingredients hovered between the two, and Eli recognized nearly all of them, having memorized the entire book long ago. You know nothing of the power of the scholar. Tell me, what are these ingredients used for? Snape's voice, rich and magnetic, compelled one to listen intently. Eli examined them closely and identified the bone remedy. It was readily apparent to him that these were the components for concocting bone remedy, a commonly recognized poison with corrosive effects on biological tissues. This poison was merely categorized as ordinary because it lacked the qualities of being colorless and tasteless. It even required specially designed containers for storage, as it would react not only with biological materials, but also exert corrosive effects on other substances. Snape was not surprised by Eli's response. It was merely a casual test. With a subtle movement of his fingers, some ingredients were reduced to mere liquids, while others became powder. If the previous display of telekinesis had left Eli in admiration of Snape, this latest feat undoubtedly astonished him. Truly deserving of the title Master, The processed ingredients began to merge slowly in varying proportions and sequences. Eli could distinctly sense the magical fluctuations emanating from Snape. Gurgling sounds emerged as the liquids started to bubble in midair, prompting Eli to feel compelled to kneel and revere the master before him. This was an unprecedented sight, one he had never encountered, even in the films of his past life. Not even in his potions textbook had he witnessed such a phenomenon. He had always assumed that potion making entailed mindlessly stirring at the cauldron. Was this the power of a true master? If so, could potions be brewed with such effortless grace, requiring no tools whatsoever? It seemed that potion masters were not only affluent, but also possessed extraordinary prowess as formidable wizards. Before long, the potion was complete, its hue transparent and devoid of any scent. Snape extracted a drop and let it fall onto the table. The corrosive potion, known for its destructive qualities, reacted as innocuously as water. However, if one were to mistake it for mere water, they would be gravely mistaken. A desiccated mouse carcass was produced, and another drop was applied. The previously gentle droplet, akin to pure water, upon contact with the carcass, swiftly corroded it to nothingness. This was an essential elixir for erasing all traces. Voce in astonishment. Snape maintained his trademark impassive demeanor, as though the extraordinary events were not of his doing. His mastery was cloaked in an aura of effortless control. Paying no mind to Eli's stupefaction, Snape waved his wand, causing the potion to vanish entirely. True potion-making transforms decay into magic. Every Saturday afternoon, come to my office. Huh? Eli, still reeling from the previous spectacle, found himself momentarily perplexed. Was this the legendary special treatment? Was there more to discuss? With that, Snape issued an implicit dismissal, and Eli quickly composed himself, departing with utmost respect. As he walked through the corridors, Eli felt a profound sense of unreality. Could it be that the old bat had indeed begun to offer him personalized guidance? His excitement was palpable. This was not merely a special session with a potion master. It was akin to a grand feast. He still harbored plans for a potion factory. And with Snape's direct mentorship, how could he possibly lack exceptional potion recipes? The matters concerning the factory were nearly resolved in terms of potions. Only the production line remained a challenge. This was crucial for his future dominance in the potion market. The intricacies might involve transfiguration and alchemy. Perhaps he should take the time to consult Professor McGonagall, an authority on transfiguration. Seeking her wisdom would undoubtedly prove beneficial. However, alchemy posed a more complex challenge. Voldemort's memories provided scant knowledge on the subject, so it appeared that a visit to the library was inevitable. The Hogwarts library was undoubtedly a treasure trove of knowledge, a veritable goldmine. Thus, it seemed imperative for him to carve out time for study at the library. Contemplating this, Eli couldn't help but feel a twinge of headache. At such a tender age, he bore responsibilities far beyond his years. Just as he pondered his future, Harry and Ron approached him, accompanied by Hermione. Eli, could you possibly teach us about potions? Harry and Ron gazed at him with eager anticipation. What? You two? Eli Kveson. Doubting if these two had been subjected to a soul-binding curse. When had they begun to show an interest in learning? Ron disregarded Eli's teasing. Come on, teach us. Our survival against the old bat depends on you. Eli suddenly understood. It was fear of death that drove them. How could a brother in need not lend a hand? He thumped his chest. No problem. Your potion class is in my hands. He then glanced at Hermione, who seemed hesitant to speak. This clever little witch was always so astute. Why would she seek his guidance as well? Hermione, your potion skills must surely surpass those of these two buffoons. Hermione's expression was conflicted for some time, but she ultimately resolved to speak. Having observed your performance in class, I believe I have much to learn. So please allow me to join you. For the proud Hermione to utter such words was indeed a challenge. Her relentless dedication to her studies, combined with her natural talent, undoubtedly marked her as one of the finest witches of her year. Having witnessed Eli's magical prowess on the train, Hermione had been keeping an eye on him, viewing him as a benchmark. Yet, through her observations, she realized he had not truly studied, which had led to her previous disappointment. However, Eli's performance today had clearly demonstrated that he was still quite young. Eli looked at the stubborn little witch with surprise. All right, welcome to our study group. Hermione's excitement was palpable. How about we meet every Saturday morning to study? Everyone agreed. After finalizing their plans, Harry and Ron wandered off to find some mischief, while Hermione, clutching her books, undoubtedly headed to the library. Later that evening, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Slytherin common room. It was Eli on his customary nightly stroll, pointing his wand at his head. A silvery liquid began to envelop him, leaving a cool sensation in its wake. Gradually, Eli's form became transparent before vanishing altogether. This was the disillusionment charm, an essential spell for an auror, one that many adult wizards might not even possess. Mastering this charm, Eli strode confidently into the forbidden forest, heading deep within. Soul-sucking. Another soul was devoured by Eli. After rummaging through the corpse, he took what was valuable and prepared to seek his next target. Firenze? The silver-haired centaur ahead was indeed Firenze. Eli approached him, but Firenze's expression was grave. Another unicorn has perished. Eli's heart sank. Who but Voldemort could be responsible for slaying unicorns? To sustain himself, he was forced to hunt unicorns and absorb their blood. Recent reports had noted several attacks on unicorns, and this marked the second one in quick succession. Eli tightened his grip on his wand. It appeared Voldemort was beginning to stir. Chapter 19. The class of young Hall commences. Saturday, a day that brings forth delightful spirits, heralds the commencement of Hall's small classroom. Mornings are invariably gentle, and an empty classroom at Hogwarts is steeped in an atmosphere of harmony. Harry, can you read? Eli inquired, gesturing towards the textbook, while Harry's expression darkened slightly. On the third line of this page, it instructs you to add the essence of sneeze word. Did you follow the directive? No. Then why not? Do you believe your approach surpasses that of the text? Oh look, Ron, if you hadn't told me, I would have thought this concoction was the excrement of a troll. For reasons unknown, Eli, in his inaugural teaching endeavor, seemed to awaken an extraordinary talent. From the break of dawn, he exhibited a demeanor reminiscent of being possessed by Snape, his tongue sharper than a privy. Harry and Ron wore expressions of sheer horror, having hoped that distancing themselves from the old bat would lessen their exposure to vulgarities. To their dismay, Eli proved equally adept. Yet Eli himself reveled in this newfound thrill. He now comprehended the exhilaration Snape must feel when berating students. Whose lineage might this talent derive from? Perhaps his father? No, that wouldn't fit. James Potter was notorious for his pranks and mischief in his youth. His mother? Absolutely not. Should Snape discover Eli's musings, he would surely unleash a fatal curse. Eli quickly dismissed the bizarre thoughts that had crept into his mind, shaking his head vigorously at the image of Snape's greasy locks. With those strange notions banished, he turned once more to bombard Harry and Ron with his critiques. Only the small which beside them remained unscathed by Eli's barbs. Yet, truth be told, Hermione had little to be reprimanded for. She had memorized the entire textbook before the term even commenced, a feat bordering on obsession. Eli had observed Hermione brewing potions. Although he lacked his own insights, her precision mirrored the text with remarkable fidelity. Such proficiency was likely beyond Harry and Ron's grasp, as they could easily err even when meticulously following the instructions. My goodness, you must have forgotten to include the porcupine quills. Am I mistaken? Eli's voice boomed again, the diligent little which merely shook her head in resignation. Yes. Ron appeared meek. Meanwhile, Harry, with a carefree heart, stifled a laugh. Harry, how dare you find humor in this? I bet you don't even know what porcupine quills are. Another verbal jab left Harry with a disgruntled expression, lowering his gaze as he pretended to stir his potion. Ron, utterly defeated, plopped down on the ground, his face a mask of despair. Eli, I think I must surrender. I simply cannot contend with potions. Indeed, it feels as though no amount of effort can match your natural talents. Harry's face fell, echoing Ron's sentiment as he, too, resigned himself to the futility of the potions class. He could almost envision the old bat grinning malevolently and beckoning him closer. Are all gifted individuals so acerbic? Just now, I almost felt as if I were attending a lesson with severe Snape. Ron cast a glum glance at Eli, as he had just received the harshest scolding. These two first-year wizards had, within the span of a single morning, learned a plethora of profanities they had never encountered in their lives. I must say, you both seem utterly disinterested in this class. Hermione suddenly interjected with righteous fervor. Ron shot her a sidelong glance. He had long harbored a dislike for Hermione, a sentiment that perhaps stemmed from the age-old rivalry between the academically challenged and the overachievers. Indeed, our issues are far too trivial for Miss Know-It-All, who appears to be fascinated by nearly every subject. Hermione, naturally displeased by this moniker, felt her cheeks flush with indignation at Ron's sarcastic remark. All right. Seeing that the two were on the verge of an argument, Eli hastily intervened. He looked on helplessly at the pair, as they seemed inherently mismatched. Glancing at the somewhat weary expressions of Harry and Ron, Eli knew well that excess could be detrimental. Let's call it a day for now. We shall continue next week. Harry and Ron visibly relaxed at this announcement. Observing their lethargic demeanor, Eli sighed deeply. They likely had no inkling of the dangers that awaited them in the future, nor did they possess even the slightest desire to strengthen themselves. Perhaps there was a desire, but certainly not one that could rival their lethargy. The pursuit of knowledge must be approached with patience. It is not merely a matter of talent. One understands more through diligent study. Eli spoke with earnestness. Yet we have not seen you study much, and yet you excel beyond us. Eli glanced at Ron, lamenting their youth. You simply haven't witnessed it. Prior to the start of the term, I resided at the Leaky Cauldron for a month, studying relentlessly each day. Harry and Ron stared at Eli as if he were a ghost. Even Hermione couldn't help but cast a sideways glance. This fellow was even more tenacious than she. Noticing Hermione's surprise, Eli felt a swell of pride. It was no small feat to impress this academic prodigy. Thus, there's an ancient saying in the East, where there is a will, there is a way. Nothing in this world is insurmountable. Before Eli could finish his reflection, a disquieting sound suddenly echoed behind him, sending a chill down his spine. Indeed, that mysterious Eastern land possesses its own unique contributions to civilization. Professor Dumbledore. Harry and Ron scrambled to their feet, and even the young witch Hermione straightened her posture. Eli felt a sudden stiffness grip his body. Oh dear! With Dumbledore's wisdom, it was only a matter of time before his true identity was uncovered. Given Dumbledore's cunning, he would undoubtedly enlist Eli in the fight against Voldemort. At that point, he feared he would be led by the nose. After all, Eli was merely gifted. Even as a reincarnate, his 2 lifetimes could not compare to the longevity of Dumbledore. A 1,000-year turtle, a 10,000-year tortoise. This man only grew sharper with age. He slightly bowed, though one might wonder if this was a gesture of deference to a superior. It was merely an avoidance of eye contact with Dumbledore. After all, Dumbledore is a master of legilimency. A mere gaze could unveil one's thoughts. With a cheerful wave of his hand, Dumbledore reassured them not to be anxious. I simply stepped out for a stroll and stumbled upon a little classroom here. I must say, Mr. Hall's potions class is quite remarkable. What? How long have you been listening? Surely you didn't catch my expletives. Ah, to be young, to cherish friendship. Witnessing your mutual learning brings me immense joy. 5 points to Gryffindor and Slytherin each. He then turned his gaze toward Eli, his eyes inscrutable. For such an exemplary young instructor, an additional 5 points for Slytherin. Wait, what is going on? Even if you attempt to bribe me with points, I shall not yield. It appears I have intruded upon your activities. I shall take my leave now. Before anyone could react, Dumbledore prepared to turn and exit. He mischievously winked at Eli before departing the classroom, leaving Eli with a chill down his spine. Chapter 20. A minor conflict in flying class. Eli had begun to grasp the sensation of being tutored by Snape alone. Although Snape's treatment of him was somewhat distinct from that of the other students, he remained an unwavering taskmaster in the realm of potions. Illy, have your eyes grown dim with age? If you continue to pour like that, I fear my office will require a complete renovation. Have you contracted Potter's foolishness? How could you fail to distinguish between the two? I think if you persist in making such errors, you might as well abandon potion making altogether and tend to pigs instead. At least you wouldn't have to ponder over dosage. Eli was engulfed in frustration. That damned old bat. Could he refrain from speaking if he had nothing constructive to say? Snape, the unrivaled master of sarcasm at Hogwarts, managed to berate Eli thoroughly without uttering a single curse word. Could he retort? Recret tavlu, Ili coweret. Nevertheless, despite Snape's caustic demeanor, Eli absorbed a wealth of potion knowledge from him. Just that one afternoon equated to nearly half a semester of regular classes. Snape's teaching methodology bore a striking resemblance to the so-called force-feeding style of education from Eli's previous life. Initially, he focused on inundating Eli with a multitude of potion preparation methods and the properties of various ingredients. Thankfully, Eli possessed an extraordinary memory. Otherwise, it would have taken an entire semester to retain such knowledge. Eli was eager to learn the art of spontaneous potion brewing that Snape had demonstrated. Snape shot him a glance, suppressing the urge to unleash his biting remarks. According to Snape, one must attain a profound understanding of the properties of substances and control over magical energy before embarking on such endeavors. However, Snape did allocate time to instruct Eli on how to harness his magical energy. This proved considerably more efficient than Eli's previous efforts at the Leaky Cauldron. Yet, with great gains come substantial costs. After an intensive session, Eli felt a throbbing pain in his head, a consequence of overexerting his soul's energy. Fortunately, his unwavering dedication to the cultivation of his soul has led him to invest more time and intensity into his training than the average person, resulting in rapid enhancement of his abilities. It can be said that Severus Snape has nearly exhausted his repertoire of exceptional skills, from which Eli has greatly benefited. If this tendency of Snape to judge by appearances is indeed the case, then I must admit I wish for more of it. Ron, why are you so excited? On their way to flying class, Ron's face radiated palpable joy, nearly bouncing with enthusiasm. Do you know what flying class signifies? Ron spoke mysteriously, tinged with anticipation, clearly eager to share his excitement with his friends. Quidditch? Eli blurted out, thinking to himself, what's the point? You've already filled my mind with your enthusiasm. Eli boldly proclaimed, in all of Hogwarts, I'm the true master of Quidditch. Ron's expression instantly froze, and the surrounding young wizards erupted in laughter at his expense. Ron's face turned crimson. Eli, you really know how to ruin the mood. Then why don't you enlighten us about Quidditch? Of course, it was Harry, ever kind-hearted, who provided Ron with an opportunity to express himself, despite the amusement evident on his face. Eli chose not to interrupt. He was well aware of Ron's passion for Quidditch, as Ron had been incessantly sharing various tidbits about the sport. He had been recounting which team had won the championship this year and where a promising new player had emerged. Eli couldn't help but think that if Ron channeled even a fraction of his fervor for Quidditch in a potions class, he would be rated every Saturday. Seizing the opportunity, Ron cleared his throat and feigned profundity. The group walked with laughter and chatter towards the flying field. A Slytherin mingling among a crowd of Gryffindors was indeed a peculiar sight. Initially, the young lions might have harbored some biases due to their house rivalries. But upon genuinely interacting with Eli, they quickly cast aside their preconceived notions. Thus, it can be said that house prejudices are merely the fanciful exaggerations of some busybodies, even though some hold them as sacrosanct. Take Draco, for instance, who trailed behind a group of Slytherins, casting cold glances in Eli's direction. As the heir of the prestigious Malfoy bloodline, Draco held a significant status within the reputation-obsessed Slytherin house. Having been accustomed to adoration throughout his life, Draco found himself devoid of any genuine friendships. The flying lesson continued to be a joint endeavor between Slytherin and Gryffindor, which was bound to spark some tension. Madam Hooch, the flying instructor, approached briskly, her gray-white hair and hooked nose reminiscent of an owl. Beside you lie the brooms. All you need to do is place your hand upon them. When you call for them, they will come to you. Remember, you must speak with feeling. Speaking with feeling does not mean using some peculiar tone. Mind you. Up, Harry commanded, and the broom immediately soared into his hand, obedient as a well-trained pet. Goodness, the protagonist truly is extraordinary. Such innate talent is unmatched by others. For instance, Hermione, despite her remarkable academic prowess, seems to struggle with flying on a broomstick. Up, up, up. Eli observed Hermione straining, as if the very words were about to burst forth in song. Yet the broom remained obstinately unresponsive. Allow me, the ever-helpful Eli, to lend you a hand. With a flick of his thoughts, Eli summoned Hermione's broom with magical force, lifting it into her grasp. Assuming it was her own doing, Hermione proudly lifted her chin, her scholarly dignity unmistakable. Ah, and then there was Ron. He too appeared to be struggling. Should I assist him as well? Illy, employing the same method, endeavored to bring Ron's broom to him. However, caught unawares, Eli's magic, combined with the inherent strength of the broom, propelled it with such speed that Ron was ill-prepared to catch it. A sharp sound echoed across the field. Ouch, my head. Eli sheepishly turned his gaze away, feigning ignorance of the incident. Fortunately, Ron emerged relatively unscathed, with merely a small bump. With a gentle wave of his hand, Eli guided the broom into Ron's grasp. Impressive, exclaimed a nearby Slytherin. Oh, it was nothing, merely a trivial matter. Did I feel a swell of pride? In truth, it was not mere skill, but rather the strength of will, the essence of one's spirit. Those endowed with strong willpower often possess robust souls, and such individuals tend to excel in physical pursuits, though this is not an absolute rule. Thus, employing this method does not necessarily reflect one's innate talent. After a cacophony of shouts, nearly everyone present had managed to grasp their brooms. Madam Hooch nodded in satisfaction, pleased that this cohort had not resorted to picking them up by hand. Before she could even count to 3, one unfortunate soul had already taken to the skies. Mr. Longbottom, please come down. Clearly, Neville was not in control of his ascent, panicking as he clung desperately to the broom to avoid falling. Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Longbottom. A gasp escaped as Neville was propelled into the air. The young wizards watched anxiously, while Draco and his cronies reveled in the spectacle. Eli, wand in hand, felt let down by the professor's lack of prompt action to prevent Neville's flight. At that moment, Neville was terrified beyond measure. The unruly broom sent him spiraling through the air. It was only his firm grip that saved him from being thrown off and meeting a grim fate. Oh, he's up there. The crowd rushed over, as Neville found himself precariously perched atop a rooftop statue, his clothing making a strange sound under the strain. Oh, suddenly, Neville fell, causing some of the young wizards below to gasp in alarm. Stop! Madame Hooch waved her wand, but her efforts to levitate him were in vain. Wingardium Leviosa. A firm incantation emanated from Eli, who directed his wand towards the descending Neville. A surge of immense magical energy swiftly caught the still screaming boy. As Eli lowered his wand, Neville gently descended to the ground. Madame Pomfrey immediately rushed forward to inspect the situation. The surrounding young wizards gazed in astonishment at Eli, who calmly stowed away his wand. Aren't we all first years? How does he possess such a skill? Professor, I wish to learn this. The Gryffindor students looked at Eli with admiration. It was utterly cool. Just look at Eli casually pocketing his hand. How stylish. Harry and Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want a font like that too. The Slytherin snakes cast appreciative glances. But only Draco wore a look of regret and slight annoyance, as if he had missed out on the fun. Neville, supported by Madame Pomfrey, approached Eli. Mr. Hall showcased an impressive spell, earning Slytherin 10 points. After Madame Pomfrey departed, Draco picked up a ball, Neville's memory ball. He intended to hide it, but Harry stepped forward to intervene. Draco soared into the air, and Harry, riding a broom for the first time, was not to be outdone. Hermione was utterly unable to dissuade him. Eli did not intervene. It was precisely Draco's prank that allowed Professor McGonagall to recognize Harry's exceptional flying talent. Harry was destined to become the youngest Seeker. Enough, Draco. There's no need to keep harping on him. Upon hearing Eli's words, which publicly embarrassed him, Draco could no longer contain himself. Gripping his broom, he disdainfully retorted to Eli, "What did you say? How dare you, a Slytherin, continually support those foolish Gryffindors? You are a disgrace to Slytherin." This statement was met with agreement from his followers, and many of the other snakes nodded in accord. Many of them disapproved of Eli's close association with Gryffindor, viewing them as a bunch of reckless fools. Malfoy, shut your mouth. Ron stepped forward and spat a retort at Draco, with other Gryffindors quickly rallying to his side. This was undoubtedly characteristic of Gryffindor, quick to respond with confrontation. Moreover, these individuals not only insulted their friend, but also disparaged Gryffindor as a whole. Any Gryffindor could not tolerate that. The tension between the two factions escalated, threatening to erupt into a full-scale house war. If a fight broke out, it would undoubtedly make headlines. Two major houses clashing was a rarity in the history of this academy. Just then, a calm voice diffused the tension. Eli nonchalantly toyed with his pale wand. "I appreciate your concern, but I will handle today's matters myself. I am more than sufficient." The Slytherin faction erupted in disbelief. "How audacious! You look down on me, Theodore or not." Eli chuckled softly, a hint of frost in his demeanor. He was indeed somewhat angered. Being kind does not mean one can tolerate repeated insults. "I am not targeting you. I am simply stating that everyone present is utterly pathetic." A gasp rippled through the snakes. This was beyond arrogant. Eli turned to Draco, pointing his wand at him. "I believe I must teach a lesson to those who dare to speak out of turn." Draco retreated in a state of panic, having never before been threatened with a wand. "If you dare to act recklessly, I will inform my father." Eli let out a scornful laugh. "Perhaps, as your father, I ought to teach you how to resolve issues the wizarding way." Within Slytherin, some had already raised their wands, preparing to attack. With a forceful flick of his wand, Eli unleashed a powerful surge of magic, causing the little snakes to retreat in disarray. The young lions watched in astonishment. Eli did not cast any spells. It was merely the application of his magical prowess. The snakes, shaken by the unexpected pushback, wore expressions of deep discontent. Despite their numbers, they had failed to withstand a single move. The crafty snakes began to ponder. Was it truly necessary to confront this formidable opponent? "I believe we need not proceed this way," spoke one of the Slytherins, and his words were echoed by those around him. In an instant, their resolve crumbled. Draco's complexion turned particularly pale. He feared for his life. While he could indeed summon his father to resolve the matter, he wondered if he could endure until his father arrived without provoking this individual further. He regretted his careless words, especially directed at someone he should have never antagonized. "Eli, let go." Continuing this commotion will surely attract the professor's attention. Hermione grasped his arm. Harry and Ron joined in to dissuade him, equally surprised by Eli's ferocity. Fighting in a group was one thing, but if Eli took matters into his own hands, expulsion could very well be the consequence. Eli regarded Draco, who had transformed into a chameleon once more. "Do you now understand how to speak?" Draco trembled and nodded. "What are you all doing?" Chapter 21. The Troll Approaches. The two houses' young wizards gazed in terror at the approaching Professor McGonagall. If one were to judge the professors by their ability to instill fear, McGonagall would undoubtedly reign supreme. Unlike Snape, McGonagall was exceedingly upright. As the head of Gryffindor, she would not hesitate to punish her own students for their misdeeds. The points deducted would be unwavering. Known for her stern demeanor, she commanded respect, and the young wizards dared not misbehave in her presence. Hermione, in her panic, was at a loss for what to do. Her greatest fear was hearing McGonagall declare her a failure in all subjects. Yet violating school rules was equally daunting. Everyone present, save Eli, sensed impending doom. A punishment was absolutely inevitable. What are you gathered here for? If I'm not mistaken, it should be time for flying class. Professor, Neville has sustained a minor injury. Madame Pomfrey has taken him to the hospital wing, and we are practicing here, Eli replied unfazed, exhibiting the composure of a seasoned individual. He understood precisely why McGonagall had arrived. Casting a skeptical glance at the surrounding students, he confirmed that none appeared to be injured. McGonagall turned her gaze to Harry. Mr. Potter, please come with me. Harry looked back at Eli and the others in confusion. He was baffled as to why he had suddenly been singled out. Go on, Harry. If Professor McGonagall intends to punish you, she will not spare any location. Eli gently patted Harry, signaling him to remain calm. Skeptically, Harry followed Professor McGonagall. Eli knew that soon he would hear of Harry's appointment as the Seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, the youngest Seeker in history, following in the footsteps of his father, James Potter, who had also been an exceptional Seeker. Draco's expression remained one of discontent. Eli refrained from approaching him further. His patience was limited. Initially, he had made an effort to be amiable, considering they were roommates, despite Draco's earlier provocations. However, Draco's continued airs of superiority were intolerable. Eli Hall was certainly no one's lackey. Today, he intended to teach him a lesson about the transience of pride in the face of absolute strength. Eli, Ron, and Harry approached, brimming with excitement. Eli quickly swallowed a piece of cake, but choked, his eyes rolling back in discomfort. Oh, Eli, what is wrong with you? Harry and Ron rushed to offer him a glass of water, gently patting his back. After a moment, Eli recovered, casting a resentful glance at the two who had nearly caused him to choke. What's going on? You won't believe it. Ron began, but Eli interrupted. Enough. I want to guess. Speak or don't. It's your choice. Ron, no longer teasing, leaned in to share the news. Nearby, the Slytherins were puzzled. Why had these two Gryffindors come to their table? They discreetly leaned in to listen. Hey, could you eavesdrop a little less conspicuously? You're practically on my lap. Eli scolded one of the intruding listeners, who quickly averted his gaze, pretending nothing had happened. The chastised Slytherin flushed crimson but remained silent. Eli's reputation for fierceness was well known. Who would dare provoke such a formidable presence? Rolling his eyes at the intruder, Eli gestured for Ron to continue. Harry has become a Seeker for Gryffindor. Upon hearing this, Ron rubbed his hands together in anticipation, eager to see Eli's astonished reaction. Harry appeared somewhat bashful, as he too was uncertain of the significance of this achievement, feeling a bit shy under the praise. Eli looked at Ron quizzically. Is that it? Huh? Ron was taken aback. Where's the excitement? The surprise? Come, let me show you something. Eli led the bewildered pair outside. Are we there yet? Eli brought them to the trophy room, pointing at a gleaming medal. Wow, Harry, you never told us your dad was also a Seeker. Ron exclaimed in astonishment. Harry gazed dreamily at the still shining medal, as if envisioning his father in the prime of his youth. I didn't know, he murmured, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Eli observed Harry, who had borne the weight of his family's loss for so long. It must have been a heavy burden. Eli placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, and Harry felt an overwhelming warmth. How are you? I believe you must be confident in your ability to find the Seeker. Though somewhat reluctant, I still wish you victory in the competition. Eli's jest brought laughter to both, and Harry responded with a grin. In that case, I must win. Ha ha. However, on this otherwise joyous day, a slight discord arose. A troll. There is a troll in the dungeon. The grand doors of the hall were violently flung open, and a man clad in a large hood rushed in. It was Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. I trust you are all aware. No sooner had he spoken than he inexplicably fainted. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous crack echoed from the ceiling. Instantly, the hall erupted with the students' ear-splitting screams. Eli had to cover his ears to avoid being overwhelmed. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Draco, who looked ready to leap onto a table in fright, and Eli quickly pulled him down. Shut up. No more shouting. It was you who screamed the loudest just now. Silence. A commanding voice swiftly restored order to the hall. It was Dumbledore. Eli's attention remained fixed on Harry and Ron, who were indeed making a beeline for the dungeon. Without hesitation, Eli followed suit. Somehow, the troll had wandered into their vicinity. Harry and Ron, concerned for Hermione, had rushed in only to collide with the troll wreaking havoc in the girls' restroom. Sure enough, Hermione's terrified scream echoed from ahead. Illy, you stay here. I'm going to save Hermione. Ignoring the two, Eli dashed into the restroom. The troll, wielding a massive club, was smashing everything in sight, while Hermione cowered beneath the sink in terror. A disjointed spell struck the troll's back. Such a spell would have easily vanquished a full-grown eight-eyed spider. Yet, upon hitting the troll, it seemed to have been diminished countless times over. Roar! The troll, feeling the sting on its back, turned in fury, aiming to crush the small figure wielding a stick. Trolls are rather dim-witted creatures, with a tiny head perched atop their enormous bodies like a chocolate bean. However, their high magical resistance was the reason Eli's spell had inflicted minimal damage. The troll's wrath was now entirely focused on Eli, at least allowing Hermione, who trembled in her small corner, to catch her breath. Illy, through her tears, Hermione suddenly spotted him. Don't make a sound. Smash to pieces. Eli gestured for Hermione to remain silent, lest she draw the troll's attention again, and cast another spell to fully divert the troll's focus onto himself. Boom! The massive club struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Eli gasped at the state of the floor. Thankfully, the troll was not particularly agile, and with some serpentine dodging, he might just outmaneuver it. While hastily evading, Eli unleashed more spells. Although the troll's magical resistance was formidable, Eli's powerful strikes eventually drew blood. Infuriated by its injuries, the troll posed an even greater threat to Eli. Suddenly, a stone came crashing down from who knows where, striking the troll on the head. The giant was left bewildered. How did you all arrive here? Eli was nearly driven to the brink of fury upon witnessing the two incompetents nearby, desperately hurling objects at the giant. This was nothing short of a hindrance. The giant, undeterred by their antics, raised its club and swung it towards the crowd. The confined space made it difficult for Eli to evade, and now with two additional burdens, escape became even more daunting. Eli used his magical prowess to push Harry and Ron aside, taking advantage of the recoil to position himself behind the giant. Boom! The club struck the very spot where the three had just stood. Harry and Ron turned pale. Had it not been for Eli, they would have been reduced to mere pulp, crushed beyond recognition. A spell once again attracted the giant's attention towards Eli, but Hermione was still behind him. Damn it! Eli grasped Hermione's hand and urgently maneuvered to avoid the descending club, forcing the two into a precarious corner. Illy, seeing Eli and Hermione in peril, Harry rushed forward and, seizing the opportunity, clung to the giant's club as it swung overhead. Startled, the giant began to thrash about, and Harry even managed to jab his wand into the giant's nostril. The scene was utterly chaotic. With no means to defend himself, Harry was hoisted by the giant, who prepared to strike him down. Wingardium Leviosa. In a moment of desperation, Ron finally cast the levitation spell, immobilizing the giant's club mid-air. Bang! The club crashed onto the giant's head, momentarily staggering it. Finally, it seemed over. Not quite. The giant shook its head vigorously, regaining its senses. Eli's eyes widened in disbelief. In the original narrative, the giant had been knocked out at this juncture. Was it possible that his presence as an outsider had altered the course of events? The giant was not incapacitated. Harry was in grave danger. The giant, regarding the diminutive figure in its grasp, displayed a sinister, almost human-like smirk. It lifted Harry high, intent on crushing him. No one could halt this impending doom. Harry's demise seemed inevitable. Eli's vision blurred with rage as he envisioned the horrific fate awaiting Harry. Ron stood frozen, devoid of color, while Hermione's eyes brimmed with tears, the specter of death looming ever closer. A surge of murderous intent erupted, bloodshot veins filling their pupils. Ultimate demise. A pallid beam of light collided with the giant, as if the very essence of life had been severed from the world. No, it was the giant that had been stripped of vitality. Boom! The giant's lifeless body crashed to the ground, devoid of any sign of life. Chapter 22. A Conversation with Dumbledore. Illy, hey. The voice faded, and the drained Eli gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Was this the second occurrence? In the brief span since the school year commenced, he had already experienced 2 fainting spells due to magical exhaustion. He could only wonder what other perils lay ahead. The others gazed at the giant collapsing in a gray haze, and an astonished Harry, who had narrowly escaped certain death, trembled as he stood upright. Harry! Ron dashed over and enveloped Harry in a tight embrace, genuinely believing that his newfound brotherhood of merely a month was on the verge of being lost forever. Startled, Harry nodded absently, his gaze drawn to Hermione, who was shaking Eli, who appeared to have lost consciousness. Eli! In an instant, Harry regained his senses and rushed to Eli's side, observing the pallor of his face and the fact that his eyes were tightly shut. What has happened to him? What is wrong with Eli? Panic surged within him. The fear of losing yet another dear friend was overwhelming. Just moments ago, Eli had urged him not to approach. Would Eli have been unharmed had it not been for him? Guilt began to spread in Harry's heart, while Ron remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together. He must have merely fainted. With no injuries, he reassured himself. Hermione, in a flurry of activity, examined Eli thoroughly. Upon finding no visible wounds and noting his steady breathing, she finally felt a sense of relief. They shouldn't have even been here. Had it not been for their search for her in the restroom, Eli would not have had to act as a shield for her. She had clearly witnessed the spell being cast. It was undoubtedly released by Eli. She could confidently assert that she had never encountered such a spell in her readings. For a spell capable of slaying a giant creature was certainly beyond the reach of a mere novice wizard. When that gray light was unleashed, she even felt her own vitality ebbing away. A dreadful curse indeed. Suddenly, a series of gasps echoed from the doorway as Professor McGonagall, her face stricken with horror, clutched her chest, followed closely by Professor Snape, Quirrell, and several others. McGonagall was nearly rendered unconscious by the terrifying sight before her. A giant creature sprawled on the ground. With several students nearby, "You must explain to me what transpired here," she demanded, her rage palpable. For one of her students had nearly perished at the hands of a giant. Harry and Ron stammered, at a loss for words. Should they confess to McGonagall that they had frightened their friend away only to engage with the giant? "It's all my fault, Professor Granger," McGonagall exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief at the usually well-behaved young witch, of whom she had always held high hopes. Hermione could not bear to meet McGonagall's disappointed gaze and lowered her head. "I had read about giants, and I believed I could handle it." So McGonagall's disappointment was unmistakable, while Snape appeared to be stifling laughter at what he deemed an absurd jest. "Miss Granger, oh, is that a lie?" McGonagall suddenly paled upon noticing Eli lying beside Hermione, and she stumbled toward him in distress. Snape's expression darkened, and he rushed forward, roughly pushing Harry aside. Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, hurried to the scene. "Professor." Eli should merely be unconscious. Madame Pomfrey extended her wand, conducting a meticulous examination. Indeed, Mr. Hall had merely succumbed to unconsciousness, seemingly due to the overexertion of his magical energies. Only then did McGonagall's expression soften slightly. Snape retrieved a vial of potion, and after Madame Pomfrey administered it to Eli, a hint of color began to return to his face. "I must first take this child to the infirmary." With a flick of Madame Pomfrey's wand, Eli was gently lifted and transported to the infirmary. Left behind were 3 trembling youths, shivering under the watchful gaze of the professors. "Miss Granger, I had always believed you possessed a modicum of common sense. Yet this time you have truly disappointed me. Due to your grievous misjudgment, 10 points will be deducted from Gryffindor." Professor McGonagall then cast her gaze upon the 2 dimwits beside her. "And you too." Harry and Ron both shuddered. "You ought to comprehend the immense fortune it is for several first-year wizards to survive under the grip of a troll. Each of you shall receive 5 points." The expressions of the trio brightened slightly. Although they had not garnered additional points, at least the deductions were counterbalanced, were they not? McGonagall shot a glance at the motionless troll on the ground, stating, "Mr. Hall, for risking your own magical energy to protect a friend, I shall award you 15 points." She regarded the 3 with a penetrating gaze, as if to convey, "Should I catch you again, you shall regret it. Rejoice in your sheer luck." Professor McGonagall hastily departed with the cold-eyed Professor Snape, followed by the trio, leaving only Professor Quirrell behind. As McGonagall and Snape traversed the corridor, Snape inquired, "Can you discern what curse that was?" "I cannot. However, it is undoubtedly akin to the killing curse." Snape's expression grew grave. The peculiar curse and Eli's drained magical energy presented an unmistakable correlation. Eli's recollection halted at the moment before his fainting. He could still feel the frantic release of magic, an oppressive gray light engulfing him. Was this a dream? In a forest devoid of distinction, where not a single bird sang nor leaves rustled, Eli heard the sound of flowing water. Following the sound, he discovered a small river ahead. What was that? It appeared 3 men stood by the riverbank, their passage obstructed by the flowing water. Eli assumed they would be at a loss, yet they produced their wands. Wizards? With a flourish of their wands, a bridge emerged from the riverbank, allowing them to cross unimpeded. The men joyfully stepped onto the bridge. Then, an oddly cloaked figure appeared. Eli strained to discern the person's face, but it seemed perpetually shrouded in mist, rendering it indistinct. The scent of potions assaulted his nostrils. and a familiar sensation of weakness and prickling coursed through his body. He surrendered to stillness, for he recognized this place. It was the infirmary. Alas, once again depleted. Eli could only languidly recline on the sickbed, considering it a rare respite amid his studies. Care to try this? It might prove beneficial to you. Eli turned his head to see Dumbledore. He was seated by Eli's bedside, rummaging through a box of sweets. If you wish to eat, then eat. Do not sift through them like a child. Such poor manners for an old man. Professor? I have only just arrived. Having heard of a first-year wizard who managed to handle a troll. Truly audacious youth. Here, try this. Dumbledore selected a sweet from the box and offered it to Eli. The Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. I once encountered a taste reminiscent of excrement during my youth, which utterly revolted me. Eli, with a face of disdain, accepted the candy. How do you even know what that tastes like? Eli hesitated to consume the treat. Dumbledore, momentarily taken aback, tactfully shifted the subject. Go on, indulge. You might feel better afterward. Curiosity overwhelmed Eli, who pressed on. But I am genuinely more interested in how you can recognize the taste of excrement. The earnestness in his expression and the innocence in his eyes made Dumbledore wish to bestow upon him 2 hefty Bertie Bott's beans. Children these days are quite bothersome. Realizing they could not sidestep the topic, Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, feeling somewhat sheepish. You know, in one's youth, curiosity tends to flourish. Observing Dumbledore's awkward demeanor, Eli slowly extended a thumb in admiration. Indeed, the esteemed wizard was bold enough to lead. Eli dared not pursue the matter further, genuinely fearing Dumbledore might take offense and silence him permanently. He swallowed the Bertie Bott's bean Dumbledore had offered. Ugh, Eli nearly retched. Is this the taste of dirty socks? Ah, it doesn't seem to be particularly pleasant, but that's rather typical, Dumbledore replied nonchalantly, though Eli could clearly see him stifling a laugh. Eli cast a forlorn glance at him, feeling small and meek, unable to voice his thoughts. The pair chatted intermittently, but Eli was anxious. Surely, Dumbledore could not have sought him out merely for idle conversation. It must pertain to the curse from the previous day. Yet, as Dumbledore remained silent, Eli felt reluctant to broach the subject first, lest he be led by the nose. You must inquire, is the old man truly so idle? Watching Dumbledore chat while devouring snacks sent by friends, they were nearly all gone. Are you here to interrogate or merely to mooch off a child's treats? You sly old rascal. At last, Eli could no longer contain himself. If you keep eating, what will I have left? Professor, I would like to ask a question regarding the giant curse from yesterday. Dumbledore, as if suddenly reminded, exclaimed, Aha, I was just about to ask you. It was indeed a formidable curse. I simply observed your performance, akin to an acclaimed actor. Now, tell me, what kind of curse was it? Eli found it tedious to argue with this old trickster. He needed to clarify the curse unleashed the day before. Dumbledore set down the snacks and inquired, Actually, that is something you should answer, Eli. Can you recall how you cast that curse? The gleam behind his crescent-shaped spectacles sparkled with insight. And do you remember the incantation? Ultimate death. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, his piercing gaze locking onto Eli's. I believe I ought to congratulate you on the creation of a new curse. As their eyes met, Eli felt a jolt within, as if something were attempting to penetrate his mind. Instinctively, he resisted, his exceptional spirit beginning to battle against the encroaching force. Yet it appeared that the force bore no malice. After encountering resistance, it retreated. I apologize, my child. Please understand the concerns of an elderly man. Eli regarded the candid Dumbledore with a complex expression, utterly taken aback by the professor's outright admission of his intent to probe his thoughts. Professor, Dumbledore rose, flashed a smile at Eli, and remarked, Your talents truly astonish me, be it in spellcraft or in the realm of the soul. However, I believe it is time I return to your friends. They seemed quite impatient. He winked at Eli before turning to leave. Go on then, Eli thought, as Dumbledore grabbed a handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Upon opening the door to the infirmary, he indeed found Harry and the others waiting. After exchanging greetings, he stepped outside, seemingly having consumed yet another bean. The sound of Dumbledore retching echoed from the corridor. Chapter 23, A Quidditch Incident. Eli. Harry and the others rushed to Eli's bedside. How do you feel? Quite well, Eli replied, handing the last box of beans to them while retrieving a box of chocolate frogs for himself. It merely feels as though I've been struck by a troll. He shifted his body slightly, still feeling weak, and longed for the restorative potions of the Centaur clan. Otherwise, he would have been able to rise and move about freely. No, Eli, I think if a troll had struck you, you might not even feel anymore. Oh, what a dreadful jest. Ron instinctively retorted at Hermione, though it was indeed rather amusing. Hermione merely shot him a glance, and the two no longer seemed as adversarial as before. Eli observed the trio, now considerably more harmonious, and felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that the harrowing trial with the troll had forged a robust bond of friendship among them. With a serious countenance, Hermione approached Eli's bedside, pressed her lips together, and said, "Eli, I wish to formally apologize to you. I should not have been so headstrong yesterday, nor should I have rambled on." As the young witch prepared to deliver a formal apology, Eli felt overwhelmed. All right, wouldn't they be putting on airs? Cool me. Give my shoulders a squeeze." Hermione's face flushed crimson, her carefully rehearsed speech from the previous night forgotten. "Hermione, there's no need for that. We are friends, and we all had our faults yesterday, but now that we are all well, we should speak of joyful matters." Kind-hearted Harry timely salvaged the situation, and Ron, the epitome of a straightforward man, chimed in, "Exactly. As long as you don't give a speech, we're all quite happy." Eli cast a peculiar glance at him, affirming Ron's reputation as an unwaveringly blunt individual. Hermione shot him a fierce glare, unwilling to engage. "Eli, did you know? You are now a hero who has bravely fought a troll," Ron exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice, nearly spitting as he spoke. Indeed, Ron boasted to anyone who would listen, quickly becoming known as a hero in his own right. Harry mercilessly exposed Ron's exaggeration, leaving him with a crimson face. Eli wiped his face, knowing full well that Ron's loose tongue had ensured his newfound notoriety. Were it not for the need to rescue them, he would not wish to draw such attention to himself. However, given the circumstances, it is best to let things unfold naturally. Eli unwrapped the chocolate frog, revealing the wizard card featuring none other than Dumbledore. "Oh look, I have drawn Dumbledore," he exclaimed, passing the card to his companions. "In truth, I have accumulated several of these already." Ron, an avid collector of cards himself, had previously showcased his collection. "I was unaware of Dumbledore's formidable prowess, defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald, discovering 12 uses for dragon's blood, and being a friend to Nicholas Flamel." Harry recited Dumbledore's achievements as noted on the card. "So, what are the 12 uses for dragon's blood?" "Fry, boil, stew," Eli responded, drawing a chorus of eye rolls. Ron, captivated by the array of snacks, rummaged through them much like Dumbledore himself. "Hey, Draco has sent you a gift," Ron announced, holding up an exquisitely wrapped box that certainly appeared to be of fine quality. Eli accepted it, noticing a note affixed to the package, which bore no words of goodwill, only the name Draco Malfoy. Such was the style of that arrogant young scion. Even when bestowing gifts, he sought to flaunt his pride by prominently displaying his name. Eli couldn't help but chuckle. At least the lad had a semblance of decency. Upon opening the box, he found it contained chocolate, which looked decidedly upscale. After tasting it, he thought to himself, this is rather delightful. Is Madame Pomfrey not present? Don't you think it's somewhat disruptive to the patient's rest? At the sound of that resonant voice, Harry and Ron stiffened. "Good day, Professor." Eli straightened himself up. Given the circumstances, there was no need for such pretense. Snape produced a vial and handed it to Eli, instructing him to drink the restorative potion. Reluctantly, Eli accepted the potion and downed it. That Snape, even when performing a good deed, couldn't resist a sharp remark. Snape cast a glance at the three trembling boys, his impatience evident on his face. "Does Mr. Potter believe he has secured victory over Slytherin?" He scoffed. "Oh, you're ever so arrogant." Harry stood rooted in place, feeling awkward and wishing to retort, yet hesitating to do so. The atmosphere in the infirmary grew markedly somber with Snape's arrival. Was the Quidditch match approaching? Eli found himself perplexed. It seemed as though after a night of unconsciousness, he had missed an entire epic. "Starting today," Snape declared, suppressing any desire for small talk before turning to leave in a hurried manner, leaving four small heads to glance at one another in confusion. "So, Harry, is your match today?" Eli was the first to break the oppressive silence left by Snape. "Ah, yes," Harry replied. Eli threw off the covers and swung his legs over the edge of the bed. "I cannot miss today's match, even though I am unsure whom to support." Eli couldn't help but smile wryly. "Truly, one must have faith in Snape's skills, for I am now fully capable of moving about normally. As a master of potions, Snape's recent concoction must have been meticulously crafted by his own hands, for such remarkable efficacy could not have been achieved otherwise." Reluctantly elding Torstai Elias insistence. He prepared to exit the infirmary alongside him. "Oh dear," who permitted a patient to rise from their bed. The group suddenly froze in a moment of awkwardness. "Madame Pomfrey, I assure you, I'm quite well," Eli declared. He found himself overwhelmed. This institution was rife with formidable individuals, and Madame Pomfrey was certainly one of them. Renowned for her exceptional medical skills, she was equally famous for her almost obsessive dedication to patient care. Eli, thus, produced the vial of potion that Snape had delivered, stating, "Professor Snape has indeed provided me with medication, and its effects are quite remarkable." Madame Pomfrey received the vial with a skeptical expression. "Snape? His potions are indeed potent." She brought the vial to her nose for a whiff, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing her face before she examined Eli with her wand. Indeed, he had made significant progress toward recovery, but she cautioned, "You must still ensure ample rest." After a concerted effort from the group to assure her, Madame Pomfrey reluctantly allowed them to leave. Harry went off to prepare for the upcoming match while Eli, Hermione, and Ron made their way to the stands. "Oh, look who it is, our brave hero who fought the troll," shouted the Weasley twins, dramatically pointing at Eli from the stands. This drew the attention of a large gathering of Gryffindors. "It's Eli. That's Eli," they exclaimed. "Didn't they say he was injured by the troll? No, wait. Didn't they say he was killed?" Eli, overhearing the surrounding chatter, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What on earth was going on? When had he ever been said to have a broken leg? And who claimed he had perished? "Don't run off after school. Ron, what have you been saying?" Eli hissed through gritted teeth at Ron, who was now too embarrassed to meet his gaze. "George, put away your loudspeaker." Eli quickly intervened as George prepared to announce something. "No, I'm Fred. He is George." Eli approached the twins directly. "George, this trick of yours is losing its effectiveness." The twins exchanged astonished glances. "Eli, how did you figure it out? Not even Mum can. You mustn't tell anyone." They bantered back and forth like a comedic duo, their timing impeccable. Eli even entertained the notion that they might have rehearsed in private. The twins draped an arm around his shoulders and began to whisper. "Do tell us how you discerned it." They spoke in unison. "Eli smivkid, curiosity pikvid." "It's magic." The twins exchanged puzzled looks. "Magic? What magic?" Eli began to wonder if they were genuine wizards. "Your magical essence differs. Thus, I could perceive your distinctions." The twins appeared increasingly baffled, exchanging knowing glances. "Can you truly sense it? I might be akin to you, but I feel nothing." Eli responded, "Perplexed. You both cannot sense the magic within others?" They nodded in unison. Observing their expressions, Eli considered that they might indeed be speaking the truth. Could it be that they genuinely lacked this ability? It is said that their mother, Mrs. Weasley, often confuses them as well. Does she not perceive it? Never mind if I cannot fathom it. I shall simply inquire with Snape. Well, I have already conveyed the method to you, so I shall take my leave." Eli extricated himself from the twins, exchanged a brief greeting, and made his way to the Slytherin stands. The little snakes had long noticed the commotion on the Gryffindor side, though they did not share the same adventurous spirit as the little lions. A first-year wizard capable of confronting a troll was certainly worthy of their attention. "Hello, Eli. Welcome back from the hospital." "Hello, I am." The little snakes appeared remarkably restrained, shaking hands with Eli like miniature adults. Throughout the encounter, his smile became somewhat stiff. Approaching Draco, he noticed that Draco, despite having seen him, pretended not to. "Hey, Draco." Eli patted him on the shoulder, causing Draco to visibly flinch. "Am I that frightening?" "Oh, Eli, congratulations on your discharge." "Thank you. The chocolate you sent was quite delightful." Draco's face lit up with pride. "I had my father procure it." Then the atmosphere fell awkwardly silent. After a moment, Draco could not suppress his curiosity. "So you really killed the troll?" Eli shrugged and chuckled. If it weren't for him falling to his demise, then yes, it was I who dispatched him. A flicker of envy flashed in Draco's eyes. But upon witnessing Eli's nonchalant pose with one hand in his pocket, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, he could not help but smirk. After days apart, the two began to rekindle their familiarity, engaging in a rather enjoyable conversation. Draco incessantly inquired about the troll. Soon, the teams took the field, with Slytherin pitted against Gryffindor, two traditional powerhouses and rival houses. Everyone eagerly anticipated this clash. Harry Potter, equipped with the latest Nimbus 2000 as Gryffindor Seeker, entered to a chorus of cheers. Only Slytherin remained relatively quiet. With the best equipment, the Nimbus 2000 resembled a top-tier racing car, providing an undeniable advantage over the older broom models. The match commenced swiftly, with both teams erupting with pent-up energy. Players soared on their brooms with abandon. Initially, it appeared that Gryffindor held the upper hand with superior skills, scoring goal after goal. The Slytherins were visibly frustrated, with Draco sighing repeatedly. Soon, the Slytherin team could no longer contain themselves and initiated their traditional tactics. Flint, the Slytherin captain, in a fit of rage after being thwarted, knocked Gryffindor's captain and goalkeeper, Wood, off his broom with a single strike. Gasps erupted from the stands. Two players cornered a Gryffindor female player, forcing her to collide with the wall. They also had the capability to knock opponents off their brooms. Slytherin continued to score. The stands erupted with jeers and insults, nearly all three other houses joining in the chorus. Yet the little snakes reveled in their triumph, while only Eli covered his face in embarrassment. How humiliating. When faced with defeat, one resorts to underhanded tactics. Are you playing Quidditch or rugby? Although Harry felt an urgent need, his responsibility was to locate the golden snitch. Once found, the game would conclude in their victory. Suddenly, however, Harry's broom began to tremble violently, akin to a wild stallion. Suspended in midair, Harry was perilously close to falling, with the potential of a fatal descent looming. Eli glanced toward the professor's table, where Snape was staring intently at Harry, muttering incantations under his breath. Was it Snape's doing? Perhaps not. Quirrell, seated behind Snape, was also murmuring incessantly. Without hesitation, Eli dashed outside, leaving Draco bewildered. He stealthily approached the area beneath the professor's table. Hermione? Illy. The two exchanged knowing smiles, each recognizing the other's intentions. Hermione promptly aimed her wand at the hem of Snape's robes. Alas, it was too late. Eli could not intervene in time as Hermione ignited Snape's clothing. Oh, poor headmaster, do not blame me for my inaction. Hermione was simply too swift. The two fled. Snape, you're on fire. The professor's table erupted into chaos, as Snape abruptly stood, knocking Quirrell to the ground. At last, Harry's broom regained its composure. The golden snitch finally made its appearance, prompting Harry to turn and pursue it. The Slytherin Seeker had also spotted the snitch and was hot on his heels. In the air, a fierce contest ensued, with the Slytherin Seeker attempting to knock Harry from his broom. Yet, Harry was no pushover. Their struggle was intensely fierce. The snitch made a sharp turn and began to plummet, with both Seekers diving after it. The ground loomed closer, the speed increasing. The Slytherin Seeker glanced nervously at Harry, only to find him resolute. They were about to touch down. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, he ascended, utilizing his remarkable skills and the broom's capabilities. Harry executed a successful maneuver just before impact, eliciting gasps from the stands. Standing atop his broom, he reached out to grasp the snitch. Alas, he lost his balance and fell, causing another round of gasps from the audience. Was he about to be sick? Harry clutched his chest. The snitch was expelled from his mouth, along with a torrent of liquid. Chapter 24. Harry's Nocturnal Adventure. Just now, Snape wanted to kill you. What? Ron exclaimed dramatically, prompting Eli to quickly cover his mouth. Keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to know we're discussing a professor? Harry appeared somewhat stunned. While he was well aware of Snape's animosity towards him, he had never anticipated that Snape would wish to end his life. Hermione's expression was grave. She had never read about professors attempting to murder students in any book. Clearly, Snape was not a good man. What sinister plans might he be concocting? Why? Eli was intrigued to hear their conclusions, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of sympathy for his headmaster. Although Snape seemed far from benevolent, Eli recalled that he seemed to have little to do with this incident. Harry, with utmost seriousness, began to analyze. The last time we encountered the troll, Snape had scratch marks on his leg. Scratch marks? Hermione's eyes lit up as if she had just grasped a revelation. Are you suggesting that the troll was unleashed by Snape, and that he took advantage of the chaos to sneak up to the third floor, only to be injured by the three-headed dog inside? Precisely. Ron and Eli wore expressions of bewilderment. Ron was utterly confused, while Eli feigned ignorance. Although he couldn't fathom how they had reached the third floor to encounter the three-headed beast, it was not his place to know such details. He was merely playing the fool. After all, one could only be influenced so much, having witnessed Dumbledore's masterful performances. Eli fancied that one day he too might aspire to seize the golden trophy. Three-headed dog? What on earth are you talking about? Eli believed his acting skills had reached a level of mastery, truly an immersive performance. Hogwarts boasted 142 staircases that could rotate at random, and a moment's inattention could lead one astray. In fact, Harry and Ron's tardiness to their first Transfiguration class was due to getting lost on the stairs. Upon hearing this, Ron's face contorted with anger. Don't even mention it. That day, Malfoy had the audacity to challenge us to a duel, but when we arrived at the designated spot, that coward never showed up. Eli glanced at Hermione with surprise. So, Hermione, did you join them on their nocturnal escapade? Hermione's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly replied. I only wanted to prevent them from being tricked, but they wouldn't listen to me. Hermione had always been the epitome of rule-abiding. The thought of breaking school regulations was utterly foreign to her. Ron's disdain for Hermione stemmed from her frequent interventions that thwarted their mischievous plans. Yet, Eli knew that Hermione had been sorted into Gryffindor precisely because she possessed a rebellious spirit. Breaking school rules? How delightful. Eli decided to refrain from teasing Hermione further. So now you suspect that Snape is plotting something concerning that creature on the third floor? Absolutely, Harry declared emphatically. That vile Snape is definitely up to no good. Eli did not defend Snape, for if he were not already familiar with the plot, he might have been persuaded to believe that Snape was indeed a nefarious character. It's not that we lack effort, it's that our companions are disappointing. Hey Hagrid, good to see you kids. They happened upon Hagrid, and Harry shared his suspicions with him. Although Hagrid was not a professor, he was a staff member of the school and often acted on Dumbledore's behalf. Harry hoped he could relay this information to the headmaster. How could you suspect Snape? Hagrid exclaimed incredulously. Having spent many years at the school, he firmly believed that Snape was not the sort to engage in such treachery. But Harry was already convinced that when the troll invaded the castle, Snape had seized the opportunity to ascend to the third floor and was subsequently injured by the three-headed dog. Hagrid appeared genuinely astonished. Fluffy? How do you know about Fluffy? Oh dear, Eli thought, feeling Hagrid had inadvertently let slip a crucial detail. Fluffy? The creature has a name? Ron clearly did not expect the ferocious beast to possess such an endearing moniker. Hermione immediately seized upon the significance. Fluffy? Could it be that you have a connection with that three-headed hound? Hagrid realized he had let something slip, feeling a surge of panic, but upon hearing Lu Wei's name, his spirits lifted. Lu Wei, I acquired him from an Irishman when he was just a delightful little pup. Later, Dumbledore borrowed him to guard the Niffler. Hermione, Harry, Ron, Ildy, Alvir. At this moment, Eli harbored grave doubts. Could Hagrid have been raised on truth serum? There was no need for subtlety. He had just blurted everything out. Niffler? Hagrid paused, suddenly realizing he might have misspoken again, his demeanor shifting to one of embarrassment and irritation. No, whatever it is, it's not something you little wizards should concern yourselves with. Since hearing the name Niffler, Harry and his companions had tirelessly scoured for information about it. Eli felt exasperated. Had he not shown them that card during his last hospital stay? It was all there. It was forgivable that Harry and Ron had forgotten, but how could Hermione not recall? Hermione, you clever little head. How could you suddenly lose your wits? Harry had completely embraced Hogwarts as his home. Do wizards also believe in Jesus? Merlin, shall I take my leave then? However, Eli was too preoccupied to ponder such matters. He was currently sweating bullets over a letter sent from home. Thankfully, the halls did not compose wrathful letters. Staring at the exceedingly stern correspondence, Eli broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, the halls ultimately agreed to Eli's application to remain at school. At dawn, the castle had been transformed. Professor, do you require assistance? Oh, Eli, your help will be most welcome. Professor Flitwick, as the head of Ravenclaw, had expressed his desire to recruit Eli into their house on more than one occasion. Of course, this was met with vehement opposition from a certain greasy-haired professor. Flitwick never hesitated to compliment his students, especially exceptional ones like Eli. Eli exclaimed, "Let me stretch my back. This has me feeling quite impressive." He drew his wand, and with a gentle flick, the small orbs around him began to float, adorning the trees. Professor Flitwick nearly snapped his wand in joy. By Merlin's undergarments, what splendid levitation. Slytherin gains 10 points. At that moment, the points jar for Slytherin was already at its peak, with many points earned by Eli himself. At this rate, the House Cup was surely within their grasp. Far ahead of their rivals, Eli's prowess could also be attributed to Snape. His potion-making skills were certainly on par with seventh-year students. Harry and Ron were engaged in a game of wizard's chess, akin to international chess, but with pieces that moved autonomously, destroying their targets upon capture. Eli joined in a few rounds, but, like Harry, found himself thoroughly defeated by Ron. Losing was one thing, but Eli's sportsmanship left much to be desired. After several losses, he began to curse, even pulling out his wand in frustration. Had Harry not intervened, Ron would have faced dire consequences. Afterward, Ron declared that he would no longer engage with Eli. You would do well to seize the holiday to gather information regarding Nickleby. We have searched 100 times. You have yet to venture into the restricted section. Eli stared blankly at Hermione's retreating figure, exclaiming, "Who are you? Where have you hidden Hermione? Where's my law-abiding Hermione?" Early the following morning, Harry and Ron arrived to boast about Harry's newly received invisibility cloak. Originally belonging to their father, it had ultimately found its way into Harry's possession. Ron presented Eli with a sweater adorned with a large Y. Both he and Harry possessed one, and Eli was immensely fond of Mrs. Weasley's craftsmanship, having worn the sweater throughout these past few days. Meanwhile, Harry could hardly contain his excitement to try on his invisibility cloak. However, A terrifying scene unfolded in the restricted section. A hand holding an oil lamp intruded. As the cloak fell away, it revealed Harry, the very child who had come in search of Nickleby. Nickleby, he had seen the name in a book and had taken it down. Upon opening it, a face emerged from the pages, letting out a bone-chilling scream. Harry was instantly startled. Who was there? It was Filch's voice. If he were caught, it would spell disaster for Harry. He hastily pulled the invisibility cloak over himself, but accidentally shattered the oil lamp. There was no time to dwell on that. His figure vanished once more. Filch, lamp in hand, approached with trembling steps. Come out. I see you. His quivering voice betrayed his own fear. In that moment, Harry slipped away. Snape! Harry gasped, startled by the voice of Professor Quirrell. Turning to look, he saw Snape pinning Quirrell against the wall. You would want me to oppose you, Quirrell. No, I don't understand. I think you should understand. Suddenly, Snape's gaze shifted towards Harry. Harry held his breath. It seemed Snape had sensed something and extended his hand, slowly reaching for Harry. Chapter 25, Little Hall's class resumes. Eli, you truly must see what I have discovered. Eli was engrossed in a book on transfiguration in the library, eager to learn more about animagi. Just then, Harry rushed in, breathless, and hurriedly whispering to Eli. Eli looked at Harry with curiosity, but upon noticing the person behind him, he sheepishly lowered his gaze. Eli, no loud noises are permitted in the library. The sudden voice from behind startled Harry. Madam Pants? Eli dared not lift his head, feigning interest in his book. Who among us is unaware that at Hogwarts, the professors reign supreme in the classroom, Madame Pomfrey commands authority in the infirmary, and no one dares to challenge Madame Pants' dominion within the library? Even placing a book down in the library must be executed with utmost care, for the slightest sound would earn one a deadly glare from Madame Pants. However, someone like Harry, who seldom frequented the library, might not remember how to survive under Madame Pants's watchful eye. Furious, Mrs. Pants brandished a feather duster, leaving Harry feeling more intimidated than he would have been in the presence of Snape. And you, stop flipping through the pages so recklessly. Eli felt a jolt in his heart. He was already quite timid, so why was he being scolded? Nevertheless, adhering to the age-old strategy of retreat, he pondered. What do you wish to convey? The two stepped into the corridor, and Harry finally exhaled in relief. He had never been fond of the library, and now he had yet another excuse to avoid it. However, recalling his intent to find Eli, a spark of excitement ignited within him. Join me tonight. I will take you to a remarkable place. Eli regarded Harry curiously, tightening his clothing. Surely he didn't have any ulterior motives? I'm not playing that game. Harry was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Given Eli's mischievous demeanor, it was evident that he had misinterpreted the situation. I've discovered a magical mirror, Harry whispered conspiratorially. Eli pondered for a moment. A mirror, you say? Could it be the mirror of Ariste? If all remains as it should. Dumbledore ultimately concealed the Philosopher's Stone within the mirror of Ariste. This mirror reveals the deepest desires of one's heart. Eli was intrigued, as even he struggled to pinpoint his own most fervent longing. That evening, Harry and Eli squeezed beneath the invisibility cloak, with Eli nearly suffocating in discomfort. The younger sibling seemed to possess no rights. This cloak was a legendary Deathly Hallow, ultimately bequeathed to Harry. Yet, Eli, a descendant of the Potters, had not gained a single coin from it. Look, the Deathly Hallow rested precariously atop his head, yet did not belong to him. Oblivious to Eli's quiet grumbling beside him, Harry was merely excited to share the wonders of this extraordinary mirror with his friends. He recounted how he had once trespassed into the restricted section, only to be discovered by Filch. In his hasty escape, he had stumbled upon Snape and Quirrell, who were engaged in some mysterious endeavor. To his surprise, Snape seemed to have caught wind of his presence, reaching out to probe in his direction. Yet in the end, Snape failed to unearth him. Perhaps the noise he made had inadvertently attracted Snape's attention. In any case, it had been a narrow escape. Subsequently, he had inadvertently discovered the fabled mirror. He had invited Ron to view it, and they both beheld different scenes within, each reflecting their innermost desires. Therefore, he was eager to bring Eli to witness this enchanting mirror. This is it. Harry dashed forward, lifting a large cloth to unveil a mirror towering to the ceiling. The ancient patterns adorning it attested to its significant age. This was the mirror of Ariste, inscribed with the words, "It does not show your face, but your desires." Eli felt a surge of anticipation. He yearned to uncover what he most deeply desired at this moment. Perhaps there was a hint of longing, but from the first day he arrived in this world, he had prepared himself for a fresh start. Such aspirations seemed trivial now. To become the strongest and dominate the magical realm? While alluring, his passion for magic was undeniable. Yet, he appeared devoid of ambition. Those plans for advancement were merely a means of self-preservation in perilous times. Why must one endure such turmoil when a tranquil and comfortable life is within reach? At this moment, Eli found himself utterly bewildered regarding his aspirations. Harry stood before the mirror, a visage of contentment gracing his face. "What do you see?" Harry continued to smile dreamily, envisioning his parents. Is he glimpsing the future? He turned around, his smile faltering slightly, yet they have long since passed away. He drew Eli to the mirror, asking, "What do you see?" Eli gazed quietly into the mirror, where he beheld only his solitary reflection. Gradually, images began to materialize. In the vision, he stood alongside the halls, with Lily and James present, and next to them was Harry. Suddenly, the scene vanished, only to be replaced by a cloaked figure. He appeared as a deity, supreme and exalted, with all others merely his vassals. He wielded dominion over life and death. Is this not the enigmatic figure from his dreams? Eli yearned to discern his face, yet his view was shrouded by mist, rendering clarity elusive. "What do you see?" Harry inquired, anticipation evident as he perceived the changing expressions on Eli's face. Eli turned away, family. Harry's smile grew somewhat strained as he approached the mirror once more. "How fortunate you are, with your family gathered, while I can merely witness phantoms through this mysterious mirror." At that moment, Eli wished to tell him, "No, you still have a family, right behind you." Eli shook his head, stepping forward to steady Harry's shoulder, turning him away from the mirror. Eli's gaze held a profound depth, a seriousness Harry had never before encountered in him. It was reminiscent of Dumbledore. "Harry, illusions are ultimately just that, illusions. They cannot impart knowledge. They only lead us into despair." Yet Harry stole another glance at the mirror, but I only wished to see them. "They are all gone." Eli inhaled deeply, aware of the immense yearning this represented for Harry, who had lost his loved ones from a young age. Yet he could not bear to watch Harry succumb to the illusions. "Harry, do not pity the deceased. It is the living who require compassion. Life must continue. Stagnation is not a viable choice." "Well said." A sudden, aged voice echoed from behind. "Dumbledore once more." Eli felt a chill run down his spine. Did this old man walk without making a sound? Dumbledore winked at him, as if to say, "You little rascal, you've stolen my lines." Eli stood there dutifully, knowing that the old man was about to commence his philosophical discourse. "Mr. Hall's words have greatly benefited me as well. At this juncture, I feel I should refrain from speaking further. I believe this mirror would find a better purpose elsewhere." With that, Dumbledore slowly exited the room, leaving Eli and Harry in a state of bewilderment. I had positioned myself perfectly for your remarks. Eli had come to respect this unpredictable old man. After all, wisdom does come with age. Perhaps this was the blessing of being a savior? Suddenly, Harry grasped Eli's arm. "Eli, can you teach me magic?" Eli gazed quizzically at Harry, unable to fathom his intentions. "Do you comprehend what you are about to confront?" Eli's expression turned grave. Yet, Harry remained unperturbed, uttering the name that instilled terror throughout the magical realm. Voldemort. This name, spoken from the lips of a mere child, was anything but trivial. But I still wished to vanquish him. Eli found himself at a loss for words. Regardless of whether Harry was caught up in a fleeting whim or a passing fancy, it was not his place to discourage him. Eli teased him, "All right. From this moment forth, I shall learn as you do. Can you endure?" "I can," Harry responded. However, eliminating Voldemort was no mere matter of words. The following day, Eli led Harry to the room of requirement. Harry was awestruck by this extraordinary place. "First, you must master a signature spell, even if it is but this one." Harry was somewhat perplexed. Could a single spell be sufficient for combat? Eli suddenly recalled a dashing trickster. Indeed, some wizards thrived solely on a singular, well-honed spell. The room of requirement transformed into a training ground, with several metallic dummies positioned before them. Disarm. A beam of red light shot forth from Eli's wand, striking the dummy and causing its weapon to be cast aside. The disarming charm, a remarkably practical combat spell, rendered the foe weaponless and incapable of attack. Harry watched Eli demonstrate, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This was splendid. He began to envision himself overpowering Voldemort with this very spell. "Focus, we are in class." Eli shot him a disapproving glance. "First, familiarize yourself with the incantation. Repeat after me, Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus." Harry's pronunciation was somewhat halting. "Do not hesitate. Be resolute and decisive. As you recite the incantation, envision the enemy's weapon being flung away." The two embarked on a rudimentary lesson in magic, with Harry's voice nearly straining from the effort. "Expelliarmus. Eli nodet in satisfaction." Now grasp your wand. Remember the gestures and the incantation. Be assertive. Harry nodded confidently, aiming his wand at the dummy. Expelliarmus. Harry? Ili Ixclichmith. Sparks flickered from the wand, but the spell's vibrant red light was absent. When Harry earnestly attempted to cast the disarming charm, chaos ensued. An irate Eli began to berate him, embodying the spirit of Snape. Are you whispering out of fear of startling your adversary? Apply more force to your gestures. Do not be so timid. Are you afraid of inadvertently injuring someone? In a fit of frustration, Eli drew his wand, chasing Harry around the room. This insufferable child. You must be decisive. Casting a spell is not merely about reciting the incantation. You must possess a fervent desire to bring your intentions to fruition. Eli seized the trembling Harry. Now, do you see that dummy? Imagine it as your uncle, Dudley, Snape, and that old rascal Voldemort. Have you felt anger? Imagined sending their weapons flying and delivering a fierce kick to their backs with your polished shoes? The dazzling crimson light propelled the practiced dummy away, its weapons slipping from its grasp. Eli nodded approvingly, patting Harry on the shoulder. Well done, a success. Now let us take a break. Suddenly, Harry, in a fit of frenzy, charged forward, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks upon the dummy, cursing as he struck. Hey, enough already. Eli rushit dorstai intervene. But it was futile. Harry was utterly engrossed in his role. Stop. You mustn't hit any harder. Someone could get hurt. If you break it, you'll have to pay for it. Breathless, Harry finally ceased his assault. Chapter 26. The twins join in. Harry, Eli, I haven't seen you all day. After concluding their training, Eli and Harry sought out Ron, who was absent from the common room, only to serendipitously encounter him in the Great Hall. Ron, we were just looking for you, Harry exclaimed, eager to invite Ron to study magic together. This was Eli's suggestion, as they were uncertain of the risks that lay ahead. Enhancing their abilities seemed wise. Looking for me? I was just learning magic with Eli and really made significant progress, so I want to see if you join us. Harry, ever the enthusiastic advocate, was met with Ron's evident reluctance at the mere mention of studying. Ron's unwillingness was practically written across his face, revealing his aversion to academic pursuits. I don't think I can do that. Eli realized that Harry's approach would not sway Ron. He needed a mix of persuasion and coercion. Ron, do you really want to risk getting a few P's on your OWL exam? Especially in potions, Snape is no pushover, and one misstep could lead to a low score. Eli, resembling a mischievous uncle scaring children, noticed Ron beginning to waver and seized the moment. Look, if you study with us, you won't have to endure Snape's disapproving glare, nor fear embarrassing yourself in class. And you won't have to worry about poor exam results. Harry is joining too. Eli's words painted a vivid picture of Ron's potential relief. Poor Ron, like a hapless child, soon found himself ensnared in Eli's trap. His brother Percy, as a prefect, often served as an example for Mrs. Weasley's admonishments. He bore the weight of her expectations to excel as a prefect. All right then, Ron conceded. Though his reluctance was palpable, he truly detested studying. Wasn't Quidditch more appealing? Eli wore a triumphant grin, while Harry stood by, astonished. Is there such a scheme afoot? How could you conspire without us? Intolerable. The twins made a grand entrance, bantering as they arrived. Come now, tell us, have you struck some clandestine agreement or formed a secret organization? Eli, listening to the banter, was left bewildered. What were they on about? In truth, it was hardly a remarkable secret. Eli was being enigmatic, and the twins were indeed captivated by it. What is the secret? Speak quickly. Eli wore an air of profundity and replied, Want to know? You must agree to one condition. The twins exchanged glances. What condition? You must promise to keep it a secret. You cannot disclose our secret to anyone. The twins delighted in this aura of mystery, their curiosity almost bubbling over. We promise to keep it under wraps. Eli nodded with satisfaction, lowering his voice. Our secret is. What is it? Harry and Ron are going to learn from me. The twins paused, then displayed expressions of disdain. Is that all? We thought it was something substantial. So, what do you say? Would you like to join us? The twins laughed heartily. Eli, while you may be a hero who fought a troll, you still don't measure up in front of us third years. To put it bluntly, although the twins believed Eli had indeed dealt with the troll, they maintained that it was merely a stroke of luck, and he could not have truly confronted it head-on. In fact, most others shared a similar sentiment. Eli, upon hearing this, exclaimed, Oh, you don't believe me? He slammed the table. I, Eli, am a person of dignity. Since you do not believe, let's have a contest. The twins laughed even louder, suddenly eager to teach this little fellow a lesson. Of course, but don't cry if you lose. We will take care of you. Eli felt a shiver run down his spine and shot a glance at Ron. Is this how you usually behave? Ron's pained expression narrated his story. The group made their way to the room of requirement, where the twins nearly leapt with joy upon discovering this perfect prankster's hideout. Eli was unbothered by revealing this place to the twins, confident that he could persuade them to join him. Summoning the dueling arena. Eli and the twins took their respective positions, while Harry and Ron served as judges and spectators. The twins, somewhat nonchalant, clearly underestimated this first-year boy. "Fred, you go first." "George, you might not get a turn," Eli observed as the two chatted as if he were invisible, determined to teach them a lesson. "Stop deliberating. Come at me together." The twins were taken aback. Had kids become this audacious? "What are you staring at? Are you afraid?" Eli continued to provoke, exuding confidence. The twins could hardly contain their excitement now. They felt it was time to properly discipline this arrogant little boy. As the twins approached in unison, Eli remained unfazed. He had previously subdued the entire first-year Slytherin single-handedly. Dealing with two would be a mere formality. Teeth like a big stick, legs stiff as a board. The duo fought in perfect synchrony, one attacking while the other defended, employing spells commonly used by students for mischief, as it was merely a friendly spar. Upon releasing the incantation, the two individuals wore expressions of smug satisfaction, underestimating the first-year student, Eli, and his ability to dispel their spells. Eli remained motionless, leading them to believe he was paralyzed by fear. The curses advanced swiftly, almost instantaneously reaching Eli. Harry and Ron widened their eyes, eager to witness how Eli would resolve the situation. Dispel. With a flick of his wand, Eli effortlessly nullified the two curses, leaving no trace behind. What? The twins were left astonished, utterly unprepared for Eli's nonchalant dissolution of their spells. Losing focus during a duel is decidedly unwise. Expelliarmus. Standing closely together, the twins became simultaneous targets of Eli's counterspell. This application also demonstrated Eli's enhanced magical prowess. The twins, caught off guard, were swiftly toppled to the ground, their wands flying into Eli's possession. Disarmed completely, they had suffered a total defeat. What is the verdict? Have you conceded? The twins, somewhat disheveled, begrudgingly admitted defeat. You must teach us. Thus, the twins willingly boarded Eli's ship, and he displayed a victorious smile. Chapter 27. The Club and Animagus. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been pondering an idea. Eli returned the wand to the twins and spoke earnestly. We are all ears, Professor Hall. Eli dismissed their banter with a glance. I propose the establishment of a dueling club. The others exchanged glances, and the twins suddenly erupted in cheers, deeming it a brilliant idea. Eli diaclid. Oh, pray tell, what makes it so brilliant? The twins chimed in. We can play pranks on others openly. It would be like a Roman Colosseum. Absolutely thrilling. Eli had anticipated something more profound from them, yet they were merely contemplating mischief. I am contributing to the enhancement of Hogwarts student capabilities. You know, shouldn't Dumbledore express his gratitude? Furthermore, being well-versed in the storyline, Eli was aware that, if events unfolded as originally scripted, a significant battle for Hogwarts would occur in a few years, resulting in substantial casualties among the students. This initiative also served as preparation for the impending conflict. Sweating in practice translates to shedding less blood in battle. The proposal for the dueling club received the endorsement of Harry and Ron. Indeed, the adventurous little lions were always intrigued by novel ideas. However, establishing a club is not as simple as it sounds. Akin to Muggle universities, it requires formal application. It seemed Eli would need to find time to consult Professor McGonagall. He also wished to inquire about the training methods for becoming an animagus. He had long been enchanted by this wondrous magic, eager to experience the sensation of transforming into a small animal, having nothing to do with the girls' lavatory. With the dueling club plan now officially underway, the day's studies reached their conclusion. Seizing the moment, Eli resolved to seek out Professor McGonagall immediately. It is now the Christmas holiday, and several professors are absent from the school. However, Eli knows that Professor McGonagall is present. Approaching her office, Eli knocked gently on the door. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Professor McGonagall with her hair loosely tied back rather than her usual strict bun, which rendered her demeanor notably more amiable. Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall. Eli greeted politely, appearing every bit the model student. After all, one should not strike a frown at a smiling face, right? Eli, what brings you here? Professor McGonagall appeared to be in good spirits, enjoying her time off from work. Professor, I wish to establish a club, Eli stated directly, foregoing any unnecessary preamble. Professor McGonagall was somewhat taken aback, as it had been quite some time since a student had sought to form a club at Hogwarts, given that there are few such organizations. Please, come in and we can discuss it further. Eli was invited into her office. Upon entering, A glance around made it evident that Professor McGonagall's meticulous nature was reflected in her surroundings. The room was impeccably organized, with books arranged on the shelves in perfect order, even sorted alphabetically. Eli also noticed a number of Quidditch magazines scattered across her desk. He had heard rumors of Professor McGonagall's fervent enthusiasm for Quidditch, and it was clear that these rumors were indeed true. Eli took a seat, sitting up straight. Mr. Hall, why don't you elaborate on the type of club you wish to establish? Well, my friends, and I hope to create a dueling club to facilitate the exchange of magical insights among students, Eli replied, feeling somewhat anxious, given the unique nature of a dueling club and uncertain of the response it might elicit. As expected, upon hearing the name of the club, Professor McGonagall's brow furrowed. Eli felt a chill of apprehension wash over him. It was no surprise that she hesitated. The school typically does not prohibit students from forming clubs, and had Eli proposed a study group or even a Bertie Bott's every flavor beans exchange, she would have likely agreed without hesitation. Unfortunately, Eli had mentioned a dueling club. The potential danger inherent in such an organization was too great. Allowing students to engage in combat left too much room for accidents. Professor McGonagall's greatest fear was for the safety of her students. After a moment of contemplation, her expression grew serious again. Mr. Hall, I must inform you that there have been previous instances of dueling clubs being formed at the school, but they were all disbanded due to safety incidents. Can you provide any assurances regarding safety? Eli was momentarily taken aback. He had only just decided to propose the club and had not considered such concerns. He had been rather careless. Desperately trying to think on his feet, Eli suggested, perhaps we could invite a professor to oversee the dueling instruction? It seemed a prudent approach. Surely, with a professor present, it would be manageable. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement, acknowledging it as a sound idea. However, you must consider that professors have their own teaching responsibilities. Can you convince a professor to take on the task of guiding your dueling sessions? Eli was once again caught off guard. Indeed, how could a professor possibly find the time to instruct a group of unruly children in dueling? The second bucket of cold water had already been poured over Eli's head. Yet, he remained undeterred. Establishing a dueling club was a crucial part of his plans, and he had to strive for it. Professor, we will attempt to persuade one of the professors. Eli gazed earnestly at Professor McGonagall. Perhaps it was Eli's tenacity that swayed her, or perhaps it was her desire for students to engage more with one another. At the very least, Professor McGonagall granted him an opportunity. Well, if that is the case, I can promise you that if you manage to convince at least one professor to assist you, I will agree. Professor McGonagall smiled at Eli, adding, I would like to recommend Professor Flitwick. He was a dueling champion in his day, and it would be most fitting for him to guide you. Seeing Professor McGonagall relent, Eli finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was at least a glimmer of hope. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. We will attempt to persuade Professor Flitwick. In that case, I shall also write a letter of recommendation to Professor Flitwick. Best of luck with the rest. Eli was overjoyed. With Professor McGonagall's assistance, success seemed half assured. She had truly gone above and beyond. Eli, feeling a surge of excitement, stood up and bowed to Professor McGonagall in gratitude. She was quite pleased with this bright, eager, and polite student. Is there anything else, Mr. Hall? Eli composed himself. Besides the dueling club, he had another serious matter to address. He endeavored to appear earnest. Professor, I would like to inquire about animagi. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall's expression shifted, becoming exceedingly serious. Mr. Hall, I must inform you that a Nimigus transformation is an extremely dangerous and profound form of transfiguration, absolutely not suitable for first-year students. In fact, most adults cannot achieve it. Eli had anticipated Professor McGonagall's reaction, as this magic was indeed perilously treacherous, life-threatening, even. No, Professor. While I aspire to master this magic, at present, I merely wish to learn more about it. Professor McGonagall's demeanor softened considerably. At least this young man had not uttered the foolish notion of attempting it immediately. It is commendable to have such aspirations, Mr. Hall. As your transfiguration professor, I am obligated to help you learn the art of transfiguration better. However, before we proceed, I would like to test your abilities. Eli's confidence surged. This was a challenge he welcomed. Professor, I am ready to accept the test. Professor McGonagall produced a cup and placed it on the table. Please transform it into a toad, a living one, to the best of your ability. Eli drew his wand and began to channel his magic. The cup gradually began to change. He was exceedingly cautious. Transfiguration demanded precise control of magic, let alone transforming an inanimate object into a living creature. Even at his current level, he had to be careful. As the cup slowly morphed, Professor McGonagall's eyes shone with increasing brightness. Very well, Eli. I dare say your transfiguration skills are on par with those of upper-year students. Professor McGonagall retrieved a book titled Guide to Animagus Transformation. The signature belonged to Professor McGonagall. Initially, Eli was beaming with joy upon receiving the book, but his smile instantly froze upon hearing about the learning report. Chapter 28, Success. The owl appeared to be panting heavily, as if its wings might falter. It pecked at Eli's hand, a subtle hint for a tip. After providing it with a morsel of dried lizard, it took flight. As the letter arrived in his hands, Eli felt as though he were unboxing a mystery gift. He opened the letter and scanned it eagerly. Success. Eli nearly leapt for joy. Not only did Professor Flitwick agree, but he expressed great delight at Eli's invitation. This also provided Professor Flitwick an opportunity to showcase his skills before the students. Being a half-blooded fairy, he was notably diminutive and often appeared quite amiable, which led students to underestimate him as a dueling master. Having once won a dueling championship, his passion for dueling was undeniable. Yet his teaching duties had hindered his ability to demonstrate it. Now, with Eli establishing a dueling club and inviting him as a mentor, he finally had the chance he had long awaited. Additionally, this was a testament to his trust in Eli, who had always been diligent, exceptionally talented, and exceedingly polite in his eyes. He had often remarked that Eli was the most gifted student he had ever encountered. Thus, when Eli invited him to join the dueling club, he readily accepted, even urging the owl to expedite the delivery of his response. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his dueling club was on the verge of being officially sanctioned. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall delivered the letter, confirming that his dueling club had been approved and would be publicly announced on the school notice board. This was precisely what Eli desired, as he aimed to recruit more members to the dueling club. He was unperturbed by the thought of managing these individuals. Frankly, apart from the professors, no one at the school posed a challenge to him. Hence, he felt entirely at ease. He penned 2 letters, one each for Harry, Ron, and the twins, to share the exhilarating news of the club's establishment. Eli was now at the helm. In high spirits, he resumed his study of the guidebook Professor McGonagall had provided, such as the nature of a scholar ever ready to learn. Harry and the others had remarked on multiple occasions that Eli should have been sorted into Ravenclaw. Hermione agreed. These two were indeed insatiable learners, weren't they? Insatiable learners? Eli felt immensely honored to receive such a title. The moment he acquired the book yesterday, he delved into it for an entire night. It must be said, Professor McGonagall, as a master of transfiguration, authored an exceptional book. Moreover, she was one of the few remaining animagi, with the entire population in Britain scarcely surpassing a handful. This book on animagi meticulously detailed the process of mastering the art, addressing numerous challenges that may arise along the way, along with their solutions. To label it as the ultimate supplementary material would not be an exaggeration. Through extensive research, Eli has reached a conclusion. The practice of becoming an animagus is indeed fraught with difficulty and peril, with a process that is exceptionally intricate. Firstly, one must hold a leaf of mandrake in their mouth during the full moon, maintaining it there until the next full moon. During this period, one must neither swallow nor spit it out. Failure to comply necessitates starting the process anew. This is a matter of mental fortitude, as one must endure the anxiety of eating and drinking. After the full moon, the leaf must be removed and placed in a crystal vial filled with saliva. How revolting! Moreover, should the day be overcast, obscuring the moon, one must begin the process again. The psychological burden of this is considerable. If all the aforementioned steps are successfully completed, one must then add a strand of their hair and a spoonful of dew collected over 7 days, shielded from sunlight and human interference. One might wonder, am I not human? Subsequently, a cocoon of a boggart moth must be added, and the mixture should be hidden away from sunlight and living beings. Burying it is preferable, only to be unearthed during a thunderstorm, at which point the potion will be deemed successful. During the wait for a tempest, one must recite incantations at both sunrise and sunset until a second heartbeat is felt. Upon reading these requirements, Eli nearly exclaimed in disbelief. He could hardly fathom what the first wizard to achieve animagus status must have endured. The steps are exceedingly tedious, and success is not guaranteed. Many who successfully concoct the potion still fail to transform. According to Professor McGonagall's research, this is closely tied to a person's magical power. Insufficient magical energy can lead to transformation failures, since becoming an animagus is immensely draining on one's magic. Exhausting it mid-transformation could result in being permanently stuck in that form, perhaps as a mere lizard. Surviving such an ordeal would be fortunate indeed, as many have paid the ultimate price. Furthermore, an animagus can only transform into a regular animal. Historically, there have been no recorded instances of animagi becoming magical creatures. Eli surmises that this may be related to the soul. The souls of magical beings are invariably stronger than those of ordinary creatures. Consequently, transforming into a magical creature imposes a greater burden on the soul, thereby rendering many incapable of becoming extraordinary animals. However, this remains merely a conjecture by Professor McGonagall. At his current level, successfully achieving animagus status would be an unprecedented feat. To master such a skill at such a young age would be nothing short of miraculous. Nevertheless, Eli is fervently eager to accomplish this marvel, as his magical power and soul are already significantly more robust than those of his peers, and they continue to grow rapidly. Provided his transformation skills improve, he should face little difficulty. Yet, herein lies the challenge. He must balance schoolwork, study potions under Snape, maintain the dueling club, and manage a potion factory. The weight of these responsibilities feels as though it could double his head. He wishes he could divide himself into several parts. Is there truly no magical technique for creating a shadow clone? I fervently hope that the potion factory will be established swiftly, with a modicum of financial resources. He finds himself in a state of both pain and joy. Thus, Eli has set himself another task, to complete his animagus transformation before the summer break. Currently, that seems implausible. Winter offers no thunderstorms. At the very least, he must wait until spring. Therefore, Eli has ample time to amass knowledge in transfiguration. Professor McGonagall will provide him with considerable assistance. Without delay, Eli penned a letter to his family, requesting several anatomy books to be sent his way. After all, to successfully perform human transfiguration, one must possess a thorough understanding of a human body. Yet, he realized that he would have no means to practice. He certainly cannot resort to dissecting his roommate. Speaking of roommates, oh dear, what a dreadful thought. How could I possibly consider dissecting my adorable roommate? Draco's slight frame ought to suffice. What an absurd notion. It must flee from my mind. At Malfoy Manor, Draco suddenly sneezed. Chapter 29. Peril in Hogsmeade during the Christmas holidays, with no classes to attend. Eli spent his days teaching Harry and his friends magic or secluding himself in the room of requirement, delving into the studies of transfiguration and potions. The books purchased by the Holts had long since arrived, comprising a collection of highly authoritative anatomy texts. Eli spent each day immersed in anatomical illustrations. Now, upon seeing Harry and the others, he could not help but envision human dissection diagrams. Come now, contract your biceps. Eli was instructing Harry on wand movements. What? Oh, pardon me, I seem to have raised my hand incorrectly. Eli rubbed his temples, fearing he was becoming obsessed with his studies. However, it was evident that this method of learning significantly enhanced his transfiguration abilities. The study report he submitted to Professor McGonagall included insights from his recent anatomical studies. Eli, I must confess, this is undoubtedly an exemplary piece of work on transfiguration. Professor McGonagall, adjusting her glasses, perused Eli's report with enthusiasm, her face lighting up with joy. It was a rare sight to witness such excitement from her. The last instance seemed to coincide with Harry's victory for Gryffindor in the Quidditch match. This is all thanks to the book you provided me. Eli tactfully offered a compliment, for flattery is always welcomed. Oh, Eli, you needn't be so modest. Even if I were to give this book to someone else, they would not produce such a remarkable paper. The credit belongs solely to you. Professor McGonagall was generous with her praise, exhibiting no inclination to claim credit for Eli's accomplishments. The discussion regarding the correlation between human anatomy and transfiguration is simply brilliant. It is a most commendable perspective. Professor McGonagall carefully filed away the paper, displaying a rare sense of anticipation, which is exceedingly uncommon for such a reserved individual. Eli even garnered the accolade of most promising newcomer, not to mention that he was merely a first-year student. Eli did not hesitate. He wished to meet Professor McGonagall's expectations. He understood the sentiments of a distinguished scholar encountering an excellent piece of work, especially when it originated from one of her students. It is my honor, Professor. Professor McGonagall was exceedingly pleased. Eli also felt a profound sense of accomplishment. How many could boast such an honor? He was exhilarated, placing his hands on his hips before bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall. As Eli stepped out of the office, he nearly burst into laughter. Why nearly? Because just as he was about to laugh heartily, Harry suddenly appeared. Coughing, Eli stifled his laughter and rolled his eyes. Oh, Eli, what is the matter with you? Eli's face flushed crimson, tears escaping from his eyes as he shot a glare at Harry. Isn't it your fault? Me? Harry looked utterly bewildered. Eli, disinterested in explaining. Asked, what brings you here so suddenly? We haven't started practicing magic yet today. I heard you were coming this way, so I thought I'd find you. It must be said that Harry had indeed changed considerably. Although he still lacked a fondness for reading, he had developed a significant interest in spells and dueling. Remarkably, he had begun to proactively seek Eli's guidance. Ever since Harry had learned about the Auror profession from Ron, he had expressed his ambition to become an Auror on multiple occasions. An Auror serves a role akin to that of a policeman, albeit with a much smaller number and a higher threshold for entry. Had Harry continued on his previous path without the assistance of Professor, the prospect of becoming an Auror would have been utterly unattainable. However, that had transformed. Eli taught with great diligence, and given Harry's innate talent, his progress was nothing short of rapid. Eli had previously sensed that Harry's magical prowess exceeded that of other young wizards. After all, he was a descendant of a pure-blood family. Otherwise, how could he stand against Voldemort in the future? The two made their way to the room of requirement, where Ron and the twins were already present. "Hello, Professor Hall," the twins quipped. Eli had grown accustomed to their banter. "Today, I will teach you transfiguration." Transfiguration? Yes. Allow me to demonstrate first. Pay attention, I am about to transform. That evening, after a day of learning, Eli was poised to embark on an exploration of the Forbidden Forest. However, today was different. A slight ripple in the air signified Eli's use of the disillusionment charm. He arrived before the stone statue of the hunchbacked, one-eyed witch. Separate left and right. The statue slowly parted, revealing a secret passage. This was information Eli had received from the twins, leading to Honeyduke's, the sweet shop in Hogsmeade. Eli donned his undetectable extension charm bag, filled with various materials harvested from Acromantulas. His intention was to sell some of these items in exchange for a few galleons. This was not his first venture. He made such trips monthly, selling off a portion each time. Why sell in batches? Naturally, the principle of scarcity applies. If one were to produce an entire bag at once, how could one expect to negotiate a high price? The sellers might not even be interested in purchasing. This endeavor also served to accumulate funds for establishing a potion factory, what one might call the initial accumulation of capital. Alas, the Acromantulas were at a loss. Ever since Eli's arrival, the creatures of the Forbidden Forest had fared much better, as the threat posed by the Acromantulas had significantly diminished. In due time, one must express gratitude towards Aragog, for his descendants have not only fortified Eli's spirit, but also augmented his coffers. Ah, yet again, exquisite materials? The shopkeeper has become well acquainted with Eli, the diminutive figure clad in black robes. Initially, he mistook Eli for a student from Hogwarts, sternly cautioning him against engaging with the Acromantula. After Eli imbibed a potion, his voice resonated with the timbre of an elderly man, prompting the proprietor to overlook the previous admonition. Of course, Barkley, when have my materials ever been subpar? Ili remarqued. The shopkeeper ushered him to the back room, where Eli unveiled an array of ingredients, and the proprietor began the inventory. Splendid, all top-notch items, he noted. Producing a pouch of coins, he handed it to Eli, stating, "Here are 5,000 galleons. Do verify." Eli accepted the pouch, responding, "No need, I trust your integrity." He turned to exit when Barkley suddenly called out, "Wait, hold on." Eli, puzzled, glanced back as Barkley surveyed his surroundings, appearing exceedingly cautious. Eli pondered why the shopkeeper was so anxious within his own establishment. Barkley leaned in and whispered, "You'd best refrain from returning. Make haste, someone has set their sights on you, and their intentions are malevolent." With that, Barkley resumed his demeanor as if nothing had transpired. Moving towards the counter, Eli stepped outside, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Who could be targeting him? Why? As he ambled along the path, he pondered the possible cause, suspecting it might pertain to the materials. Yet, Acromantulas were not particularly rare or illicit. Why would they attract unwanted attention? His bewilderment deepened. Suddenly, Eli veered off the main road and into the woods. He collapsed, stunned. A spell surged from behind, poised to strike him, but was abruptly thwarted by a shimmering silver barrier. Eli turned with keen interest, eager to confront his pursuer. "Still hiding?" he called out, scanning the vicinity but detecting no one. Yet, magic cannot be concealed. Confringo. An invisible blade sliced through a tree silently, cleaving it in two. A figure stumbled from behind the trunk. "Who are you?" Eli demanded, his wand trained on the intruder, noting the absence of a disillusionment charm. He was certainly no Auror. The individual rose unsteadily, annoyance etched upon his face. "You, lurking in shadows, have provoked forces you should not have trifled with. Ilishgokfith. If you think I can be intimidated by mere threats, you are sorely mistaken." He continued, "You had better divulge your intentions quickly, or I shall be compelled to extract the truth from your mind post-haste." The tip of his wand emanated a pale gray light, causing a flicker of fear in the intruder's eyes. Yet, he remained defiantly silent. Disarm. A crimson beam struck the intruder's wand, sending it flying. Seems there's no room for negotiation, is there? Let me guess. I have obstructed your path to wealth, have I? The now unarmed figure's countenance shifted, betraying a change in his demeanor. Eli astutely detected a subtle shift, confirming his suspicions. Reveal the identity of your benefactor, and I shall grant you a dignified exit. If you choose silence, then I shall ensure your dignity is preserved in a different manner. These menacing words startled the individual, yet bereft of the strength to resist. He erupted in a desperate roar. You scoundrel, how dare you? You will die. You are certain to perish. Ha ha. Unconscious. Eli, uninterested in his ramblings, advanced, his wand emanating a silvery glow. Extracting thoughts, a silvery chain of light materialized at the man's temple, which Eli deftly collected. This was the man's memory, summoned forth by Eli's incantation. Had it been old Dumbledore, a mere glance into his eyes would suffice. Eli, however, found himself relying on his wand's enchantment. Alas, he was far less formidable than the true masters of magic. Facing even an Auror proved insurmountable. He could only engage in a semblance of resistance. This individual was markedly inferior to a trained elite wizard, scarcely more capable than a seventh-year student. Eli could easily overpower him. After all, he lacked a pensieve, which would have allowed him direct access to memories. Had he known, he would have examined these memories before the man lost consciousness. Eli gazed at the fallen figure, ultimate demise. The gray light extinguished his life. Soul devouring. Indeed, a wizard's soul is far superior to that of Spider. The instant this man dared to assail him, his fate was sealed. Eli harbored no inclination to let a predator escape. Just as Voldemort sought to eliminate Harry out of fear, Eli too felt a twinge of apprehension. Observing the lifeless body on the ground, he pondered its potential utility. Could there be any remnants of humanity in this? Chapter 30, Shadowy Forces. The Shrieking Shack, a renowned haunt of ghosts, was a place the villagers of Hogsmeade never approached. Ah, lacking tools, yet magic is indeed a remarkable resource. Now the Shrieking Shack, typically deserted, bore witness to two presences. To be precise, one was Eli, and the other the spirit of the assailant he had slain. Having scrutinized the memories, Eli found the information garnered was limited due to his still nascent mastery of memory magic. However, one crucial piece of information emerged: Bach. Indeed, it was the Bach of Borgin and Berks, who had once peddled a vial, nay, a collection of poisons. It was unexpected that the dealings in Nocturne Alley had such far-reaching implications, with his magical materials impacting their market. Unbeknownst to Eli, while the acromantula was not particularly rare, the market had long been monopolized by Bach, resulting in a dearth of sellers for the eight-eyed giant spider's materials. Meeting Eli was indeed his misfortune, costing him not only his life, but also the absorption of his very soul. Now, it was time for his corporeal form to serve its final purpose. Eli, having received formal education, though not a saint, at least a person of average decency, harbored no sympathy for those who sought to harm him. Magic lifted his corpse. With a gentle flick of his wand, Eli began the slow separation of skin from muscle. Practical application always proved more profound than theoretical knowledge. After much deliberation on the intricacies of anatomy, Eli now embodies the essence of a true scientist, his mastery of magic rendering him adept. Thanks to Severus Snape's guidance in enhancing his control over magical forces, he has managed to prevent his body from falling into disarray. Yet, the situation remains far from perfect. His command over magic is still insufficient, leading to inadvertent damage to some of the body's tissues. Nevertheless, on the whole, his progress is commendable. Adjacent to him, a levitating parchment and a quill that autonomously records his findings are present. Though not inexpensive, such luxuries are but trifles for Eli's current means. The prolonged exertion of finely tuned magical control has caused a sheen of perspiration to form upon his brow. Even as beads of sweat trickle past his eyes, he remains unfazed, as if ensconced in a peculiar state of extreme concentration. After nearly an entire night of meticulous work, what lies before him can no longer be regarded as merely a body. Various tissues are unfurled like totems. At the final moment of completion, Eli collapses onto the ground, a sharp pain coursing through his head. This is not due to the depletion of magical energy, but rather the considerable toll that such precise manipulation has taken on his mental fortitude. Nevertheless, glancing at the parchments filled with documented findings, a satisfied smile graces his face. Every effort has proven worthwhile. Blood magic. A scarlet beam erupts from Eli's wand, causing the blood within the withered form to solidify instantaneously. However, He notes with a shake of his head that he has not yet perfected the technique. Observing the charred remnants, Eli acknowledges that although the spell's lethality may have been amplified, it also underscores his imperfect mastery over both magic and incantations. This remains the most significant chasm between him and the more advanced wizards. Yet, he is merely a first-year wizard, with ample time to refine his skills. With a flick of his wand, the parchment and quill are stored within his satchel. He applies a potion of dissolution to the remains, which vanish without a trace in mere moments. Surveying the screaming shack, he muses that it serves as an excellent secret stronghold. Its isolation ensures that it is rarely frequented by locals, safeguarding him from discovery regardless of his activities. The Room of Requirement, after all, cannot be solely his domain, especially considering the chance of being discovered by Professor Dumbledore at Hogwarts. Such an experiment as today's, if uncovered by Dumbledore, could lead to dire consequences. It is prudent to keep his studies in dark magic concealed. Who can guarantee that Dumbledore harbors a tolerant perspective towards it? While forbidding him from engaging with dark magic is implausible, it is a known fact that many offensive spells wielded in dark magic surpass their light counterparts in potency. As for the warnings from other wizards regarding dark magic's capacity to corrupt, such notions are merely tales for the naive. While the effects of dark magic may indeed be sinister and uncanny, it does not possess the ability to ensnare the heart. The temptation often arises from those who become excessively enamored with power. Of course, it must be acknowledged that truly malevolent spells do exist. The Killing Curse, a phenomenon not to be trifled with. What incantation did Voldemort employ to fragment his soul while creating Horcruxes? It was indeed the Killing Curse. This dreadful spell not only annihilates the souls of others, but also inflicts harm upon the soul of the caster. Just observe Voldemort's later, deranged demeanor. It is not devoid of the curse's repercussions. In contrast, the ultimate death inadvertently conjured by Eli is far more benign. At the very least, Eli has not encountered any discomfort, as the spell does not obliterate the soul. Rather, it severs the connection between the soul and the body, akin to extinguishing life. Moreover, Dumbledore never expressly forbade him from employing this spell, did he? If questioned later, he could merely argue that old Dumbledore failed to provide a warning. Speaking of dark magic, Eli is not solely reliant on Voldemort's memories for his studies. Snape is also imparting knowledge to him. The disarming charm, a creation of Snape himself, is exceptionally effective and has been taught to Eli. Dark magic is certainly a path Eli has chosen. He does not aspire to be a noble white wizard. As long as he masters dark magic, this world shall recognize him as the Dark God of Gunera. Ahem, back to the matter at hand. In Noctur Alley, within the confines of Borgin and Burke's, a man clad in black with slicked back hair respectfully addressed the hunched figure behind the counter. Is he dead? Came the oily voice from beneath greasy locks, tinged with a hint of chill. The black-clad man bowed, even lower. Should we apprehend the owner and ascertain the identity of the seller? Indeed, the man nodded. Borgin and Burks continued. However, we must assign someone to monitor that area, particularly the movements of Hogwarts. The man furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting this matter pertains to Hogwarts? Borgin ceased to fidget with his greasy hair. The black-clad man promptly fell silent. Chapter 31. The holiday balance is insufficient again. Why is the holiday balance insufficient once more? Eli expressed his reluctance to attend school, preferring self-study instead. Professor McGonagall, in an excited fervor, announced her intention to recommend Eli for the most promising newcomer award. The editor of Today's Transfiguration also reached out to Eli, expressing great optimism regarding his prospects, indicating that the newcomer award was almost certainly his. Eli thought to himself, I'm truly remarkable. As the saying goes, fame is a burden. Eli began to garner some recognition within the academic realm of Transfiguration, and given his extraordinary age, individuals began to approach him, seeking to cultivate a future master. Various forums and lectures extended invitations to him. Eli declined them all. What nonsense! Why would he waste time conversing with them when he could focus on his own pursuits? This disdainful attitude towards reputation earned him the admiration of Professor McGonagall, and even Dumbledore took the time to commend him in a letter. Lo and behold, when the newcomer award was announced, it was indeed Eli who emerged victorious. There was to be an awards ceremony, which Eli initially planned to forego. However, upon learning of the 1,000 galleon reward, he thought, well, why not just make an appearance? That day, the Daily Prophet made headlines with the announcement. A first-year wizard from Hogwarts had won the prestigious newcomer award from an authoritative academic publication. This newcomer is exceedingly inexperienced. In an instant, the entire magical community began to circulate this news, with reactions ranging from astonishment to skepticism. However, the individual in question, Eli, expressed profound dismay. He had hoped to remain inconspicuous, yet with this publicity, that hope was dashed. He fervently wished that old Voldemort had not taken notice of him, for the repercussions could lead to an untimely demise. Nevertheless, his mentors and friends were elated on his behalf. Professor McGonagall waved her hand grandly, awarding Slytherin an additional 100 points. She even commenced explaining the intricacies of a Animagus transformation to a lie. Meanwhile, old Dumbledore discreetly sent him a rather shabby notebook, which a lie nearly disdainfully cast aside. However, upon flipping through a few pages, he nearly sealed it up to wear around his neck. Dumbledore's notes. The writings of a legendary wizard, truly a treasure. Such study aids as 3 years of simulations and 5 years of transfiguration paled in comparison. Snape delivered a small vial of potion, and Eli struggled to suppress the urge to sell it. Felix Felicis. Hermione penned an extensive letter on several sheets of parchment, expressing her astonishment and requesting to study alongside him. Harry and Ron remained blissfully unaware, as they were wholly disinterested. Eli shared the joyous news with his family, causing Mrs. Hall to nearly leap from the letter to shower him with affectionate kisses. Mr. Hall remarked that it was a testament to their excellent guidance, to which Eli scoffed internally, though dared not voice his thoughts. This holiday had proven to be exceedingly fulfilling, and Eli lamented the inevitable return to school, knowing full well that time for research would be scarce. Yet he recognized that classes were imperative. He was not the headmaster, after all. As students returned to school, Hermione rushed to find Eli. In the great hall, she exclaimed, "I can hardly believe it." Eli covered his ears, yearning for a silencing charm, while Harry and Ron voraciously devoured their meals. The little witch was terrifyingly enthusiastic. "Furthermore, I have located Nicholas Flamel." Upon Hermione's revelation, a hush fell over the room, and the 3 ineffectual men looked up in unison. "You saw him?" Ron inquired incredulously. Hermione shot him a withering glance. "Of course, I did not see him. He is an exceedingly renowned alchemist." "Alchemist? What does that indicate about what is hidden on the 3rd floor?" Unlike Ron, Harry grasped the crux of the matter. During the holiday, he had been preoccupied with studying alongside Eli, having entirely forgotten about Nicholas Flamel. Hermione beckoned them closer. "The Philosopher's Stone." "What?" Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison, immediately earning disdainful looks from Hermione and Eli. Eli could not help but marvel that only Hermione had uncovered the truth, while those 2 fools were oblivious to the nature of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is an extraordinarily precious artifact, imbued with immense magical power, possessing the ability to transmute base metals into gold and, most importantly, grant immortality. We must inform the professor, but the professor may not believe us. Then we shall seek out Hagrid. Harry was resolute in his determination to thwart Snape's plans. Eli felt a pang of sympathy for the headmaster. That evening, at the appointed hour, Eli adeptly rolled out of bed. Every night's escapade in the Forbidden Forest has transformed him into the new prince of nocturnal adventures. Following the twins, his movements are as fluid as water, ensuring he remains undetected. "Where are you off to now?" The sudden voice startled Eli, sending a shiver down his spine. "Draco?" He turned to find a flamboyant figure with a slick-back hairstyle. Indeed, it was Draco. "Are you going out for another night adventure?" Draco stepped forward a few paces. Eli chuckled awkwardly. "No way, I'm just heading to the restroom." Eli was taken aback. "Wait a minute. You've been observing me while I'm up at night?" "Something's off," Draco stated. "So what if I'm out at night? What is it to you?" With the game up, Eli decided to drop the pretense. Draco's face flickered with internal conflict before he mustered the courage to declare, "I want to go too. If you don't take me, I'll tell the professor." "Really?" Eli was astonished. This lad had some nerve, threatening him just to join the night adventure. After a moment's contemplation, Eli realized that bringing Draco along would reveal the secrets of the Philosopher's Stone and the Dragon Egg. Indeed, Hagrid was busy hatching eggs at that very moment. Although Draco had somewhat of a mischievous streak, he was no longer a Death Eater and harbored no ill intentions concerning the Philosopher's Stone. As for the Dragon Egg, Eli recalled Draco's evident fondness for dragons. After all, his very name was synonymous with dragons. "All right, you can come along, but you must promise to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, Ili varnit ominously." Draco's complexion paled, yet curiosity overcame his fear. "Okay, I swear by the honor of pure bloods." Eli nodded, recognizing the eagerness in Draco's perfectly arranged attire. He had clearly been plotting this for some time. "Let's go." Draco excitedly rubbed his hands together. Eli cast the disillusionment charm on both of them. Draco's eyes widened in awe. "Cool." However, as soon as he spoke, the charm dissipated. Eli promptly smacked his forehead. "Be quiet, or it will wear off." "Oh dear." Now he would have to cast it again. Eli recast the charm, and Draco, looking rather dejected, followed him closely. Chapter 32, The Point Deduction Squad. As they emerged outside the castle, the dim glow of Hagrid's hut was faintly visible. Eli, is that you, Malfoy? Harry and his companions were about to drag Eli toward Hagrid's hut when they suddenly noticed Draco trailing behind him. What is the matter, Weasley? Is it only you who can come here? Draco particularly despised Ron, a sentiment rooted in their family's long-standing rivalry. They were utterly taken aback that Eli had brought along the insufferable Malfoy, and their expressions soured. Eli, why? Harry questioned in confusion, while Draco made a provocative face at him. Eli nudged Draco, signaling him to refrain from provoking further anger. Leaning closer to his friends, Eli whispered, he spotted me when I was sneaking out, so I figure I'd bring him along. If he isn't on it, he won't snitch. Hermione shot Eli an impressed look, while Harry and Ron's expressions softened somewhat. Yet, seeing Draco's smug demeanor ignited their irritation anew. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten. A group of 5 knocked upon Hagrid's door. Hagrid hurried to answer, expressing his apologies as he declared he was not receiving visitors today, and attempted to close the door promptly. We are aware of the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione suddenly exclaimed. Hagrid paused, his hand lingering on the door, and reopened it with a look of bewilderment as he regarded the group of young ones outside. How could you possibly know? Cool. The group filed inside, with Draco appearing perplexed, questioning, what Philosopher's Stone? Snape is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry interjected, his eagerness palpable. Hagrid, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of claims, responded incredulously, you still doubt him? He is one of the professors tasked with its protection. Realizing he had let slip too much, Hagrid's expression shifted. Eli chuckled helplessly, having already divulged so much. What difference did it make now? One of the professors? Does that imply there are other professors who have set traps, incantations, and the like? Hermione immediately seized upon Hagrid's words. Growing increasingly flustered by his own indiscretions, Hagrid insisted. You should not concern yourselves with this matter. He is a professor. Unrelenting, Harry countered. Even so, we cannot dismiss the possibility of him being complicit in theft. Eli remained silent, as the real focus of the evening was not the Philosopher's Stone at all. Hagrid owned a large black dog, imposing in stature, yet its temperament belied its size. I warn you, do not come any closer, Eli said nervously, eyeing the drooling, goofy dog that was inching closer. The dog appeared particularly interested in Eli, shuffling towards him. Hey, don't come over here. Slurp. The dog licked Eli's face. Oh no, I'm contaminated now. Yeah, no mischief. Hagrid chastised the dog sharply, and it finally settled down. Eli busily wiped the drool from his face. Suddenly, a pot in the hearth began to clatter, causing Hagrid to turn around in delight. Oh, splendid. He eagerly reached to retrieve its contents, nearly forgetting to wear gloves. A dragon egg? Draco, who had been in a state of confusion, suddenly brightened at the sight of what Hagrid held. A dragon egg? Hermione and the others exchanged astonished glances before looking back at the large egg in Hagrid's hands. Draco and Harry rushed closer. This was indeed a rare find. Dragons were exceedingly perilous creatures, rated at least 5 stars in danger, and were strictly regulated by the Ministry of Magic, rarely seen in everyday life, let alone a soon-to-hatch dragon egg. Draco gazed at it as if it were treasure, almost drooling, leaving Eli uncertain whether he wished to observe or devour it. It's a Norwegian ridgeback, Draco exclaimed. Ron looked at him skeptically. How do you know? Draco shot him a glance. Of course, I can tell by the shell. Norwegian ridgeback eggs are smooth and colorful. You must have never seen this before. Have you, Wesley? Ron's face flushed instantly. With a crack, the eggshell was breached from within, and a small dragon resembling a lizard with wings clumsily emerged, emitting a few cries. Hagrid's gaze immediately filled with maternal affection. Oh, Norbert, my little darling. He playfully teased the tiny dragon, which responded with a few more calls. Hagrid felt his heart melt, thinking, oh look, he considers me his mother. The 5 of them exchanged peculiar glances at Hagrid's outpouring of love. Suddenly, the little dragon belched a burst of flame towards Hagrid, singeing part of his beard. Hagrid hurriedly patted out the flames, feeling a bit anxious. Draco's eyes remained fixated on the dragon. You better be careful. That kind of dragon can breathe fire and is highly venomous. Hagrid looked at Draco in surprise. It seems you know quite a bit about them. Draco replied with pride. Of course, my family owns a dragon sanctuary. Hagrid immediately understood, while Ron could hardly tolerate Draco's pretentiousness, muttering under his breath. Surprisingly, Draco and Hagrid struck up a conversation that appeared quite congenial. Was this the power of shared interests? The young wizards were also fascinated by the dragon, engaging in a lively exchange of questions that filled the room with a warm atmosphere. However, Hermione's voice cut through the excitement. but I read that dragons grow extremely fast. In a few days, your house might not accommodate Norbert. What will you do then? Her words brought an abrupt silence to the room. Hagrid's expression turned pained. He was well aware of the dragon's growth rate, yet his fondness for it had led him to overlook such concerns. The Forbidden Forest. Eli began to lament for the creatures within, noting that they could be oppressed by the acromantula and possibly even face a dragon. Hagrid, the Forbidden Forest might not be able to conceal such a large, flying dragon, and the villagers will surely object. The group fell silent, and Hagrid was on the verge of tears. Draco, too, felt a pang of reluctance as he gazed at the little dragon. Suddenly, Ron had a flash of inspiration. Perhaps we could send Norbert to the dragon's sanctuary. My brother Charlie works at one in Romania. Hagrid ceased his sobbing. Although it was inevitable that they could not keep Norbert, sending him to a sanctuary was indeed a comforting prospect. Draco's face lit up. My family has a few sanctuaries there as well. We can send Norbert there, and I will ensure they treat him well. Hagrid's spirits lifted considerably. With Ron's brother in Draco's family sanctuary, Norbert would surely thrive. Wiping his tears with a grimy handkerchief, Hagrid looked gratefully at Draco and Ron. Thank you, Draco. Thank you, Ron. I will entrust Norbert to you. The scene resembled a heartfelt farewell. The group continued to amuse Norbert for a while, primarily with Hagrid taking the lead, while the others, even Draco, hesitated to touch the little creature out of fear. On their way, the conversation shifted back to dragons, and the animosity between Harry and Draco was momentarily set aside. It is not surprising, really. After all, he is merely an 11-year-old child. There is no peculiar bias, just the influence of family, which inevitably shapes one's judgment. Eli is making a concerted effort to correct Draco's mindset. He does not wish for Draco to become a Death Eater like in the original narrative. Even if he were to join their ranks, he would lack the heart to commit true evil. To put it plainly, Draco possesses a kind heart, yet he has lost his judgment due to familial influences, ultimately lacking the courage to act with malice. Given his current camaraderie with Harry and the others, it is entirely conceivable that he could change. As they walked, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. Ili exclaimed, Ulfir. Professor McGonagall regarded the familiar quartet of troublemakers and asked, Can any of you explain why it is once again you? The group stammered in response. She then turned her gaze to the downcast Draco. Mr. Malfoy, I believe your father would not be pleased to learn that you are being punished for your misbehavior at school. Draco's complexion paled instantly. Nighttime wandering has always been a serious infraction, and McGonagall is known for her strictness. All 5 of you will lose 50 points each. The group's faces fell. This was indeed harsh. With Eli and Draco combined losing 100 points, it was even graver for Gryffindor, who collectively lost 150. Professor McGonagall's reputation for fairness and strictness was clearly well-earned. In an instant, both Slytherin and Gryffindor fell behind Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Tomorrow morning, young wizards would surely discover this surprise. Professor McGonagall, still frowning, showed no intention of letting them off lightly. To ensure this lesson is memorable, you shall accompany Hagrid on his patrol of the Forbidden Forest tonight. Hagrid looked on in disbelief as the 5 miscreants returned. Children can be quite bothersome, he instructed. Once we venture into the Forbidden Forest, we will split into 2 groups. Hermione and Ron shall accompany me, while Draco, Harry, and Eli will stay together. If you encounter any danger, signal with a red light from your wands. Understood? What are we supposed to do? Draco inquired. After outlining the plan, the 2 groups began to disperse. Draco had also brought Yaya along, oblivious to Eli's forlorn gaze. If my father finds out I was caught out at night, he will surely scold me, Draco said nervously. Harry, with the air of someone who has been there before, replied, What is there to fear about being scolded? Just pretend you didn't hear it. It seems you have often faced reprimands. Scarhead, Draco teased with a mischievous grin. Do not call me Scarhead. Chapter 33. The Duel Club opens. What's wrong? Harry and Draco were suddenly halted by Eli. The shadow quickly recognized the approach of the trio, slowly lifting its head, obscuring much of its face, with silver blood dripping from the corners of its mouth. Draco let out a blood-curdling scream, grabbing the others to flee, but stumbled over a tree root and fell to the ground. Ease. In that moment, as the shadow lifted its head, Harry felt a sharp pain radiate from his forehead scar, clutching it in agony. Eli recognized the shadow for what it was, Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort. Voldemort, reduced to a mere fragment of his former self, sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone to restore his power. Until he could obtain the stone, he relied on the blood of unicorns to sustain himself. He was acutely aware of the consequences of drinking unicorn blood, yet his madness for power drove him to desperation. A sudden, sickly green light surged forth, causing Eli's pupils to constrict as he desperately pushed Harry and Draco aside. They narrowly evaded the killing curse, leaving Eli shaken. How ruthless! The first attack was an outright Avada Kedavra. Had Eli not reacted swiftly, they would have surely perished. It wasn't that he had forgotten to cast a protective spell. The killing curse could only be countered through physical means, as magic was ineffective against it unless one could match its force. Fragmentation. Eli retaliated swiftly, yet he had no desire to engage in a protracted battle. The opponent cast the killing curse silently, while he had to recite incantations. What chance did he have? With a decisive strike, Eli cast a shield charm over himself, Harry, and Draco. Yaya had already fled, and Eli could only hope Hagrid would arrive soon. Another green light shot toward him, and Eli commanded the fallen tree trunk to shield against the spell. Boom! The powerful curse shattered the trunk, sending wood splinters soaring. Dazed, Eli seized the opportunity, attempting to launch a surprise counterattack amidst the chaos of debris. Yet his adversary was no novice. A shield charm deflected Eli's spell with ease. Eli was unsure whether it was Voldemort or Quirrell controlling the body, but he recognized that the opponent's strength far surpassed his own, even with the addition of his companions. You must flee and call for help, Eli urgently shouted to the two on the ground, raising multiple protective barriers. However, they hesitated, with Harry even attempting to grasp his wand. Draco, take him and run. Don't be foolish. Eli's commanding voice jolted Draco awake. After a brief struggle, he hoisted Harry up, cautioning be careful, before they fled. Seeing them escape, the shadow let out a roar and swiftly pursued Harry, casting several spells in his direction. It seemed clear that Harry was its primary target. Eli interposed himself, declaring, "Your foe is me." In this heightened state of tension, Eli unleashed his magical prowess with abandon, each spell imbued with formidable power. The shadow, intent on deflecting Eli's spells, had grossly underestimated a skilled wizard. At the moment their spells collided, the wand was jolted from the shadow's grasp, forcing it to retreat. Useless. Eli was not one to remain passive in the face of danger. Shatter. The shadow clumsily evaded, having witnessed the sheer might of Eli's previous spell, unwilling to confront it directly. The tide of battle appeared to shift, yet Eli's demeanor grew increasingly grave. Avada Kedavra. Shatter. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of magical energy, their spells clashing like bolts of lightning in a fierce struggle. The forest was illuminated by two hues of light, with the sound of explosions resonating where the spells intersected. Eli felt an immense force surging through his hands, magic flowing freely. The shadowy figure was not at ease either, the veins on his hands bulging. In terms of magical prowess, Eli was not significantly inferior, yet his opponent's spells were exceedingly refined, piercing through his defenses as if they were mere tofu, causing Eli's strength to wane. Beads of sweat dotted Eli's forehead, and his hands trembled incessantly. Nonetheless, the deadly curse continued to encroach upon him. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried hoofbeats erupted nearby. The shadowy figure, perhaps unwilling to engage in a prolonged confrontation, abruptly severed the connection between the spells with a fierce outburst. In that moment, Eli had no time to react and was hurled backward, landing in a most undignified manner. The shadow turned to flee. At that moment, Ronan and Firenze, accompanied by their entourage, arrived just in time to witness Eli's unfortunate predicament. I shall not yield. Eli, humiliated by his fall, raged and unleashed a series of explosive spells in the direction of the retreating shadow. The onlookers exchanged awkward glances, and Firenze hurriedly intervened to restrain Eli. Hagrid, armed with a crossbow and accompanied by Harry and others, soon arrived, relieved to see their friends but tensing at the sight of Eli struggling in Firenze's grip, assuming a conflict had arisen. "Oh, he is my friend. He means no harm. He is quite amiable." Eli's furious outburst could be heard nearby. Hagrid, perplexed, found himself at a loss for words. Ronan stepped forward to clarify. "It is not as you think. He is indeed one of us. He just had a skirmish with that assailant of the unicorns and may still be agitated." The events in the Forbidden Forest were not revisited, yet a delightful occurrence was on the horizon. The dueling club was officially inaugurated. A throng gathered before the notice board, all intrigued by the sudden emergence of this club. An empty classroom had been transformed into a dueling arena, bustling with eager students. Professor Flitwick and Eli stood upon the dueling platform. Today, Professor Flitwick appeared particularly distinguished, attired sharply, exuding an air of brilliance that captivated the young wizards, who were intrigued by his unusual demeanor. Ahem! Professor Flitwick cleared his throat, and a hush fell over the crowd. He appeared invigorated. welcoming all the students and introducing himself as Professor Flitwick, elaborating on the purpose of the club with fervor that lasted over an hour. His enthusiasm and eloquence almost lulling the students into slumber. And now, I would like to invite our club president, Mr. Hall, to say a few words. At last, it was Eli's turn. He cleared his throat with a flourish. I hereby declare the official establishment of this dueling club. After pondering for quite some time, without arriving at a suitable term, I have decided to proceed directly. Let us hasten. I am weary. Chapter 34. The final examination approaches. Eli had just delivered his succinct speech when a hand was raised from the audience, questioning him. Professor Flitwick, why him? Shouldn't you be the president? A chilling silence enveloped the room, and whispers began to ripple through the crowd after he finished speaking. It appeared that he was not alone in his doubts. Indeed, many shared his sentiments. Closest to the dueling platform was Draco, who, upon learning that Eli had established a dueling club, immediately requested to join. Muffled laughter echoed around, and although he wore an expression of defiance, he refrained from speaking. Eli promptly stepped forward, recognizing that if he did not demonstrate his prowess, the dueling club might not survive. Well, raising questions is everyone's right, and as president, I have the duty to address these concerns. The young wizards nodded in agreement. Eli's statement was undeniably reasonable, leaving no room for criticism. However, his next words fell upon the crowd like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a tempest of excitement. Since you all doubt my capabilities as president, I shall stand upon this dueling platform from now on. Anyone may challenge me. Should I lose, I will resign. Bold indeed. The students below were not merely first years. Alongside those busy with their ultimate wizarding examinations in the 6th and 7th years, students from other grades had gathered. Regardless of their year, they deemed this first-year wizard to be quite audacious. Harry and his companions, closest to the stage, grew increasingly concerned, while Hermione repeatedly urged him to remain calm. Eli offered them a faint smile and gestured reassuringly to Hermione. Professor Flitwick, taken aback by the turn of events, hurried to intervene. Eli halted him, stating, Professor, should I falter against their challenges today, this club will lose its credibility. Trust me, Professor. Professor Flitwick hesitated. Yet Eli's repeated assurances of safety prompted him to step aside. Attention! Sparring must be done with restraint. The use of harmful curses is strictly forbidden, Professor Flitwick declared loudly, then took his position as judge and safety officer with his wand in hand. I shall go first, announced a second-year boy. The first years, aware of Eli's reputation, hesitated to challenge him. The older students, feeling it would be dishonorable to pick on a younger student, refrained from stepping up, leaving the opportunity to a second year. The two performed the dueling etiquette, and Eli stood like a noble, composed and unruffled. Wingardium Leviosa, the second year, eager to take the initiative, launched an attack immediately after the formalities. Eli did not panic or evade. He appeared almost as if caught off guard. Some in the crowd displayed expressions of disdain or schadenfreude, while Hermione gasped in fear. With a mere flick of his wrist, Eli effortlessly deflected the spell. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more, proving far more effective than Snape's intimidation. Had that second year truly been so effortlessly dispatched, while it was unlikely that a single spell could vanquish Eli, it seemed implausible for it to be so easily countered. Hermione in the audience widened her eyes in disbelief. Eli wore a slight smile as his legs froze in place. A seemingly delicate spell had rendered his opponent too panicked to evade. With a thud, the second year fell to the ground, struggling in vain as his legs remained stubbornly bound together, immobile. Having concluded his performance, Eli began to collect his winnings, casting his gaze upward at the ceiling from a 45-degree angle. Mr. Hall is victorious, Professor Flitwick announced with exuberance, praising Eli's clever application of magic. In truth, Eli had gleaned this technique from Quirrell, who had expertly wielded the shield charm. Eli, however, had resorted to a more forceful approach, simply using magic to break through. Yet the results were unmistakably impressive, far beyond what other young wizards could achieve. I shall take my turn. Another second year stepped forward, evidently believing that the prior defeat had been a fluke. Eli cast a glance at the older students below. They seemed momentarily stirred but remained inactive. Eli was determined to continue his display of power. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the spell was cast once again, and the familiar outcome ensued. Todos die Elias surprise. The second year managed to conjure a shield charm. A smirk crept onto Eli's lips. This young wizard possessed a degree of ingenuity. While the shield charm was not a particularly advanced spell, it was typically beyond the grasp of a second year. Clearly, this individual's confidence was not entirely unfounded. However, it proved to be futile. Legs stiffened. A spell, significantly more potent than the last, was unleashed. The second year, maintaining his shield charm, displayed a grave expression. With a resounding crash, the spell collided with the shield charm, exhibiting a devastating force. The protective barrier swiftly dimmed and collapsed, leaving the second year's face drained of color. Yet he had no time to react before being pinned to the ground. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, an overwhelming display of dominance. It was utterly crushing. Even the shield charm had been of no avail. Eli emerged victorious once more. Another challenger stepped forward, a third year this time. However, it proved to be pointless. Faint, legs stiffened, thud. There was no suspense to be found. The defeat was immediate, or rather, that was the greatest suspense of all. The crowd erupted in outrage. This fellow is insufferably arrogant. Eli cautiously inched closer to Professor Flitwick, whose expression clearly conveyed, if you continue to act so brazenly, I might just be tempted to reprimand you. Two challengers approached, twins, engaged in playful banter. They exchanged knowing glances with Eli, prompting a smile from him. It was evident they intended to bolster his reputation, fully aware they could not prevail, yet still willing to assist him in establishing his prowess. As anticipated, they too faced defeat, leaving the surrounding students in shock. What sorcery was this? A first year had bested two third years. Eli gazed up at the ceiling, an expression of lofty melancholy upon his face, and pretentiously sighed. Ah, the solitude. Goodness, how audacious and how artfully he feigned despair. Below, the wizards began to clamor over one another to participate. Some even joined forces, while only a few of the upperclassmen retained a semblance of dignity by refraining from teaming up. Nevertheless, a pair of fifth-year students, unashamedly bold, entered the fray. The battle was no longer as straightforward as before. They exchanged blows for 2 or 3 minutes before conceding defeat. Of course, Eli had not exerted his full strength, as invoking ultimate death would indeed be inappropriate. Such is how authority is established. The entirety of Hogwarts was astounded. A first-year wizard had single-handedly challenged nearly half the school, and he had not been defeated even by 2 fifth years. In a fleeting moment, Eli's reputation soared, igniting the duel club into a frenzy. New members flocked to join, while professors marveled at the palpable atmosphere of learning, with corridors bustling with discussions on spells. As the final exams approached, perhaps due to the club's influence, students excelled in their charms class, with Professor Flitwick beaming with delight. In potions, Eli achieved near perfection, receiving a full score. In charms, Professor Flitwick even declared that, given Eli's prowess, he would award full marks as long as no mistakes were made. Consequently, he indeed received full marks, his performance remaining remarkably impressive. In transfiguration, Eli transformed a teacup into a fluttering owl, and Professor McGonagall generously awarded him full marks. However, in history of magic, Eli's grasp was tenuous at best, as he had often been either daydreaming or napping during lessons. Thus, among all subjects, history of magic was the only one he barely passed. The school year-end examinations had concluded, yet the trio, along with Eli, was only just beginning their final assessments. Chapter 35, The Challenge Minigame. I had anticipated Hogwarts exams would be exceedingly daunting, yet they turned out to be rather enjoyable. Weasley, you must have struggled in potions. Silence, Malfoy. At least I will manage an E. The 5 of them exited the classroom after completing their final examination, with Ron and Draco engaged in their usual banter. Indeed, Malfoy had managed to infiltrate their ranks, transforming the original trio into the current quintet of misfits. Of course, Draco's admiration for Eli had blossomed since their encounters in the Forbidden Forest and the subsequent dual club skirmishes, rendering him Eli's little fan. He persistently sought Eli's guidance in magic. Having experienced peril together, Draco's camaraderie with the trio had significantly improved. They were no longer as adversarial as before, though they still relished exchanging playful jabs, particularly with Ron, as these two were perpetually at odds. In any case, Eli had profoundly influenced them all. Ron was no longer a mere slacker. He had ascended to the ranks of the academically challenged. Harry, captivated by dueling, had been able to unleash his innate talent. Hermione, too, inspired by Eli, joined the duel club, transforming theoretical knowledge into practical experience. And Draco had finally abandoned his habitual phrase of informing his father. One could only wonder how the Philosopher's Stone fared, whether it had been adequately safeguarded. Harry remained deeply preoccupied with the matter of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone? You have yet to elucidate this to me. Draco wore a perplexed expression. He had wanted to inquire about this since he first heard of it in Hagrid's hut, yet had restrained himself until now. Observing the boy's curiosity nearing a breaking point, Eli patiently began to explain. After an extensive discourse, Draco, in shock, brushed his hand through his slick back hair. Snape intended to steal a stone protected by Dumbledore? The disbelief was palpable on his face. You may not realize the extent of Snape's wealth. He is connected to numerous families and would never resort to theft for mere gold. As a member of the Malfoy family, Draco was indeed somewhat informed about such matters. However, the evidence was irrefutable, and his suspicions were inescapable. Ron confronted Draco once more. Harry intervened, separating the two adversaries. Draco, Snape is not motivated by gold. Then what is it for? Harry lowered his voice significantly, wary of being overheard. It is for Voldemort. He is serving Voldemort. That name slipped from Harry's lips with unsettling nonchalance, causing Draco to blanch and Ron to squirm. Only Eli and Hermione remained unfazed. Eli, aware that he would inevitably confront the Dark Lord, felt no concern since Voldemort had not yet returned. Hermione, due to her Muggle upbringing, had never witnessed the terror of Voldemort. You should not utter that name. Draco hastily cautioned Harry. Why not? Draco's voice dropped even lower. There were rumors that the Dark Lord had placed a curse on his name, enabling him to know the location of anyone who dared to invoke it. But he is not. Hermione had never heard of such a strange curse, and her disbelief was evident. No, he has not perished. Harry's assertion drew the attention of his companions. He touched the scar on his forehead, recalling that the shadow we encountered that day was him. My scar was his mark. When I encountered him, the pain in my scar intensified. Eli understood that Harry spoke the truth. At that moment, Voldemort was lurking in Quirrell's shadow. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension as Draco and Ron, hailing from pure-blood families, were well aware of the terror associated with that name. Yet, he had now fallen to the point of relying on unicorn blood to sustain his life, so there was little to fear. He sought the Philosopher's Stone to regain his strength. If successful, the nightmare would become a reality. Eli shattered the oppressive mood, igniting excitement in Harry and Ron. Yes, we must stop him. The group exited the castle, with Hagrid's hut situated not far away, where Hagrid sat at the doorway playing music. Suddenly, Harry paused, a moment of realization washing over him as he strode purposefully towards Hagrid. Harry, where are you going? It makes sense now. Don't you find it odd? Why would Hagrid desire a dragon, only to encounter someone carrying a dragon egg? Who would wander about with a dragon egg? A flicker of understanding crossed Hermione's face, while Ron and Draco looked on in bewilderment. Eli was quite agitated, exclaiming that the challenge minigame was imminent. Wait, how could I act like a reckless little lion? I must remain composed, he thought with a chuckle. Hagrid, do you still remember what the person who gave you the dragon egg looked like? A few of them were slightly out of breath. Their expressions shifted as they realized, clad in black robes? That must mean something sinister. No one in black robes is benevolent. Did he say anything to you? Oh, indeed, he inquired about the various creatures I have raised, to which I responded with a multitude of examples. Hagrid appeared rather proud at this moment. Was he particularly interested in Norbert? Yes, he did ask several questions regarding Norbert. I informed him that the secret to interacting with animals lies in knowing how to soothe them. For instance, with Norbert, a little music sends him straight to sleep. Hagrid's expression was notably warm when he mentioned Norbert, but suddenly his demeanor shifted. Oh no, I've let something slip again. The five of them turned and hurried back towards the castle. Hagrid muttered, I shouldn't have disclosed that to you. Professor McGonagall was still in the classroom grading assignments when a few young wizards burst in. Professor, we need to see Professor Dumbledore, immediately, before they could steady themselves. Harry shouted. Professor McGonagall was startled, casting an annoyed glance at the group, wondering why these unfortunate children were back again. Professor Dumbledore has been summoned to the Ministry of Magic in London. What is the matter with you? The group exchanged glances. Someone is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Professor McGonagall's expression changed dramatically. How do you know about the Philosopher's Stone? Regardless of how you came by this knowledge, it is currently very well protected. You students ought to return to your dormitories at once. This is not your concern. The group was dejectedly ushered out. How could Dumbledore have been called to the ministry at such a critical moment? This is highly irregular. The young wizards began to sense the gravity of the situation. We must go to the trapdoor tonight. It must be tonight, Harry declared resolutely, showcasing Gryffindor's bravery in that moment. Draco looked incredulous. Tonight? You mean we are to confront that individual ourselves? Malfoy, are you afraid? Ron seized the opportunity to taunt him. Draco immediately fired back. I cannot lose to anyone, least of all to you. He puffed out his chest defiantly. Fine, let us go. Who is afraid? Chapter 36, The Challenge Minigame 2. Why are you so late? Eli had dispelled the disillusionment charm, standing outside the room on the third floor where the Philosopher's Stone was kept with Draco. Harry and the others arrived, breathless. We were discovered by Neville. We had no choice but to incapacitate him first. Ron added, casting a peculiar glance at Hermione. "All right, let us enter." Eli used the unlocking charm to open the door, cautiously pushing it ajar. Immediately, a deafening snore erupted, accompanied by delightful music. Eli stepped inside and glanced back at the door, noting the impressive soundproofing. It seemed they had been preceded. The atmosphere grew tense as they realized that Norbert had already been lulled into slumber by the harp that played incessantly beside him. A few individuals opened the trapdoor, which should have remained sealed by the weight of Lu Wei. Darkness enveloped the space beneath, obscuring any view of what lay below. Hesitation gripped them. Have you not noticed that the music has ceased? Eli remarqued suddenly. It was only then that they realized the room had fallen silent, the melody gone, along with the snoring of the three-headed dog. "Jump!" Harry was pushed down by Eli, and the others, no longer able to hesitate, followed suit one after another. Lu Wei awoke to the commotion, irked by the uninvited guests who had intruded upon his peace. His instinct was to tear these little creatures apart. Eli took the rear, casting a protective charm to shield them. Lu Wei raised his claw, ready to strike. At that moment, Harry and the others had already leaped down. "Not playing with you for now, little pup." In a swift motion, Eli descended. And then, he crushed Harry. Just a jest, of course. A rather soft net broke his fall. It was a tangle of vines. "Is everyone all right?" came their voices from around him, and all confirmed they were fine. Only Ron's voice trembled. "Have you noticed this thing is tightening?" Indeed, they quickly felt the vines constricting around them, wrapping tighter with every moment. Ron and Draco cried out, struggling desperately. But to no avail. Were they to perish here? Do not struggle. This is the devil's snare. The more you fight, the tighter it binds you. Hermione suddenly shouted. Eli recognized the devil's snare as well and ceased his own struggles. Gradually, he felt the vines loosening until they could no longer restrain him, allowing him to fall gently. The drop was not high, and he was unscathed. Hermione followed suit and landed beside him, and he helped her up. They had managed to descend, but 3 remained above. Soon, Harry joined them, yet Ron and Draco were still howling from above. "Do not struggle. Do not struggle," Hermione repeatedly urged loudly, but the two continued to wail like distressed animals. Eli raised his wand, the tip glowing brightly. Suddenly, it was as if the sun had risen, illuminating the world. The intense light compelled Hermione and Harry to shield their eyes. The devil's snare writhed in response to the blinding radiance, as if a serpent had encountered Realgar, thrashing wildly. Ron and Draco tumbled down in disarray. Once they were helped up, the 2 unfortunate souls appeared completely frazzled. "Let us go. More challenges await us." They ventured into the solitary corridor. What was that sound? It seemed to be the flapping of wings from the other end of the passage. The incessant sound of myriad wings echoed. At the corridor's conclusion lay a spacious chamber. Aside from a door opposite them and the passage they had traversed, there were no other exits. "Alohomora." Ron imitated Hermione, drawing his wand and calling out to the door. However, remaining motionless, Ron awkwardly scratched his head and said, I'm not sure why it didn't work." Eli stepped forward to inspect the door, noticing it was ensorcelled with numerous spells, rendering it impossible to force open. He looked up, realizing they must find the genuine key among that swarm. The group glanced upward, discovering that the source of the fluttering sound was a multitude of winged keys resembling insects. The sight of those densely flitting keys sent shivers down their spines. Who could discern which one was authentic? Eli continued to examine the door. It was quite ancient, with an aged lock showing signs of rust. Therefore, the key must be the most weathered of all. The group strained their eyes amidst the throng of keys, seeking the one that appeared most distinctive, but soon felt their eyes grow weary and strained. "Look, that one. Its wing is missing a piece," Harry suddenly exclaimed, pointing at one of the keys. Nearby, a broomstick floated over. It seemed they needed to fly up and seize it. "Go, Harry. If Snape could catch on a broomstick, so can you," Ron encouraged. "Snape." Harry mounted the broomstick, and, at that moment, the key seemed to go berserk, fiercely charging at him. He immediately ascended, darting towards the elusive key. True to his reputation as the youngest seeker, Harry maneuvered the broomstick with agility, nearly capturing the key several times. The other keys pursued him in a wild frenzy, but due to Harry's exceptional flying skills, none managed to touch him. "Quick, catch the key." Harry grasped the key and hurled it downward with all his strength, then evaded the relentless swarm of keys. Eli caught the key and dashed over to unlock the door. "Hurry, hurry," the group urged anxiously as Harry faced grave peril above. The door swung open, and they immediately filed in. "Harry, come on." Harry dove straight through the entrance. The moment he entered, Eli swiftly shut the door, which was met with a cacophony of impacts from the keys outside. The group breathed a sigh of relief. Those keys were remarkably aggressive, nearly breaking through the door. The next challenge presented itself. Another room, another door, but this time it was dominated by a gigantic chessboard. They attempted to navigate around the board, only to find the door completely obstructed by the chess pieces. As they approached the opposing pieces, the soldier-like pawns brandished their twin blades, their threatening intent unmistakable. It seems we must play a game of chess. Ron suddenly transformed, assuming the role of a strategic commander on the chessboard. Under Ron's guidance, they each represented a chess piece. I shall be the knight. Ron mounted the stone horse. Are we truly going to engage in a game of wizard chess? Draco's expression darkened. Ron pointed at one of the pawns, commanding, "You move to d5. The pawn obediently advanced to d5, right into the attack range of the opposing piece. Before me, a small pawn brandished dual blades and fiercely struck at our piece. A resounding clash echoed, followed by a cloud of dust as the attacked piece shattered into fragments. It appears to be genuine. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone realized the gravity of the situation. However, the game had commenced. Retreat was not an option. In an instant, the chessboard transformed into a true battlefield, with exchanges of blows and flashes of steel. Ron exhibited an extraordinary calmness, maintaining control of the situation while ensuring the safety of his companions, standing toe-to-toe with the adversary. Eli, meanwhile, surveyed the entire board, his expression grave as he struggled to comprehend the chaotic tableau before him. When the White King captured a piece, silence enveloped the arena. Harry, you see it too, don't you? If I make my next move, the White King will capture me, but you will have the chance to checkmate your opponent. No, it cannot be. Listen, Harry, you are the boy who lived. But destiny is to confront that individual. You cannot allow yourself to become a sacrificed piece now. Knight to h3. Ron possessed a means to ensure his own safety. Yet, that would plunge Draco into peril. Faced with such a dilemma, he hesitated not, charging forth resolutely as a knight. The White King raised his heavy sword high and plunged it into the stone steed beneath Ron. The knight had fallen, and Ron collapsed amidst the debris. Harry stepped forward with determination, delivering the verdict of death upon the White King. You are doomed. The great sword crashed down, and the dark pieces claimed victory. The others hurried to Ron's side to assess his injuries. Eli intended to keep Draco behind, but his insistence led him to follow along. Hermione, take Ron upstairs and summon the professor. The rest of us shall proceed to the next challenge. Another chamber awaited, devoid of doors or windows save for the passage they had entered. At its center stood a colossal mirror, before which stood a man adorned with a large turban. Professor Quirrell? The man turned, revealing himself to be Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort. No, it was Snape instead. Harry could hardly believe that the one awaiting them was not the Snape he had always trusted. Quirrell smirked mockingly indeed. Snape's insufferable demeanor does resemble that of a villain. With him around, who would suspect a stuttering Quirrell? Yes, it was always I. I was the one who sought to destroy you. The troll was my doing, as was Quidditch. That day, Snape went to the third floor to thwart me. And since then, he has never trusted me again. Yet I was never alone. Quirrell grew increasingly agitated, facing the mirror once more. What was the purpose of this mirror? Suddenly, a weak, hissing voice, akin to that of a serpent, emanated from the back of Quirrell's head. Allow me to speak, but I still possess some strength. Quirrell began to slowly unravel his turban, revealing a distorted human face upon the back of his head. Harry clutched his scar in agony. Voldemort! Harry exclaimed in desperation, trying to pull Eli and Draco away, but Quirrell merely snapped his fingers, surrounding them with a ring of flames. Harry, do not resist. Do you not wish to see your parents? Retrieve that object for me, and I can bring them back to life. The mirror revealed two figures, indeed, the parents of Harry and Eli. It was the infamous mirror of Ariste. Eli, I know your extraordinary talent. There is no true distinction between good and evil. Those powerless to seize authority are unworthy to touch the world. Together, we can bring the world to its knees. Eli scoffed, retorting you. Perhaps you should first save your own nose. Stupefied, Eli took the initiative, fearing that the professor would not arrive in time. Foolish, Voldemort roared, seizing control of Quirrell's body to disrupt Eli's spell. A green light surged toward them. The trio swiftly evaded. Blood magic possessed me. In this dire moment, Eli held nothing back. Expelliarmus. 3 beams of light shot toward Voldemort. He waved his wand fiercely, countering all 3 spells. Such formidable talent, yet you associate with trash. Who the true trash is remains to be seen. Ultimate death. Avada Kedavra. Once more, the 2 beams clashed like that fateful encounter in the Forbidden Forest. Do not hesitate. Harry and Draco quickly brandished their wands. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Voldemort roared in fury. unleashing a force that sent them all flying. This time, he offered Eli no chance to react. "Submit to me." Dark magic surge. A black beam surged like a tempest toward the closest Eli and Harry. Eli's pupils contracted in fear. Armor of protection. Suddenly, a figure lunged forward, casting the ironclad charm to withstand Voldemort's assault, only to be hurled away by the immense force, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Draco. Eli's fury surged. Ultimate death. Damn ants, unaware of their demise. The spells collided once more. "Harry, slap his face." Eli suddenly shouted at Harry. In this life and death moment, Harry acted without a second thought, charging forward to deliver a series of slaps to Voldemort's face. As a master of magic, Voldemort had never anticipated such a crude approach to combat. With Eli distracting him, Quirrell's body could not withstand another onslaught. Harry's slaps were indeed impactful. The areas touched by Harry began to char, and the heart-wrenching scream echoed, leaving one uncertain whether it came from Voldemort or Quirrell. Witnessing the unexpected efficacy of his slaps, Harry continued to rain blows upon him. Quirrell's body struggled briefly before disintegrating into ash, scattering across the ground. A dark mist erupted suddenly, manifesting a grotesque face, roaring as it fled the scene. They had triumphed. Chapitre 37, Surprise. Harry fainted, having been struck by the dark mist conjured by Voldemort. In the haze of the world, a pair of familiar green eyes appeared before him. Mom, Ellie. Aside from Quirrell, who has been reduced to ashes, only Eli remained standing. Harry. Draco, wake up. Eli sighed deeply. "You two are out cold. How are we supposed to get out of here?" "I don't care. I'm lying down too." Eli decided to recline as well, realizing they wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. When you fall, you simply lie where you land. This was indeed a perilous situation. He never anticipated a direct magical confrontation with Voldemort. He recalled that in the film, Voldemort merely made an appearance while Quirrell acted as a melee wizard, wielding no wand. For reasons unknown, in his case, Voldemort took control of the body, brandishing a wand with the intent to eliminate them. Fortunately, Voldemort had not yet regained full strength, and Quirrell's magic was insufficient to vanquish Eli in an instant. As long as he wasn't defeated in one blow, Eli had the means to take him down. It is worth noting that the blood protection charm was not exclusive to Harry. Eli possessed it as well. The original plan was for Eli to approach Quirrell if Harry couldn't. However, in the end, Quirrell succumbed to Harry's merciless slap, and Voldemort lost his vessel, currently unable to stir up any trouble. Moreover, Eli had not yet revealed his true heritage. He preferred to keep his lineage concealed, especially from Harry, as he was unprepared for the unexpected bond of brotherhood. However, he had no qualms about showcasing his talents. After all, he would inevitably confront Voldemort. And given that he was currently incapable of resurrection, what was there to fear? Talent necessitated courage. What kind of hero lacked the audacity to draw their sword against the strong? Eli did not aspire to be a hero, yet he did not wish to beg on his knees. Lying here was rather comfortable. In this room, one was lifeless, two were unconscious, and one was snoring. When the professors hurriedly arrived, Madame Pomfrey remarked on Eli's remarkable quality of sleep. Once again, it was a close call for these unfortunate children, with Draco added to the mix. But who could say whether this was a meticulously arranged trial? Eli did not care. He was quite displeased, very displeased, gazing at the hall adorned in the colors of Gryffindor. Just moments ago, it had been green, but old Dumbledore had prattled on, and it changed. To face formidable foes requires not only sufficient strength and courage, but also ample wisdom. Hermione Granger demonstrated her intellect in a perilous situation, earning 50 points. Ron Weasley showcased his exceptional chess skills, earning 50 points. Harry Potter, Eli Hall, and Draco Malfoy exhibited remarkable bravery in confronting a terrifying enemy, each earning 60 points. Neville Longbottom, having the courage to stand up to his friends, earned 10 points. Considering these factors, I believe the decorations ought to change. With a flick of Dumbledore's wrist, the decor transformed to red. Gryffindor erupted in jubilant cheers. In a brief span of time, Slytherin experienced the tumultuous highs and lows of life, leaving its members in a state of despondency, their tongues wagging in discontent. The joy and glory of the House Cup belonged to others, while they found themselves bereft of any accolades. The end-of-term feast, which was far from delightful for Slytherin, concluded, and the young wizards departed in an orderly fashion, buoyed by the impending holiday. Eily, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. It was Professor McGonagall. Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in his office. The password is chilled lemon tea. Wishing you a pleasant holiday. With that, McGonagall took her leave. Eily began to ponder the reason for Dumbledore's summons at such a time. Was it possible that in losing the House Cup, He was to be subjected to some form of cruel punishment? The very thought was unsettling. As he approached the office door, he reflected on Dumbledore's rather peculiar password, chilled lemon tea, making him feel as though he were becoming a lemon himself. Upon uttering the password, the winged statue spiraled upward, revealing a staircase. He ascended and knocked on the door. Dumbledore, however, did not indulge in his usual game of leaving the door ajar with a playful, "I knew you would come. Ah, please come in. Would you care for refreshment?" Dumbledore greeted him with the warmth of a market vendor eager to attract customers. "No, thank you, Professor. The feast was quite satisfactory, and I am quite full," Ali politely declined, implying that their lack of celebration for the house cup had resulted in a rather mundane meal. Dumbledore produced a selection of candies. "You must try these. They are Honeyduck's confections, which have always delighted my palate." Ali gazed at the writhing mass of candies reminiscent of live cockroaches, nearly losing his appetite anew. Why did Dumbledore have such peculiar tastes? No, I truly am full. Dumbledore, undeterred, sampled a few candies himself, much to Eileen's growing discomfort. He was acutely aware that Dumbledore's invitation was not merely about sweets and tea. Yet, the enigmatic old man seemed intent on keeping him in suspense, and Eileen felt utterly powerless in the face of it. "In truth, I have contemplated this matter extensively. It may be morally questionable and could potentially inflict harm," Dumbledore spoke. "Then perhaps you should refrain from discussing it. If it is both unethical and harmful, do you wish to endanger me? May I choose not to listen?" Eileen replied timidly. Dumbledore paused, his hand holding a candy frozen midair, surprised by Eileen's boldness. At that moment, Eileen's heart raced. Would the old man retaliate in anger? Dumbledore quickly regained his composure. "In reality, I have considered numerous scenarios, and I still wish to share this with you." "Very well, you are formidable. You are the master here. Speak if you desire." I shall remain silent, not daring to utter a word. "Bill, perhaps I shall refer to you as Bill Potter." Eileen's hair stood on end. Dumbledore knew. But what was his intention? Eileen struggled to maintain a neutral expression, oblivious to Dumbledore's penetrating gaze. He feigned confusion. "Professor, I'm not quite certain what you mean. 11 years ago, Voldemort was vanquished by an infant merely a few months old, a child who would later be heralded as the boy who lived, none other than Harry Potter. However, many remain unaware that the Potter family harbored another son, Harry's biological brother, Billy Potter, who mysteriously vanished on that fateful night. His profound gaze seemed to penetrate the very essence of those around him. Eli felt as though he had been thoroughly seen. Had it not been for the absence of any mental intrusion, he might have believed that old Dumbledore had employed legilimency. "With your arrival, Eli, you are indeed the lost child, the youngest son of the Potter family, Harry's true brother, Billy Potter. It has been previously established that your parents, the Halls, did not conceal your true lineage from you." Eli feigned disbelief, yet he thought, "They are merely muggles." I know, dear child. It was not they who abducted you. In fact, even now, we remain unaware of the manner of your disappearance. But how can you prove that I am indeed Billy?" A hint of mystery danced across Dumbledore's face as he produced an ancient feather quill, one that seemed far removed from the present age. This quill has existed since the founding of Hogwarts, a powerful alchemical creation. Each time a qualified young wizard is born within Britain, it inscribes their name. 11 years ago, it inscribed the name Billy Potter, who has since vanished. Dumbledore turned his gaze to Eli, who had transformed into Eli Hall. Chapter 38, Nicolamay. It was utterly unexpected that Dumbledore had long been aware of his true identity, perhaps even observing him before he enrolled at the school. Eli was suddenly enveloped in an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He had fancied himself a master of deception, hiding beneath Dumbledore's very nose, only to discover that the wise wizard had already seen through him, choosing merely to remain silent. This revelation made him feel like a fool. How embarrassing. With the conversation having reached this juncture, Eli could no longer deny the truth. He continued to feign astonishment. "For Merlin's sake, I am the younger brother of the Savior, Harry Potter." Regardless of whether Dumbledore believed Eli's performance, Eli himself was convinced. "Eli, perhaps you should be aware of what lies ahead. You possess formidable talents. And I assure you, you are the most gifted student I have ever encountered. My only hope is that, regardless of the circumstances, you will stand alongside Harry." Ili noted, for this was indeed his mission since assuming this body. Dumbledore's past was not without its imperfections. It was a source of enduring pain. Gifted beyond measure, he crossed paths with another equally brilliant and impetuous individual in his youth. They shared a common language, a mutual ambition, and their bond was closer than that of brothers. Yet that individual ultimately tread a path Dumbledore wished to avoid. Initially, He chose indulgence until a tragic conflict led to the loss of his sister. His brother also chose to abandon him, and even that individual pursued his ideals. He possesses legendary strength, having vanquished that individual to gain worldwide renown. Subsequently, he became the sole contender capable of opposing Voldemort. The world venerates him as the greatest white wizard. Yet, beneath the facade of having it all, he has lost everything. His beloved kin and friends all departed from him. Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald. 2 months of chaotic passion, a century of unspoken truths. He has moments of misjudgment. Eli's prodigious talent raises his concerns that Eli might become the third Dark Lord. He must provide Eli with adequate guidance and ensure that he has familial bonds to anchor him. Professor, although my biological parents have passed away, I understand the reasons behind their demise. I still have my adoptive parents and my brother. My strength shall forever serve as the shield for those around me. Eli's gaze was unprecedentedly resolute, embodying the trials of a contemporary powerhouse and the promise of a next generation of strength. Dumbledore smiled, his defenses momentarily lowered, exuding a sense of ease. However, I hope, Professor, that you will refrain from disclosing this matter to Harry for the time being. Dumbledore cast a surprised glance at Eli. I'm not yet prepared. Perhaps he is not either. After a moment's contemplation, Dumbledore replied, Very well, this is your affair, and you should be ready. At this juncture, my old friend ought to have arrived. Dumbledore glanced toward the fireplace, seemingly awaiting someone. Professor, may I take my leave? Eli assumed Dumbledore was dismissing him. Dumbledore interrupted. No. My old friend wishes to meet you. Meet me? Eli was perplexed as to who this old friend of Dumbledore's could be that would recognize him. Suddenly, a burst of green flames erupted from the fireplace, illuminating Dumbledore's beard in hues of green. Oh, Nick, you have finally arrived. Dumbledore hastily approached. No, Albus. No need to assist me. I can walk on my own. An elderly man, whose age Eli dared not speculate, emerged. His skin sagged, and his gait was unsteady. Eli feared he might collapse after just a few steps. Upon hearing Dumbledore's address, Eli immediately recognized him. Nicholas Flamel, the greatest alchemist, the sole possessor of the Philosopher's Stone. He was at least 660 years old. Thanks to the stone, he had lived for several centuries, far exceeding the limits of human existence, even surpassing that of wizards. While wizards have a lifespan longer than that of ordinary humans, the more powerful among them, like Dumbledore, who was already over 100, still possessed remarkable vitality, capable of engaging in battles with Voldemort, who was merely in his 70s. Nicholas Flamel shuffled forward with small, careful steps, his legs moving with great effort. Oh dear, take it slow, sir. If you fall, who will take responsibility? Just a moment, I shall reach there shortly. Flamel's pace, akin to a 100-meter dash, left Eli astonished. Despite the vigorous motion, he had not yet made significant progress. Dumbledore considered offering assistance, but Flamel seemed to take offense at the notion. The old man was quite obstinate. The resolute elder would never yield. Even the birds nurtured by Dumbledore had succumbed to slumber by the time the old man finally approached the chair. He took a deep breath, for it was indeed no small feat for someone of his age to move with such swiftness. Dumbledore, Eli. Ah, so this is the Eli Hall you mentioned. Truly a remarkable young man. The elder's gaze was still sharp. Eli promptly stood and bowed. Greetings, I am Eli Hall. Such decorum was essential. After all, he was addressing a venerable figure with centuries of wisdom. While his age may not rival that of the ancient sage by the Nile, he was nonetheless a preeminent authority of the present day. This lad exhibits considerable politeness, but do not allow Dumbledore to lead you astray. He has a penchant for frivolous matters. Eli had mentally applauded countless times, yet outwardly he maintained an air of innocence. Dumbledore awkwardly took a seat, casting a glance at the seemingly oblivious Eli, acknowledging his understanding. What do you think of him? He is the most gifted student I have ever encountered. Nix Grutinised Ili. And indeed, he was exceptional. I have witnessed many remarkable talents, yet none surpass him. He then shot a glance at Dumbledore. Is it merely my modest skills that have captivated you? Young lad, would you be inclined to study alchemy under my tutelage? Dumbledore felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, but upon hearing Nick's words, he turned his hopeful gaze toward Eli. Eli was momentarily bewildered. How had the conversation shifted so abruptly to the matter of apprenticeships? Old Dumbledore, have you already sold me out? To have such an unparalleled alchemist as a mentor was an immense stroke of fortune. Eli stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Do not be anxious, young one. Your talent in alchemy is undeniable. Simply state your willingness. This opportunity was too precious to dismiss. Who would be foolish enough to turn it down? Yes, Nick nodded in approval, and Dumbledore exhaled with relief. Eli dare not refuse. Absolutely, no problem at all. Very well. It is not easy for someone of my age to make such a journey. I shall write to you soon. Chapter 39. Homecoming. Eli and his companions squeezed into the carriage, reminiscent of their arrival. This semester had been nothing short of tumultuous. Giants, Quidditch, Quirrell, and Voldemort. These were encounters that many might experience only a handful of times in their lives, yet they had amassed them all in the span of one term. Each individual had their own gains. Eli fortified his soul, alleviated the peril of uncontrolled magic, significantly enhanced his strength, and even earned some extra coin. Harry and Ron managed to escape the clutches of Snape, and the mere recollection of Snape's expression upon granting them passing marks during exams brought them quiet satisfaction. Draco finally made a few friends, feeling as though the world had transformed before him. Hermione was perhaps the most elated. She had initially believed Eli would secure the top spot effortlessly, studying tirelessly day and night. However, Eli's mediocre performance in History of Magic resulted in him falling just short of her. Indeed, this young, which consistently achieved the highest marks across nearly all subjects, firmly establishing herself at the pinnacle of their year. Such a formidable young lady was truly awe-inspiring. Elijah secured a rather unremarkable second place. Had it not been for his abysmal score in the History of Magic, his other perfect grades would have rendered Hermione unable to compete with him. However, this achievement serves little purpose beyond superficial accolades, and second place suffices to satisfy Elijah's desire for recognition. After all, he is the young man who vanquished a troll in his first year and confronted Voldemort. Does he truly need such grades for validation? Did I care? Did I feel regret when Hermione boasted? I must ensure that little girl learns her lesson. Yet, Elijah insisted this was not anger. He merely intended to teach her not to flaunt, nothing more. With a snap, he inadvertently crushed another cup. The train soon arrived at the station, where parents eagerly awaited on the platform. From a distance, Elijah could see his mother waving, while his father, wishing to show affection yet restrained by paternal authority, awkwardly fidgeted with his hands. Mother! Elijah leapt into her embrace. Then, noticing his eager father nearby, he dutifully rushed to him as well. Mr. Hall's face crinkled with laughter, though he maintained a facade of seriousness, admonishing, "You are a big boy now. You must learn to be composed." Harry observed, chuckling along. Yet an inescapable sadness lingered in his eyes. "These are my friends. This is Harry, whom we met at the Dursleys' house. This is Hermione, who also resides in London. And this is Ron, a family of wizards. Oh, you are Harry. We've met before. So, you two are a young wizard. Mr. Hall greeted Harry warmly with a handshake before turning his attention to Hermione. Hermione politely introduced herself. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt, I am Hermione Granger." Mr. Hall, pleasantly surprised, exclaimed, "Ah, I remember. Your parents are dentists, correct? Truly excellent practitioners who saved my teeth. I even saw you last time I visited. How marvelous fate can be." He then looked at Ron, who appeared somewhat shy, perhaps due to his lack of interaction with Muggles. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt, I am Ron Weasley. Delighted to meet you. You must come over to our home sometime." The Granger and Weasley families soon arrived, the twins and Percy having already reunited with their parents. The adults from the three families engaged in lively conversation, with Mr. Weasley particularly animated. He was one of the few wizards who harbored a deep fascination for the Muggle world, and, as a pure-blood wizard, he reveled in the opportunity to make so many Muggle friends. The Granger and Hall couples, being old acquaintances, had much to discuss. The Hall couple found common ground with Mr. Weasley, as their professions bore similarities, leading to a delightful exchange, particularly between Mr. Hall and Mr. Weasley, who felt as if they had met far too late. The Dursleys arrived fashionably late, visibly reluctant to collect Harry. However, upon seeing the Hall family, they quickly donned a more genial demeanor. The Weasley couple, being of a magical lineage, were not particularly adept at interacting with Muggles, especially those as disdainful of magic as the Dursleys. The Dursleys maintained a respectful distance from the Weasleys, which left a rather negative impression on the Weasley couple regarding the Dursleys. They still believed that all Muggles would behave like the Halls and the Grangers. Mr. Dursley roughly shoved Harry into the car, an act that elicited frowns from onlookers. The adults from the Weasley, Hall, and Granger families had even arranged to exchange letters, as they were all quite approachable. Today's meeting felt like a long-awaited reunion. Once the gathering had dispersed, Mrs. Hall seized Eli by the ear, causing him to howl in distress, akin to a pig being slaughtered. What did it matter if he had vanquished a giant or battled the Dark Lord? He still faced the wrath of his mother. Mr. Hall was fanning the flames, for it is the instigator who brings forth the greatest trouble. Eli, baring his teeth, vowed to reveal every secret hiding place of his father's stash of money. Thus, upon returning home, a fierce confrontation ensued. In truth, the primary targets of reprimand were Mr. Hall and Eli. The moment they arrived, Eli poured forth the details of his father's hidden funds like a bamboo tube spilling beans. The evidence was irrefutable, even though Mr. Hall was a renowned lawyer. He found it difficult to defend himself. At that moment, Mrs. Hall seemed ready to transform into a fire-breathing Norwegian ridgeback, while Eli and Mr. Hall cowered in a corner, trembling. Mr. Hall was not one to go down without a fight, and he swiftly retaliated by revealing Eli's childhood mischief involving Mrs. Hall's cosmetics, as well as an incident at school where Eli had been involved in a brawl, which Mr. Hall had kept secret. The two nearly severed their father-son bond, each accusing the other of disloyalty. This familial strife came to an abrupt end with the arrival of the Granger family. Eli nearly embraced Hermione, calling her his savior. Shortly thereafter, the Weasley family arrived, but they did not bring all 7 children, only the youngest, Ron and Ginny. In the evening, Harry was also brought over by Mr. Hall. Logically, the Dursleys had no desire to see Harry make friends. However, due to work-related matters requiring the Hall family's assistance, they reluctantly allowed Harry to join them. Trading a loath acquaintance for the friendship of the Halls was a fair exchange, and they were quite pleased to avoid Harry's company. The 3 families had agreed to gather for a meal at the Hall residence. The women sat together, engaged in lively conversation, with Mrs. Weasley being a delightful presence. Adept at managing household affairs, and currently imparting her wisdom to Mrs. Hall and Mrs. Granger. Meanwhile, the men were engrossed in boasting and banter, disregarding their images. They exchanged numerous gifts, as they were all genuinely interested in each other's worlds. Mr. Weasley gifted them some magical trinkets, which left Mr. Granger and Mr. Hall in awe. After some contemplation, Mr. Hall discreetly slipped Mr. Weasley a small object, a Glock 17, 9mm caliber. After dinner, the children played nearby. Oh, what was that? Eli glanced at Hermione. She covered her mouth, hesitant to let go. Were you hurt? Hermione shook her head and slowly released her hand, revealing a tiny tooth nestled in her palm. Eli was astounded. How could you still be losing teeth at the age of 11? Hermione's face flushed with embarrassment as she smacked Eli on the head. Eli covered his head, unable to contain his laughter, and Hermione was equally amused, chuckling heartily, albeit with a comical gap where a tooth once resided. Eli seized a lost tooth and tossed it onto the rooftop. Why throw it up there? Hermione inquired, her mouth covered in confusion. Eli, wearing the expression of one who has experienced life, replied, if you toss a lost tooth onto the roof, a new one will sprout swiftly. Is that true? Hermione questioned skeptically. Would I deceive you? Eli mimicked the demeanor of an elder amusing a child. Digging into her pocket, Hermione produced a small pouch and, to Eli's astonishment, revealed 5 or 6 teeth. In a whimsical gesture, she flung them all onto the roof. This way. The LL groped back quickly. You've been carrying these around? Eli exclaimed. Hermione shot him a disdainful glance. Don't pry into the affairs of fairies. Chapter 40. The Alchemist's Abode. That evening, the Granger family and the Weasley family departed, while Harry temporarily settled at the Hall residence. Though his stay was brief, it allowed Harry to finally grasp the essence of a true home. After 11 years in this world, he experienced the warmth of family and belonging. Eli also anticipated his vacation study period, which promised to be immensely fulfilling. Mom, enough. Please stop cramming clothes into my suitcase. Eli observed his mother relentlessly stuffing garments into a magically enhanced trunk, feeling rather exasperated. This petite yet cavernous trunk seemed perfectly suited to Mrs. Hall's intentions. Unlike ordinary trunks that quickly reach capacity, this one seemed to invite her to fill it further, offering a bittersweet relief to her reluctance to part. By the time Mrs. Hall squeezed in the last item, Eli's room was left significantly emptied. The overwhelming avalanche of maternal love. Eli retrieved the small orb included in the letter from Nickelmere, which appeared to be a copper object devoid of any distinctive markings. According to the letter, by reciting the address from Nickelmere thrice while holding the orb, and giving it a gentle flick, he would be transported there. It bore a resemblance to apparition or a portkey, though apparition could hardly compare to the convenience of a portkey. At that moment, Mr. Hall set down his newspaper. Eli, take care of yourself, and do not cause any trouble for your teachers. Mr. Hall always maintained a fatherly restraint, even though his heart longed to embrace Eli and express how dearly he would miss him. All right, I will, Eli replied, lifting the trunk and gazing at his attentive parents. He smiled at them before softly murmuring the address from the letter to the orb. Upon reaching the 3rd recitation, he gently flicked the orb, causing it to tremble vigorously. The tremors did not subside. Rather, they intensified, as if suddenly activated. The space around him began to warp, and a familiar sensation of being pulled ensued. A feeling that might induce nausea in an ordinary person. Eli felt as though he were a small object traversing through tofu, with the resistance from the surrounding space palpably evident. This process lingered longer than he had anticipated, unlike his previous experience in the upside-down alley. As the sensation of traversing faded, he found himself at his destination, Devon, England. The place appeared to be an unremarkable little courtyard, exuding a quintessential charm of the English countryside. It certainly did not resemble the abode of an alchemist. "Oh, Eli, do come in. The meal is ready," called Nicholai, resembling an ordinary grandfather while beckoning Eli inside. Yet this grandfather was over 660 years old. Eli felt somewhat hesitant as he entered, carrying his suitcase. There were no smoking alchemical furnaces, nor any bizarre tools. Eli even suspected he had mistakenly wandered into a common household. The walls were adorned with numerous opera posters, some looking quite antiquated, and a few even hand-painted. Without the protective enchantments, they would surely have turned to dust. "Doesn't this seem quite unlike the residence of an alchemist?" Nicholai remarked, standing beside Eli and gazing at the opera posters, seemingly speaking to himself. "I have been studying alchemy for centuries. Surely there must be a realm and time that does not pertain to alchemy? Without such, I would surely go mad. Now, come and dine. Today, Perenelle has specially cooked, though I advise you to be cautious. She hasn't tea cooked in over a century." "You old man, are you speaking ill of me again?" came a voice, somewhat aged yet still robust. "Nonsense." Nicholai, like a child caught in mischief, pulled Eli toward the dining room, whispering, "Her temperament hasn't changed a bit over all these years. Are you still talking?" Eli dared not even nod, fearing the wrath might be directed at him. "Oh, you must have misheard," he muttered under his breath. "Goodness, hasn't she lost her hearing?" The table was quite lavishly set, appearing far from the imagined meal of someone who hadn't cooked in over a century. "Oh, Eli, it's such a pleasure to see you. Please sit and sample my culinary skills," exclaimed a kindly-looking elderly woman, entirely unlike the sharp-voiced owner of the previous moment. She waved her wand, arranging the dishes on the table, inviting the two to sit. Eli, unable to decline her hospitality, sampled a piece of beef. It seems rather tasteless." He then tried a piece of duck breast, and a mouthful of salt nearly overwhelmed him, causing his salivary glands to go into overdrive. Perenelle looked at him expectantly. "Well, is it good?" "Delicious, quite delightful." Eli felt this was perhaps the most insincere compliment he had ever uttered. "Oh, I too find it quite satisfactory. It seems my culinary skills have not waned over the years." Perenelle appeared quite pleased with herself. Nicholai, however, keenly observed Eli's expression and, perhaps knowing his wife's cooking prowess, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his temple. "Nick, you too should eat. It has been ages since you've savored my cooking." Suddenly summoned, Nicholai gazed at the dishes before him, feeling a profound sense of impending doom. As he took a bite, Eli observed him rolling his eyes in distress. "Goodness, should I call for an ambulance?" Eli was genuinely frightened at the prospect of witnessing the alchemist's demise firsthand. Fortunately, the old gentleman's health remained robust, perhaps due to his familiarity with his wife's culinary skills, which provided him with some resilience. At last, Nicholai managed to endure it. Perenelle, observing Nicholai's pained expression, expressed her dissatisfaction. "Is it truly that inedible? You used to react like this every time you ate my cooking." She speared a piece of duck breast, tasted it, and grimaced. Perenelle finally realized the inadequacy of her culinary prowess and deemed it unbearable, prompting her to withdraw. She instructed a domestic house elf, who promptly appeared and began preparing a meal with remarkable skill. It seemed that it was indeed the house elf who typically handled the cooking. "I sincerely apologize. After a century, my culinary skills have inevitably waned." "No, you have consistently performed admirably," Nicholai muttered quietly, yet lowered his gaze under his wife's fierce glare, watching the house elf's adeptness. Eli pondered whether he might also procure one for himself, perhaps to assist in managing his own affairs. He had already purchased a plot of land in England for the cultivation of herbs. Now, all that remained was to acquire the seeds. Thankfully, the Ministry of Magic did not impose age restrictions. Otherwise, a mere boy of 10 would have found it impossible to secure the land. Chapter 41. The Secrets of Alchemy. Wizards possess a remarkable talent for contriving the extraordinary. For instance, the door Nicholai had just opened. Logically, it should have led directly outside, yet after some manipulation, it revealed an expansive hidden chamber. Within this space, Nicholai's identity as an alchemist seemed to be firmly established. Eli was certain that he had never encountered anything like this before. The air was infused with various aromas, and parchment scrolls were scattered about, providing ample opportunity for recording observations. This is where I conduct my research, and it will also be your place of learning. Eli was convinced that no place could be more conducive to studying alchemy than this. Merely being in this environment made Eli feel as though he had ascended to the status of a master alchemist. Nickleme, transformed in demeanor, adopted an air of seriousness within his area of expertise. Eli, share your thoughts on alchemy. This marked the beginning of Nicklame's first lesson. After a moment of contemplation, Eli realized he had limited understanding of alchemy. The only product he was aware of was the Philosopher's Stone, which he had safeguarded, albeit only catching a fleeting glimpse of it. Alchemy transforms decay into wonder, creating precious metals? He was far from certain. Nickleme nodded slightly. This perspective was indeed shared by many, including numerous alchemists. In some respects, it was not entirely incorrect. He rummaged through the nearby table and produced a slender volume. Upon examining it closely, Eli felt a disorienting sense of time and space. In Nickleme's hands was a journal titled Nature. This esteemed publication is undoubtedly familiar to Muggles, as it boasts a rich history and unparalleled authority in the realm of science. Founded by the esteemed Sir Joseph Norman Lockyer, it encompasses the forefront of research across disciplines such as physics and biology. Alchemy bears a striking resemblance to Muggle science. It represents an extension of human intellect, enabling us to achieve feats beyond our individual capabilities. However, Muggle science is entirely grounded in the laws governing the natural world, while alchemy intertwines with the arcane. For instance, transmuting mercury into gold is deemed utterly unscientific in Muggle terms, yet within the realm of alchemy, it is entirely feasible. Both science and alchemy, though divergent in their paths, ultimately converge in purpose. Many wizards perceive Muggles as ignorant, yet one might argue that a wizard lacking understanding of science is equally uninformed. Eli was awestruck by the wisdom of this master. Perhaps in his eyes, all knowledge would distill into a singular point. Nickleme continued, "What you have just articulated is indeed correct. The essence of alchemy lies in the transformation of matter, the so-called transmutation of the mundane into the miraculous." He gestured toward a contraption resembling a robot, explaining that such mechanical creations are, in fact, extensions of alchemical practice. The crafting of magical objects and wands can be attributed to alchemy, albeit it is not its most fundamental aspect. The primary goal of alchemy is the conversion of substances, which bears a striking resemblance to Muggle chemistry. It is evident that this enigmatic alchemist possesses a remarkable understanding of Muggle science. Eli was captivated. In his view, this knowledge of transmuting the ordinary into the extraordinary rivaled that of incantations. Nickleme produced a thick tome, its cover seemingly frozen in time. It did not appear to be made of paper, but rather resembled tightly bound tree bark, encased in a ring of brass. As he opened the book, the pages were grouped in sets of 7, each 7th page adorned with an illustration of a colossal serpent devouring a wand. "This is the source of my knowledge, and thus the origin of alchemy, the Book of Abraham." Nickleme's face was illuminated with profound reverence. He turned to Eli, his murky gaze filled with hope. "I have never taken on an apprentice, and you will not be my sole student, but I hope you will carry forth my lifelong teachings. Only you can accomplish this." Eli, momentarily dumbfounded, hesitated to accept such a revered tome, which also symbolized the legacy of a master alchemist. After a lengthy pause, he seemed to gather his resolve and carefully received the book, feeling the weight of his newfound responsibility increase. Nickleme's countenance brightened with a relieved smile, brimming with hope and understanding. Yet, Eli was puzzled. "Why have you chosen me?" He found it perplexing that, without any trial, Nickleme entrusted him with such a significant legacy. Nickleme gazed deeply into his eyes and replied, "Some individuals are born bearing a unique mission." With that cryptic statement lingering in the air, Nickleme's demeanor shifted. Learning alchemy is akin to mastering any other discipline. One must begin with the most rudimentary concepts. The essence of alchemy lies in transformation. While its most superficial aspect is the creation of objects, akin to handmade crafts and machinery, all of which fall under the category of creation. Suddenly, Eli had a thought. Are all magical artifacts merely shallow alchemical products? Nickleme shook his head, asserting that the distinction is not so simplistic. Take, for instance, the legendary Deathly Hallows. Eli's expression grew serious. The Elder Wand, the Invisibility Cloak, and the Resurrection Stone. These 3 are collectively known as the Deathly Hallows. It is said that they all originated from death, which is, in fact, inaccurate. They are all products of alchemy. although they may resemble magical items found in stores. These three possess great complexity, endowed with the most formidable and mysterious powers. The Elder Wand, indomitable, serves the strong. The Invisibility Cloak can nearly erase one from existence. Silent and unseen, the Resurrection Stone is capable of reviving the dead. Such feats transcend ordinary alchemical capabilities. A glint of insight flickered in Eli's eyes. This was knowledge he had never encountered before. He had read tales of the Deathly Hallows, which narrate how three brothers obtained these treasures after evading death's grasp. The eldest sought the most powerful wand, the second desired an artifact to resurrect the deceased, while the youngest yearned for a means to escape death. Nickling continued, revealing another legend. The brothers, desiring to inherit Death's throne, created three alchemical items in accordance with Death's design. The Elder Wand symbolizes Death's power. The Resurrection Stone represents Death's dominion over life and death. The Invisibility Cloak signifies Death's immortality. Together, they embody Death's authority. Nickling suddenly fixed his gaze upon Eli, declaring that whoever possesses these three Deathly Hallows wields Death's power and shall become Death himself. Eli felt a chill under Nickling's intense stare, relieved when Nickling's expression softened. These matters are exceedingly profound, yet in due time, you will encounter them. For now, however, you must diligently study the fundamentals. Nickling produced a hefty tome, slamming it onto the table with a resounding thud that echoed within Eli's heart. Herein lies my compilation of alchemical runes based on the Book of Abraham. Your task is to memorize it. Once you have done so, you may begin your journey into creation. Eli nearly dropped his jaw. Must I truly memorize this? He gazed at the book, which seemed as large as his head, his teeth clenching in discomfort. A glint of mischief flashed in Nickling's eyes. Some individuals are born with a unique destiny. Come, fulfill your mission. Young man, I have great expectations for you. With that, he slipped out, slamming the door behind him, leaving Eli staring blankly at the imposing tome. I feel as though this book is mocking me. Chapter 42. The Phoenix calls as the jade of conscience shatters. Eli could guarantee that if it were anyone else, memorizing these items could very well take centuries. Fortunately, he prided himself on his keen intellect and extraordinary memory, and at least over the past month and a half, he had made significant progress. Nickling had not hesitated to lavish praise more than once, exclaiming, "This boy is truly a genius." Certainly, such progress cannot be achieved solely through memory. As a traveler from another realm, well aware of the advantages of the rigorous 996 work ethic and adhering to the belief that diligence is the hallmark of strength, Eli immerses himself in his studies daily. Aside from meals and sleep, he carries his books even while indulging in leisure activities. He isolates himself in the laboratory, prompting Nicklemy to check on him repeatedly, ensuring he is not on the brink of death. Perignal has intervened on several occasions, warning Nicklemy not to harass her beloved grandson. Indeed, Perignal is quite fond of Eli, having embraced him as her own grandson. Nicklemy concurs, as Eli is also his heir. Eli considers this arrangement advantageous, being recognized as a grandson by two ancestors from the Ming dynasty, thus earning himself a remarkable familial upgrade. It is noteworthy that Eli has commenced his training in becoming an animagus. After seeking guidance from Professor McGonagall, she deemed him qualified to pursue this path, although she still believes he is rather young for such an endeavor. Nonetheless, upon Eli's insistence, Professor McGonagall instructed him to inform her prior to his transformation. As all previous animagus practitioners have required the protection of others during their initial transformation to prevent potential life-threatening mishaps due to the animal instincts overwhelming their consciousness. When the LeMay couple learned of Eli's intention to train as an animagus, they expressed their willingness to assist. Do not underestimate these elderly individuals. Their centuries of experience are no trivial matter. With an abundance of alchemical tools at their disposal, they are more than capable of aiding Eli, such as by conjuring a thunderstorm. Presently, Eli has taken to chewing on mandrake leaves, practicing his silent meditation. Grandfather Nick, how can alchemy achieve a production line akin to a muggle factory? Eli pondered, while a self-writing feather quill tirelessly transcribed his thoughts, a creation born of Nicklemy's guidance. This remarkable tool connects with his mind, allowing for automatic writing, a veritable artifact for composing text. Nicklemy turned to him in surprise. Do you wish to establish a factory? Eli affirmed with a nod, sharing his concept for a potion factory with Nicklemy. Upon hearing this, Nicklemy regarded Eli admiringly, recognizing the brilliance of the idea. If successful, it could almost monopolize the potion market within the magical community. However, his expression shifted to one of gravity. But are you aware of the dangers involved? Eli contemplated briefly and shook his head. Nickelme sighed. If you seek to dominate the market, it will inevitably disrupt many powerful factions. Pureblood families, potion masters. Should you fail, even the Ministry of Magic may turn against you. Do not assume these individuals are passive. The illustrious families that have endured through the ages are stained with blood. If you encroach upon their interests, they will undoubtedly devise ways to eliminate you. Eli anticipated such circumstances, knowing full well that in both the Muggle and magical worlds, commercial conflicts extend far beyond mere business, especially in a realm where magic reigns supreme. Yet, he is reluctant to relinquish his aspirations. Regardless of the outcome, one must take the chance, mustn't he one? He inscribed on the parchment that difficulties are indeed inevitable. Whenever one seeks to attain personal gain, challenges will undoubtedly arise. However, I am unafraid, for there will always be those eager to partake in the feast of success, and I shall be the first to claim my place at the table. Nickelme did not conceal his admiration for Eli. Was this not a test for Eli? Should Eli falter due to mere words, Nickelme would reconsider whether he had chosen the right heir. Exceptional individuals surely possess extraordinary courage, since you harbor such aspirations. I shall lend you my utmost support. Though I may be aging and less capable of confrontation, I am not lacking in wealth. Eli was struck by a wave of opulence emanating from Nickelme, who seemed to be just a few gold chains short of a grand display. Never doubt the financial prowess of a master alchemist, particularly one as venerable as Nickelme, whose ability to transmute stone into gold is second nature. Eli could scarcely fathom the amount of gold Nickelme might have conjured with magical stones. With Nickelme as assistance, his factory was poised for success, awaiting only the final push. Eli had been diligently refining his vision for the potion factory. It was certain that other powers would seek to undermine him. Thus, he must first secure a stronghold against any potential threats. Therefore, he resolved to tightly control the raw materials in his possession. When other factions might attempt to sanction him by limiting resources, Eli would remain unfazed, as he held the key to production. He had already acquired land for cultivating herbs, a task well within his capabilities given his possession of Voldemort's memories, which included numerous nefarious spells, some of which even Eli hesitated to employ. The remaining concern was personnel, but that could be addressed in due course. If need be, he could always rely on house elves. Not only are house elves formidable, but they also possess an unwavering loyalty to their masters, an indelible mark upon their souls. The establishment of a potion factory and the mastery of the potion market were surely within reach. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Eli felt invigorated. With energy came the desire to learn, and with learning, a propensity to rest. The matter of becoming an animagus had been flawlessly managed with the assistance of the LeMay couple. Eli devoted himself to the study of ancient alchemical runes. These runes are derived from ancient runic scripts, which bear a profound connection to magic. Many spells can indeed be traced back to these runes. Hogwarts offers a course on this subject, albeit as an elective, its dryness resulting in minimal enrollment. Eli found himself deeply intrigued by these runes. Based on Voldemort's memories and Dumbledore's notes, many powerful ancient magics necessitate the use of runes. Such ancient magic is exceedingly formidable, historically employed in warfare. Many spells even require the collaboration of multiple wizards, akin to the formations found in the realm of cultivation novels from a past life. Furthermore, runes delve into the essence of magic itself. Aspiring to become the most powerful wizard in Gun Era, Eli would certainly not overlook this invaluable knowledge. At dinner, Perenelle used a feather duster to usher Eli out of the laboratory for a meal. The culinary skills of the house elf were indeed commendable, and the moment Eli caught a whiff of the aroma, he felt his hunger awaken. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the door, followed by a series of knocks. Stanley, quickly, go greet our guest, he was instructed. The house elf appeared unexpectedly, assisting in opening the door. Oh, Nick, I hope I can still snag a dinner, came a brazen remark. Eli turned curiously at the unabashed words, only to find Dumbledore, and behind him stood Professor McGonagall. One cannot deny that your timing is rather unfortunate, though not that I mean you, Minerva. Please do come in. Perenelle warmly ushered them inside. Eli, how have you been feeling lately? Quite well, quite fulfilled, he replied. Now he felt at ease to converse and dine, for the mandrake leaves had been successfully extracted and concocted into a potion. All that remained was to await a thunderstorm. Until now, Eli's animagus training had progressed remarkably well. With each sunset, he could distinctly feel a powerful second heartbeat while reciting the incantations. I came with Albus specifically for your first transformation. I'm certain it will go exceedingly well with him here. Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat exhilarated. as her student was set to complete his animagus training during the summer after his first year, a tremendous source of pride for her. Eli, taken aback, quickly rose to express his gratitude, saying, "I cannot thank you both enough." Dumbledore smiled gently. "There is no need for such gratitude. It is our duty as professors. And this is also the fruit of your own hard work." Eli slowly resumed his seat, touched by their support. It was remarkable that Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore had personally come to assist him, especially considering how his father had once learned animagus in secret with a few dubious friends. However, he was somewhat puzzled. "But how did you know it would be today?" Ili wondered, speculating whether there was some magic that could predict the weather or perhaps an alchemical item at play. Dumbledore winked at him. "In truth, Muggle weather forecasts are quite reliable, though they have deceived me on numerous occasions." Eli felt a thunderous realization wash over him. "Dumbledore, you grand wizard, are you telling me you relied on a weather report? That mischievous old man." Yet, as it turned out, this weather forecast was indeed accurate, for the sound of thunder began to rumble outside. They promptly made their way to the storage area for the potion, where the vial had transformed completely into a crimson liquid. "No issues. We may begin." After Professor McGonagall conducted a thorough inspection and confirmed everything was in order, Dumbledore suddenly produced his wand. Very few had witnessed Dumbledore wielding his wand. Nearly simultaneously, Nickelme took out an array of alchemical equipment. The two exchanged glances and began their respective tasks. The location was already quite open, making it an ideal spot for transformation. Dumbledore waved his wand, causing the surrounding space to distort, rendering it impervious even to Muggle satellites. As the alchemical apparatus of Nickelmere was set in motion, the protective shield conjured by Dumbledore instantaneously expanded several-fold. The potency of such an alchemical creation, capable of amplifying the spells of a wizard like Dumbledore, was undoubtedly formidable. Professor McGonagall, too, drew forth her wand, preparing for whatever may come. "Ili, Goldmans," Dumbledore commanded with gravity. Eli nodded solemnly, consuming the crimson potion from the vial. He then aimed his wand at his heart, chanting Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. Upon uttering the incantation, Eli immediately felt a powerful second heartbeat resonate within him. The sound thundered like a drum, intertwining with his own heartbeat to create a bizarre rhythm. His blood seemed to boil, and every bone and sinew in his body vibrated with intense vitality. His very soul appeared to tremble, as a formidable mental force surged within him. Eli felt as though he had been drawn once more into the realm of the soul, still shrouded in an eerie pallor. Yet before him emerged a brilliant flame. "What is this?" The blaze intensified, casting a terrifying luminescence throughout the soul space. It appeared as if a creature was flitting within. Outside, the others began to sense the overwhelming surge of Eli's magical energy. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall exchanged startled glances, both recognizing the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. At that moment, Eli's body had become exceedingly animated, teetering on the brink of instability. In the realm of the soul, Eli gazed vacantly at the creature at the heart of the flame, which emanated an aura of sanctity and inviolability. Gradually, he discerned the being amidst the fire, a bird of resplendent plumage, radiant and glorious in its movement. As a son of the East, how could he not recognize this? This was the emblem of a nation, the embodiment of a civilization's faith. The phoenix, his very soul quivered. Having thought himself severed from his homeland, he found that the ancient bloodline still chose him. To merge with the deity of his kin was an honor for his generation. What was there to fear? Eli resolutely stepped into the flames, drawing closer to this mythic being. The phoenix regarded him with piercing eyes, acknowledging the courage of this descendant, and let out a resounding cry as it surged toward Eli. The two began to merge. In the external realm, Eli's body ignited with crimson flames, the temperature around him soaring. "What on earth is happening?" Nickelmere exclaimed anxiously. Dumbledore, now equally astonished, realized that Eli was on the verge of transforming into a magical creature. Professor McGonagall's grave voice interjected. "Throughout history, no animagus has ever belonged to a magical beast. Even if such a transformation were attempted, it would likely end in death." Dumbledore murmured, "No, it is more than that." The flames erupted violently, enveloping Eli's figure entirely in golden red fire. The terrifying heat compelled the others to conjure protective spells. The ground nearby began to harden under the intense heat. "What shall we do now?" Peregrine cried, nearly on the verge of tears, as did Professor McGonagall. "Once the animagus transformation begins, it cannot be halted. It is solely up to him now. It is either life or." Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon the terrifying flames, his eyes shimmering with a blend of anticipation and madness. Eli was not faring any better. The horrific heat was melting him, his flesh and bones being dismantled inch by inch. His magical energy was depleting at an alarming rate, leaving him in a state of desperation. Damn it, was failure imminent? With his magic nearly exhausted, the flames began to spiral out of control, his soul trembling in chaos, and his body on the verge of collapse. Death loomed merely a step away. The excruciating pain and grievous injuries rendered him increasingly unconscious, the flames spiraling beyond control, threatening to plunge him into eternal darkness. At last, his magic waned, leading to an utter collapse. The flames began to dissipate, the dreadful heat piercing through the spell, leaving several in a state of perspiration. Had they succeeded? They restrained their impulse to rush forward. Yet, as the flames dissipated, the familiar figure did not materialize. Ah, Perennial's silent scream echoed. Professor McGonagall's face turned ashen, her body swaying under the weight of profound sorrow. Only Dumbledore remained transfixed, staring intently at the pile of ashes below. Suddenly, the ashes seemed to stir, and the surrounding magical energy began to surge wildly toward them. Nick, use the Philosopher's Stone. Do something quickly, Dumbledore bellowed suddenly. Nickelme trembled as he produced the Crimson Philosopher's Stone, and together with Dumbledore, they pointed their wands. The stone levitated slowly, emanating an overwhelming magical pulse, a red light streaming from it into the ashes. The world appeared to be infused with light. Eli shook off his confusion, a desperate longing for life compelling him to open his eyes. Simultaneously, a myth began to take form. The golden red flames reignited, rapidly expanding. The sky was illuminated in its entirety, the world seeming to awaken, showered with radiant rays. The sacred phenomenon captured the attention of all. As the being at the center began to emerge, an enchanting chant resonated throughout the heavens and earth. The phoenix soared, its wings fluttering elegantly, adorning the skies. Noble and regal, it commanded the respect of all creatures. The phoenix sang upon the lofty heights. The phoenix tree blossomed in the morning sun, verdant and lush. A chorus of life filled the air. A cry that pierced the heavens and the earth marked the birth of a myth. Chapter 43. All is prepared. The phoenix. The male is the foam. The female is the huan. With authority from all directions, the phoenix reigns over all birds. From the depths of despair, it transcends, conquering death. Dumbledore gazed in awe at the sacred light, his eyes brimming with hope, for he alone understood. No one heard Dumbledore's whispers, as all were enraptured in profound shock. The radiant hues of dusk descended as if a deity had graced the world, the golden red flames even penetrating the protections set by Dumbledore and Nickelme. In the Muggle world, nearby residents were drawn to this extraordinary phenomenon. Albus, is this the phoenix? A magical creature, an animagus, a phoenix? Professor McGonagall inquired of Dumbledore, as the scene unfolded before her, surpassing her wildest imagination. Never had an animagus, a creature of legend, graced the world until now, standing vividly before her eyes. Dumbledore shook his head, stating that it was indeed a phoenix, but unrelated to Fawkes. This might be a phoenix from the east, entirely transcending the existing taxonomy of magical creatures, perhaps deserving the designation of a mythical being. Fawkes is a phoenix from the Western magical realm. The Dumbledore family is one that is followed by phoenixes. In the Western magical world, the phoenix is classified as a 5-star magical creature, exceedingly rare. Its tears possess curative properties, its song inspires courage, and it has remarkable carrying capacity. As its lifespan draws to a close, it chooses to be reborn through the flames. Such a marvelous creature has chosen to follow the Dumbledore family through generations, and there is an ancient saying within their lineage, whenever there is a dire need, the phoenix will appear instantaneously. Yet, the phoenix transformed from Eli dwarfed Fawkes in terms of effect. It was adorned with golden red flames and radiant light. The ancient Eastern nation remarked, "You know nothing of power. Humanity harbors an enigmatic yearning for flight." And Eli, suspended in midair, gazed excitedly at his resplendent wings, as if the entire sky were his to conquer. Ecstatic, he spiraled through the air a few times before gently descending to lower altitudes. Envisioning his human form in his mind, he underwent a transformation, and the remaining golden red flames morphed into a robe of a delicate golden red hue. His original garments had been consumed by the flames during the metamorphosis. Typically, during one's inaugural transformation into an animagus, all clothing and adornments would become fur or patterns, merging into part of the body. However, Eli's animagus was astonishingly peculiar. Before he even transformed, his clothes were already incinerated. After all, No animagus transformation has ever required the use of a philosopher's stone. Now, the once vibrant stone had grown dim. Eli, how are you? Perenelle rushed forward, surveying him, relieved to find Eli unscathed. Incredible. Eli, you may very well be the first magical creature animagus in history, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Professor McGonagall could hardly contain her excitement. Her student had achieved the status of an animagus at such a young age, and an astonishing magical creature animagus at that. I imagine we may need to register this with the Ministry of Magic. They will surely be astounded. No, Minerva, perhaps we should consider Eli's perspective, Albus interjected, shaking his head at Professor McGonagall, who seemed to grasp his implication. In truth, I believe now may not be the opportune moment. It would be just as well to wait until adulthood. I certainly do not wish to face an interview with the Daily Prophet at this juncture. Eli's words elicited a smile from the others. He was not inclined to reveal his animagus form just yet. It was a card he wished to keep close to his chest. Dumbledore likely shared this sentiment, with Dumbledore providing cover, regardless of whether it might contravene wizarding law. Was T. Rita, the journalist from the Daily Prophet, also an illegal animagus? This was something he had learned from watching films in his previous life. That woman often transformed into a lamentably small beetle, eavesdropping on others' conversations to procure exclusive scoops. It can be inferred that the less-known aspects of being an animagus come with numerous advantages. After all, wasn't Ely's father once an illegal animagus? This reflects the adage. Like father, like son. With a mere thought, the crimson and gold robe he wore transformed into the attire he had donned previously, offering him great convenience and eliminating the need for frequent changes of clothing. After confirming Ely's readiness, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall took their leave, as they too had pressing matters to attend to. Upon completing the animagus project, Ely immersed himself in the study of alchemy. According to Nicolae, Ely had mastered alchemical runes and was now poised to formally delve into the art of potion-making. Judging by the automatic quill he had previously crafted, his talent and skill were indeed commendable. Nicolae's instruction was centered around the potion assembly line that Ely required. Such a mechanism, when placed in the hands of others, may not yield results, yet under Nicolae's guidance, it became a fundamental lesson for novices. Ely demonstrated remarkable progress, overcoming numerous challenges with commendable speed. Presently, the most perplexing issue he faced was the connectivity of the runes. The mechanisms on the assembly line needed to be interlinked and controllable, or else the entire operation would falter. In the Muggle world, this could be resolved with circuit networks, a mere matter of a few wires. However, in alchemy, the complexity escalated significantly, leaving Ely in a state of frustration. Each time he contemplated seeking Nicolae's guidance, he was met with the same retort. Learn it yourself. Think it through. I, Ely, am a person of stature. I do not require assistance, he would assert, often secluding himself in the laboratory, consumed by his work and neglecting his meals. Consequently, Nicolae endured several instances of domestic strife at the hands of Perenelle. Nevertheless, perseverance bore fruit, and with the aid of the Book of Jewish Abraham, Ely finally surmounted this obstacle. Rubbing his cool forehead, Ely felt a surge of exasperation. The rigors of research had indeed taken their toll, yet he deemed every effort worthwhile. Ely had successfully constructed various operational units. Soon, he would only need to assemble them to produce any desired potion. As of today, the vision for his potion factory was over halfway realized, with only the construction of the facility and the commencement of production remaining. With summer drawing to a close, Nicolae concluded his holiday studies ahead of schedule. The Holts had written to inform Ely of Ron's invitation to visit the Weasley household. As Ely had just finished his studies, it seemed a fortuitous opportunity to make the journey. The Weasley family resided in Devon, not too far away, making the trip quite manageable. Perenelle incessantly reminded him, leaving Ely slightly dazed. All right, enough with the reminders. Let Ely set off. Perenelle's gaze was fierce, and Nicolae instinctively lowered his head. Armed with the pastries crafted by Perenelle herself, Ely embarked on his journey. Chapter 44. Discussing the rescue. Oh, Ely. Mrs. Weasley was tidying up by the window, and, upon spotting Ely's arrival, joyfully rushed outside. Hello, Aunt. Oh, come in quickly. Ron and the others can hardly wait for you. Mrs. Weasley exudes warmth and hospitality, ensuring that any guest who graces her home feels utterly delighted. Ron, come downstairs. Ely's arrived. Ely surveyed the Weasley residence, noting how much more imbued with magic it was compared to the Nickrum's abode. Though the space was somewhat cramped, it was impeccably organized by Mrs. Weasley, radiating a cozy charm. The sink was animatedly scrubbing itself, and a sweater was being knitted by an unseen force. Even though Ely pondered the necessity of knitting in the summer, upon the wall hung a peculiar clock. its hands not indicating the hour, but rather bearing the likeness of each Weasley family member, revealing their current state. This clearly illustrated Mrs. Weasley's deep concern for her family. "Ely, you finally made it," Ron exclaimed, racing down the stairs. "Ron Weasley, you had better ensure your room is tidy before you come down," Mrs. Weasley admonished, hands on her hips, startling Ron into stillness. "Oh, Ely, please have a seat. You must be tired from your journey. Rest a moment." Mrs. Weasley effortlessly shifted her demeanor, leaving Ely both amused and bemused. Yet, he felt remarkably at ease in the Weasley home, relishing its warm ambience. To him, despite their financial struggles, the Weasley children were fortunate to be raised by such kind and loving parents. "Mother, I've tidied everything," Ron protested, his tone laced with indignation. Mrs. Weasley sighed, exasperated. "I truly don't know what to do with you. I must tend to the garden now. See to it that you entertain Ely well." Ron felt as if a great weight had been lifted. "Ely, you have arrived just in time. Ginny has been incessantly craving chips, and it's driving me mad." Ron bounded over to the sofa opposite Ely, sinking into its cushions. Ely retrieved an array of snacks from his enchanted bag, causing Ron's eyes to widen in astonishment. While the bag, enhanced through alchemical means, had significantly expanded in capacity, while it could not rival Newt Scamander's extraordinary case, it resembled a small room. Ely envisioned a lucrative opportunity in the magical real estate market. By Merlin S. Beard, a sweet voice chimed in nearby. It was Ginny, drawn by the commotion, who dashed down the stairs. "Ginny, come quickly. If you don't hurry, your foolish brother will devour everything," Ely called out with a grin, knowing he must indulge his future sister-in-law. As for Ron, transformed into a glutton, Ely playfully smacked his head. "You ought to leave some for your sister." Ron, nursing his head, mumbled, "But there is still plenty left." Ely shot him a look, observing Ginny already lost in a sea of snacks. "Hey, Ely, why didn't you inform us of your arrival?" A familiar banter echoed, unmistakably from the twins. "We've concocted numerous new inventions," they urged. "Come and try them. They're bound to astonish you." Ely's curiosity was piqued by their antics. "What are we waiting for? Lead the way." And with that, the trio dashed up the stairs in a flurry of excitement. The Weasley residence resembles a quaint wooden structure haphazardly assembled, appearing rather askew and lacking any semblance of architectural integrity. Within its confines, one can sense the peculiar charm of this abode. Upon entering the twins' room, they dragged out a large trunk from beneath their bed, filled to the brim with an array of prank items, both large and small. Originally, there were many more, yet due to a betrayal by Percy, their mother had disposed of most of them. He claimed our antics disturb his studies, though who knows what correspondence he engages in behind closed doors. Ely gave a thumbs up to the mischievous duo, pondering the sheer volume of items before him. A testament to their past exploits, the twins began to introduce their collection, showcasing a firecracker capable of launching a person skyward, assuring him that there was no cause for alarm regarding fatal outcomes. Ely marveled at their unique affinity for mischief. George Weasley, Fred Weasley. The twins immediately froze, resembling mice caught in the presence of a cat, hastily shoving the trunk back under the bed. The voice belonged to none other than Mrs. Weasley, who stood at the doorway, hands on her hips. With a flick of her wand, the trunk slid out effortlessly from its hiding place. The twins' faces drained of color. "I truly did not expect you to possess such audacity." "Oh, I did not mean you, Eli. Would you mind stepping outside for a moment? I have a few words for these two rascals." Ely cast a final glance at the twins before descending the stairs, not out of a lack of camaraderie, but rather due to the formidable nature of their adversary. As he reached the lower level, a tempest erupted upstairs. Mrs. Weasley unleashed her wrath, leaving the twins mute with fear. They had once reigned supreme until their mother arrived, a true fall from grace. It seemed they remained upstairs, likely mourning their lost treasures after being ransacked. "Has Harry written to you during the holiday, Ely?" Ely shook his head. Although he had been at Nickleby S., he was confident that if any letters had arrived from friends, his parents would relay them. "Has he not written to you at all?" "Not a single letter." "Did you write to him?" "No response. Harry is likely ensnared by some bothersome house elf. I believe its name is Dobby." Regarding the letters, Harry might be confined to his room by the Dursleys. Given their nature, they would certainly not wish for Harry to communicate with his friends via owl. "Oh, poor brother. Elim usid allu dorstyron." Ron's expression turned grave, as if he had just committed an act of betrayal against their ancestors. "We must rescue him." "Rescue whom?" "You are conspiring behind our backs to devise a grand rescue plan." The twins resumed their banter, seemingly recovering from their earlier setback. Ron relayed the news of Harry's confinement to the twins, embellishing the tale with dramatic flair. Ely, listening intently, could hardly contain his amusement. "I don't recall mentioning anything about a beating." What on earth is a whip? And candles? What do those have to do with anything? The twins appear bewildered, yet they knew their brother all too well. So, are you suggesting that Harry might indeed be locked away? Indeed, we must rescue him. I have a splendid idea. What idea might that be? The twins exchanged a mischievous grin, and Eli remarked, this could go awry. Chapter 45. The Rescue of Harry. Are you certain this is wise? Of course. They will remain oblivious. Have you done this before? You must trust our driving skills. Oh Merlin, a car barely soared over the treetops, narrowly escaping disaster. Indeed, it did soar. The twins were piloting Mr. Weasley's flying car, with Ron and Eli aboard, en route to rescue Harry. The twins' perilous driving evoked a bead of sweat from Eli. For safety's sake, he summoned a few shield charms with his wand. The Weasley family, true to their Gryffindor spirit, was brimming with excitement, and Ron was eager to dash into number 4, Privet Drive, wand in hand, to liberate Harry. Eli could only remind him, Azkaban awaits you. Under Eli's guidance, the vehicle finally arrived at Privet Drive, now cloaked in the darkness of night. Just days prior, the Dursleys were bustling about, preparing their living room. Mrs. Dursley was meticulously icing a cake she had just baked. From upstairs came the raucous hooting of an owl, prompting Mr. Dursley, who was struggling to tie his bow tie for Dudley, to bellow angrily upstairs for Harry. Meanwhile, Harry had just managed to soothe a somewhat irritable Hedwig when he heard his uncle's call. With a resigned expression, he descended the stairs. You called for me, uncle? He said, but Hedwig had been cooped up in her cage for too long. If only she could be free for just a couple of hours each day before Harry could finish his thought, Mr. Dursley brusquely interrupted. You expect her to deliver letters to your friends? Dream on at this. Harry's expression dimmed, for no one had written to him during the holiday. Not a single letter. Mr. Dursley fell silent, perhaps finding a perverse satisfaction in Harry's plight. As Dudley passed Harry, he initially intended to shove past him forcefully, but suddenly reconsidered and sidestepped him. Mr. Dursley wore a smirk, asserting, I believe you should express a bit more gratitude. We raised you, after all, and even gave you Dudley's old room. This demonstrates our kindness. Do not think that by associating with the Potters, you can repay us with ingratitude. This is for the Masons. You cannot partake, Mrs. Dursley removed Dudley's hand from the cake, where he had been reaching for a cherry, and Dudley scowled. They should be arriving shortly. Mr. Dursley signaled for them to gather. Let us rehearse once more. When the Masons arrive, Petunia, you should Mrs. Dursley strutted about the living room like a performer in a musical, declaring, I should be here in the living room to warmly welcome them. Dudley tightened his little suit and puffed out his already ample chest, proclaiming, I shall open the door for them. Precisely. Mr. Dursley slowly turned his gaze toward Harry, with Petunia and Dudley joining him. The trio cast malevolent glances at Harry, resembling Hagrid's three-headed dog. And what about you? Harry pressed his lips together, remaining silent upstairs, as if he were non-existent. He felt out of place in this environment. Upon opening the door, he was startled to find a small, peculiar creature with sagging skin bouncing on his bed. He quickly retreated outside. After a series of explanations, he finally discerned what this creature was, a house elf named Dobby, who seemed hesitant to reveal his master's identity. According to Dobby, Harry learned that the reason he had not received his letters was due to this creature's interference. However, it was difficult to blame him, as he claimed to be acting for Harry's own good, insisting that someone was out to harm him. Furthermore, this little creature would bang his head against the cupboard if things did not go his way. The noise was loud enough to be heard throughout the entire house, which terrified Harry, as it would surely provoke the Dursleys. Downstairs, the Dursleys were flawlessly entertaining the Masons in the living room, appearing to engage in delightful conversation. Just as they were about to reach the 9th hole, a sudden commotion from upstairs caused the Masons to frown and glance at each other, while the expressions of the Dursleys froze instantly. Oh, it's just a cat. You know how cats can be quite troublesome. I'll go take care of it. Hearing the footsteps of Mr. Dursley, Dobby hurriedly hid in the cupboard. Mr. Dursley forcefully opened the door, exclaiming, I warned you. You've interrupted my golf joke. He struggled to contain his urge to shout. Once he left, Dobby emerged from the wardrobe, dropping a bundle of letters. What is this? Dobby seemed somewhat embarrassed, hoping that Harry Potter would not be upset, as these were all letters from his friends. You dare ask me not to be angry. Harry had never felt such fury before. Give them to me. No, Dobby dodged him and ran downstairs. Harry realized this could not end well. Dobby stood at the living room door, snapped his fingers, and the pudding cake levitated into the air. Harry broke into a cold sweat. Dobby, no. How could Harry possibly agree to such a request? Hogwarts was his home. With a gentle push of his hand, Dobby directed the cake towards the Masons' heads. The Dursleys' expressions became rigid once more, and Mrs. Dursley turned pale. Harry cautiously attempted to grab the cake, but with another snap from Dobby, It crashed onto the Masons' heads, creating an incredibly awkward scene. The conversation abruptly ended, and Mr. Dursley's face turned a deep shade of purple. The next day, he sealed Harry's window. This continued until the arrival of the Eileys. Their car rocked and swayed as it stopped outside the window, startling Harry awake. "What are you doing here?" Upon seeing the people inside the car, Harry nearly leapt for joy. Eiley signaled for Harry to hurry and gather his belongings, then used magic to forcibly remove the security bars. Eiley was unconcerned about the Ministry of Magic's potential warnings against using magic in the Muggle world, as the props Nicklemore had given him could obscure their presence. A tremendous noise roused Dudley Dursley from his slumber, and he quickly realized it emanated from Harry's room. He hurriedly dragged his corpulent body to Harry's door. Hearing commotion from within, he frantically attempted to unlock the 9 locks securing the door, as if it concealed a mythical beast. Had there been fewer locks, he might have burst in long ago to seize Harry. Upon finally unlocking all the bolts and entering the room, he found Harry already prepared to leave. It seemed Dudley possessed some latent sprinting talent, as he suddenly lunged forward to grasp Harry. Fred, however, had no inclination to concern himself with the fate of that insufferable individual. He simply started the vehicle, and Harry was pulled inside by Ron and Eli. Dudley tumbled down amidst the terrified gazes of Petunia and Dudley, fortunately landing in the greenery below, though those plants would likely not survive the encounter. Chapter 46. A Successful Rescue. The group moved cautiously, fervently hoping that Mrs. Weasley had not yet risen, or at the very least would not notice their sudden disappearance along with the car. Alas, a woman of Mrs. Weasley's caliber, capable of managing a bustling household of 9 with remarkable efficiency, was unlikely to remain oblivious. "Where have you all been?" Mrs. Weasley materialized before them like a specter, her sharp voice startling Harry, who had been admiring the cozy atmosphere of his humble abode. "Oh, how delightful to see you, Harry." Mrs. Weasley's expression shifted dramatically, leaving Harry momentarily speechless. The bed was empty, there were no notes, and even the car had vanished. "You could be dead or seen by someone." Of course, she clarified. "Not you, Eli, nor you, Harry." This was indeed a glaring display of double standards. Much to Eli's amusement, Eli chuckled foolishly while Harry felt somewhat lost in thought. He pondered why Mrs. Weasley treated him with such kindness, while his aunt, yes, his aunt, his mother's sister, did not. Ron, with his usual obliviousness, attempted to defend himself while the twins remained silent. "They don't feed Harry, they lock him up, and even seal his windows." Mrs. Weasley, in no mood for Ron's explanations, nearly pointed an accusatory finger at him. "Be careful, or I'll seal your windows too." Ron Weasley. It was a dire omen when a mother invoked your full name. It often meant trouble. Fortunately, there was a prevailing rule. It was not an opportune moment to discipline children in the presence of guests. Ron narrowly escaped a beating, though uncertainty loomed about what awaited him later. It was still early, and Mrs. Weasley, anxious about their well-being, had not even prepared breakfast. One must admit, as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, Mrs. Weasley's magical prowess was formidable. Her remarkable household magic was a testament to her capabilities, especially as she ultimately vanquished the Death Eater Bellatrix Lestrange in the final battle. The advantage of rising early was the opportunity to savor a delicious breakfast first. Before Mrs. Weasley could set the plates down, the group eagerly took their seats and began to feast. "Go on, Harry, eat to your heart's content." As a mother, it is truly heart-wrenching to witness her child's suffering, especially for someone as kind-hearted as Mrs. Weasley. Although she did not express her feelings at that moment, her heart ached upon hearing Ron recount Harry's experiences at the Dursleys. A light patter of footsteps echoed from the staircase. "Mom, have you seen my sweater?" "Oh, yes. It was on the cat." It was Ginny, just awakened and still clad in her pajamas. "Good morning, Ginny." Eli, with a mouthful of fried eggs, greeted her inarticulately. Harry quickly set down his knife and fork. "Hi, good morning." Upon noticing Harry beside her, Ginny suddenly appeared as if she had seen something extraordinary, and without a word, she turned and fled. Eli stifled a laugh. Ginny's greatest admiration was for the savior, Harry Potter, and she had been too shy to speak when she first saw him at the Burrow. Now, appearing disheveled before her idol, she was even more bashful. The twins exchanged knowing glances, their grins mischievous. "Did I do something wrong?" Harry asked Ron, who was battling his food on his plate, looking utterly puzzled. "She has been talking about you all summer. It's been unbearable." Eli shot a disdainful glance at Ron, revealing his brotherly affection. "Didn't you say she was always talking about Chips?" Eli retorted, refusing to concede. "Can Chips possibly compare to Harry?" Ron shrugged just a little. Eli nodded with satisfaction. Harry was as vital as Chips. "Good morning, Weasleys." What a nightmare. We were searched 9 times in one night. 9 times. Mr. Weasley, who worked in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office at the Ministry of Magic, lamented. The Ministry had been on a frantic hunt for dark artifacts, even intruding into private homes. Oh, Harry, Eli, so wonderful to see you. When did you arrive? It was only at the table that Mrs. Weasley noticed Harry and Eli beside her. The implication was quite clear. It was high time for her to assert her authority and discipline her unruly sons. To everyone's surprise, Mr. Weasley suddenly inquired eagerly, "So, how's the car performing?" He had bought it recently, but had not driven it much. Yet he was quite enamored with this vehicle that resembled a Muggle contraption. Mrs. Weasley swiftly delivered a sharp slap to her husband, knocking his hat askew. Mr. Weasley then assumed a serious demeanor, clearing his throat. Ahem, this is a very dangerous matter. You're not to do that again. His face bore no trace of reproach. Soon, an owl arrived, bringing several letters, including those for Harry and Eli. It was indeed the Hogwarts school supply list. Oh my goodness, so many items. This is not going to be cheap. With the previous defense against the dark arts professor, Quirrell, now turned to dust, a new professor had taken his place. Based on Eli's understanding of the plot, this individual was nothing more than a narcissistic charlatan, having appropriated others' adventurous experiences through a masterful obliviate spell, pinning them into a novel, and now enjoying a meteoric rise to fame. The textbook for this session of defense against the dark arts comprises all of his novels. This presents a formidable challenge for the Weasley family. Eli now bears a heavy heart, for this semester may not unfold with ease. After all, a basilisk, which petrifies anyone who meets its gaze, awaits them at school. The diary, the first Horcrux of Voldemort, has infiltrated Hogwarts and will fall into Ginny's possession. Under the malevolent influence of Voldemort's soul, Ginny will unlock the Chamber of Secrets, unleashing the basilisk to attack half-blood wizards indiscriminately. Many students have fallen prey to its gaze, merely fortunate enough to avoid direct sight, resulting in only petrification. Ultimately, Ginny will be drained of her life force by Voldemort, and Hermione will also succumb to petrification. Who knows if unforeseen calamities might claim 1 or 2 lives. Eli must not only devise a strategy to confront the basilisk, but also expedite the acquisition of land to establish a factory. Thus, his tasks this semester will be anything but light. However, he seems to recall that the diary was placed in Ginny's book by Draco's unscrupulous father, Lucius. Perhaps he could retrieve the diary in advance. As long as he can prevent Voldemort from causing mischief, it would ease his burden considerably, allowing him to concentrate on the factory. Chapter 47, The Flying Car Adventure. Eli and Harry found themselves squeezed in Ron's room. Fortunately, this is a magical world, and Mrs. Weasley has enlarged Ron's bed several times over, but constrained by the already cramped quarters, the 3 of them felt a bit cramped. Perhaps only Ron, the blissfully oblivious child, could fall asleep so quickly. Eli felt an urge to throttle him. For the moment he succumbed to slumber, his snoring commenced without pause. "Eli, are you asleep?" came Harry's voice from beside him. Eli turned his head. It appeared Harry was not asleep either, perhaps stirred by excitement or equally disturbed by the noise. "What is the matter?" After a moment of silence, Harry seemed to be gathering his thoughts. "When you told me to hit Voldemort with my hand, did you already know he couldn't touch me?" Eli was taken aback. Had this child finally grasped the truth? How had he suddenly uncovered this oversight? To be honest, Eli had not considered it thoroughly, and under the circumstances, they had no alternative. In truth, I had no other choice. Nor did I foresee that Voldemort could not make contact with you. It was merely a stroke of luck. Really? Harry sounded somewhat skeptical. Or perhaps the answer did not align with what he truly wished to hear. Indeed, just as Eli believed Harry had drifted into slumber, he continued, "Actually, I have a brother." Eli's heart skipped a beat. Did Harry know something? He is dead, or rather, missing. Do you think it's my fault they perished? They are all gone, leaving me alone. Harry's voice resonated with an air of desolation beneath the night sky. No, Harry, they only wish to protect you. This does not fall upon you. Besides, you still have. Eli intended to say he at least had his aunt and uncle, but recalling the torment Harry endured at the Dursleys, the words lodged in his throat, offering no comfort. Suddenly, Harry turned towards him. "Do you think Billy might still be alive?" His emerald eyes, identical to Eli's, remained bright under the cloak of night. Eli dared not meet his gaze, hoping for the best, as he fixated on the ceiling. Suddenly, Harry remarked, "I never mentioned who Billy is." Eli's heart skipped a beat. Had he been outmaneuvered by this lad? Harry had never spoken of his brother to anyone. As Dumbledore had noted, very few were aware that Harry had a sibling. Eli had not given it much thought until he found himself ensnared. He was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Was this the moment of revelation? Would the grand drama of brotherly recognition unfold while sharing the same bed? Eli's thoughts were in disarray. One moment he pondered how to explain. The next he considered what to say once they acknowledged each other. I sense there are many secrets you still withhold from me. Harry seemed to speak to himself, as if his earlier jest was merely a playful banter. Eli found himself rendered speechless by Harry's unexpected shift. Dumbledore, too, you as well. Harry glanced at the still pretending Eli, a resigned look in his eyes. I simply hope you won T abandon me again. Eli abruptly turned to Harry, who was now staring at the ceiling in the same manner Eli had moments prior. Rest assured, that will not happen. We will always be here. Harry turned his head to smile at Eli before burrowing under the covers. Good night. Eli was left alone, wide-eyed, while Ron snoozed soundly nearby, in silence and stillness. With a flick of a spell, the world finally quieted. The following day, everyone arose early, primarily due to Mrs. Weasley's insistence. According to her, a late wake would mean missing Gilderoy Lockhart's press conference. He was, after all, their new defense against the dark arts professor, though it must be reiterated that he was a fraud. However, most were oblivious to his true nature. Mrs. Weasley remained one of his admirers. The group traveled through the fireplace to Diagon Alley, where Harry seemed to have been inadvertently transported elsewhere due to a slip of the tongue. He ended up at Borgin and Burke's, also known as Knockturn Alley, where he unexpectedly encountered Draco. Though Draco was a friend, his father was not necessarily so, prompting him to hide. After evading the Malfoys, he narrowly escaped being cornered in Knockturn Alley, thanking his lucky stars for Hagrid's arrival. Hagrid claimed that the cabbages at school had been devoured by flesh-eating slugworms, seeking insecticide. Anyone who believes such a tale must be a fool. Flesh-eating, slugworms, feasting on cabbages? Surely, they had merely changed their diet. Oh dear, we were just about to look for you. Are you all right, kid? Mrs. Weasley brushed the dust off Harry. And Hermione had arrived as well. The good friends exchanged pleasantries when a flamboyantly dressed young man appeared. Mrs. Weasley was utterly thrilled, while Ron appeared somewhat exasperated. Mother is infatuated with him. After receiving a sharp reprimand from his mother, Ron began to share with Eli just how popular Lockhart was, despite believing him to be a charlatan. Eli shrugged. He seems all right, but I don't pay him much mind, so it's of no consequence. Meanwhile, Hermione gazed dreamily at Lockhart, her infatuation apparent. What had suddenly ignited a flicker of anger within Eli? Eli cast a glance at Lockhart, instantly repulsed by the ghastly nature of his smile. Ron, you are absolutely right. Harry had been forcibly ensnared into a bout of shadow magic and subsequently delivered a complete collection of Lockhart's works. Draco emerged, teasing with a few remarks, but his insufferable father soon appeared to shatter the atmosphere. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Eli discreetly flicked his wand, transforming the diary into a small stone, which then vanished into his concealed pouch. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Eli's eyes. Ah, old Voldemort. Your time for revelry is over. In high spirits, Eli engaged in light-hearted conversation with Harry and the others as they trailed behind. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Platform 9 3/4 was sealed. Harry and Ron tumbled over each other in disarray. With the train about to depart, Eli suggested they drive. Indeed, it was that flying car. Ron, can you truly manage it? It should be fine, right? To be extra cautious, Eli cast a shielding charm on them and sent an owl to Professor McGonagall to explain their predicament. First, I must remind you, Muggles have never seen a flying car. Ron fumbled as he activated the invisibility booster. Fortunately, Eli had previously cast the Muggle-repelling charm, or it would have made headlines. The car ascended swiftly, but suddenly they were on a collision course. Just as they took off, the vehicle barreled straight towards the clock tower. Should they crash? Tomorrow's headlines would read bizarre accident. Car collides with clock tower. In a frantic flurry, the car narrowly grazed the tower, leaving the three drenched in cold sweat. Eli's pet snake, Dog Egg, terrified, burrowed into his embrace, peeking out to express its dismay. Chapter 48, The Factory Plan. They flew for quite some time before finally spotting the railway that the Hogwarts Express was to traverse. Ron maneuvered the car along the tracks, ensuring they wouldn't stray from the path. Suddenly, the sound of a train whistle pierced the air. The trio's expressions brightened. For this railway had been specifically allocated by the Muggle government for the Ministry of Magic's exclusive use of the Hogwarts Express, meaning that whistle could only signal the approach of their beloved train. It seems we are about to catch up, Harry exclaimed, exhilarated at the thought of piloting a flying car to school. What a thrill! Yet Eli's smile faded, for he discerned that the train's sound was emanating from behind them. Quick! Get out of the way! The train is right behind us. An even louder whistle confirmed Eli's apprehension. Harry and Ron turned pale. Faster! Ron pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling the car to its utmost speed. Yet how could the car possibly outpace the train? Eli anxiously glanced back, the distance between them and the train diminishing rapidly. "Steer to the side," Harry shouted in desperation, prompting Ron to swiftly turn the wheel. The vehicle veered off the tracks, narrowly escaping a catastrophic collision with the train. However, those who have passed their driving tests are well aware that one should never jerk the steering wheel during an emergency. Eli and his companions were now acutely experiencing the consequences of such reckless maneuvering. The car began to spin uncontrollably in the air, leaving the three of them in a state of utter chaos. The owl, confined within its cage, screeched in a state of terror. It was evident that Mr. Weasley had not purchased a luxury vehicle. It lacked even a basic cushioning charm. Suddenly, with a jolt, the door on Harry's side swung open, and he was violently ejected from the car. "Harry!" Eli exclaimed in alarm. Fortunately, Harry reacted swiftly, grasping the door, but at such a high speed. It was only a matter of time before he could no longer hold on. "Hold on, Harry. I'll pull you back." Eli extended his hand to grasp Harry, but he lacked the strength to lift him. "Damn it, I am a wizard. Harry, come here." Just then, Harry felt an immense force propel him back to Eli's side. Whether from the wind or sheer fright, Harry's hair stood on end, and his lips lost all color. The thrill was overwhelming. Eli quickly secured the door, while Ron struggled to stabilize the vehicle. This journey had been fraught with surprises, forcing them to confront the challenges of life at a tender age. The train had long left them behind, and they were undeniably late. By the time they approached the school, night had fallen. They would surely miss the sorting ceremony. Ron gradually maneuvered the car towards a more open area. As is well known, starting a vehicle is a challenge, but bringing it to a halt presents its own difficulties. Now, the trio found themselves facing such an obstacle. Who planted such a massive tree in this place? Ron exclaimed as the car collided with the tree, leaving it suspended in midair, unable to escape. Suddenly, they felt the tree begin to shake. Eli remembered that the school had a whomping willow, known for its propensity for violence. Surely this was it. Crash! A branch violently shattered the window, and the tree began to thrash, attempting to dislodge the wretched car. Ron, already on the verge of collapse from fear, struck the steering wheel with his wand, desperately trying to conjure a spell. Fate was unkind. The spell failed to materialize, but the wand snapped in his grasp. Staring at the broken wand, Ron's face paled. Eli could not simply stand by as the whomping willow wreaked havoc. He would be liable for damages, and that was utterly unacceptable. On it swiftly, a powerful spell enveloped the entire tree, rendering the once violent willow completely immobile. The car, now tilted from the shaking, gradually descended. Bang! 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 The vehicle seemed to abandon all hope, flinging the three of them out, and then, like refuse, it expelled their luggage from the trunk before swaggering away. Eli was left dumbfounded. Had the car truly come alive? They watched as the car sped into the forbidden forest, and hopelessness filled Ron's expression. His wand was broken, and the car was lost. With no other option, they hurriedly gathered their belongings and raced towards a great hall. Along the way, Harry recounted his peculiar encounter with the house elf to the others. Before they could even enter the hall, they found themselves detained in Professor Snape's office. After a tirade from Snape, Harry and Ron found themselves utterly humiliated. What? Ellie? Non-existent. Snape's primary targets were indeed Harry and Ron. At the very start of the school year, Snape seized an opportunity to berate them, tossing his hair with satisfaction. If it weren't for Mr. Hall's foresight, you two would have been expelled for violating a multitude of wizarding laws and school regulations. Slytherin gains 20 points. Harry, Ron, Ellie, hooray. Thanks to Ellie's intervention, they had not caused any significant trouble. They merely lost a car and arrived late, ultimately just needing to compensate for the emotional distress inflicted upon the whomping willow. The whomping willow lamented, "I was just napping there when suddenly I received a hefty whack." Imagine, for a tree decades old, how damaging such a blow could be. Boo-hoo. In the end, it was Dumbledore who, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, came to the rescue. Snape immediately pointed at Harry and Ron to report them. Dumbledore managed to calm Snape down with great difficulty. Ellie, upon arriving in the office, Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, perched on its stand, bowed respectfully upon seeing Ellie, and then cheekily rubbed against him. Hey, you silly bird, don't come over here. I warn you, I called you Fawkes." Dumbledore's words held sway over Fawkes, who promptly stood upright, though he occasionally cast glances at Ellie. Ellie shifted slightly, wishing to distance himself from the mischievous bird. "I hear Nick mentioned you wish to establish a potion factory?" Ellie was taken aback. Had he been sold out again? Yet, he maintained his politeness, responding affirmatively. Dumbledore nodded, asserting that this matter was of great significance, and urged Ellie not to blame Nick for divulging it. I can assist you. Ellie instantly perked up, albeit with a hint of caution. Dumbledore, being the shrewd individual he was, undoubtedly perceived Ellie's expression and chuckled helplessly. Do not be anxious. I seek nothing from you. I merely hope you can manage this factory well, as it would be a contribution to the magical community. Ellie's demeanor softened. One could not outmaneuver this old fox in a battle of wits. How do you intend to assist? Dumbledore produced a stack of contracts, stating, "This is the Potter family legacy, a magical shampoo factory. After your parents passed, I apologize for my rudeness. But the Potter family estate was temporarily entrusted to me per James's previous instructions." He handed the contracts to Ellie. "Now it is yours," thus returning it to its rightful owner. Ellie fingered the contract, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. Indeed, it was returning home, and he felt gratitude towards Dumbledore. The Potter family had made their fortune through the sale of magical shampoo, establishing themselves as a notable family, now primarily inherited by Harry. Could it be that Snape's aversion to shampoo stemmed from it being produced by the Potters? Chapter 49. Success at last. I think we should hasten to renovate the factory now. Now, Eli was somewhat taken aback, yet he could surmise the reason for Dumbledore's keen interest in the potion factory. With Dumbledore's profound insight, he was acutely aware of the potential ramifications that a successful potion factory could yield. In light of the imminent resurgence of Voldemort and the stirring of the Death Eaters, he aspired to expedite the completion of this venture, one that could significantly influence a large portion of the wizarding world. Thus, the resistance against Voldemort would become considerably more manageable. He held Eli in high regard, trusting him due to his lineage as the heir of Nicodemus, and because he discerned that Eli would not, unlike Voldemort, choose to harm others. Eli had family and friends. In his own words, he understood love and possessed it. Voldemort, a product of the elixir of obsession, was inherently incapable of perceiving love. Dumbledore's current intention was to assist Eli in establishing the layout of the potion factory as swiftly as possible. If you have no pressing matters at hand, Dumbledore's meaning was unmistakable, sooner rather than later. Eli nodded, as this aligned perfectly with his own desires. Dumbledore extended his arm, and Eli stepped forward, placing his hand upon it. "Fox, I beg your assistance." Dumbledore's phoenix soared above them, suddenly enveloped in flames. Where were we? The surroundings resembled a rather aged Muggle community, with streetlights casting a dim glow. In truth, those embarking on their first journey often experience a degree of discomfort, didn't you? Eli glanced at Dumbledore, who replied in the negative. "The youth of today are increasingly remarkable," Dumbledore remarked, then produced a small object. He activated it, and the light from the streetlights astonishingly detached from their fixtures, swirling into the small object held by Dumbledore. Instantly, darkness enveloped them. Experiencing the abrupt darkness, Eli felt uneasy. "Why are you turning off the lights?" Dumbledore shot Eli a glance, and Eli promptly silenced himself, awkwardly averting his gaze. Surely, this old man couldn't have overheard something. No, how could a foreigner discern such matters? This is Godric's Hollow, home to both Muggles and wizards. It is prudent to avoid drawing attention to ourselves. Godric's Hollow? Eli was quite familiar with that name. Sensing Eli's contemplation, Dumbledore added, "This was also your original home. Elisuden realitset." The tragic events instigated by Voldemort had indeed occurred in Godric's Hollow. "Shall we take a look?" Eli hesitated, then shook his head. "No, we have matters to attend to. There is no need to dwell on the past just yet." "Indeed, it is best not to dwell too early," Dumbledore reiterated, extending his arm once more. Eli cast a peculiar glance at Dumbledore, thinking, "So you brought me here specifically to visit the place where my parents perished? How inconsiderate." Dumbledore seemed to sense Eli's dubious gaze, clearing his throat awkwardly, prompting Eli to finally rest his hand upon Dumbledore's arm. This time, they materialized in an open space, devoid of any nearby dwellings. Dumbledore waved his hand, and it seemed as if a curtain descended around them, revealing a rather sizable factory, albeit one that appeared to be quite antiquated. "Let us enter," he suggested. Upon opening the door, a strong musty odor, mingled with a sharp scent, rushed forth to greet them. The interior was in a state of disrepair, with scarcely anything functioning properly. Dumbledore illuminated the space with a flick of his wand, casting light throughout the factory. "Can you discern anything of use?" he inquired. Eli ventured a few steps inside, shrugged his shoulders, and proclaimed it devoid of any utility. Dumbledore then slowly swept his wand across the surroundings, and it was as if a tempest had erupted. Everything within the factory was drawn together and gradually vanished from sight. "Impressive skill," Eli exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Dumbledore's prowess was indeed remarkable. "Thank you for the compliment," Dumbledore graciously replied. Eli conjured several glowing spells, suspending them throughout the area to serve as sources of illumination, instantly transforming the factory into a scene reminiscent of daylight. He then produced his fourth-dimensional pocket, tapping it with his wand, and an array of items surged forth. These objects, upon exposure to the air, swiftly expanded back to their original size. Under Eli's guidance, the work units he had summoned lined up in an orderly fashion, ultimately forming a fully automated assembly line. To speak somewhat incongruously, the atmosphere was brimming with technological flair. Eli approached and meticulously placed a batch of potion ingredients into the feed inlet, tapping the machine with his wand, which set the entire assembly line into motion. For the first time, he introduced the concept of a catalyst into potion making, significantly reducing production time. In no time, the end of the assembly line had yielded several potions. Dumbledore advanced, using his wand to separate a few samples, examining them closely before a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. Exceptional restorative potions. Eli couldn't help but smile broadly. He had tested the quality of the potions himself, and they undoubtedly surpassed anything available on the market. Dumbledore surveyed this remarkable assembly line with awe, his eyes filled with wonder. Magic is indeed extraordinary. How is this accomplished? Eli wore an enigmatic expression, replying, "Trade secret." Dumbledore cast a knowing glance at the young lad, then affectionately patted his head. "Ah, please refrain from patting my head. It stunts my growth." Eli protested, recalling his brother Harry Potter's future height, much to his chagrin. Dumbledore chose not to pry further. He had no desire to uncover Eli's secrets. For Eli, this truly was his winning formula. To dominate the potion market, both substantial production and superior quality were essential. The method to achieve this was the precise formulation technique Eli had initially researched. He had developed meticulous recipes for certain potions, inputting them into the alchemical equipment. Machines, by their nature, excelled at precision, thus enabling his assembly line to consistently produce potions of exceptionally high and stable quality. Eli faintly discerned a whisper in the air. It was akin to the language of Nivern. He could now distinctly perceive terrifying waves of magical energy rippling through the air. Were it not for the fact that this magic harbored no malevolence towards Eli, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with dread. The sheer magnitude of the incantation that compelled a legendary wizard like Dumbledore to wield his wand and chant for such an extended duration was beyond Eli's imagination. It was not difficult to surmise that these were protective enchantments. The casting of the spell lasted for over 10 minutes. And only then did Eli feel the magical energy gradually stabilize, as if a layer of confinement enveloped the surroundings. He was confident that enchantments of this caliber would prevent even Voldemort from breaching the barrier without exerting his full strength. A parchment scroll slowly coalesced from the void. Dumbledore handed it to Eli, speaking gravely. "Only those whose names you inscribe here may enter this place." Eli traced the surface of the parchment, noting that it bore no distinction from ordinary parchment. He then retrieved a quill and inquired, "Professor, what is your full name?" Dumbledore was undoubtedly permitted to enter this realm. Eli harbored absolute trust in him. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. A glint of mischief flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. Eli suggested, "Why don't you inscribe it yourself?" Chapter 50, Cedric. The first name inscribed on the scroll was Dumbledore's. As Eli completed the writing, the ink seemed to be absorbed into the paper, vanishing without a trace. "I have arranged for someone to assist you. He has already secured a shop for you in Diagon Alley. Should you have any needs, you may seek him out. Though he may appear somewhat unreliable, he is capable of accomplishing tasks that others cannot." "Who?" Eli asked. "Montague Fletcher." Eli quickly interrupted Draco, assuring him that Dumbledore had no intention of expelling him. He merely wished for Eli to recount the events of the day to ensure nothing was overlooked, as the Ministry of Magic was rather neurotic about such matters. Draco nodded in agreement, fully aware of the Ministry's reputation, having been raised in a prominent magical family. Now that Potter and his friends have gained notoriety, have you seen the smug expression on Weasley's face? Draco felt a surge of indignation at the thought of Ron's brashness. "Why am I not the one in the spotlight?" he mused. Then he would boast, "I arrived in style." In their youthful exuberance, they were naturally drawn to exhilarating experiences. Many on the train had witnessed that enchanted car, particularly the Gryffindor Lions, who gazed at Ron with envy. While other houses were not as fervent as Gryffindor, they were nonetheless intrigued. Even the Slytherin snakes occasionally imagined themselves flaunting a flying car before the train. The first lesson of the second year was herbology. In the third greenhouse, a group of young lions and snakes chattered incessantly. Quiet children came the late arrival of Professor Sprout, who appeared as though she had just completed tending to her plants. After a summer apart, the young wizards had an abundance of stories to share. Such was the nature of youth. They seemed oblivious to Professor Sprout's request for silence. The professor, somewhat exasperated, tapped the flower pot with his wand, urging the children to settle down. Only then did the young wizards quieten. Before them lay an array of small plants cultivated in individual pots, all of the same variety. Eli instantly recognized the herb as mandrake. He had endured an entire month of its leaves during the summer, so it was impossible for him not to know it. Today, we shall learn about the mandrake. Can anyone tell me what a mandrake is? In the entire greenhouse, only Hermione was the first to raise her hand. The professor eagerly acknowledged Hermione. A wave of excitement surged through her as she took a deep breath. The mandrake can cure petrified creatures, but it is also very dangerous. Its cry can be lethal. The professor was thoroughly pleased. Splendid. 10 points to Gryffindor. Today our task is to repot these mandrakes. Our mandrakes are still seedlings. Their cries are not fatal, but can certainly induce several hours of slumber. Professor Sprout picked up a pair of earmuffs. I shall distribute earmuffs to each of you. Be sure to wear them. Everyone took the earmuffs before Professor Sprout raised one of the pots, gripping the base of the mandrake firmly. Watch closely, grasp their base, and then pull with force. With a determined tug, the mandrake's roots were exposed, resembling a small, albeit rather unattractive doll. The moment it was unearthed, the little doll erupted into a shrill wail. The sound was jarring, causing everyone to furrow their brows. The unfortunate creature was indeed quite shocking. Eli could distinctly feel the magic imbued in its cries, though they were muffled by the earmuffs. His bag of holding contained several live mandrakes, transforming it into an extraordinary space of wonders. At noon, while everyone dined in the great hall, a gray owl suddenly swooped in, capturing the attention of all. This was not the time for delivering messages. Errol? Ron immediately recognized the owl as his family's clumsy bird. Eli noticed that the owl clutched a red envelope in its talons. A howler? The owl dove headfirst into Ron's plate, eliciting laughter from the surrounding students. Eli silently mourned for Ron. Ron held his nearly split wand in a daze, glancing blankly at Harry. I'm done for. Harry could not muster any comforting words. Indeed, he was doomed. You'd best open it. I ignore my grandmother's howler, and the consequences were severe. Neville's face reflected lingering fear. Trembling, Ron prepared to tear open the envelope. Unable to bear the tension any longer, Eli pointed his wand, casting a barrier around Ron, muffling the sound entirely. Everyone stared at Eli in astonishment. They had never witnessed such a display before. However, losing the opportunity to witness the performance brings a slight sense of regret. Although the sounds elude my ears, the pallor of Ron's countenance speaks volumes about the severity of the situation. This is merely a minor interlude. The true spectacle of the day lies ahead. The Duel Club is poised to host its inaugural gathering of the academic year, following the previous semester's endeavors. Aside from the 5th to 7th graders preoccupied with their examinations, a substantial number from other grades have joined the Duel Club. Initially, many were hesitant or disinterested. Yet the wave of enthusiasm ignited by the Duel Club's activities compelled numerous individuals to partake, fearful of being left behind. It is a pleasure to see everyone at the commencement of this new term. Eli stands atop the platform, addressing a throng below. Due to the overwhelming turnout, Professor McGonagall was compelled to relocate the gathering to a larger classroom. Professor Flitwick was absent, having entrusted the club entirely to Eli after witnessing his capabilities last semester. The wizards below are eager, having not forgotten the desire to vanquish their adversaries during the holiday. Indeed, Draco has already locked eyes with Ron, and an anticipatory silence envelopes the room. Last semester, several undeterred challengers had faced Eli, only to be effortlessly defeated without a semblance of resistance. I wish to give it a try. All gazes converge upon one brave soul. The individual under scrutiny feels a touch of discomfort under the multitude of eyes, but soon composes himself. Eli nods approvingly. At least he remains composed. I am Cedric Diggory, a 4th year, and I humbly seek guidance from the president. Chapter 51, Gilderoy Lockhart. Eli finds himself momentarily taken aback, observing the courteous young man before him. In his past life, he had been profoundly impressed by Cedric while watching films, as his personal charm made him quite popular among Hufflepuffs, only to meet a tragic demise at the hands of the diminutive Peter. The killing curse claimed his youthful life. Eli refrains from overpowering him outright, for such an approach would undermine the true essence of the Duel Club. Cedric remains remarkably composed. Rather than launching an immediate assault, he casts a shield charm upon himself. Eli acknowledges this. Cedric's combat awareness surpasses that of many, as he understands the importance of self-protection before seeking to best others. Eli too cast a shield charm, a gesture of respect towards his opponent. At this moment, Cedric feels a surge of anxiety, fully aware of Eli's prowess. He knows he cannot triumph, but does not aim to. Instead, he wishes to learn from Eli's combat techniques. His offensive maneuvers are executed with great steadiness, always ensuring his own defense before engaging Eli. Remarkably cautious, the two engage in a duel for several minutes until Eli casts a disarming charm. Rather than resisting the spell, Cedric swiftly ducks to evade it, and as he bends, he launches a spell towards Eli. Eli furrows his brow, noticing that Cedric's spell seems to veer off course. Nonetheless, Eli will not allow him an easy victory and promptly releases another disarming charm. Cedric raised the shield charm to defend himself. The spell that had just struck the wooden board beside Eli shattered it into pieces. As Eli launched another attack at Cedric, he pointed his wand at the fragments, which rapidly transformed into ropes that surged toward Eli. Disarm. Eli, unwavering, maintained the shield charm to counter Cedric's disarming spell. Feeling the force of the spell, he thought, "What a talented wizard." His spellcasting ability rivals that of some 6th-year students. Cedric's quick reflexes and clever transfiguration forced Eli to cast silently twice in succession. Cedric was undoubtedly among the most exceptional in the room. However, this was where the contest would end. Both wizards simultaneously cast the disarming spell, and two bolts of red lightning collided with tremendous force. It must be said that Cedric had miscalculated. Eli's magical prowess defied conventional understanding. Just as the spell was about to strike Cedric, Eli leaped upward, and both spells shot towards the ceiling, scorching a blackened mark into it. Cedric panted heavily, while Eli appeared unfazed. I concede. Without a moment's hesitation, Cedric calmly acknowledged his defeat. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. He shook hands with Eli, expressing gratitude for the president's guidance. "You are a formidable opponent." Although Cedric ultimately lost, both the audience and Eli regarded him with newfound respect. This spirited and radiant young man garnered quite a few female admirers. Subsequently, the wizards present divided into groups for friendly duels, with Eli roaming among them, occasionally offering pointers. The first assembly of the semester was an undeniable success. The wave of enthusiasm sparked by the club showed no signs of waning, as students could be seen engaging in discussions throughout the corridors. The professors were delighted to witness this phenomenon. If one were to determine the most popular and highly anticipated course at present, it would undeniably be Defense Against the Dark Arts. The annual new professor always brings a measure of excitement and surprise. Voldemort's curse seemed to hold true, as no one had managed to remain in that position for more than a year since Professor Melis's departure. This year's professor was particularly anticipated, as he was a renowned figure with titles such as novelist and adventurer Gilderoy Lockhart. Upon hearing his name, Eli couldn't help but scoff. Has the Order of Merlin become so incompetent? Students invariably arrived early for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, especially the young witches, including Hermione, who managed to secure a front row seat. Eli sat at the back, feeling inexplicably irritable, while Harry engaged in light banter with Ron and Draco. "Trust me, that Lockhart is a fraud. My dad warned me about him before he came." For the first time, Ron expressed agreement with Draco's words. Harry knew nothing about Lockhart, but if that were the case, why would Professor Dumbledore hire him? Who knows? Perhaps he has simply lost his mind. Although Harry yearned to retort, the image of Dumbledore's towering beard rendered him speechless. "Allow me to introduce your new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, none other than myself, Gilderoy Lockhart." Upon hearing this ostentatious announcement, laced with a hint of melodrama, Eli rolled his eyes. Lockhart appeared at the podium clad in an excessively flamboyant yellow robe adorned with his own portraits. The female students in attendance were awestruck, including Hermione. "But I never boast, for I do not rely on my smile to vanquish the banshee," he chuckled. The boys in the room were left utterly bewildered, staring at Lockhart's self-satisfied grin, which resembled that of a simpleton. Yet, the girls were inexplicably smitten. Eli gazed at the ostentatious figure at the podium, wishing he could teach him a few dark spells. Harry and his friends nearly retched. As if that weren't revolting enough, Lockhart distributed a test to assess their preparatory work. Eli glanced at the question. "What is my favorite color?" "Ugh, whoever cares, I don't know. I'll just write poop yellow." Eli scribbled chaotically on the paper. Lockhart graded the papers on the spot, shaking his head disapprovingly. "Look at this. Almost none of you remembered that I favor lavender. Oh, Mr. Hall, I believe you should take your studies seriously. What is this you have written in the favorite food section? Big broomstick? I don't know what that is, but I can assure you it is incorrect." Eli was utterly speechless, while Harry and his friends found it amusing. Only Miss Hermione Granger understood that his aspiration was to eradicate all evil and promote his exclusive hair potion line. Good girl. The more he spoke, the more passionately he gazed, even winking at Hermione, whose face flushed with warmth. Eli's glare could have killed. If he unleashed the killing curse, it would surely hit its mark. Harry and the others quickly restrained Eli's hand as it reached for his wand. Calm down, calm down. Chapter 52. The show begins. Now, you shall witness the most terrifying demon in existence, and I implore you not to scream, for it may provoke them. Lockhart had set up a large cage on the podium, draped with a cloth that obscured the contents within. However, the occasional ferocious cries emanating from within prompted thoughts of weeping mandrakes, coupled with Lockhart's feigned suspenseful expression, left the young wizards in a state of apprehension. What do you think is inside? Ron appeared genuinely frightened, despite being seated in the last row, and shifted back slightly. The most terrifying thing? Could it possibly be a cage full of Snape? Eli scoffed, questioning what dreadful creature Lockhart could possibly procure with his meager skills. Once Lockhart sensed the atmosphere was sufficiently charged, he dramatically unveiled the cloth from the cage. Inside were a swarm of palm-sized, blue-winged pixies who appeared quite irritable, nearly toppling the cage upon its unveiling. The young wizards were poised to scream, yet upon witnessing the contents of the cage, they found themselves momentarily speechless. A Cornish pixie? Gryffindor's Seamus wore an expression that seemed to say, "Is this it?" Gilderoy Lockhart continued to feign grandeur, proudly proclaiming that he had indeed captured Cornish pixies. His demeanor suggested that he believed he had single-handedly devoured the last meal, rather than being fed by his parents. Even Goyle let out a derisive snicker. For these young wizards, hailing from magical families, Cornish pixies were hardly unfamiliar. Though these diminutive creatures possessed some magical abilities, they were largely insignificant. A child of their age could easily swat one away with a mere hand. They were in essence harmless. However, like locusts, an individual pixie posed no threat, but a swarm could create considerable chaos. Lockhart, sensing the disdain radiating from the young wizards, felt his expression shift. He had deliberately procured a substantial number of these creatures, intending to create mischief without putting the students in danger. Having recently learned spells to deal with such pixies, he anticipated stepping in at the opportune moment to assert his authority. Yet, it appeared these young wizards were less than impressed. He resolved to showcase his prowess to this group of students. Laugh all you wish. These pixies are cunning and troublesome. Let me see how you manage them. With that, he unlatched the small door of the cage, and the pixies, endowed with a fair degree of intelligence, surged forth in unison. Having been confined for so long, they erupted with fury, resembling wild dogs unleashed, seeking to wreak havoc. Lockhart found himself retreating in fear from the frenzied pixies. The young wizards, unaccustomed to such a furious onslaught of Cornish pixies, instinctively cowered, forgetting their identities as wizards. Eli sat calmly amidst the chaos. Any pixie daring to approach him was swiftly repelled by his magic, and for a time, none dared to come near. Harry and his friends instinctively moved closer to Eli. What is there to fear? Where are the spells I usually teach you? You must stand your ground. Eli looked at the young wizards, who had forgotten their wands in the face of danger, with an expression of disappointment. Harry and the others felt a pang of shame from Eli's words, and gradually, some began to cast spells. These Cornish pixies were merely lowly creatures, incapable of withstanding the magic unleashed by the young wizards. The tide of battle began to shift. The once brazen pixies who had been tearing apart books were suddenly sent flying by the spells cast by the students. Eli observed Lockhart, who stood at the front, watching the spectacle, a cold smirk on his lips. A strange energy emanated from Eli, and the pixies caught in its wake momentarily froze, their once bright, shiny eyes losing their luster, as if rendered under his control. A multitude of diminutive sprites were affected, and, at Eli's derisive laugh, they surged forth like a swarm of locusts toward the flustered and feigning calm Lockhart. Upon witnessing this commotion, Lockhart was instantly gripped by terror, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow, as he brandished his wand in an attempt to cast a spell. However, the incantation seemed to falter, yielding no effect despite his fervent utterances, and instead, his wand was snatched away by the sprites. They swiftly encircled Lockhart, who, in a state of panic, flailed his arms. No, this is a custom robe. Don't mess with my hairstyle. Helpless, Lockhart was hoisted aloft by the sprites, dangling from a wall like one of his oversized portraits. The young wizards had begun to retaliate, the majority being members of the dueling club, their magical prowess significantly enhanced. They were more than capable of handling the seemingly intimidating sprites. Hermione caught sight of Eli, who remained unperturbed, and with a swift motion, she sent the sprite tugging at her hair flying. All petrified, in an instant, this young which exhibited extraordinary strength. A binding spell immobilized the scattering sprites throughout the classroom. Eli raised an eyebrow at the spectacle. Hermione approached him, observing his calm demeanor, and numerous thoughts flitted through her mind before she managed to articulate. You could have intervened. Eli regarded the somewhat accusatory young witch, and then glanced at the still, suspended Lockhart. Humph, he scoffed, turning away with a haughty air, leaving Hermione gaping in astonishment. What is wrong with him? After a moment of bewilderment, she turned to Harry and the others for answers. You must inquire with him yourself. This peculiar defense against the dark arts class soon became legendary at Hogwarts, particularly due to Lockhart's utterly ineffectual response, which left the students astounded. Yet, Eli remained unfazed. Engrossed in a letter, it was succinct, stating, personnel have arrived. This correspondence was from Nicklemore, who had previously pledged support for Eli's potion factory. Now, he was executing that promise, delivering a batch of house elves. This was Eli's proposal, employing the ever-loyal house elves to operate the factory. He moved to a secluded area, and with a flourish, a magnificent bird appeared in his presence. Suddenly engulfed in a blaze of golden-red flames, he vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only the slowly extinguishing embers behind. In the next moment, beside the potion factory, a flash of fire erupted, and Eli emerged in human form. The house elves, dutifully standing still, immediately bowed deeply upon witnessing their master. Eli inscribed their names onto a parchment and instructed them on how to operate the machinery, then sent a letter to Mundungus in Diagon Alley. Commence operations. He set the prices for all potions within, establishing them at a modest discount of 10% below market value under the pretense of a grand opening promotion. This phenomenon is akin to the proverbial frog in boiling water. One must not tempt the market with an excessively low price from the outset, but rather proceed with gradual finesse. By the time the consumers awaken to the reality, Eli's potions will have already captured their hearts. Chapter 53. A Surge in Sales. The efficiency of the potion factory is remarkable, having produced the first batch of potions. Eli has allocated a seamless retractable box to the house elf responsible for transportation, capable of holding a considerable quantity of potions. Additionally, he has assigned 3 house elves for protection. With such a formidable lineup, even a wizard's assault would be met with staunch resistance. It is important to remember that though house elves lack wands, their magical prowess generally surpasses that of human wizards. Their magic flows, as if innate, akin to an extension of their very being. In a more distant part of the factory, there stands a house designated by Eli as a transit station, equipped with a fireplace connected to the Floon network of Diagon Alley. It is through this location that the potions are discreetly transported to the shop, ensuring the factory remains undisclosed. Meanwhile, in Diagon Alley, an unusual commotion has captivated everyone's attention. Exciting news! A new store has opened, and a grand promotion is underway. Everything is at a 10% discount. At the entrance of the newly inaugurated potion shop, several enchanted loudspeakers tirelessly announced the festivities. Montague, seated at the counter, awkwardly covered his face in embarrassment. Even he, accustomed to the rough and tumble of the lower classes, found this promotional method exceedingly cringe-worthy. He now fervently hoped that no one would cast their gaze in his direction. It was simply too humiliating. This approach was certainly not of his own design. Eli had sent over the magical loudspeakers, instructing him to activate them on opening day, without providing any further details. Originally, Eli had contemplated setting off a series of firecrackers for good luck and to create a lively atmosphere. However, considering the uncertainty surrounding the Ministry of Magic's stance on fireworks, he reluctantly abandoned that notion. He had even envisioned inviting Dumbledore to cut a grand ribbon. Yet, upon hearing this plan, Dumbledore promptly expelled Eli from his office, declaring he had never encountered such a tacky opening promotion. Eli scratched his head in confusion. Tacky? Isn't this the customary way? I thought it was quite acceptable. Of course, Dumbledore's reluctance to participate stemmed from more than just the sheer lack of sophistication. There were deeper currents at play. As a wizard of immense repute, every action he took held considerable weight. The current Minister of Magic, Fudge, was a product of Dumbledore's influence. Thus, Fudge harbored profound apprehensions towards Dumbledore, fully aware of his formidable capabilities. Ostensibly, Fudge relied on Dumbledore as support, yet secretly, he could not bear the thought of Dumbledore taking any decisive action. Fearing he might be ousted from power, Fudge was a man entirely enamored with authority. Having been elevated to his position by Dumbledore, he understood all too well that Dumbledore possessed the power to replace him. Therefore, should Dumbledore become entangled with a potion factory of boundless potential, the ramifications would send ripples of unrest throughout the entire community. What enables Voldemort to unleash a tempest upon the entire magical realm of Britain? It is none other than his terrifying power and exceptional intelligence, attributes that Dumbledore also possesses. The apprehension that people harbor toward Voldemort is matched only by their trepidation towards Dumbledore. Consequently, Dumbledore would not publicly align himself with the potions factory. At this juncture, the populace has been captivated by this peculiar method of promotion, and they flock to the uniquely styled potion shop. Mundungus, unable to evade the situation, musters a smile to greet each patron who would refuse the allure of gold. According to the regulations set by Eli, each counter would offer a selection of potions available for wizards to sample without charge. Mundungus struggles to comprehend this, deeming it a waste of resources. Yet he dares not oppose Eli's wishes, more precisely, Dumbledore's intentions. He has always been a rogue, straddling the line between light and dark, engaging in various money-making schemes. Although lacking in remarkable magical prowess, he possesses commendable intelligence-gathering abilities. Dumbledore recognized this trait, which is why he chose to accept Mundungus. Despite being a thoroughly contemptible character, Mundungus is utterly loyal to Dumbledore. Thus, he would not dare to defy those authorized by him. The wizards, having never encountered such an innovative promotional tactic, initially hesitated. However, when one individual dared to sample the offerings, others soon followed suit. The formula devised by Eli is no trivial matter. Some knowledgeable wizards, upon trying it, were left in utter disbelief. This is undeniably the work of a master. Such effects are exceedingly rare in the marketplace. It is not that other shops cannot produce potions of similar quality. Rather, potions of this caliber must be meticulously crafted by skilled potion makers, making it impossible to produce them in large quantities at once. Observing the counters brimming with potions, one wonders how a potion maker could create so many. Even if one were to heat the cauldron to its limits, it would be an unattainable feat. Thus, skepticism arose. Surely, not all potions could maintain such high quality. The ones available for sampling must be the finest, while the rest for sale could not possibly match this standard. This sentiment quickly resonated with the other wizards. For to offer such a plethora of high-quality potions at such a low price is indeed absurd. Sir, since you question the quality of our potions, why not purchase a bottle and sample it before everyone? Mundungus approached with a beaming smile, a tactic taught to him by Eli. If one does not believe, then why not buy a bottle test? The wizard immediately faltered, confronted by the gaze of the crowd. Could he not afford even a single vial? Very well, I shall buy it. Give me 2 bottles. He produced several coins, causing Mundungus's eyes to gleam with delight as he eagerly accepted the payment. After you, sir. The wizard carelessly grabbed 2 vials from the counter, tearing open one of them. Upon tasting it, his expression shifted dramatically. The crowd suddenly grew anxious, demanding, "What is it? Speak up. Indeed, do not keep us in suspense. Is it good or bad?" The atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of excitement. The individual surveyed the crowd, his face contorting in a struggle reminiscent of a fine sample, exuding quality. A wave of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. "Bring me 2 bottles as well," exclaimed one impatient customer, tossing money at Mundungus and eagerly uncorking the potion. "This is indeed of superior quality. I shall have 5 more. No, 10. The atmosphere instantly ignited into a frenzy, with some leading the charge to purchase and others hastily joining in the fray. The initial tester of the potion, witnessing the uproar, wore a grim expression, snorted disdainfully, and exited the store without a backward glance. Mundungus observed the retreating figure with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, revealing a hint of a mocking smirk. This individual had been sent by rival shops to gauge the situation and stir up trouble. Yet, the quality of the potion stood irrefutable, with so many witnesses present, leaving no room for deceit. This unexpected turn of events perfectly aligned with Eli's intentions, serving as an excellent advertisement for him. Chapter 54, Intimidation. "Oh my goodness, you lunatics!" lamented the remaining wizard, gazing at the empty shop, marveling at the madness of the crowd. Mundungus, bewildered, spread his hands in astonishment, staring at the shop that seemed to have been thoroughly cleaned. A foolish grin plastered across his face. Ha ha ha. As he counted the countless coins, saliva trickled down his chin. How splendid it would be if all of this were his. Wait. He abruptly slapped himself twice, reminding himself that this was a task entrusted to him by Dumbledore. He could not indulge in personal gain. Hastily, he collected the coins and sent them to Gringotts, fearing that if he lingered even a moment longer, he might succumb to temptation. Upon his return, he found the shop empty, with a few eager wizards lingering at the entrance, only to shake their heads in disappointment and depart upon realizing that the stock had been depleted. Mundungus felt a pang of despair. This was all money. If only more potions could be delivered, they would have a continuous stream of income. He could hardly resist the urge to write to Eli, requesting an additional shipment immediately. Meanwhile, Eli, far away at Hogwarts, received a letter from Gringotts. As he read the figures inscribed upon the parchment, his grin nearly reached his ears. In just one day, they had amassed 10,000 galleons. This was a sum that many wizards would never see in their lifetimes. This achievement was even more remarkable considering he had deliberately limited the quantity of goods released. Indeed, the strategy of restricting daily shipments was Eli's design. Firstly, this constituted a form of hunger marketing, effectively stimulating the wizard's purchasing impulses. Secondly, rarity enhances value. If people were satiated too quickly, how would he sell more afterward? He aimed to create a scenario where everyone was clamoring for the product, resulting in a supply-demand imbalance. This would instill a profound belief in the miraculous nature of his offerings. Additionally, it served to dispel any trepidation among competitors. If his product not only surpassed theirs in quality and price, but also boasted a substantial volume, it would inevitably provoke market rejection in the shortest time possible. His shop could very well face closure due to unforeseen circumstances within days. What he desired was the effect of a frog being slowly boiled. By the time they realize that this establishment is not a mere curiosity, but a formidable force, it will already be too late. The emergence of the Phoenix Potion Shop has sent ripples through the magical community in Britain. Many have begun to speculate about this peculiar shop, which offers products of exceptional quality at prices below the market average. Surely, this is madness. The chatter among potion merchants is the loudest, yet remains mere speculation to them. Such a small shop is only noteworthy at the outset. The proprietor, the potions from that shop are remarkable, boasting exceptional quality. And their prices are indeed only 90% of ours, exclaimed a man who had just sampled a potion within the store, now reporting his findings to a well-dressed gentleman across from him. The latter scoffed, they possess only this modicum of skill. They may well have exhausted their stock of high-quality potions. There is nothing to worry about. This sentiment was shared by all potion merchants. To them, it was merely a gimmick. After years of experience in the potion trade, they were hardly naive about such matters. Another letter arrived, and upon reading it, Eli let out a soft chuckle. It seemed that Montongus was rather straightforward, but how long could he maintain this facade? The letter was from the Phoenix Potion Shop, containing an elf employee he had personally arranged, tasked with auditing the accounts. He would quickly ascertain whether Montongus was engaging in any underhanded dealings. The following day, at the same time, the same enthusiastic calls echoed once more. Montongus donned a set of attire that had likely been accumulated over a long period, appearing somewhat more respectable, yet looked utterly ridiculous on him. He had even slicked back his hair and was personally holding a large trumpet, his face radiating cheer. Take a stroll. Have a look. The Phoenix Potion Shop is celebrating its grand opening. Enough shouting, let us in. The queue outside had already formed a long line, with numerous wizards eagerly clutching their coin pouches. Montongus wore a smile so broad that the wrinkles on his face resembled a blooming chrysanthemum. No need to rush, everyone. Our shop has regulations. We shall not open until the appointed time. Immediately, a chorus of complaints erupted from the crowd. What regulations? We're all here. Will you not conduct business? The cacophony of grumbling voices was incessant, yet Montongus found himself increasingly delighted. Of course, this was not due to any peculiar penchant of his own, but rather the sheer joy of their overwhelming popularity. Clutching a shiny pocket watch, he fixed his gaze unwaveringly on the ticking hand. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Open. As the designated time arrived, the watch emitted a resounding chime. Montongus hurriedly swung open the shop door, and the throng surged inside, knocking him off balance and causing his clothing to be tugged by the crowd. His meticulously styled hair was soon a tangled mess. After straightening his attire, he beamed at the frenzied customers. Before long, the shop was emptied once again. He closed the door and, alone, gleefully counted the coins, growing increasingly jubilant with each tally. Once finished, he wore a radiant smile, contentedly stowing away his earnings. A mere child, indeed, who neither toils for wealth nor values the concept of exclusivity. Suddenly, a sound emerged from behind, indicating that someone was using a potion. Montongus turned his head in confusion. Could it be that another delivery had arrived? Instead of a small sprite, it was a somewhat slender, pale-haired young man with red locks, clad in a meticulously tailored wizard's robe, who was curiously surveying the shop. This was Eli's first visit to the establishment, and today he came to take a look, noting that the decor was rather pleasant. "Are you Mr. Hall?" Montongus inquired, perplexed, as he had never seen Eli before, but could deduce from the fireplace and the youthful appearance that it must be him. Eli regarded the somewhat comical and lecherous middle-aged man before him and couldn't suppress a light chuckle as he sauntered closer, his fingers tapping against the empty counter. Montangus Fleech, your efforts in managing the shop are commendable, Eli remarked, casting a fleeting glance at him before taking an interest in the surroundings. Montangus stood up, rubbing his hands together with a grin. Oh, it's no trouble at all, not at all. Eli wore a smile devoid of warmth. Yet Montangus, blinded by greed, failed to perceive it. Such diligent work. Perhaps I should consider raising your salary? Upon hearing this, Montangus beamed with delight, revealing a set of large, yellowed teeth. His hands fidgeting even more. Oh no, just a little raise will suffice. Haha, while speaking, he gestured with his hands. Ilishkokfith. His smile turning increasingly frigid as he gently placed several vials of potions on the counter, each adorned with the label of the Phoenix Potion Shop. It seems you have already amassed quite a fortune, have you not, Montangus? Montangus's hands faltered, and the smile on his face became stiff. He hurriedly responded, Oh no, I do this all for Dumbledore. For you, Eli's smile vanished in an instant. Legilimens. His eyes transformed into terrifying whirlpools, leaving Montangus startled, instinctively attempting to resist. However, his meager magical prowess and soul energy were laughable in Eli's presence. His gaze lost all expression, leaving him dazed. Eli donned a smile once more. Do you have something to say to me? Montangus trembled all over, struggling to rise, his hands shaking as he retrieved a bag from his cloak, spilling its contents, galleons, across the floor. Here, this is all of it. I return it to you. I was just momentarily confused. Chapter 55. The taming Eli adopted a notably gentle smile, radiating the charm of a sunny young lad. He picked up a gold galleon from the ground and helped the quaking Montangus to his feet. Montangus showed no inclination to resist. Having witnessed Eli's earlier display of power, he realized he had no ground for defiance. Quickly, stand up. The ground is cold. Eli gradually assisted Montangus to rise, unperturbed by his incessant trembling, straightening his clothing in the process. Here, take this. It is your earnings. I shall not keep it. Montgomery clutched a galleon, feeling an icy chill creeping down his spine. He was utterly bewildered by the intentions of this little imp. Suddenly, he tensed up, nodding vigorously, fearing even the slightest delay. Yes, I won't dare again. No, there will be no next time. Eli dakled lightlu, nodding in satisfaction. He had just thoroughly examined Montgomery's memories. Before Eli, there were no secrets left to conceal. Montgomery's wealth was not amassed through pilfering the shop's earnings, but rather by selling the store's goods at exorbitant prices on the black market. Eli also discovered that many of the current customers were mere resellers, purchasing at low prices from him only to sell at inflated rates in the market, thus reaping substantial profits. However, while they profited, what did Eli gain? His primary objective was to swiftly instill dependency on his products among the wizards. Now that resellers had commandeered the market with inflated prices, what were the other wizards to purchase? Eli repressed his smile and instructed, Listen, I need you to continue selling goods on the black market, but do not undercut too much, just slightly lower than the others. What? Montgomery was taken aback, perplexed by Eli's motives. Hadn't he just been reprimanded for engaging in black market dealings? Yet Eli remained unfazed, brandishing a golden galleon before Montgomery's eyes. Money, my friend, must be earned from both ends. If we allow the resellers to pocket all the profits, what do we gain? After a moment of contemplation, Montgomery slapped his thigh in realization. Right? If they take all the profits, what do we earn? Eli chuckled at Montgomery, who had now fallen into the allure of wealth. Therefore, I will provide you with an additional batch of potions daily. Use them in the black market to ensure those thieves suffer significant losses. Yes, let those scoundrels pay dearly, Montgomery exclaimed, brimming with excitement, practically itching to confront the resellers. Eli signaled him to calm down. As for the profits from the black market, it will be a split of 30 for you, 70 for me. The more I earn, the more you shall too. Understood? Montgomery trembled with exhilaration upon hearing this, his eyes almost gleaming with greed. He stammered for a moment, unable to articulate a single word, then took a step back and bowed deeply to Eli. Montgomery Fleich will heed the master's commands from now on. Eli laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder. Do not disappoint me. He then turned and stepped in the fireplace, using flue powder to depart. Montgomery straightened up only after Eli's departure, his eyes filled with an insatiable longing for wealth. He had not illicitly slipped away. This was sanctioned by Dumbledore himself. Although Hogwarts' protective enchantments could not prevent his disapparition, Dumbledore would surely be aware. Dumbledore had previously granted him permission to leave concerning the potion factory. Thus, he had effectively taken advantage of a backdoor opened by Dumbledore. Naturally, Dumbledore had not done so without reason. If Eli's potion factory thrived, it would alleviate many burdens from Dumbledore's shoulders. Dealing with Voldemort has become increasingly assured. This situation is mutually beneficial. However, Mundungus is merely a miserly individual, driven by greed, and allowing him to manage a shop would undoubtedly lead to embezzlement. Yet, Eli has no reason to resort to murder over a trivial sum. After all, he is an envoy of Dumbledore. On one hand, he is sent to assist Eli, while on the other, he serves as a watchdog to prevent Eli from treading the same path as Voldemort. Should Eli eliminate Mundungus, he would be deemed a bloodthirsty fiend akin to Voldemort in Dumbledore's eyes. Inciting the enmity of such a legendary wizard is hardly prudent. Moreover, Dumbledore is somewhat of a mentor to him, having treated him quite well. Why would he want to offend a comrade? Despite Mundungus's annoying nature, he possesses a certain capability. For instance, entrusting the black market dealings to him is most fitting. Beginning the following day, Mundungus will funnel the products of the Phoenix Potion Shop into the black market, creating a substantial revenue stream. The resellers, as usual, gathered early with their purses at the Phoenix Potion Shop's entrance, their bags growing increasingly plump. Other wizards merely glanced at the large crowd, shook their heads, and departed. They were primarily ordinary folk. The potions from other shops were simply too costly for them. When illness struck, they could hardly afford any remedies. Suddenly, a Phoenix Potion Shop emerged, offering affordable, high-quality potions. Though still not exceedingly cheap, they were at least preferable to the alternatives. Unfortunately, this establishment has some peculiarities. Despite claims of grand openings, they only sell a limited quantity each day, closing once sold out. Their hours are strictly fixed, and they refuse to open until the appointed time, prompting many to arrive early. Yet there are always those who arrive absurdly early, some even camping out the night before closing. How could the average wizard possibly procure anything in such circumstances? The black market did offer a selection of potions from the Phoenix Potion Shop, yet the prices were exorbitantly high, far beyond their reach. Until one day, a batch of potions from the Phoenix Potion Shop surfaced in the black market. The quality was impeccable, undeniably genuine, and the prices were slightly lower than those of other resellers. With identical quality but varying prices, the choice was obvious. The resellers found themselves utterly dumbfounded, unable to sell a single potion from their stock. What to do? Lower the prices. Yet, no matter how much they reduced their prices, there always seemed to be someone undercutting them. As their prices dwindled, they approached the uniform price of the Phoenix Potion Shop, leaving them with no profit to speak of. These resellers gazed at their unsold potions with despair, lamenting their losses. This wave of events was nothing short of a complete financial disaster. Chapter 56, A Storm Approaches. The resellers have faltered, while the ordinary wizards rejoice. The scene at the Phoenix Potion Shop has grown even more vibrant, with celebratory announcements ringing out and Mundungus applying ever more oil to his hair. The Phoenix Potion Shop has now become a sensation throughout the entire magical community of Britain, even garnering attention from sorcerers in other nations. Many have traveled specifically to England to procure a bottle of the shop's exquisite potions. A sudden crash resounded as a potion bottle shattered, emblazoned with the image of a phoenix adorned with nine-tail feathers. I instructed you to investigate. Why have you yielded no information? The figure in the dark cloak bowed his head, clenching his fists tightly. Sir, we have dispatched numerous personnel to investigate, but we have yet to uncover the source of their products. Hidden in the shadows, Vokenbach flicked his hair back with a fierce motion, inhaling deeply in an attempt to suppress his rage. And you possess no knowledge of their delivery methods? The cloaked figure hesitated for a moment before resigning himself to bow his head once more. Incompetent, Vokenbach could no longer contain his fury, seizing objects from the table and smashing them down in a fit of rage. The figure in black grimaced in pain, clutching his head, staggering dangerously close to the ground. Once he had vented his anger, Vokenbach discarded the remnants of his outburst. Get out. Meanwhile, in the school, Eli received a letter from the house elf responsible for the factory. After reading the letter, Eli's expression grew increasingly grave as the letter spontaneously ignited, turning to ashes. The Ministry of Magic had commenced surveillance on the Flynn network. The house elf had conveyed that during today's delivery, he sensed an intrusive gaze. The Flynn network has always been directly overseen by the Ministry. Discovering such scrutiny meant that the Ministry had indeed intervened. Eli narrowed his eyes, pondering the Ministry's intentions. Were they merely seeking to uncover the origins of the Phoenix Potion Shop, or was there an ulterior motive at play against him? If someone indeed aimed to use the Ministry as a weapon against him, their influence would undoubtedly be formidable. To command the Ministry, they must belong to a prominent pure-blood family. He maneuvered to a secluded spot and, in the form of a phoenix, traversed through flames directly to the potion factory. Both Eastern and Western phoenixes possess an innate gift for spatial travel, making it swifter, safer, and capable of covering greater distances. In a flash of fire, a line materialized within the factory. The house elves were diligently engaged in production, their commitment to their work reassuring. Master Hall, upon Eli's arrival, all but the house elf operating the machinery respectfully bowed. This was Eli's directive. Work took precedence over rank, and even in his presence, they were to prioritize their tasks. Previously, he had requested that the house elves refrain from calling him master, yet they remained anxious, inadvertently reverting to the title. Klein has met the master. Eli nodded at him. Klein was the appointed overseer of the factory, chosen for his composed demeanor to manage the house elves. Have them all cease their work. I have matters to discuss. Klein hurriedly called out, and the house elves promptly halted their tasks, forming into a remarkably orderly line. Their spirits have considerably improved since their arrival, and they're no longer clad in the tattered pillowcases of the past. Although Eli had previously sent them garments, they were filled with trepidation, forcing Eli to abandon the gesture. In the realm of magic, gifting clothing to one's house elf is perceived as a means of expelling them from the home, rendering the contract void. For these elves, whose subservience has been ingrained in their very souls, such an occurrence is profoundly terrifying. To prevent these little beings from making any foolish decisions, Eli resorted to crafting specially designed pillowcases that were far more aesthetically pleasing and comfortable. The elves were overwhelmed with gratitude, leaving Eli both amused and exasperated. Good afternoon, everyone. I am here to inform you that the factory will be temporarily closed. Before Eli could finish speaking, the elves began to display expressions of alarm. Klein's voice trembled as he asked, "Have we not performed adequately, Master? We can improve. We will accept punishment." Witnessing the elves on the verge of tears, Eli had no choice but to press his wand against his throat and amplify his voice with magic. "Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. You have made no mistakes." The elves quieted, their anxious gazes fixed on Eli. "The factory is merely shutting down temporarily due to an attempt by someone to undermine our operations. Therefore, we must take proactive measures." Instantly, the elves felt reassured. But upon hearing of the threat to the factory, they became fervent once more. They clamored to protect the factory and safeguard the Hall family's assets. "Master, please entrust us with the defense. Klein will fiercely dispatch our enemies." Klein's demeanor exuded an air of determination. "We will abandon the previous method of transportation via the Flow network, reallocating some personnel to establish a transfer station and directly utilize apparition for our transport." Klein stepped forward. "But Master, our numbers may be insufficient." Eli surveyed the small group of elves present, barely a dozen, and realized that there would be little left for other tasks such as procurement and operation. This presented yet another dilemma. Klein exchanged looks with the other elves, as if they had reached a consensus. "Master, we may have solution O? Please elaborate." In the Denochi forest, there still exists a remnant of our kind. Eli, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Aren't you typically found living in wizarding households?" Klein nodded. "Indeed. After the ancient wars, our kin were branded as slaves, relegated to exist within wizard families. However, a small faction did not enter wizard homes, and some were expelled. These relatives have survived in the Denochi forest." Eli nodded, realizing that this was indeed a splendid idea. Assistance from another faction of house elves would significantly ease his efforts. Klein expressed his willingness to lead Eli to the Denochi forest and persuade his kin to aid the Hall family. Eli affectionately patted Klein's head, thanking him. With the manpower issue resolved, Eli decided to set off the following day to journey with Klein to the Denochi forest. Now, he found himself once again at the Phoenix Potion shop. Montongus rose respectfully, addressing his boss. "Let's refrain from excessive discussion. It seems we may have adversaries. The Flow network has been under surveillance, and from this moment forth, the Phoenix Potion shop will cease operations for maintenance." Montongus was instantly taken aback. "Then what shall we do?" "Do not panic. They have yet to arrive. The outcome remains uncertain," came the calm response. "For now, prioritize your safety and refrain from any dealings in the black market until we officially reopen. The shop will undergo renovations and will resume operations in 2 weeks." Chapter 57. The Pitiful Diary. Astonishingly, the once popular Phoenix Potion shop has closed its doors. Is this a case of absconding with funds? Or is there a deeper mystery at play? The headline in the Daily Prophet remains as sensational as ever, but the news has indeed sparked fervent discussions among wizards. As usual, patrons prepared to queue for purchases, yet the familiar, unsavory figure who typically stood by the entrance was conspicuously absent. The shop was closed, with a sign announcing a temporary suspension of operations, set to reopen in 15 days. The truth of the matter remains elusive. The closure of the Phoenix Potion shop feels akin to abruptly halting the music at a lively dance party. The buzz surrounding this development is unavoidable. Some express anticipation. Others lament the loss, and a few revel in the misfortune. Mr. Boking finds himself utterly perplexed. Why the sudden decision to enforce a shutdown? Have they uncovered something? Habitually, he rakes his greasy hair back, leaning against the counter. The black-robed figure, previously battered in a confrontation, stands before him, head bowed. According to information from the Department of Transportation, when they detected the shop's flu network in use, by the time they arrived to investigate, there was nothing amiss. The other end of the flu network led to a house in Godric's Hollow, which revealed no signs of activity. Boking paused, his hand stilling in its motion through his hair. Nothing? It appears someone has caught wind of our operations. A flicker of disdain crossed his face, accentuating his oily demeanor. It seems the ministry officials have become complacent in their duties. He then turned his gaze to the black-robed figure. What of our material supply channels? The figure shook his head. We have not observed any unusual bulk purchases. Only familiar regulars have visited. Boking's expression darkened. No anomalies whatsoever? Suddenly, a loud bang startled the black-robed figure. Boking clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table. Who are these people? Damn it. Didn't they say they would resume operations in 15 days? Continue the investigation. I refuse to believe they have left no traces. Yes. The black-robed figure nodded respectfully before departing. Boking remained alone at the counter, the dim surroundings obscuring his features. He rubbed several papers in his hands, which contained various notes. Montongus? A petty thug? This could prove intriguing. Meanwhile, on Eli's side, following the announcement of the closure, the factory halted all operations, and the house elves remained inside, with no one venturing out. Montongus had gone into hiding, and Eli had indeed cautioned him to prioritize his safety, though Montongus's fear of death had prompted him to conceal himself at the first sign of closure. Eli prepared to establish transit stations in various locations, crafting a transportation network capable of encompassing all wizarding congregations across the United Kingdom. He needed to extricate himself from the flu network, relying instead on the exceptional apparition skills of house elves. However, this endeavor would necessitate the involvement of numerous elves to achieve success. Fortunately, Eli had resolved to accompany Klein to the Donic Forest in search of the elf community. With their assistance, not only could he construct the transportation network, but it would also serve as a significant boon for him in the future. It is important to note that during the climactic battle in the film, the House Elves of Hogwarts played a crucial role, proving to be a formidable force. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Eli sought counsel from Dumbledore. Are you saying the Ministry of Magic has been monitoring your flu network? Dumbledore's serious gaze, framed by his crescent-shaped spectacles, revealed the gravity of the situation. The Ministry's involvement indicated a formidable adversary. Although the Ministry could be swayed by anyone, Klein's message confirmed that they had, fortunately, gone undetected. Now we have ceased our activities. What do you plan to do next? Eli hesitated momentarily, aware that the elf community in Donic was a closely guarded secret, evident from Klein's previous indecision. However, his hesitation was fleeting. Dumbledore was not one to pry into matters unnecessarily, treating all beings with equality, and would never act detrimentally towards the elves. Klein intends to guide me to their community, where I seek their assistance. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes reflecting admiration. He refrained from inquiring about the whereabouts of the elf community. Recognizing Elias uncertainty. Given that you have previously secured the friendship of the Centaur tribe, I believe the amiable elves will also place their trust in you. Earning the friendship of others is no easy feat, and it is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Upon hearing this, Eli braced himself for yet another philosophical discourse from the old man. Momentarily taken aback, he soon bid farewell to Dumbledore. Be safe. Thank you, Professor. Returning to the dormitory, he found himself alone once more. He had heard for Draco that he seemed to be preparing to join the Quidditch team. At that moment, Draco had boasted to Harry, vowing to defeat him, to which Harry had responded with a dismissive smile. Who is afraid of whom? The two old rivals were poised to resume their love-hate rivalry on the Quidditch pitch. With no one else around, Eli retrieved Voldemort's diary. Before he lost his nose, Voldemort had been quite particular. His Horcruxes, aside from this diary, were either antiquities or family heirlooms. Nevertheless, this diary held a unique significance as the first Horcrux, embodying his self-awareness and nearly achieving rebirth. Perhaps this diary represented Voldemort's youth, racing beneath the setting sun? All this time, Eli had concealed it at the bottom of his trunk, employing magic to inhibit its influence. Thus, Hogwarts had remained tranquil, and Eli felt that old Dumbledore ought to express gratitude towards him, for he had spared Hogwarts from a potential closure. He opened the diary, revealing it to be devoid of words or lines, utterly blank. The paper had taken on a slight yellow hue, resembling an ordinary diary. Eli attempted to drop a drop of ink upon it, and indeed, no trace remained, as if the ink had been slowly absorbed. "Who are you?" Gradually, the previously blank space revealed this phrase. Oh, is it starting to deceive people? If other wizards were to witness this, they would only be intrigued by this extraordinary talking diary, gradually falling under Voldemort's influence. Eli activated his mental shielding technique with his current soul strength. Mastering this skill required little effort, though he could not reach the level of altering memories. After some contemplation, he wrote in the diary, "I am Dumbledore. Who are you?" A pseudonym, after all, was not shameful. The text slowly faded from the paper, only to re-emerge with the response, "I am Tom Riddle." Eli's playful spirit was suddenly ignited. Could this be an early form of human chat software? "Are you a student at Hogwarts?" "Yes, I come from 50 years ago. Consider me your senior." Eli could not help but chuckle. Here it came, Tom's familiar antics. "Did you pass the Audiobook exam? Can you teach me?" "Yes." There are 27 animals in total, comprising chickens and rabbits, and the total number of feet is 86. How many chickens and how many rabbits are there? This time, Tom's handwriting failed to appear. Tom was quite perplexed. Why were wizards starting to study such things now? Who was so bored as to confine chickens and rabbits together? Seeing Tom remain silent, Eli wrote again, "Tom, do you want a girlfriend?" "What?" Even through the diary, Tom's astonishment was palpable. "I know a beautiful girl named Lynn Dayu. Would you like me to introduce you?" Chapter 58, House Elves. Early in the morning, Eli vanished from Hogwarts. At this moment, he had arrived at the factory, where the elves were busy, none idle, either cleaning or maintaining the machines. Klein approached Eli, performing a very formal greeting. Born into the Nickerleam family, he had been educated by his elders, thus well versed in such etiquette. "Let us go. If there is nothing else, we can set off," Eli called out to Klein. Klein came over and took Eli's hand, as a crackling sound resonated in the space, causing Eli and Klein to disappear from the factory. The space travel of the elves bore a striking resemblance to the apparition of human wizards, both accompanied by a strong sense of distortion. In contrast, Eli's phoenix form traversing through flames felt like a sharp blade cutting through space, relatively safer without the risk of disembodiment. The two reappeared in a forest, devoid of signs of human activity, though faint sounds of machinery could be heard in the distance. Why do your kin live so close to humans? Generally speaking, magical beings tend to maintain a respectful distance from ordinary humans to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Especially the domesticated house elves, a breed that has been tamed, harbor an acute fear of humans. Those who have not been welcomed into wizarding families dare not approach humans at all. Klein elucidated to Eli that in recent years, the Donic Forest has begun to be commercially developed by humans, prompting the elves to migrate continually. Given their considerable numbers and the vast expanse of human activity, they fear being inadvertently discovered during their migrations and thus remain reclusive within the confines of the Donic Forest. As Klein led Eli deeper into the woods, the surroundings appeared devoid of any signs of life. After wandering for an indeterminate distance, the sounds of animals replaced the cacophony of humans. "Master Hall, please hold on." Eli halted in his tracks, while Klein advanced, seemingly groping the air with his hands. Eli sensed a faint magical aura emanating from Klein, who appeared to be casting a spell. The more frequently Klein waved his hands, the more Eli perceived a subtle ripple in the air. As the magical fluctuations intensified, the space suddenly resembled a photograph marred by obvious editing, slowly revealing a circular opening that showcased an entirely different scene within. "Master Hall, we may enter now." Klein boldly stepped forward to welcome Eli through the circular threshold. It was evident that a magical barrier had been imposed here. Much like the folding of space, without the ability to breach the barrier, no one would perceive the existence of this alternate realm. Eli was utterly captivated as he stepped into the new space, which was imbued with the essence of life. Scattered about were quaint little houses, arranged in a charming disarray. "Exudinho adorable." "Oh, a wizard!" A sharp exclamation pierced the air, prompting Eli to see a figure scurrying away. Judging by its form, it appeared to be an elf. "Forgive their rudeness, my master. They have not been taught proper etiquette." Eli offered a reassuring smile, patiently awaiting in silence. Having intruded upon their domain in search of assistance, it was imperative that he did not incite fear or anger among them. Gradually, a clamor arose ahead as a group of domesticated house elves began to emerge. Upon sighting Eli, some exhibited trepidation while others displayed curiosity. None, however, greeted him warmly, their faces drawn and forlorn. Leading the group was an elder elf, who leaned on a crude, unrefined staff and donned garments of indiscernible material, appearing quite humble. Among the elves, he exuded the most composure. Eli adjusted his attire, striving to present a more amiable demeanor. Klein appeared somewhat anxious. "I have met the esteemed wizard." He bowed slightly to Eli, his frail body suggesting limited mobility. Eli responded with a solemn bow of his own. This gesture elicited surprise among the elves, some even betraying a hint of fear. The leading elf seemed taken aback as well, swaying slightly. "What brings the esteemed wizard to our humble abode?" Eli shook his head. It was not a matter of commands. His intentions were devoid of malice. He sought assistance from them. Assistance? A frown crossed the face of the sprite. For centuries, their ancestors had dwelled here, evading wizards. The shackles of their souls rendered them powerless against the wizards, yet some had never entered a wizard's household, while others had been cast out. They harbored a profound fear of wizards, and were, at the very least, unwilling to re-enter wizarding families. "Chief Gwynton, Mr. Hall is a kind man. He provides us with delightful sustenance, the finest garments, and even offers us wages." Klein stepped forward, still somewhat anxious, for he had taken the liberty of bringing a human into their domain. Yet, he endeavored to advocate for Eli. Upon hearing this, the little sprites erupted in astonished whispers. The chief sprite, known as Gwynton, could no longer conceal his surprise. Observing their reaction, Eli continued in the vein of Klein's words. "Indeed, I have come seeking your aid, not to enlist you as servants, but to request your assistance in my endeavors. I am prepared to ensure your livelihood and safety." The expression on Gwynton's face wavered. When had they, as domesticated sprites, ever received such hospitality? However, their retreat into this forest had been motivated by a desire to distance themselves from humans and wizards alike. Should they acquiesce this time, they would irrevocably forsake their serene sanctuary. "Esteemed wizard, it is not that we doubt your integrity, but you see, we have sheltered here for generations. To put it bluntly, we yearn for a life of tranquility." Eli observed the sprites. Unlike the domesticated ones outside, he discerned their reluctance to abandon a life of freedom. "Chief, I can assure you that no other wizards will harm you. I possess the strength to safeguard your safety." Gwynton's expression softened further. It was unprecedented for a wizard to offer such assurances to domesticated sprites. Eli continued, "You must have seen that Muggle humans are incessantly encroaching upon the land. Even wizards have no choice but to conceal themselves. This is not mere alarmism. You may soon face an inescapable peril. When that time comes, who will protect you?" Gwynton's body trembled. He was acutely aware that Eli spoke the truth. The sprites present comprehended the gravity of their situation, and the atmosphere grew somber, punctuated by soft sobs. Even Klein wore a sorrowful expression. Chapter 59, Ancient Sprites. Eli eptroid ginton slowly, striving torstai convi noil intent. Gwynton refrained from any rash actions, for he sensed that this wizard might indeed be different. Eli crouched down to meet Gwynton at eye level. Gwynton, taken aback, nearly stumbled, but Eli steadied him. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Gwynton summoned his courage. "How can you prove the veracity of your words?" Klein wished to interject and offer proof, but Eli restrained him. The latent magic within surged forth like a ferocious beast awakening in an instant, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that caused the entire forest to rustle ominously. The little sprites emitted a collective gasp, and the nearest among them, Gwendon, appeared utterly astonished. Eli bore no ill intentions, thus he did not harm any of the sprites. Was this sufficient? Gwendon surveyed Eli with disbelief. This boy, merely 12 or 13 years of age, possessed such formidable power. Such strength was undoubtedly capable of safeguarding them. Yet, Gwendon shook his head. No, this was not enough. Eli was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what the elder sought him to demonstrate. However, upon gazing into the elder's murky yet resolute eyes and observing the clustered sprites behind him, Eli comprehended the gravity of the situation. He retrieved his wand, startling Klein in the process. Eli urged him to remain calm, assuring him of his benign intentions. He extended the handle of his wand toward the astonished Gwendon, signifying his sincerity. The wand symbolized a wizard's essence. In a duel, if disarmed, it represented defeat. Yet here he was, presenting his wand to this domesticated sprite, a race that had long served wizards as their subservient kin. The sprites stood frozen, unable to fathom the sight before them, a wizard offering them his wand. Suddenly, Gwendon dropped the wand and prostrated himself upon the ground, proclaiming, "The Sprite clan has served its masters for generations." The other sprites followed suit, including Klein, all chanting in unison, The Sprite clan has served its masters for generations. With a wave of his wand, Eli imbued the sprites with a sense of elevation. Do not kneel. You work for me. I demand your loyalty, but I do not require you to be my slaves. I offer you employment compensation and the freedom to thrive. The sprites gazed up at the not-so-tall youth, who shone like the sun. Once more they bowed low, declaring, "The Sprite clan shall forever be loyal to its master." Eli, exasperated, implored them, "Please rise. I beg you, I am quite weary." The sprites joyfully darted off to gather their treasure belongings, and Gwendon led Eli to a cave. The entrance was narrow, but once inside, it appeared to be magically expansive, akin to a spell of seamless expansion. Gwendon performed a gesture reminiscent of Klein activating a barrier, allowing Eli to perceive the magic resonating and vibrating in harmony with the barrier. Eli endeavored to memorize this frequency, though controlling such magic demanded exceptional skill. As a portal opened, Gwendon guided Eli inside. There, they discovered a small platform adorned with several ancient tomes. The pages, crafted from aged tree bark, bore the marks of time, yet remained intact. Gwendon entrusted these volumes to Eli, stating, "This is why we have steadfastly remained here. Within these tomes lies our heritage, documenting all our magic and knowledge." Eli delicately traced the surface of the book, feeling the imprints of time and magic. However, it seemed that the elven mages could not learn from it. "Why then should you teach me? I have always refrained from allowing my kin to delve into its knowledge. For the marks within our souls bind us to the will of our wizard masters. Should we ever be discovered, our lineage would be irrevocably exposed." Eli turned the pages, discovering them filled with the ancient script of runic. Could runic be the writing of the elves? No, it is not. Gwenthin reverently caressed the pages, stating that the wizards referred to it as runic, while we call it the ancient tongue. The ancient tongue? Indeed, in the primordial times, all was in a state of naive infancy, and every wise race utilized the ancient tongue, for it is the source of magic, a divine gift. Gwenthin's face shone with devotion. Eli solemnly stored the books away. They were treasures and symbols of his friendship with the elven kin. He inscribed the names of all the elves onto a parchment. "Let us embark, as traversing space requires one to have previously visited the destination." Eli and Klein led a few small elves to the factory first, then summoned those who had been there before to bring the rest. The factory soon buzzed with activity. The little elves were filled with curiosity, but were hesitant to wander or touch anything. Eli surveyed the surroundings. There were indeed ample hands, yet the factory felt somewhat cramped. Sensing Eli's concern, Gwenthin said, "Master, our elven can excel in spatial transformation. Leave this to us." This was precisely what Eli had hoped for, and he entrusted the task of renovating the factory and shop to the small elves. The industrious elves sprang to life, and Eli observed as they seemed to weave magic to inscribe something, visibly expanding that section of space before his very eyes, leaving him momentarily speechless. Eli had experimented before. This method was undoubtedly more stable than the spell of seamless expansion. Some little elves began to set up barriers around the factory, akin to those seen in their homeland. Such barriers were remarkably sophisticated, effectively segregating this portion of space. Even if someone stood there, they would remain oblivious to its presence, as if it were an independent realm. Those around Eli greeted him warmly. He had become something of a celebrity. According to the schedule, they should have no classes, yet Draco and the others were absent. Eli hadn't seen them for several days. Ever since Draco challenged Harry, these two had spent every spare moment at the Quidditch field. Goyle and Crabbe followed Draco to join in the excitement. Soon, Eli realized something troubling. The diary was missing. There were signs of disturbance everywhere, but only the diary had vanished. It appeared he had underestimated the situation. Dog Egg was hissing incessantly in the glass tank, and Eli leaned closer to listen. "Crabbe?" Eli's expression turned serious. Dog Egg had been there all along and knew precisely what had transpired. It was Crabbe who had taken the diary. Chapter 60, Conflict. Eli now sensed that matters were taking a turn for the worse. He urgently needed to navigate through Crabbe and locate the diary. He was not yet in a position to inform Dumbledore, for how could he possibly explain the origin of this diary? If it were not for the presence of others, Eli could simply employ a legilimate spell, followed by a memory charm, which would be expedient. However, Crabbe and Goyle were inseparable, perpetually trailing Draco like shadows. He could not perform such actions in the presence of witnesses. That bothersome little oaf was truly a hindrance. Recently, he had been preoccupied with the potion shop, primarily overseeing the collection of payments, which he found rather amusing. The factory and shop were currently undergoing a reorganization, allowing him a rare moment of leisure. Perhaps he should check on their training progress. He temporarily set aside thoughts of the diary, confident that with Crabbe keeping watch, any attempt to unleash the basilisk would not escape Eli's notice. Dressed in his school uniform, he made his way to the Quidditch pitch. Meanwhile, a confrontation seemed to be brewing between two opposing factions clad in red and green. "I'm sorry, but the pitch has already been reserved by us for today, the captain of Gryffindor stated as the Slytherins approached. Their demeanor suggested they intended to claim the field for themselves. Among the Slytherins stood a big-toothed individual whose mere presence was irksome. Indeed, it was Flint, the captain of Slytherin. Last semester, he had knocked Wood unconscious with a single blow, sending him crashing down. Eli had a decidedly negative impression of this fellow, who incessantly championed pure-blood supremacy, relentlessly targeting half-bloods and muggle-born wizards. In short, he was an insufferable character. We VE claimed the pitch today. Professor Snape has granted us special permission to train our new Seeker, Flint declared smugly. New Seeker? Who could it be? The crowd parted slowly, revealing a diminutive figure with an ostentatious, slick-back hairstyle. It was none other than Draco, whose receding hairline seemed to have advanced further. Eli almost wanted to advise him to use less hair gel. Draco's father has generously sponsored a Nimbus 2001 for each member of our team, he boasted, raising an eyebrow at Harry in a provocative manner. Harry chose to ignore him and shot back a disdainful glare. The Nimbus 2001. Gasps rippled through the crowd, and the faces of the Gryffindor team suddenly fell. The previous most advanced broomstick was Harry's Nimbus 2000. However, a new model, the Nimbus 2001, had recently been released, utterly eclipsing its predecessors. Naturally, the price was exorbitant, and it was astonishing that Lucius would be so extravagantly generous, providing each player with one. In terms of equipment alone, Gryffindor could hardly compete with Slytherin. Flint reveled in the envy radiating from those around him and the sour expressions of his opponents, swaggering with his crooked teeth and a smug demeanor. What can your inferior brooms possibly do to challenge us? The Gryffindor players felt compelled to counter, but the truth remained undeniable. How could a humble van compete with a Lamborghini? Yet, our victories have never relied on external advantages. A resolute voice shattered the impasse. Flint was still relishing the thrill of confrontation. How could he tolerate such provocation? He turned with a scowl, casting a menacing glance at the oblivious young witch before him. His protruding teeth accentuated his fierce demeanor. Yet, Hermione remained undaunted, meeting his glare with unwavering resolve. As Flint's intimidating stare seemed to yield no effect, his temper flared. He opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of insults. At that moment, Draco noticed Eli approaching and his expression shifted, prompting him to intervene. After all, a person seeking their own demise is hard to save, and Flint's grotesque grin did nothing to curb his incessant chatter. You ought to rein in that pretentious mouth of yours, you filthy mudblood. The moment those words escaped his lips, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Draco instinctively distanced himself from Flint. The onlookers gasped in shock. Flint was abruptly propelled backward, his body hitting the ground like a statue, rigid and lifeless. Screams erupted as some rushed to inspect him, noticing the petrification creeping across his skin. This demonstrated the severity of the blow. What is happening here? A figure resembling a large bat. No, it was Snape, swooped in, his robes billowing. After examining Flint, he barked, "You two, get into the hospital wing immediately." He then turned to glare at both groups, resembling a serpent poised to strike, his expression dark and foreboding. Who did this? It was I, Professor. Eli stepped forward slowly. Snape's pupils dilated, and instinctively he attempted to mask his emotions, but the weight of his authority rendered his face stiff. Now, inform me precisely what transpired. His words were deliberate and measured. Eli remained unflinching. After all, what are the consequences? It was time to impart a memorable lesson to those he despised. He spoke disrespectfully, Professor. Such insolence ought to be addressed by you. He referred to me as a mudblood. What? A mudblood? Snape's expression faltered, a flicker of sorrow and disbelief crossing his features. Suddenly, he turned sharply, declaring, Mr. Hall will spend the day in detention for reflection. But we all retaliated. Then you shall all go, he bellowed, storming away with greater urgency than when he arrived. Eli distinctly perceived a glimmer of hatred in Snape's final gaze. It seemed a moment of silence was warranted for Flint. Eli turned to Harry and the others, satisfied, eager to be confined. Eli, no need for words. You simply cannot abide hearing that term. Off we go to detention. Eli strode confidently toward the detention room, with Harry and Ron hastily following. Inside the detention room, the three young miscreants huddled in a corner. Eli, where have you been lately? We hardly see you. Seeing Ron's eager expression, it was as if his face screamed, Hurry up and tell me. I must share this with everyone. Oh, never mind, it's nothing. I'll tell you later. The tantalizing hint left the two feeling restless. Creak, the door opened, and Hermione entered, joining them in their corner. For little turnips squatted by the wall. Well, look who's here. Let's make one thing clear. Don't utter any thanks. I'm merely here because I find him insufferable. Hermione shot a glance at Eli, remaining quietly squatted beside him. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Eli's tone softened. What's wrong? Are you still upset? Flint is just a complete fool. How could you possibly take his words seriously? Are muggle-born wizards truly inferior? Eli was taken aback. The young girl was evidently hurt by that term. How can one say such a thing? If even you, the top student in the entire year, are considered inferior, then what does that make the illustrious Eli? Hermione was amused by Eli's banter, breaking into a smile despite her earlier distress. Harry and Ron chimed in. Exactly. If you're not good enough, whose homework are we supposed to copy? Eli rubbed his hands together. Is there a chance I could also? Hermione rolled her eyes at him. Who would let you copy their homework? Humph. Creaking, the door opened again, revealing a flamboyant youth with a slick-back hairstyle. Draco, what brings you here? Today's detention seems quite lively. Draco observed them from the corner. Well, I suppose I bear some responsibility as well. Now, 5 little turnips were squatting by the wall. After a while, Eli felt the boredom creeping in. How about I tell you a story? Sure. Let us recount the tale of Kong E.G. and his journey from the 100 Herb Garden to the Sandway bookstore. Wait a minute, why? Stop right there. I understand. Since that day, a legend circulated at Hogwarts about Kong E.G.'s epic journey from the 100 Herb Garden to the Sandway bookstore. Chapter 61, The Attack. The group joyfully emerged from the detention room, perhaps the most humiliating day for the confinement itself. Bloodshed was rampant. Harry looked around in confusion. Did you hear any sounds? Sounds? The others listened intently. You must be going mad from detention. Draco seized the chance to mock. But Harry, looking serious, insisted, I truly heard something. Can't you hear it? They all shook their heads. Eli, did you hear it? Eli also shook his head, revealing he spoke Parseltongue would expose him. Harry dismissed it, thinking it was merely his imagination, even though he was sure he had just. They continued walking. Look, the group turned to follow Hermione's pointing finger, discovering several large, crimson letters on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the heir's enemy. The blood-red letters appeared menacing, resembling a monstrous beast with a gaping maw, ready to devour its prey. The surroundings fell eerily silent, leaving only the sound of dripping water. Is that Filch's cat? A cat hung nearby, appearing rigid. Eli glanced at it, realizing it had been petrified. What is the Chamber of Secrets? Harry stepped forward, scrutinizing the letters on the wall. I do recall a legend. Slytherin has a secret chamber, within which resides a monster, specifically tasked with cleansing the school of muggle-born wizards? Draco cast a discreet glance at Hermione before nodding slightly. At that moment, the sounds of students milling about filled the air. This location served as a crossroads, and the students had just finished their dinner, with both Gryffindor and Slytherin wizards passing through. Everyone was captivated by the horrifying words emblazoned on the wall. Some timid students covered their mouths in fright. The heir's enemy? Who could it be? Of course it was you. A voice emerged from the Slytherin crowd, and when Eli turned to look, the speaker promptly fell silent. Students are not permitted to congregate, Potter, bellowed the school caretaker, Filch, as he squeezed into the throng. Upon seeing the cat hanging on the wall, his face drained of color. Mrs. Norris. His eyes reddened with agitation. You killed my cat. You killed my cat. He glared at Harry with a terrifying expression. No, I didn't. I will kill you. I will kill you. Argus. Dumbledore and the professors arrived just in time. When he saw the words on the wall and the cat, he was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly shifted his gaze to Filch. Argus, your cat has merely been petrified. I believe Madame Pomfrey can restore her. Professor, I must avenge my cat. Argus, calm down, Mrs. Norris is indeed only petrified and can be revived, but the murderer must be punished. Filch pointed at Harry, exclaiming, it was him. He was here when I arrived. No one else could have done it. Dumbledore glanced at a bewildered Harry. No, Argus, I believe such a powerful petrification curse could not have been cast by second-year Mr. Potter. Filch scanned the group and suddenly halted at Eli, who raised an eyebrow in surprise. That's him. He petrified that fellow Flint. Pomfrey said it was quite the challenge, and I knew it. Dumbledore shot a glance at Eli, who shrugged in response, as if to say, surely you jest. I know my students well. Professor, I think this may not involve Mr. Hall, as they just emerged from detention and would not have had the time to execute such a feat. Snape remarked, observing the words on the wall. Perhaps our defense against the dark arts professor would be more adept in such matters. Professor Lockhart is still recovering from the last teaching mishap, and likely cannot attend. Dumbledore waved his hand, indicating that lingering here would yield no results. All right, everyone, please disperse. Madame Pomfrey, kindly attend to Mrs. Norris. Filch, we will assist you in uncovering the true culprit. Now, everyone, please disperse. Harry, did you not mention hearing some strange sounds? Hermione inquired, sensing a connection between the recent events and the peculiar noise. Harry nodded. Should I tell them? Dumbledore and the others. No, Harry. Hermione replied, her expression serious. Even in the magical realm, hearing sounds that others could not was rarely a positive sign. Upon returning to the dormitory, Goyle and Crabbe were already present. Eli shook his head and approached, inquiring, have you two been together the whole time? In the hall? Both nodded in affirmation. Eli scrutinized Crabbe's expression, discerning no signs of deceit. Moreover, Goyle likely shared the same narrative. A weighty concern settled upon Eli's countenance as the situation grew increasingly intricate. Not long after they emerged from the confinement room, the voice of the basilisk echoed, and soon after, a cat met its tragic fate, accompanied by the emergence of blood inscriptions. If Crabbe were involved, it seemed implausible, as Eli indeed observed him among the crowd with Goyle, and their demeanor did not suggest they had been cursed. Either they were exceptionally adept at concealing their intentions, or the true perpetrator lay elsewhere. To unearth the culprit, Eli needed to delve into Crabbe's actions, for it was inconceivable that Dogmeat could deceive him. He had indeed witnessed Crabbe seizing the diary. The polyjuice potion? Unthinkable. No one was aware that the diary resided with him, and the Horcrux was ensnared by his magic, rendering him incapable of manipulating others. Thus, the only suspect remained Crabbe, his dormitory companion. Yet why was he not the one to unlock the hidden chamber? Had Voldemort forsaken Crabbe? This was plausible, given Crabbe's seemingly apathetic demeanor. It was indeed challenging to sway him. Eli now yearned to cast a legitimacy spell upon Crabbe. The latter, feeling the weight of Eli's gaze, hastily retreated beneath his covers. However, Eli did not dare to relax. The unfolding events had surpassed his comprehension, and he could not guarantee that a genuine crime would not occur. Chapter 62. The Frantic Ball. It was once again the annual Quidditch match, and Eli sat in the stands, feeling utterly disinterested. He could not fathom what was so captivating about this spectacle. Draco was also on the field, leaving him without even a conversational companion. The match featured Gryffindor against Slytherin, long-standing rivals who exchanged no pleasantries upon their encounter. The Weasley twins were poised to commence the game, yet it appeared that most believed Slytherin would emerge victorious this time. This was not mere boastfulness from the Gryffindors. Rather, the Slytherin team's equipment was utterly outrageous. Previously, Gryffindor had a Harry who wielded a Nimbus 2000, which significantly boosted their morale. Now, the Slytherin team had been endowed by Lucius with the latest Nimbus 2001 for every player. Who would dare place their bets on Gryffindor? Eli folded an origami crane, concealing a few galleons within, and sent it soaring towards the twins. He intended to wager on Gryffindor. Others might be oblivious, but he was well aware. As a fortunate traveler from another realm, he had a keen grasp of such matters. He could only await the payday that was sure to come. Draco and Harry resembled two fiercely competitive roosters, brandishing their brooms as if prepared for a duel. The match commenced swiftly, and these two rival teams could finally unleash their pent-up frustrations against one another. The entire battlefield soon became electrifying, eliciting waves of gasps from the audience. From the outset, Draco and Harry, the Seekers, were locked in a fierce struggle, determined that neither would seize the golden snitch. The equipment advantage of the Slytherin team quickly became evident. Although they did not capture the golden snitch promptly, they scored goal after goal. The match exhibited a rather one-sided affair, with Gryffindor barely managing to accumulate 30 points while Slytherin soared ahead with 90. The crucial point, however, was that despite their clear superiority, they could not shake off their penchant for underhanded tactics. Relying on the high performance of their brooms, they masterfully outmaneuvered the Gryffindor players. Harry found himself in a precarious situation. Draco's speed outmatched his own, forcing him to rely on his exceptional skills merely to keep pace. Yet he could not compensate for the disparity in equipment. Suddenly, a bludger hurtled towards Harry at an alarming speed, producing a sharp whoosh as it cut through the air. Harry hastily dodged, but the ball seemed to have singled him out, relentlessly pursuing him. Numerous players have been injured by bludgers in Quidditch, and Harry was determined not to leave the field prematurely. He darted around frantically, the bludger crashing into the surroundings and creating gaping holes. Things were looking dire. This was clearly not a normal occurrence. In the stands, Lucius, as a school governor, attended the match, and witnessing his son's advantage filled him with pride. Severus Snape watched the game with keen interest. Draco appeared to sense something amiss with the bludger and seized a bat from a teammate. Scarhead, over here. As Harry struggled to evade, he heard Draco's call and saw him brandishing the bat. Understanding Draco's intent quickly, he altered his course and flew towards him. Draco, focusing intently on the bludger that pursued Harry, summoned all his strength and, as Harry zipped past, swung the bat at the bludger. However, he underestimated the force of the ball. The impact shattered the bat, sending Draco hurtling off his broom. Cheating. This is cheating, Lucius shouted excitedly, pointing at the field and directing his outcry at the referees. Harry, of course, witnessed Draco's fall, yet the bludger continued its frenzied chase, drawing ever closer. In a moment of inspiration, he dove beneath the stands, where wooden pillars were haphazardly scattered. Utilizing his superior skills, he maneuvered deftly while the bludger, relying solely on brute force, crashed through the surroundings, sending wood splinters flying. Thus, Harry managed to widen the gap between himself and the bludger. Suddenly, a flash of gold zipped by, the golden snitch. Harry momentarily disregarded everything else and reached out to seize it. The snitch made a sharp turn, causing Harry to be flung off his broom. Gasps echoed from the stands as Harry tumbled across the ground several times before finally coming to a halt. The bludger, relentless, descended upon him. Harry scrambled to evade it, and upon impact, the ground was left with a significant crater. Now, everyone recognized that something was amiss with the bludger. Hagrid burst in with Ron and the others, while Eli cast a spell at the rampaging ball. Boom! 2 spells struck the descending bludger simultaneously, shattering it into fragments. The professors rushed in, with Lockhart surprisingly leading the charge. His expression was one of eager anticipation, as if he were about to announce his intention to showcase his talents. Allow me to heal you. Upon seeing him, Harry felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. You? Perhaps it's best if you refrain from doing so. Nonsense. Let me treat you. Look at your arm. Without waiting for a response, Lockhart brandished his wand, and despite Ely arriving too late to intervene, he uttered, Bone Restoration. As Ely approached, he heard Lockhart's incantation, and his expression shifted dramatically. The spell was sound, yet Lockhart insisted on adding a peculiar flick of his tongue. A beam of light enveloped Harry's arm, and he immediately felt the pain dissipate. Is it effective? Lockhart, brimming with satisfaction, lifted Harry's arm to showcase it. However, to everyone's astonishment, Harry's arm drooped limply. The scene was momentarily comical. Lockhart's smile froze, and he even gave it a squeeze. Witnessing such a ghastly sight nearly caused Harry to faint. Lockhart's face shifted from pale to flushed, revealing a trace of anger as he stammered out an explanation, only to drop a golden ball on the ground. He quickly picked it up and held it aloft for all to see. Look, Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch, and Gryffindor has emerged victorious. Some of the unaware little lions cheered joyfully upon hearing the news. Lucius stormed into the arena, seizing Draco. Father, be silent. I spent a fortune, and you still lost to these penniless wretches. Draco lowered his head, tears welling in his eyes, one hand clutching his other arm. But Lucius, in a fit of rage, found Gryffindor's cheers to be an affront. Do not present that demeanor. Reflect on your failures. Madame Pomfrey instructed the others to carry Harry away before hastening over. Noticing Draco's downcast expression, she said, Child, are you in pain? Quickly, let a few more of you assist him to the infirmary. Chapter 63, The Second Attack. With a crack, a flash of light appeared. Oh, Colin, could you please refrain from documenting my current state? Harry's arm remained limp as the twins continued their teasing. Look, here is a rubber person. Now you needn't worry about fractures. Their banter left Harry utterly speechless. Mr. Malfoy, drink this. Perhaps you will feel better tonight. Step aside, make way. You ought to come directly to me. Madame Pomfrey handed Malfoy a vial of potion and hurried over to Harry. Reattaching bones is a trivial matter, but for them to regrow. Madame Pomfrey shook her head in frustration, as if blaming the troublesome incident that had caused the bones to vanish. You should be able to heal him, right? Oh, indeed. Pomfrey turned to Harry again, noting that the process of bone regeneration would be exceedingly arduous. Tonight may not be particularly pleasant for him, but enduring it would lead to relief. Harry accepted the potion presented by Madame Pomfrey, aware that regardless of its difficulty, he could not escape it. Upon consuming the potion, he promptly expelled it, contorting his face in agony. Heavens, do you truly believe potions are akin to pumpkin juice? Regrettably, the stock of Phoenix tears had been depleted. This was concocted by Professor Snape, rather unpalatable, yet effective nonetheless. Harry grimaced at Madame Pomfrey. Realizing why this concoction tasted reminiscent of Snape's foot soak, it was indeed a creation of his. Unbeknownst to them, Professor Snape might be reveling in his own satisfaction at this moment. Having heard of Harry's injury, he had purposefully prepared a particularly potent bone-strengthening potion. employing his exceptional potion-making skills to render it disgustingly difficult to swallow. Poor Harry could only muster the spirit akin to that of consuming a dreadful concoction. Enough, enough. The patient requires ample rest. You all must leave. Yet, hurry, hurry. There is no need for you here. I shall tend to him. Madame Pomfrey shooed away the students surrounding Harry, leaving only him and Draco at his side. Now we are alike. This time you owe me, Scarhead. Ha ha ha. Draco's injuries were comparatively minor, and after taking the potion, he was dismissed from the hospital wing that very afternoon. Madame Pomfrey was known for her insistence on patients receiving absolute rest, wishing not to have those already recovered occupying the beds. As night fell, the effects of the potion gradually unfolded. Harry felt a pronounced heaviness in his arm. While not excruciatingly painful, a restful slumber was beyond reach. He tossed and turned in his bed, the infirmary now devoid of any company, leaving him quite fearful. Not again, kill. Harry anxiously scanned the surroundings, recognizing the voice he had heard previously. Hello, what the? A bulbous eye suddenly appeared before him, nearly sending him tumbling beneath the bed. Harry realized, with dawning awareness, that it was you, you rascal. It was you who sealed the platform, preventing the three of us from boarding the train. Harry's expression darkened further. Dobby sensed Harry's reproach and appeared somewhat guilty. Indeed, it was Dobby. Harry's frustration surged. Do you understand that you nearly caused us to plummet from the sky, only to be brutally thrashed by a wrathful, whomping willow? Yet at least this could distance Harry Potter from this school. Your bludger? You commanded it to attack me? Harry vividly recalled the day's events, nearly risking the extinction of the Potter line. At that moment, he harbored a genuine desire to harm someone. Yes, Dobby felt remorseful too. Hence, he punished himself by ironing his own hand. He extended a pair of hands haphazardly wrapped in bandages, with visible burned blisters on the exposed skin. Harry, initially seething with anger, felt his heart soften upon seeing him. Taking a deep breath, he warned, you should leave while my bones are still healing, or I shall strangle you. Dobby fell off the bed in a panic, exclaiming no. Dobby does not wish to harm Harry Potter. Dobby only hopes that Harry Potter remains unscathed. Then it is permissible for Harry Potter to endure your suffering? A chilling voice pierced the air. Eli had appeared in the infirmary, gripping his wand tightly. Dobby gasped, visibly beginning to fade as he attempted to flee. With a mere flick of his wand, Eli banished Dobby from the threshold of the spatial portal. Dobby, a prodigy among house elves, could conceal his form within space at Hogwarts, a feat not easily achieved. Yet, such prowess was insignificant before Eli, the sovereign of the spatial domain. Whose pet house elf dares to harm a wizard? Dobby trembled uncontrollably, gripped by terror, insisting, no, Dobby does not wish to harm Harry Potter. Dobby remembers well. It was Harry Potter who vanquished that mysterious man. House elves were regarded as nuisances, and that perception had not changed. As he spoke, he began to sob. Eli, do not harm him, Harry implored, casting a sympathetic glance at Dobby, whose body bore the marks of suffering, clad in tattered rags. Dobby wailed, his cries echoing painfully. Eli, donning a mask of anguish, recoiled as Dobby's tears stained his collar. Leave at once, and do not reappear in my vicinity. Dobby halted his weeping and, in a cautious tone, urged Harry to depart the castle, warning that it would soon become perilous as history was poised to repeat itself. Repeat? You mean this has happened before? Dobby clamped a hand over his mouth, realizing he should not have spoken. Eli found the scene amusing, noting, how very discreet of you, Hagrid. Harry lunged to seize Dobby's collar. Hey. Eli attempted to intervene, but Harry had already grasped Dobby, causing him to retreat slightly. Is it the spot just used for blowing your nose? Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the door. Eli immediately cast a disillusionment charm and concealed himself in the shadows. Harry tried to apprehend Dobby once more, but with a snap of his fingers, Dobby vanished, leaving Harry to hastily feign sleep. What has transpired now? Another student has been petrified. The voices of Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall echoed within the room. Perhaps we can uncover the culprit through this camera. A crackle of sparks filled the air, followed by the acrid scent of burning. What does this signify? It indicates that our students are no longer safe. Albus Dumbledore's grave voice resonated. Chapter 64, The Foolish Trap. The castle endured a second attack, with yet another victim petrified, Colin from Gryffindor. Within the confines of the school, an air of trepidation enveloped everyone, as whispers of the chamber's legend circulated among the students. However, these tales were primarily the fanciful imaginings of children, for none truly knew what the chamber entailed. In this climate of fear, it was the half-bloods and muggle-born wizards who felt the most vulnerable. They either refrained from venturing out or banded together in groups. Meanwhile, Some took secret delight in the chaos, particularly those who espoused the pure blood ideology. They were, in reality, oblivious to the true significance of bloodlines, yet influenced by their families. They doggedly adhered to this illogical doctrine. Draco was among them, yet under the influence of Eli, he had undergone considerable transformation. He had never uttered the term mudblood and held no hostility towards Muggleborns like Hermione. Instead, their relationships were rather amicable. This change stemmed from his elder brother, Eli, who was, at least according to what they knew, a wizard of Muggle descent. If Eli could be subjected to discrimination, then what did that make them? Wizards who could not even lay a finger on him during dueling club sessions. Of course, staunch traditionalists still existed, such as Flint, who had exhausted the remaining mandrake herbs in the school and had now been expelled, avoiding Eli whenever possible. Nevertheless, he continued to whisper his disparaging remarks in private. Eli found it impossible to control such individuals. Implanting one's ideology into another's mind proved far more arduous than pilfering their riches. According to news from Klein, the renovations of the factory and shops were nearly complete, and the transit station was on the verge of construction. It seemed that in no time, the Phoenix Potion Shop would officially open for business. Eli dared not relax. The impending launch would not be as trivial as a mere opening day. The Phoenix Potion had already permeated the hearts of many, and he was poised to make a significant impact on the potion market, inevitably inciting a storm of conflict. This clever fellow had chosen to retreat into the Muggle realm, a domain where wizarding powers dared not overreach. After dinner, Eli did not join Draco and the others, choosing instead to linger alone until the end, with only a few remaining in the dining hall. He kept a watchful eye on Goyle and Crabbe, and when he saw them preparing to leave, he promptly exited the hall. He had enchanted 2 small cakes, infused with a diluted version of the draught of living death, to float in midair. This weakened potion was necessary. Given his current abilities, he feared the 2 would simply succumb to eternal slumber otherwise. Was this trap overly simplistic? Was it foolish? Yet, as history has shown, the most naive traps can often ensnare the most dim-witted. Observing the 2 foolish souls sprawled on the floor in deep slumber, Eli felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. He transported them to the broom cupboard and initiated a legilimency spell. Eli's soul energy surged towards Crabbe, whose thoughts revolve around simple desires: when to sleep, when to eat, and what to eat. As Eli delved into his memories, his expression grew increasingly grave. All recollections regarding the diary had been erased, something Crabbe himself remained blissfully unaware of. A complete void. Erasing their memories of being entranced, Eli departed with a grave expression. Given the current circumstances, he feared he had gone too far. Curse be it, he had underestimated him. Now, he was utterly oblivious to whom that diary had truly beguiled. While the serpent creature continued its onslaught, the ensuing events had spiraled beyond his control. A profound sense of emptiness enveloped him. His trump card, the mastery of the narrative, had vanished. What lay ahead remained uncertain. Who else might be attacked, and whether anyone would tragically lose their life, were all unknowns. Eli's mood grew increasingly agitated. Notably, the dueling club had become increasingly vibrant lately, with wizards diligently honing their magical abilities. All Eli could do was assist them in strengthening their powers. At least then, they might have a chance to escape. The one most concerned about the attacks was Harry. He could hear sounds that others could not, and whenever those sounds emerged, someone would suffer. Even he began to doubt whether he truly was the so-called heir. Yet, he did not wish to be associated with that title. He yearned to uncover the perpetrator and find closure for himself. Hermione also keenly sensed the connection between Harry and the peculiar voice, firmly believing it was undoubtedly linked to the attacks. Thus, the 3 of them, steadfast as ever, resumed their investigation into the conspiracy. So, do you have any leads regarding the voice in Harry's mind? The 5 of them sat in the great hall, quietly conspiring. A few shook their heads. Draco, do you have any further insights about the chamber? Draco shrugged. Nothing more. I've told you all I know, but I recall this incident occurred many years ago. Many years ago, the group was instantly captivated, with Harry reacting most strongly, recalling Dobby's words about history set to repeat itself. Indeed, I heard that a student died at that time, and Hogwarts nearly closed down. A student died? Who? Harry quickly inquired. I don't know. The news was tightly controlled back then. Silence fell among them once again. Perhaps we could ask someone, or rather, a ghost. Who? Moaning Myrtle. I've been researching information about the chamber in the library these past few days and heard someone mention the ghost of the girls' bathroom. Myrtle. She was once a student at Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, Eli's brow furrowed immediately. Wait, you say you've been to the library these past few days? Hermione nodded. Alone? Eli felt an overwhelming irritation. Did she not grasp the danger of their current predicament? Did she truly believe she could escape from the monster? Enough. Hermione, you must listen to me. The monster is something you cannot handle right now. From this moment on, it will be best for you to remain in the dormitory. Eli suddenly erupted, startling the others, who were perplexed by his outburst. Hermione tightly pressed her lips together, fully aware that Eli's anger stemmed from concern for her. Yet no one enjoys being reprimanded in such a manner. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Draco sought to alleviate the situation. Eli, please do not overreact. Granger means well. Granger, on the other hand, was advised not to take offense, as Eli was merely concerned for her safety. Eli, realizing he had been somewhat impassioned and had spoken too harshly, still could not shake the gloom that enveloped him. I apologize, he uttered, before departing abruptly. In that moment, he harbored a fervent desire to storm into the chamber and vanquish the basilisk, even if it meant confronting Voldemort himself. Yet, he recognized his limitations. Chapter 65, Lockhart's Dueling Club. Since that unfortunate encounter, Eli had taken to secluding himself within the room of requirement whenever he had a moment to spare. He busied himself crafting various alchemical contrivances specifically designed to combat the basilisk. Indeed, Hermione had refrained from venturing to the library alone for research. Today, Lockhart presented himself in a particularly flamboyant manner, even if his usual attire was not much less ostentatious. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, a dueling platform had been set up, with Lockhart standing proudly atop it. Despite having lost some of his admirers following previous embarrassing incidents, a dedicated group of fervent fans remained evident in the enamored gazes of the girls in the audience. Lockhart reveled in such attention, as it was the pinnacle of his aspirations. A graduate of Ravenclaw, the renowned institution for the academically gifted, his magical prowess, however, seemed at odds with his illustrious background. His focus had primarily been on cultivating his fame. Fortunately, he had mastered the art of the memory charm, leveraging his charm and disguise to earn the trust of unwitting adventurers, subsequently claiming their achievements as his own. This brought him considerable acclaim, and he basked in it. Now, savoring the adoration of these young witches and wizards, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Dear students, I have heard of your establishment of a dueling club, and I believe you require an exemplary instructor, namely, myself, for proper guidance. Hence, I have petitioned Professor Dumbledore to establish the Gilderoy Lockhart Dueling Club, and I have invited Professor Snape to serve as my assistant. He dramatically removed his cloak and tossed it to the eager students below, inciting a flurry of competition among them. Professor Snape ascended the platform with his usual impassive demeanor. Upon witnessing this, Eli sensed that Lockhart's moment was about to take a turn for the worse. Professor Snape and I will now provide a brief demonstration, and rest assured, I shall return you to your esteemed potions professor shortly, Lockhart assured. Throughout the exchange, Snape remained silent, perhaps concocting a plan to toy with the oblivious fool before him. The two positioned themselves at opposite ends, each performing the customary dueling etiquette before turning to face one another. 1, 2, 3. Disarm. Armor. Contrary to Eli's expectations of Lockhart being sent flying, his shield charm successfully defended against Snape's spell. Eli found himself perplexed. When had this fool improved? Yet, he was acutely aware of Snape's true prowess. Only Dumbledore could rival him in skill within the halls of Hogwarts. Snape was merely toying with Lockhart, not exerting his full strength. The young witches and wizards watched with keen interest as the two professors engaged in their back-and-forth exchange. Lockhart gradually sensed something amiss. No matter how he racked his brain to launch an attack, Snape effortlessly countered him. In other words, he was utterly incapable of besting Snape. He could vaguely perceive the mockery etched across Snape's face, feeling akin to a monkey being toyed with, and he had only just come to this realization. A flicker of anger crossed his visage, and a hint of madness gleamed in his eyes. Dark arrow. A series of black mists surged towards Snape like arrows. Eli's expression changed abruptly. Dark magic. He had been studying Voldemort's memories and had made some progress in dark arts. Thus he immediately recognized this fierce spell. Snape raised an eyebrow, his wand slicing through the air like a blade, devoid of incantation or light. Lockhart's unleashed dark magic was abruptly dispelled, leaving deep gouges on the floor. The wandless spell. Snape offered Lockhart no respite, casting Disarm. A crimson beam struck the dazed Lockhart, sending him crashing to the ground with a thud. Oh dear, is he all right? Hermione frowned. Although she had seen through Lockhart's true nature, witnessing him fall so pathetically made her feel a twinge of pity. What about the damage to the floor? Lockhart's complexion turned ashen, suppressing his fury. He dared not explode in anger before so many witnesses, for it would spell his ruin. Excellent, splendid. My sincere gratitude to Professor Snape for the demonstration. Just now, I provided a counterexample, though I could easily defeat Professor Snape if I wished. Snape, already weary of Lockhart's bravado, thought it was time to instruct the students on how to defend against sudden spells, particularly dark magic. Lockhart's face stiffened, forcing a smile. Of course. Now let us have a group of students come forth for a demonstration. Ah, Potter, Weasley. He gestured at the audience, Mr. Weasley's wand. Even for the simplest of spells, could yield unpredictable results. We might end up having to send Mr. Potter off in a matchbox to the hospital. He pointed at Draco in the audience. I have my little dark magic sprite as well. Coughing, he had inadvertently strayed from the point. Draco was summoned onto the stage by Snape, and these two adversaries were set to clash once more. Both had undergone Eli's training, and their prowess was now incomparable to the past. One strike from you, one strike from me. Lockhart had initially looked down upon Eli's dueling club, but now he had been served a dose of humility. Comparatively, Harry's dueling skills were superior. During their duel, it was evident that Harry was at ease, while Draco struggled to keep pace. A blunder ensued. A large black serpent erupted from Draco's wand, measuring at least 2 or 3 meters in length. This was a spell passed down through their wizarding lineage, one not taught in school. The serpent hissed as it fell to the ground. Perhaps due to the overwhelming presence of onlookers, the creature seemed disoriented and agitated. It hissed threateningly at the surrounding young witches and wizards, revealing its fearsome fangs, causing them to recoil in fright. Sensing the situation deteriorating, Lockhart rushed forward, ascended into the air. The snake was struck by a curse, propelled high into the sky, only to fall back down again. Perhaps due to this, the serpent was thoroughly enraged, fixating on its nearest target, Justin of Gryffindor. Caught in the serpent's gaze, Justin stood transfixed, momentarily forgetting to evade. Harry hurried forward, instinctively attempting to speak, but instead emitted a hissing sound akin to that of Snake. The onlookers gazed at him in terror, as if they had encountered a fearsome dark wizard. Yet, Harry remained oblivious. The snake understood Harry's words and turned towards him. To the other young wizards, it appeared as though Harry was commanding the serpent to attack Justin. The serpent vanished. Snape's wand flickered with a spark, and the struck snake immediately struggled, transforming into a pile of ashes. What trickery are you playing at? Justin demanded angrily, confronting Harry. Chapter 66, Rumors. This awkward duel concluded hastily, and Eli's group hurriedly led Harry away. Harry, you're a Parselmouth. Why didn't you tell us? Ron's face was still etched with disbelief. What am I? A Parselmouth. You can speak to snakes. Hermione, well-read, was aware of the significance of Parseltongue. Yes, I've been able to since childhood. I once accidentally let loose a python at the zoo to frighten my cousin Dudley. Harry, however, did not comprehend the implications of being a Parselmouth. No, this isn't just an ordinary talent, or rather, it's quite dreadful. Dreadful? Why? The founder of Slytherin House, Salazar Slytherin, was a Parselmouth. He was a notorious dark wizard. Draco's gaze toward Harry shifted slightly. Harry felt bewildered, but I'm not a dark wizard. If I hadn't just commanded that snake to stop, Justin would have been harmed. Harry failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, believing Justin was ungrateful. Harry, do you realize that when you told it to stop, it sounded as if you were inciting it to attack? What? Harry was perplexed, feeling as if those around him had lost their minds. I clearly told that snake to stop. Ron, you were right beside me. You should have heard. Ron shook his head. No, Harry. You were speaking in a language of snakes, which no one else could comprehend. Harry was taken aback, having not noticed he had spoken in another tongue. Eli, did I really just speak Parseltongue? Eli nodded slowly. I am a Parselmouth. How could I not know? A sense of panic began to engulf Harry, as Hermione and the others nodded in agreement, gradually making him realize the current predicament. After prolonged silence, he mused, so, does this mean that nearly everyone will now believe I am a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, that I am the heir? Hermione nodded, her expression filled with sympathy. Impossible. It can't be, Harry murmured, lost in thought, his mind racing. He is utterly unwilling to become this so-called heir, as it would subject him to endless accusations. Everyone would believe he was the one who opened the chamber and orchestrated the monster attacks on the students at school. He is terrified, fearing he cannot defend himself. For even he is beginning to doubt that he is indeed the so-called heir. He might be expelled from school, or worse, imprisoned. Harry is starting to grasp the danger that Dobby spoke of. Rumors began to circulate, and apart from Eli and his friends, everyone avoided Harry. Yet the whispers reached his ears with alarming clarity. Indeed, everyone assumed Harry was the heir. Some even began to label him a murderer. Harry attempted to defend himself, but as he approached, the crowd dispersed like startled birds. He found himself at a loss for words. The school, which once felt like home, now suffocated him. Nevertheless, there were still those who chose to believe in him. Wow. Everyone, stay away from Harry. He hissed the air. The twins let out a strange cry and then ran off laughing. Harry, don't take it to heart. George and the others are just joking. Ron quickly explained on behalf of his mischievous brothers. Harry was not angry. He understood that the twins were merely teasing. I know. They're the only ones who would treat this as a joke. Indeed, apart from those familiar with Harry, the other students believed him to be the culprit. The rumors expressed their innermost thoughts, yet they dared not voice them to Harry directly. Only the twins would jest about him. Reflecting on this, Harry felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Everyone noticed his unusual demeanor, but comforting words proved elusive, for they did not know how to console him. Where are you going, Harry? He turned away, solitary in his quest. I am going to find Professor Dumbledore. I must tell him I am not the heir, let alone the murderer. He shouted passionately, unwilling to bear such an unjust accusation in silence. Harry, Professor Dumbledore will surely believe you. But what we must do is not to argue. Hermione attempted to reason with him, as he appeared somewhat hysterical. Then what am I to do? Should I merely endure the scorn of everyone and watch them shy away from me? I am not the heir. I did not attack my classmates. I must convey this to all. Sensing the situation escalating, Eli rushed forward to restrain him. Harry, calm down and listen to me. Gazing into those familiar emerald eyes, Harry quieted. Harry, listen, we believe you, and the professor believes you too, but the students do not because we cannot provide evidence to support your innocence. Even if you attempt to explain now, it will be futile, for they would rather believe in a tangible villain, as fear consumes them. They need to identify a culprit to vent their terror upon, and at this moment, any defense is pointless. Harry felt as though he was on the verge of losing all his strength, and Eli watched with immense sorrow. If it weren't for him, Harry would not have to endure such targeting once more. What should I do? Seek the truth and apprehend the perpetrator. Only when the true culprit is captured and laid bare before all can people cease to live in fear and be willing to believe in your innocence. Indeed, Harry, we must uncover the truth together and catch the murderer. Ron and the others stepped forward. You mustn't cry, Scarhead. I'll write to my father shortly. He may have some insights. Draco always had a knack for twisting comforting words into mockery. The unwavering support of friends became a source of strength for Harry, and he felt the surrounding chill dissipate somewhat. And while you're at it, ask your father to send you more hair gel. Draco, your slick back hair is nearly beyond control. The jest lightened the heavy atmosphere considerably. Magical creatures like the basilisk possess formidable resistance to magic, and its gaze is deadly, leaving him at a significant disadvantage. He could only prepare himself further. However, another attack occurred. This time, the victims were two, the ghost Nicholas and Justin. With such news, Harry's guilt became almost undeniable. It was Justin who had publicly accused Harry, and now he was the victim. It was as if the universe was proclaiming Harry's revenge. The situation grew increasingly dire as professors informed students of an emergency state within the school. Before departing, he left a letter for Eli, pleading for assistance for his brother. Chapter 67, An Urgent Call. Slytherin students are urged to adhere strictly to school protection regulations. Unauthorized departures from dormitories during free time are prohibited. What has gotten into Professor Snape? The young serpents were perplexed by their head's sudden announcement. Shortly, Snape entered, accompanied by a weeping young witch. Astoria? A witch hurried over. Her name was Daphne, sister to the distressed girl. Snape wore a grim expression as he gathered all Slytherin students, ensuring none were absent before turning on his heel in silence. But where was Draco? Eli noticed Draco's absence, yet Snape had not mentioned anything. Malfoy, he has been petrified. What? Eli's heart raced in shock as he rushed to Astoria's side. When did he become petrified? Astoria appeared severely shaken, her lips pale, tears flowing uncontrollably. Eli's mind raced. Draco had been petrified. How could he have encountered the basilisk? He strove to keep his tone calm. Can you tell me where the attack happened? Did you see any part of the monster? Upon hearing the word monster, Astoria's tears flowed even more. I think she needs to rest now. Please wait until she feels better to ask her anything. Daphne shielded Astoria. At that moment, Astoria finally spoke. I fell by the window over there in the auditorium and saw nothing. Malfoy, Eli, with a grave expression, turned around, likely realizing what had transpired. It seemed Draco had spotted the basilisk first through the glass and had instinctively pushed Astoria aside at the last moment, leaving her unharmed. But did the basilisk not only attack those of mixed or muggle heritage? How could this be? Eli's heart sank heavier. The situation was deteriorating, with events unfolding that were not part of the narrative. He was utterly perplexed about who had opened the chamber. The basilisk appeared to be attacking indiscriminately. Could it be that Voldemort's soul was about to awaken in earnest? That night, Eli cast the disillusionment charm upon himself and ventured alone to the infirmary. Professor Sprout's mandrakes were still unripe and could not yet cure those who had been petrified. He had stored some himself and intended to deliver them to the infirmary. At the entrance, he spotted two shadowy figures, Harry and Ron. These two were preparing to enter when they heard him and crouched down in terror, covering their heads. "It's me, Eli." Eli sighed and kicked the two curled-up figures. "Eli, what are you doing here?" They stammered. "I was just about to ask you the same," Eli replied, exasperated at the reckless duo. "We just wanted to check on Draco. Is Hermione not with you?" Eli frowned. Typically, it was Hermione who would lead these two hapless boys. "What? Didn't I tell her not to run off? How did she end up going out again? Why didn't you stop her?" Eli felt a surge of irritation. Disobedient children were the most vexing. Who knew she would go out? She mentioned finding some clues earlier today. Eli pushed open the infirmary door, revealing several petrified victims still lying there. He approached Draco's bedside, where he remained frozen in a reaching posture. Setting aside the processed mandrakes, he dragged Harry and Ron out with him. Along the way, Eli vented his frustrations upon them, leaving them unable to lift their heads in shame. He was truly furious. These iron-headed kids were a handful, and if they managed to survive until the end, their resilience was remarkable. "Attention, all major subject professors, please assemble immediately. Other faculty members, proceed to each house to account for student attendance." Professor McGonagall's voice was unusually grave, even trembling slightly. "What has happened?" Elias Continence Durkanet. He feared there was yet another victim, and it might not merely be petrification. The three hastened their pace. In the corridor, Professor McGonagall rushed toward a wall with the heads of each house in tow. "Is here." Eli and the others halted upon hearing commotion ahead. "Professors, as you can see, the heir of Slytherin has left another message. The most dreaded scenario has unfolded. A student has been abducted into the chamber." Several individuals' expressions shifted suddenly, and Eli felt a jolt within his heart. Who had been abducted this time? A sense of foreboding washed over him. The professors gazed solemnly at the blood-stained words. "Do we now know who has been taken?" "No, not yet. I have already dispatched the teachers to conduct a thorough investigation." Eli peeked out, sensing something amiss, and his apprehension deepened. Abruptly, he turned and sprinted away, leaving Harry and Ron momentarily stunned before they hurriedly followed suit. The trio swiftly arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, racing to Gilderoy Lockhart's office door. "Alohomora!" he exclaimed, forcefully casting the unlocking charm to open the door. Inside, amidst a chaotic mess of letters, there was no sign of Lockhart or Hermione. Panic surged within Eli. On the desk lay an unfinished letter in Hermione's handwriting. The last word abruptly cut off as if halted mid-sentence. Suddenly, he noticed a torn piece of paper peeking out from beneath the letter. Eli hastily extracted it and unfolded it, revealing a fragment of a book that detailed the basilisk. Hermione's script was also visible, indicating the pipes. "Elicited invariably. Lockhart, you had better pray that Hermione is unharmed by the time I arrive, or else." A golden-red glint flashed in his eyes. His fury had reached its zenith. He dashed toward the girls' bathroom, knowing the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets lay there. "Eli!" Harry and Ron, still en route, called out as they saw Eli rushing out. "There's no time. The one who has been taken is likely Hermione. We must rescue her." Harry and Ron were momentarily bewildered and began to question him. "Why? Where do we go to save her?" "Do you recall Harry's parcel tongue and that voice only he could hear? The monster is at least a serpent." He handed the note to them. "This is what Hermione left behind. The monster is the basilisk, attacking through the pipes." As they ran, the two could scarcely decipher the contents, only catching sight of a serpent's image. "Where are we headed now?" asked Ron. "The girls' bathroom, where Moaning Myrtle resides." "Moaning Myrtle?" "Ili unfirmeth. Do you remember Hermione mentioning that the Weeping Myrtle was a student who died at the school? She must be the student who was murdered back then. Where she died, her spirit lingers, and that bathroom has numerous pipes. The basilisk is likely there." Eli had no time to dwell on the details. He simply relayed this information in a rush. In their urgency, Harry and Ron overlooked any inconsistencies and instinctively believed him, and the three hurried toward the bathroom. Chapter 68, The Final Assailant. The trio raced into the bathroom, where Moaning Myrtle was sobbing. "Myrtle, forgive my rudeness. Could you tell me how you died, all those years ago?" Myrtle ceased her weeping, and upon noticing the handsome young boy who spoke, a shy expression overtook her countenance. "Oh, of course. That day, I was here crying alone because Olive Hornby mocked me for wearing glasses. Then I heard someone enter from the voice. It was a boy, and I just wanted him to go away. As I emerged, two terrifying yellow eyes met my gaze, and in that instant, I felt as if I had perished right there." She gestured towards the adjacent sink, which marked the entrance to the hidden chamber. "Thank you," Harry whispered in Parseltongue, conjuring an image of the faucet as a serpent. He fixed his eyes on the rusted tap, producing a sibilant sound from his throat. Eli heard him distinctly as Harry uttered the command to open. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from the sink, which began to part slowly, revealing a seemingly bottomless pipe. Peering down, they were struck by an unsettling sensation, akin to gazing into a gaping maw poised to devour. Eli cast a luminescent spell into the depths, illuminating the pipe, which appeared to be merely unkempt. The pipe curved slightly, alleviating fears of a fatal plunge. "This is it. I shall descend first, and you follow cautiously." Without hesitation, Eli leaped into the abyss, sliding swiftly down the conduit. Behind him, the voices of Harry and Ron echoed as they too fell for an extended duration, indicating the great length of the pipe and the profound depth of the chamber. With a splash, Eli reached the bottom first, grateful for magic's intervention. Otherwise, he would have emerged disheveled. Harry and Ron followed suit, albeit with less fortune, emerging muddied. The ground was littered with the remains of small creatures, each step accompanied by a disconcerting crunch. Ron, feeling queasy, dared not glance at his feet, clutching the invisibility cloak which they had brought along to check on Draco. Harry pondered their surroundings. What is this? They approached to discover a massive serpent's shed skin, coiled upon the ground, measuring an impressive length of 20 meters or more. The enormity of the basilisk was alarming. Harry and Ron felt a chill run down their spines, and Eli too felt a twinge of anxiety regarding his preparations for such a formidable beast. He handed each of them a pair of protective goggles, urging, "Wear these. They may shield you from the basilisk's deadly gaze." I procured them during my potion experiments. Trusting Eli's judgment, Harry and Ron hastily donned the goggles. These were, in fact, Eli's custom-made alchemical spectacles, designed to possess formidable anti-magic properties, likely capable of withstanding several of the basilisk's deadly stares. The trio ventured further until they encountered a stone wall adorned with a colossal circular door, embellished with serpentine patterns. Eli glanced at Harry, who understood the unspoken message, and stepped forward to utilize Parseltongue once more. A series of hissing sounds resonated as the stone door began to react. The serpentine designs appeared to animate, slowly writhing and contracting, allowing the outermost patterns to slither around. A muffled thud echoed as the door gradually opened. Exchanging glances, they stepped inside. At the center of the stone wall stood a massive sculpture of a human face, aged and grotesque, resembling an enraged monkey, with wild hair and a fierce expression. Hermione lay motionless on the ground, utterly silent. Eli could not contain himself and rushed to her side, discovering her face was pallid and her hands icy. "I never anticipated you would truly find this place," a familiar voice echoed, prompting Eli to rise alertly and direct his wand towards the shadows, while Harry and Ron assumed a defensive stance. Emerging from the darkness was none other than their defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. His attire remained ostentatiously elegant, as if he were determined to maintain his image no matter the circumstances. Eli regarded him coldly, choosing silence, knowing the true master had yet to reveal himself. "Is it you?" Despite Eli's prior assertions, the sight of Lockhart brought disbelief to Harry and Ron. How could a fraud who struggled to utter a complete spell be the heir of Slytherin? However, recalling last term's quarrel made everything seem somewhat plausible. If a timid stutterer could ultimately transform into a Death Eater, then it was not entirely outrageous for Lockhart to unlock the Chamber's secrets. "Surprised, are we? Did you not anticipate the grand deceiver, Gilderoy Lockhart?" Lockhart proclaimed with a mocking smile, his eyes gleaming with madness. "My master has taught me profound spells. He has promised to elevate me to a true celebrity. He shall soon be resurrected, and I will not allow you to interfere, so you are merely stalling for time." Eli remarked coldly, his wand emanating a perilous glow. He produced a vial of potion and instructed Harry to administer it to Hermione. "What do you intend to do?" "Avada Kedavra, the ultimate death." A green and gray beam collided fiercely. Lockhart was neither Quirrell nor Voldemort. His magical prowess hardly rivaled Eli's. However, he excelled in the Oblivion Charm, a spell reliant on the mind, and he likely possessed a similar proficiency in the Killing Curse, not to mention his overwhelming obsession at that moment. Thus, Lockhart's Killing Curse was not without its potency. Yet, under Eli's formidable assault, it gradually faltered. Lockhart's face displayed terror, quickly followed by disbelief. "Impossible. He has taught me so many spells. I cannot be bested by a mere child." The reality of being unable to contend with Eli was a truth Lockhart found utterly unacceptable. Impossible, impossible. His eyes were overtaken by madness, blood vessels reddening in the whites of his eyes. His once handsome face had twisted into a horrifying grimace. Eli steadily advanced his spell, viewing Lockhart as one would a corpse. Fury coursed through him, for his negligence had placed Hermione's life in peril. At that moment, Hermione's vitality was being drained by the diary. The potion he had just administered barely stabilized her fading color. He should have recognized Lockhart's peculiarities sooner. Each time a student was attacked, the defense against the dark arts professor had offered various excuses for his absence during the faculty gatherings. Eli longed to vanquish this foe swiftly, for Voldemort and the basilisk awaited them. Chapter 69, Tom Marvolo Riddle. The outcome of their duel was becoming increasingly apparent. Eli's face was as stoic as water, while Lockhart appeared disheveled, his visage a mask of grotesque rage. Eli's spell had pushed Lockhart's magic to its very limits. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Eli's eyes as his magical power erupted suddenly, resulting in an explosion at the point of their spell's collision that sent Lockhart flying. He crashed against the stone wall, collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Yet Eli showed no signs of relaxation. "Tom, are you not coming out?" Harry and Ron, believing the ordeal was over, prepared to assist Hermione, but upon observing Eli's demeanor, they raised their wands in a defensive stance. A round of applause echoed from the shadows, the crisp sound resonating deeply within the hearts of those present. "Indeed, quite impressive, Eli Hall. What an exceptional talent you are. I assure you, you are destined for greatness." A boy with delicate features and sharp eyes emerged, his visage surpassing even Lockhart's. The moment he appeared, Harry clutched his forehead in agony, drawing Tom's attention, who fixated with a piercing gaze on Harry's scar before vanishing in an instant. Eli was unwilling to entangle himself any further with this cunning adversary, more deceitful than a fox. With each passing second, Hermione weakened, while Tom grew stronger. A fleeting cruelty flickered in Tom's eyes, which soon morphed into a feigned expression of regret. Why? Why is it that a noble endeavor is so often misunderstood? Why must a genius be shackled by the injustice of the mundane world? Eli yearned to seize the diary, intending to destroy it with the golden red flames or the basilisk's fawn. Yet the diary remained firmly in Tom's grasp, who believed himself to be in a position of advantage, willing to prolong the confrontation. However, Eli could not afford to gamble with Hermione's life. Doing so would only lead to his own disarray. What? Tom sensed an unsettling disturbance. Ultimate death. A gray light surged toward Tom, imbued with destructive force. His pupils dilated as he desperately rolled to the side. He clumsily tumbled across the ground, but Eli offered him no respite, casting spell after spell. Tom resembled a circus monkey, awkwardly rolling about in a humiliating display. He swiftly retrieved Lockhart's fallen wand, casting a shield charm. A protective spell thwarted Eli's magic. Yet as he felt the force of the spell, Tom's expression soured. Eli, quem lu observant, noted that with each spell Tom cast, his vitality dimmed. With a scoff, Eli mused, "Did you truly believe you had me at your mercy?" If Tom had just emerged from the diary, he would indeed be at a disadvantage, for he was merely a fragment of a soul. But as Tom absorbed Hermione's life force and began to materialize, even able to grasp the diary, Eli's magic could now inflict harm upon him. Tom had not yet fully revived, and his waning magical energy could not endure protracted use. In a direct confrontation, Tom would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by Eli. With a fierce glare, Tom fixed his eyes on Eli, who had just thoroughly humiliated him. Harry and Ron were both unsettled under the piercing gaze of Tom, feeling as though they were being stalked by a venomous serpent. Suddenly, Tom emitted a hissing, eerie sound, and both Harry and Eli discerned its ominous meaning. He was summoning the basilisk. "Prepare yourselves. The creature is about to emerge. You must retreat with Hermione and avoid making eye contact." Harry and Ron immediately led Hermione away, while Eli donned protective goggles. "Futile," Tom sneered. "In the presence of the basilisk, no matter how you hide, you cannot escape death. Enough with your prattle." Eli retorted, casting a spell towards Tom that forced him to retreat in disarray. He even hesitated to employ the shield charm. The brutal voice echoed once more, and Eli could almost hear the slithering of the basilisk's skin against the ground. Soon, from the mouth of the ancient statue, a massive serpent's head emerged. Ilias musclis tenseth, and upon seeing the basilisk, he thrust his wand forward, unleashing a golden beam aimed at its eyes. However, the creature, possessing considerable intelligence, deftly dodged, causing Eli's spell to miss its mark. Realizing his eye curse had failed, Eli dared not linger, lowering his head and sprinting away. Although the spell did not strike the eyes, it did make contact with the creature's head. The basilisk, furious at being attacked the moment it emerged, opened its ghastly maw filled with terrifying fangs and lunged at Eli. He could even scent the foul breath emanating from its mouth. With a resounding boom, Eli hurled a blasting spell into the basilisk's mouth, and to his astonishment, it momentarily halted its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Eli swiftly increased the distance between them. The basilisk possessed formidable magical resistance, yet it was a known fact that its inner anatomy was generally vulnerable. Eli's earlier strike had inflicted considerable pain upon the creature. Enraged by this setback, the basilisk was determined to eliminate this insufferable insect. However, having learned from previous encounters, it swung its massive tail towards Eli. With obstacles aplenty, Eli found himself unable to evade the attack, attempting to weaken the tail's impact with magic. The spell proved effective, significantly slowing the tail's momentum. It still sent Eli flying a considerable distance. "Huh, I warned you to cease your resistance. If you surrender to me now, I will spare your life. For a talent such as yours is a rarity." Eli chose to ignore Tom's taunts, pulling several small horns from his pocket. With a gentle squeeze, they erupted into a cacophony of rooster crows. At that moment, the basilisk recoiled as if confronted by a terrifying adversary, writhing in distress and roaring in agony. Tom's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Eli's cunning strategy. It was well known that basilisks harbored a deep fear of rooster calls, which was why Hagrid's chickens had all been slaughtered. Eli, understanding the basilisk's nature, had crafted this device in advance to emit the sound of a rooster. The effect was beyond his expectations, but he remained cautious, knowing that this was not a genuine rooster, and its efficacy, no matter how impressive, was ultimately limited. It could not truly harm the basilisk. As anticipated, the serpent beast, after a brief struggle, seemed immune to the sound, emitting a menacing growl towards Eli. Chapter 70, A Desperate Struggle. When the serpent beast reared its formidable body, Eli caught a glimpse of its gaping maw and sharp fangs reflected on the wall. He cast a spell upon himself and swiftly darted into the pipe behind him. The serpent beast, not one to relent, promptly followed suit, entering the pipe with a grandiose sweep. The pipe was spacious enough for Eli to stand and run without constraint. However, once the serpent beast invaded, it filled the passage completely, leaving Eli with no avenue of escape. In the oppressive darkness of the pipe, Eli extracted several small metallic spheres from his possession. Sensing the serpent beast's rapid approach, he clenched the spheres with determination, vowing to make it pay. In an instant, the pipe was illuminated as if by a celestial rainbow, a piercing light obliterating all visibility. Outside, a terrifying radiance erupted from the pipe, forcing Tom to recoil in shock, his face contorted with fear. The subsequent roar, or rather a wail, from the serpent beast revealed a look of horror on Tom's face for the first time. At the moment Eli hurled the spheres, he concealed himself around the corner, turning his back to the source of light while layering himself in protective magic. The pipe quaked with the serpent beast's frantic thrashing, and Eli marveled at its might. Had it struck him with its tail, he might have been reduced to a mere mist of blood. Yet at the same time, he felt a surge of triumph, for his strategy had succeeded, luring the serpent beast into this cramped, shadowy pipe and unleashing his pre-prepared light spheres had at least temporarily blinded the creature. As the brilliance began to wane, Eli cautiously peeked out, eager to test the serpent's vision. With protective goggles shielding his eyes, he felt assured of withstanding a single impact. The serpent beast continued to thrash about, yet its colossal size rendered it incapable of escaping the confines of the pipe. Eli could now clearly see that the serpent's eyes were tightly shut. The moment had arrived. He brandished his wand, summoning a flicker of golden red flame that surged forth, and under his deliberate amplification of magical energy, the flame transformed into a towering inferno. Within the pipe, the intense heat enveloped the serpent beast, while outside, Tom gazed at the horrifying flames, his expression twisted with malevolence. Having just endured the agony of the blinding light, the serpent now faced the searing embrace of fire, emitting a piercing, mournful cry of anguish. This golden red flame had been birthed the moment Eli successfully transformed into a phoenix. Unlike ordinary magical fire, this flame felt innate, effortlessly controlled with a mere gesture. It bore an essence reminiscent of divine fire, possessing terrifying destructive capabilities. Even the serpent, endowed with exceptional magical resistance, could not withstand such fearsome temperatures. Eli's expression was now one of fierce determination. He was intent on vanquishing the monstrous creature before him. His magical energy surged like a torrent unleashed by a breached dam, resonating with a thunderous roar that enveloped him. However, as Eli severed the flow of magic, An overwhelming wave of weakness washed over him, leaving him breathless, a sensation he had not experienced in ages. The searing heat had evaporated all moisture, distorting the air and causing cracks to appear in the surrounding pipes. The basilisk lay motionless ahead, its body charred and its head unrecognizable from the intense heat. Surely, it must be dead now. Ailey felt drained. The brief but intense exertion of magic had taken a significant toll on his body. Are you not curious to see who holds the upper hand? A familiar voice suddenly pierced the air, causing Ailey's expression to shift dramatically. Alarmed, he rushed out of the conduit, only to find Hermione lying still on the ground. While Harry and Ron were bound by magic, Gilderoy Lockhart, who had previously succumbed to unconsciousness, now brandished his wand erratically at them, his face a mask of madness. Meanwhile, Tom stood with his hands clasped behind his back, mockingly observing Ailey's weakened state. Who would have thought your abilities would surpass my expectations? You actually defeated the basilisk. Alas, you are still destined to be at the mercy of the great Voldemort. Tom's demeanor shifted back to one of arrogant confidence, while Ailey's expression darkened like the depths of shadow. He had truly exhausted all his cards, and the situation was far from what he had anticipated. Bow your head and submit to the greatest Voldemort. It would be your lifelong honor. Tom glanced at Hermione, whose pallor was alarming. What a pity for this little witch. If you hesitate any longer, she may very well perish. Her life now rests in your hands. Will you save her or let her die? Ailey's eyes burned with fury, his teeth gritting as he longed to obliterate the wretched figure before him. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed through the dimly lit space, a crimson bird becoming the sole splash of color in the darkness. Fawkes? Ailey recognized the phoenix at once, watching as it dropped a tattered hat before soaring away. Tom, initially on guard, burst into laughter. I expected something more formidable. Look at your esteemed Dumbledore, sending you a ridiculous hat in your moment of peril. Ailey paid no heed to him, for within the hat, he glimpsed the hilt of a silver sword. The sword of Gryffindor. But what good would it do him now? Struggling to overcome the throbbing pain in his head, he sought a way to turn the tide. Yet, what could he possibly do in this predicament? He could not wield the sword against them, could he? The thought of Hermione's life hanging by a thread, alongside Harry and Ron's captivation, and a group of petrified classmates awaiting the Mandrake's remedy, weighed heavily on him. Wait, the Mandrake! A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Ailey as he recalled the several mature mandrakes nestled within his undetectable extension charm bag. With a composed demeanor, he cast a subtle spell upon himself, and then, in a swift motion, unleashed the spell's brilliance towards Lockhart. Tom scoffed, perceiving this as nothing more than Ailey's final act of desperation. Lockhart instinctively cast the shield charm, but as the spell flew closer, it unexpectedly split into three. One darted towards Hermione, while the other two headed for Harry and Ron. What trickery is this? Eli skok fid coldly, suddenly pulling several mandrakes from his pocket and hurling them at them. In an instant, piercing and dreadful screams echoed throughout the chamber. Lockhart and Tom were instantly engulfed by the horrific sound. Lockhart clutched his ears in agony, yet blood inexplicably oozed from his orifices. Tom continued to struggle and scream, his spectral form visibly dimming. With a thud, the diary slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. The others, already shielded by spells, wore expressions of exhilaration. Stupefied, Eli released the ropes binding Harry and Ron. Suddenly, Harry and Ron's faces changed dramatically. Eli, watch out. Eli felt an alarming chill run down his spine as a fierce gust of wind swept towards him. Bam! He was hurled backward, crashing to the ground. A horrifying basilisk, its flesh grotesquely mangled, had emerged. Eli struggled to prop himself up, feeling as if his insides had been displaced. Harry, the hat, the sword, his protective goggles shattered. And as he lifted his gaze, a pair of terrifying yellow eyes loomed in his vision. These were the last two words Eli thought before closing his eyes. Chapter 71, The Heir. What followed unfolded just as the narrative described. Harry successfully retrieved the sword of Gryffindor from the hat, slaying the basilisk, and subsequently destroyed the diary with one of the basilisk's fangs. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes was obliterated, and the soul contained within was utterly annihilated. Am I dead again? It was no surprise Eli pondered this, for he had been locked in a deathly gaze with the basilisk's eyes. No, you merely fainted, a venerable voice echoed, startling Eli. He turned to see a somewhat bald, elderly man in gray robes standing behind him. Do not be afraid. Child, who are you? Eli felt an odd familiarity with the man's face, as if he had seen it somewhere before. You must have seen my statue and know my name. A name suddenly leaped into Eli's mind, yet he felt his thoughts were too absurd. Nevertheless, the figure before him gradually conformed to the name in his mind. The late headmaster? Indeed, I am your former headmaster. Salazar Slytherin, the old man, appeared as if he hadn't spoken to anyone in centuries, showing signs of excitement. Eli felt as if he had encountered a ghost. After all, Slytherin had perished over a millennium ago. How could he possibly be here? Slytherin seemed to sense Eli's skepticism. In truth, I should have already passed on. But due to certain troubles, I allowed my soul to linger. Troubles? What kind of troubles could Eli struggle to fathom? What sort of predicament would compel such a legendary wizard to remain tethered to this world? The countenance of Slytherin grew grave. Child, each of us, from the moment of our birth to our eventual demise, is merely a pawn in a grand design. Thus, the art of divination was birthed to glean insights into our latter lives. Yet there are always those who resist being so easily manipulated. Is that true for you as well? Slytherin nodded. However, Eli remained perplexed, pondering what manner of existence could govern the fates of all souls in this world, and why Slytherin had chosen to exist in the form of a spirit. Was it merely a desire to evade death? Who, then, orchestrates our destinies? A chill ran down Eli's spine at the notion that everything in existence might be under someone else's control. Were they not merely enacting a scripted performance? Death itself, Slytherin declared. Death? This was not the first time Eli had encountered the name of death. Nicklemore had previously enlightened him about the Deathly Hallows and the dominion of death. Yet, Eli had never truly believed in the existence of deities within this realm. Slytherin continued. Death wields command over our fates. When you are born and when you perish are but whims of his design. Yet, death is not without desires. He yearns for souls, particularly those of formidable strength. Through the ages, he has orchestrated the demise of countless powerful wizards to claim their souls. Are you acquainted with the killing curse? That green light you see, it is a spell crafted by death to harvest souls and manipulate minds. Eli's perception of Slytherin began to unravel. Could this seemingly unremarkable old man truly be Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts? Each soul claimed by the killing curse was collected by death, and with every incantation, the caster's own soul fragmented, ultimately leading to a loss of sanity, making them easy prey for death's dominion. Slytherin spoke with fervor, and Eli listened. Captivated, these revelations were unlike anything he had ever encountered. And then there are Dementors. They are not truly alive, but rather tools dispatched by death to aid in the harvesting of souls, utterly malevolent. Death's favorite quarry consists of those powerful wizards, such as myself. He has sought countless ways to orchestrate my untimely demise, and I have devoted my life to resisting him. What is your pursuit? Eli inquired. To slay death. Slytherin's sudden outburst of murderous intent startled Eli. The notion of vanquishing death sounded utterly mad. Such a terrifying sentiment had escaped the lips of this ancient, legendary wizard. Eli's mind reeled at the implications. The Salazar Slytherin of a millennium ago, the master of life and death, and that serpent creature. Was it truly Slytherin himself? That creature must be nearly roasted by now, Eli mused, cautiously distancing himself, fearful that the old man might suddenly seek vengeance. Slytherin noticed Eli's movement, as if he possessed an uncanny ability to peer into the depths of the human heart. Ah, you little rascal. Do you think I would seek revenge on you for the demise of my corporeal form? No, of course not. Do not presume that I am unaware of your thoughts. Nevertheless, do not fret. My soul has been ensnared within this corporeal form for far too long. Now that you have liberated me, consider it an act of benevolence. However, I must inform you that I shall take residence here henceforth, without any rent to pay. Eli, with a perplexed expression, inquired, What? Live here? Where? Within your own space, of course, Slytherin replied, astonished by the existence of such a beguiling illusion. I never anticipated that anyone could be born within such a mesmerizing realm. It is truly unfathomable. Mesmerizing illusion? Is this not my soul's sanctuary? Indeed, it can also be regarded as your soul's sanctuary. This is the final resting place for all lost souls, neither advancing nor retreating. It is also the domain of the Grim Reaper. Slytherin cast a profound glance at Eli. I shall persist in this realm. Even the Grim Reaper shall not locate me. Should you encounter any tribulations, seek me out, and I shall assist you in resolving them. At that moment, Slytherin resembled a steadfast elder brother, pledging to protect him, prompting Eli to twitch at the corners of his mouth. But now I have a grandfather? He mused. Do not perpetually feign ignorance. As my heir, you must exhibit a degree of composure. Heir? Me? Eli was utterly confounded. How did I suddenly become an heir? Am I not of the Potter lineage? Could it be Eli sensed he had stumbled upon a momentous revelation? Smack! Slytherin delivered a light slap to Eli's head. What are you pondering? You share no blood relation with me. Then why do you believe my heir must be my descendant? Anyone who meets the criteria may become an heir. Take that insufferable boy, Tom, for example. Driven by fear of death, he splintered his soul to create Horcruxes. I can sense he is already under the control of the Grim Reaper. Such a person is unworthy of becoming my heir. Slytherin's disdain was palpable upon mentioning Voldemort. Then why did you proclaim that once the Chamber of Secrets was opened, you would emerge to eliminate all those of non-pure blood? I harbor no disdain for those of non-pure blood. In fact, they often possess remarkable talents. If you inquire as to why I target them, we must travel back in time. The clergy relentlessly hunted witches and wizards. Ordinary humans lacked the power to confront them until some wizards of Muggle descent emerged, aligning themselves with the clergy and harboring animosity towards wizards. Years ago, we established Hogwarts to provide a sanctuary for wizards. However, some wizards of Muggle descent infiltrated our ranks, spying and collaborating, causing us significant losses. Thus, when I fully transformed into the Basilisk, if someone were to open the chamber, it would signal a crisis for Hogwarts, and I would emerge to protect my school. Slytherin's words instilled a sense of reverence in Eli. Yet he pondered, but why then do you attack those innocent classmates? Smack! Eli received another slap. As I've stated, my soul has long been concealed. This body acts solely on instinct. Now, depart. I require rest. Al found himself at a loss for words. This was undeniably his soul space, yet it felt as if it had been transformed into someone else's home. By the way, those fellows from Godric's lineage should be akin to me. If you have the opportunity, do seek them out and invite them to keep me company. I could also bestow upon you some items as a token, a gift befitting an heir. Chapter 72, Professor of Dark Arts Defense. Upon opening his eyes, a distinct aroma of potions wafted through the air. He realized he was in the infirmary. His body ached slightly, and Al attempted to rise. Oh heavens! You ought to rest. Please lie down for a while, Madame Pomfrey promptly admonished, urging him back down. Madame Pomfrey, when may I be discharged? Udet invited, complying with the necessity to finish his potion. The taste was rather pleasant, though he preferred strawberry. Madame Pomfrey shot him a glance that conveyed a sense of incredulity before she departed. May I see him? Ah, Professor Dumbledore. Very well, but only for a moment. The patient requires ample rest. Of course, I shall be cautious, Poppy. Upon witnessing Dumbledore's unexpected visit, Al attempted to sit up again. No need. You should focus on recuperating. Dumbledore smiled at him, adding, this is largely thanks to you, as well as Mr. Potter and his companions. Such humility is unnecessary. You have truly been put to the test this time, facing Tom and a basilisk to boot. By the way, Professor, what of Lockhart? Al suddenly recalled that individual, wondering if he had met his end at the hands of a mandrake. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Ah, according to St. Mungo's diagnosis, suffered a severe shock to the brain, with preliminary assessments indicating it was due to the cries of the mandrake. However, he has not perished, much to the astonishment of the doctors. Professor, why did you choose to employ him as the defense against the dark arts instructor? Al finally posed the question that had long troubled him. Dumbledore coughed awkwardly, explaining, at the time, he was the only applicant. Al responded, indeed. However, speaking of which, the position of defense against the dark arts professor has become vacant again this semester, considering Lockhart has not even completed a year in the role. Al nodded. The events had indeed transpired much earlier than depicted in the films, and Lockhart had barely occupied the position for a full year. What do you think of this role, Professor Halls? Is it not satisfactory? Al gazed at Dumbledore in sheer terror, his expression betraying disbelief. You cannot possibly intend to place this burden upon me. You are well aware this position is fraught with misfortune. Dumbledore, understanding the gravity of Isle's apprehension, coughed awkwardly once more. Who doesn't recognize you as a standout among students? Even Professor McGonagall has remarked that you will surely surpass her. Thus, you are remarkably suited for this role. Al could not shake the feeling that such words mirrored those of a certain noseless old man who is adept at manipulating others. Rest assured, there is no need for concern. You need only to complete the remaining lessons for this academic year, and a new professor will be appointed next semester. Al looked at the venerable Dumbledore with admiration, astonished that he could still manage to recruit someone for the position. Well, that's fine, but I expect my salary, Eli stated. Despite his usual timidity around the formidable figure of Dumbledore, he stood tall when the subject of payment arose. No problem, no problem. Now that Locket has gone mad. What about his wages? Eli gazed incredulously at the old man. Old Dung, you've turned rogue. You're starting to exploit the staff. The man has lost his mind. And yet you still withhold his pay. Nevertheless, as long as he received his salary, all was well. A secret alliance formed between the two foxes, one large and one small, as they chuckled mischievously. Before long, Professor McGonagall expelled Dumbledore, and during this time, Harry and his friends attempted to visit, but they were unable to breach McGonagall's defenses. Eli's eyes lingered on the snacks they held, his mouth watering with envy. Fortunately, by evening, McGonagall released Eli, just in time for dinner. Harry and the others awaited him at the infirmary door. As soon as he emerged, a petite figure leaped into his arms. Eli stammered, feeling the little witch's tears. He wished to comfort her with a pat, yet hesitated. Moments later, as he felt his shoulder dampen, Hermione finally released him, still sniffling. "Thank you, Eli. If it weren't for me, well, it is our duty, after all," he chuckled, feeling an unfamiliar warmth wash over him. He had prepared a stern lecture for her, but this unexpected moment caught him off guard. "Wow, Eli, have you invented a device that changes skin color? Come share with us." The twins suddenly appeared, having come to welcome him. "What? Your face is as red as a tomato," one teased. "Like a monkey's bottom." Eli touched his cheeks, confirming their warmth. "Go away. You're the one resembling a monkey's rear." Hermione, too, felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing her earlier reaction had indeed been somewhat excessive. "All right, let us hurry to dinner. I'm starving." "Oh, let us escort our great hero to the feast." The twins chimed in a mockingly exaggerated tone. Upon entering the great hall, they all squeezed together at the Gryffindor table, where Draco also sat. Drawn in by the lively atmosphere, a girl dashed over and placed a large slice of cake on Draco's plate before running off. Eli recognized her instantly, Astoria, the very girl Draco had rescued. The others exchanged strange glances, causing Draco to flush with embarrassment. "What? She brought it herself. It's not even my favorite flavor," he muttered defensively. Eli shook his head, chuckling at Draco's youthful bravado. Suddenly, an apple appeared on Eli's plate, which he disdainfully eyed before seizing a large chicken leg and taking a hearty bite. "Now, this is a proper meal," he mumbled, oblivious to the annoyed glances directed at him. Before long, the defense against the dark arts class was about to commence, and the students buzzed with speculation about who the new professor might be, the classroom bustling with excitement. "Pray tell, what purpose does that statue serve?" one remarked, observing the figure wielding a knife-like weapon, speculating it might be some form of animated puppet. "That seems plausible," another concurred. Eli had made a special effort to don an elegant ensemble today, for after all, he had now attained the status of a professor, had he not? He had even applied a generous amount of Draco's hair gel, achieving a look that was both chic and flamboyant. Eli strode confidently into the classroom, navigating through the astonished gazes of his peers as he approached the lectern, casting a glance at the students below. "From this moment forth, I shall be your professor of defense against the dark arts." Harry and his friends were nearly left agape, convinced it was some sort of prank, until Eli unveiled his appointment letter, which brought them to belief. Ron, brimming with excitement, raised his hand to speak. Eli glanced back at the statue of Guan Yu behind him. "Firstly, as we embark upon this course aimed at combating malevolent forces, we must pay homage to the great master of vanquishing evil, the martial Saint Guan Yu." I know. Draco promptly recounted the tales Eli had previously shared regarding Guan Yu. "Very well, we must establish decorum and instill an air of gravitas." Thus, within the hallowed halls of a classroom at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a scene unfolded where young wizards clad in dark uniforms bowed in unison to Guan Yu, proclaiming, "Disciples pay their respects to Lord Guan Yu." Chapter 73, Dumbledore's Caution. Thus commenced the defense against the dark arts class taught by a second-year student. "Can anyone enlighten me on what the unforgivable curses are?" Eli inquired, gesturing with his wand to gauge which of the second-year students possessed knowledge of the subject. A small hand shot up. Upon seeing it was Hermione, Eli felt a mix of anticipation and surprise. Yet considering Hermione's formidable reading habits, it was unsurprising. Eli smiled and gestured towards her. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing a hint of bashfulness, yet she articulated her answer fluently. "There are 3 unforgivable curses, each capable of sending one to Azkaban." Eli completed her thought. "Each of these curses is exceedingly malevolent. They are masters of torment, the hallmark of dark wizards." "Professor, if that is the case, why must we still study them?" inquired Seamus Finnegan from Gryffindor, the notorious troublemaker. Eli regarded him thoughtfully. "A fine question, Mr. Finnegan. Why is it that I wish for you to study these malevolent spells? It is crucial to understand how to combat dark magic, or rather, how to survive in its presence. If we do not comprehend dark magic, how shall we fight against it? But must we really learn these spells?" Neville spoke up, his voice tinged with fear and a touch of resentment upon hearing about the unforgivable curses. "Indeed, but not at this moment. Eli's gaze softened as he looked at Neville, fully aware of the tragic fate that had befallen his parents. I cannot teach you these now, nor can I demonstrate them, lest I risk becoming the youngest resident of Azkaban, he quipped, eliciting laughter from the classroom. Given the malevolence of these curses, one might ponder whether abstaining from their study could prevent harm from befalling anyone. I mean, if no one were to wield such dark incantations. Eli cast a profound gaze at Neville, asserting that this would not be the case. Sometimes, it is not the power that is inherently wicked, but rather the individuals who wield that power. Even if all dark magic were to vanish, those with malicious intent would find ways to cause harm, even with the simplest of spells. Just like the Death Eaters, Neville remarked softly. Indeed, most of them are malevolent beings. Even if the Ministry of Magic were to outlaw the unforgivable curses, they would still seek ways to learn them clandestinely. To combat them, we must master powers that rival their own. As Eli concluded, a profound silence enveloped the classroom. His words resonated deeply, influencing their thoughts. Perhaps some would lose themselves to power, but Eli firmly believed that many would discern how to wield their strength wisely. This lesson may have been the most captivating for the students, even after Eli announced the end of class. Numerous students remained engrossed in discussions about his dark arts defense course. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore remarked on the brilliance of the lesson, playfully suggesting that Eli might deserve a raise. Eli eagerly agreed. Dumbledore quipped, I was merely jesting. Did you truly believe I would grant you a raise? However, Professor, I am curious as to how you are so well informed about my class content. Eli's expression shifted, pondering whether the venerable headmaster had been observing him. Could it be that Dumbledore possessed the means to monitor even the classroom activities? Ahem. Dumtelvish afvard koor interrupted Elias in kitchen athswedimakinings. As the headmaster, I have an obligation to evaluate the teaching capabilities of my faculty, he asserted with authority. Based on my observations, Professor Hall's teaching prowess is exemplary, and I am confident that the students will greatly benefit. And how about that raise? Eli coughed, suddenly hesitant to speak further, fearing he might inadvertently offend the centenarian. Eli, I am delighted by your understanding of power. I have faith that you can surpass our achievements. Professor, this is all due to your guidance, Eli flattered. Do not be modest, Eli. Exceptional wisdom is the greatest treasure. However, Dumbledore's sudden change in tone piqued Eli's interest. The headmaster's gaze turned solemn, and with a slow gesture, Eli sensed a ripple of magical energy emanating from the office. At times, extraordinary talent may attract the attention of certain entities. Eli had never witnessed such complexity in Dumbledore's expression, leaving him unable to decipher its depths. What entities? Eli's mind began to form conjectures. We commonly refer to them as the Grim Reaper. Ilya furrowed his brow, taken aback that Dumbledore would broach this subject with him. Why would Dumbledore confide in him? He was omnipresent, reputed to be all-powerful, with an affinity for souls, particularly those of great strength. The more formidable the wizard, the more likely they would attract his attention, ultimately falling into his death trap, their souls stripped away. Then why? Why tell you? You and I, or rather, we are simply too close to him. Dumbledore's gaze turned perilous, and Ilya dared not meet his eyes. Who? The Grim Reaper? Of course. The more extraordinary the talent, the greater the power, the stronger the soul, the closer one draws to him. Throughout history, countless brilliant wizards have either been reaped by death, dedicated their lives to evading him, or aspired to vanquish him, to usurp his dominion. He placed both hands on Ilya's shoulders, his eyes piercing into Ilya's. Promise me, Ilya. Promise me to always maintain your composure and not let him sway you. He will seize the moment when you are most vulnerable, infiltrating your mind. Whether you wish to escape him or replace him, never become his sustenance. Ilya's expression turned grave, his resolve unwavering. Professor, I shall forever hold my destiny in my own hands. Dumbledore's demeanor softened, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. Good lad, good lad. He transformed back into that playful old man. I trust your promise. However, I have recently observed your interactions with Miss Granger. Ilya suddenly noted the somewhat mischievous glint in Dumbledore's eyes. Her and I? What on earth are you implying? Professor, we are merely classmates, nothing more. Oh. Dumbledore responded with a knowing expression. I understand, I comprehend. Professor, it is truly not as you envision. I know. Is there something you need? If not, kindly assist in closing the door on your way out. With Dumbledore issuing his dismissal, Ilya took his leave. As he stepped outside, he distinctly heard Dumbledore's wistful remark. Ah, youth is a splendid thing. Ugh, that insufferable old man. Chapter 74, A Sudden Clarity Once Outside. Ilya found himself deep in contemplation over Dumbledore's words. With Slytherin mentioning the Grim Reaper and Dumbledore alluding to him as well, it could be surmised that indeed, the specter of death existed in this world. A weight settled in Ilia's heart. It appeared that lurking behind him was not just Voldemort, but also a relentless Grim Reaper, ever eager to lure him to his demise. The Grim Reaper could entice individuals into untimely death by influencing their psyche. As long as one harbored obsessions, they would be susceptible to his sway. Voldemort, in his fear of death, had fractured his own soul, leaving him vulnerable to the Grim Reaper's advances. He had become mere prey upon death's chopping block. Suddenly, Ilia recalled Dumbledore's somewhat tragic past, a sister cruelly tormented by muggles, transforming her into a volatile mute, a mother lost to the grief of her daughter's demise, and the meeting of a person dearer than a brother, both sharing lofty aspirations. Due to a quarrel, he lost his sister. His brother harbored animosity towards him, and that person also departed from his life. He spent the latter half of his existence shrouded in the shadow of his sister's demise, which is why he was drawn to the Resurrection Stone during his quest for Voldemort's Horcruxes, ultimately falling victim to a fatal curse. Eli was momentarily startled. In the original narrative, Dumbledore faced a lethal curse that left him with only a year to live, ultimately succumbing to Snape's killing curse. Thus, in the original plot, even Dumbledore fell into the Grim Reaper's deadly trap. Eli felt a chill creeping up his spine, realizing that his clothing was dampened by cold sweat. It appeared that not only Dumbledore met his end through the killing curse, but also the first Dark Lord Grindelwald and the second Dark Lord Voldemort. This suggested that all three of these formidable beings had been reaped by death. Eli suddenly felt a pang of panic. The power of the Grim Reaper exceeded his imagination. For a moment, he felt a sense of loss and apprehension, realizing that his fate could be dictated, and even a powerhouse like Dumbledore was not exempt. What about him? Eli, what are you thinking? He turned to the person who had pulled him from his reverie. Hermione? What are you doing here? I just came from the library. Eli glanced and saw that this young girl was burdened with an insurmountable pile of books, which Harry and Ron would never finish. Are you preparing for finals? But the exams are still far off. Hermione looked at Eli and sighed. Well, it's because of you. Me? A second year who can defeat professors, thwart Voldemort, and severely injure a basilisk? I have to exert myself to compete with you. Ili diaklet hilplesslu. If I'm that impressive, why do you still want to compete with me? Hermione suddenly appeared a bit flustered, stammering, regardless, I want to compete with you. Even if you are formidable, I will give it my all to try. Those words struck Eli's heart like a heavy hammer. Indeed, no matter how powerful the Grim Reaper may be or how challenging the path ahead, why not strive with all one has might? Even that ancient Slytherin, over 1,000 years old, hasn't given up on defeating death. Eli had already died once and was not claimed by the King of Hell. What was the Grim Reaper to him? With his thoughts cleared, Eli suddenly felt enlightened. He recalled the item Slytherin had entrusted to him. According to Slytherin, it was part of a book known as the Codex of the Arcane. At that time, he and the other three founders became the most radiant figures of their era through this very tome. Later, they destroyed the original, dividing its records into 4 parts, each safeguarded by one of them until an heir they deemed worthy emerged. The portion kept by Slytherin contained a wealth of dark magic and numerous secrets. Even Voldemort's soul paled in comparison. Since he possessed such a supreme legacy, why not impart this knowledge to his friends? It was far too arduous to face Voldemort in death alone. He could seek out more allies. With this thought, Eli wrapped his arm around Hermione's shoulders. Hey, don't you think we're good buddies? Hermione was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. What on earth was happening? Eli, oblivious to any impropriety in his actions, declared, since you still regard me as a mate, I shall not hold back. I possess a wealth of knowledge, and I shall impart it all to you. Hermione's mind was in a whirl, utterly perplexed by Eli's words. Could you not be a tad more decisive, like a true man? Simply state it. I teach. You learn. Very well then. Now that's more like it. Eli, thoroughly pleased, patted her shoulder, causing Hermione to wince in pain. I have high hopes for you, he exclaimed before bounding away. Left alone, Hermione flushed with embarrassment, glancing at the direction in which he had departed, and stomped her foot in irritation, rubbing her sore shoulder. Eli gathered Harry and the others together to share the news. After all, how could one refuse an opportunity to learn magic that was freely offered? Harry, already intrigued by dueling, readily agreed, and Draco, eager to enhance his prowess, naturally consented as well. Only Ron hesitated, stammering, and after receiving a few hearty pats from Eli, he reluctantly acquiesced. With the support of his friends, Eli felt a renewed sense of confidence for the future. However, he couldn't help but wonder if that old man would be displeased with him. Once calm, Eli remembered Slytherin. who still resided in his soul space. The Codex of the Arcane was a legacy he inherited. Would his desire to share this knowledge incite discontent? Eli pondered for a moment before suddenly slapping his thigh. That old man was still dwelling within him. What harm could come from utilizing his knowledge? With this thought, Eli felt assured that Slytherin still relied on him, and even if displeased, he could not take action against him. He resolved to inform him. Yet, Eli found himself momentarily stumped. How was he to access his soul space? He grimly realized he had no idea how to enter it. With no clear direction, Eli attempted to attune himself to his soul power. His soul strength had grown formidable and continued to expand rapidly, making it exceedingly vibrant and easily perceivable. Upon successfully contacting his soul power, Eli focused his thoughts and discovered that his consciousness seemed to be drawn deep into his soul. The surroundings were shrouded in a blinding whiteness. What was happening? Had he encountered difficulties, or was he merely seeking to converse with me? A resonant voice echoed, and Eli turned to find Slytherin appearing considerably more vigorous than before. So, have you made any discoveries? Ever since I entered this bewildering illusion of yours, my soul has ceased to weaken and has begun to rejuvenate. Speak, for I am in good spirits and may be able to assist you. Eli hesitated for a moment before articulating, the knowledge you entrusted to me, I wish to pass on to my friends. Slytherin suddenly paused, and Eli's heart skipped a beat. Why do you wish this? Slytherin inquired after a moment of silence. I pondered that if I were to confront death and Voldemort alone, it would indeed feel rather solitary. However, should I share my knowledge with my friends, I would gain comrades to fight alongside me. Slytherin, with a grave expression, stroked his beard and suddenly chuckled, shaking his head. I believe we old fellows cannot compete with you young ones. Are you not afraid that others might surpass you in knowledge? Eli contemplated for a moment and replied, I have no fear. I am not interested in being the best in the world. My only desire is for my family and friends to be free from danger. Very well then. I trust those three will support you as well. But remember, we shall assist you too. Ili nod in acknowledgement. Now, if there's nothing more, you may leave. Do not disturb me any longer. With a wave of his hand, Slytherin dismissed Eli once again. Chapter 75. Grand opening. Eli received 2 letters. One from Klein and another from Montague. The renovations of the factory and shop had been completed and the transportation network was fully established. The house elves had rehearsed the designated plan and were prepared for any eventuality. Eli, containing his excitement, wrote letters to both the factory and Montague. He instructed the house elves to commence potion production immediately and urged Montague to prepare for the opening the day after tomorrow. An enthusiastic Montague had already settled in the shop early, which temporarily shielded him from the Bach family's influence. Without any news reports or flyers disseminated, that very day, the familiar calls echoed through Diagon Alley. The Phoenix Potion Shop had officially opened its doors, offering an abundance of potions. Whatever one desired, it was available. This sudden announcement astonished the wizards, who had not anticipated that the Phoenix Potion Shop, which had caused a stir only days prior before abruptly closing, would reopen so unexpectedly. Have you heard? The Phoenix Potion Shop is open. What? The same one that closed down? Is that true? How come there was no prior announcement? Oh, someone saw it with their own eyes. It must be true. Hurry, or we might miss out. Such conversations erupted across the British wizarding community as throngs of wizards flocked to the shop. Boss, the Phoenix Potion Shop is open again. There's no need to rush. They can't stir up too much trouble. With such grand claims, I fear the customers who cannot purchase will turn the shop upside down. Besides, have we heard of any renowned potion masters among them? What is there to fear? In Nocturne Alley, Borgin and Burke's, Borgin was banging on the table, interrogating his subordinates. Have they opened without any prior notice? The familiar figure in black robes lowered his head once more. In truth, since the inception of the Phoenix Potion Shop, he had faced considerable ire. This time, he wasn't the only one facing the wrath. Borgin turned his gaze to a well-dressed, youthful man whose demeanor exuded composure as if he held the situation in his grasp. Calic, what is the status on your end? The young man appeared remarkably steady, as though he were orchestrating the entire affair. The Ministry has already begun monitoring the Phoenix Potion Shop's flow network. If they utilize it, we will detect their movements. Bogenbach nodded, inquiring about any recent developments. Since our surveillance began, only the proprietor has made an appearance, presumably to restock. And from where does he hail? Goddard's Hollow, which was the last location we monitored. No changes? None. Bogenbach furrowed his brow. It seemed to him that this was rather peculiar. Or perhaps the owner of the Phoenix Potion Shop was genuinely dim-witted. They should have realized they were being watched last time, yet they failed to relocate. What other locations does the Flu network in Godric's Hollow connect to? Only the Phoenix Potion Shop. Just that one? Indeed. Bogenbach suddenly fell silent. prompting the cloaked figure to step back slightly. Having followed Voldemort for such an extended period, he understood that his temper was flaring. As anticipated, a thunderous bang resounded as Voldemort slammed his fist onto the table. You, after such a prolonged investigation, have failed to gather even the slightest detail about this Phoenix potion shop? Utterly useless. Godric's Hollow must not hold any significance for them. Otherwise, they would not be so brazen as to expose themselves to us. The cloaked figure lowered his head respectfully. Karshalik's expression remained stoic, though his brow slightly knitted. Sir, I believe that since they have commenced formal operations, it is inevitable that they will leave traces. Voldemort calmed somewhat, yet his anger still simmered. Very well, continue your surveillance. This Phoenix potion shop is undoubtedly more than it appears. The owner must be someone else entirely. From now on, you are to monitor them incessantly. Report any occurrences within that shop. Yes, certainly, sir. You may leave now. As the two exited Voldemort's establishment, the cloaked figure turned to Karshalik and proposed. Shall we have a drink? The department is quite busy. Perhaps another time. Karshalik wore a faint smile as he discreetly declined the offer. With that, he uttered no further words and turned away, his shoes clicking against the cobblestone. Oomph. The cloaked figure scoffed, watching Karshalik's retreating figure before departing himself. Meanwhile, the Phoenix potion shop was abuzz with activity, a vast throng of people crowding the entrance. Come, come, see the latest in Snowy Delight ice cream. Hurry in for a drink. The significant foot traffic also benefited the nearby shops, much to the delight of their proprietors. Are you opening or not? We've been waiting for so long. Montangus, dressed to the nines, resembled Lockhart but appeared rather comical. Fear not, everyone. We shall adhere to our usual schedule. Once the time arrives, we shall open our doors. After a brief interval, the pocket watch in Montangus's hand chimed loudly, prompting the shop's doors to swing open. The crowd surged in, and Montangus endeavored to protect his newly styled hair, yet he was unable to withstand the frenzy of the masses. However, as he beheld the coins pouring in, a grin stretched across his face. Upon entering the shop, the wizards were instantly captivated by the array of offerings inside. Here, it appears that an imperceptible expansion spell has been cast, creating an astonishingly vast space filled with counters. The area is meticulously divided into several sections based on price ranges, each of which is further segmented according to the types of potions. This exquisite and particular layout is a first for these wizards, who are all taken aback by the experience. Following the index, the wizards swiftly locate the potions they desire. To their astonishment, they discover that the quality of the potions here is no less than that of previous offerings, and the prices remain unchanged. This realization has incited even greater enthusiasm among the wizards. Karsalik stands outside the Phoenix potion shop, observing the frenzied wizards, his previously calm demeanor betraying a hint of surprise. For a moment, he hesitates, pondering whether to enter, fully aware that doing so would likely ruin his current attire. After a brief moment of indecision, he steps inside. Excuse me, you stepped on my foot. By Merlin's undergarments, I can see your underwear. The surroundings are exceedingly crowded and noisy. However, upon entering the shop, the space inexplicably expands. Karsalik gazes in astonishment, aware that the imperceptible expansion spell is typically employed for pockets, boxes, or tents. It is his first encounter with such a spell utilized in a shop. This, of course, is not merely an imperceptible expansion spell, but rather magic brought forth by the pixies. While renovating the factory, the pixies are also transforming the shop according to Eli's specifications. Their efficiency and level of completion are remarkable, prompting Eli to contemplate whether he should become a contractor. Chapter 76. Reactions from all sides. The surprises that the Phoenix potion shop offers to the wizards extend beyond this. Many who arrived late feel a sense of regret, knowing that after a wave of purchases, they will likely be unable to procure any potions from the shop. Yet, some still enter with a mere curiosity, only to find that new stock is continuously being added to the counters. There is no shortage to speak of. This revelation has delighted those who arrived late, triggering yet another frenzy of purchasing. Of course, not every household is afflicted with ailments requiring potions. Rather, it is the thrill of seizing a bargain that drives them. The vast majority of them have never encountered such high-quality potions, let alone at prices lower than those of ordinary potions. What if one day this shop were to vanish again, as it had before? Who would they turn to? Nevertheless, even with each individual buying only a small quantity, the sheer number of customers is overwhelming. Were it not for the magic cast on the counters, they would have been inundated by coins by now. Montangus sits by the counter, guarding it like a ferocious dog protecting its food, fearful that someone might snatch it away. As the true quality of the goods at the Phoenix potion shop becomes evident, other potion shops begin to harbor concerns. The potion trade is unlike any other. Even with the emergence of a competitor like the Phoenix Potion Shop, the impact may not be immediately felt within a day or two. Yet, the seasoned proprietors of potion shops understand that over time, their fortunes will only diminish day by day. The potions from other establishments are of superior quality, reasonably priced, and abundantly available. Thus, why would customers choose to visit your shop? Consequently, the purveyors of these potions have begun to feel the pressure. Is the caliber of all their potions of such high standard? Indeed, they continue to offer samples, and I have personally tested them. The quality is exceptional. The proprietor fell silent for a moment, the smoke from his cigarette curling in the air. What about the prices? They're all the same, uniformly set at a mere 90% of the market value. A cold scoff escaped him, extinguishing the smoke in an instant. The proprietor rose slowly, pacing back and forth as if engaging in a dialogue with himself. How do they manage to provide such high-quality potions at such low prices? Surely, they cannot be profiting. The shop assistant refrained from responding. This was beyond his purview. After a moment of solitary contemplation, he seemed to remember the presence of another person in the room and suggested, "You may return to your duties now." Once the assistant departed, he seated himself at the desk, and the soft scratch of a quill filled the air. Every renowned apothecary is essentially linked to certain pure-blood families, with the shopkeepers themselves merely acting as employees. Faced with such circumstances, they dared not act unilaterally and were compelled to report the situation to their families. Owls flew from each potion shop, delivering messages. On the first day, aside from the customers' frenzied purchases, no rival merchants caused any disturbances. As closing time approached, Montongus reluctantly ushered the remaining patrons out. After the last customer departed, Montongus shut the door with the stealth of a thief. The shop was enchanted, making forced entry impossible. He opened the drawer where the day's earnings were stored, and the sight of a mountain of coins nearly blinded him. He was astounded. Never in his life had he witnessed such a sum all at once. He longed to dive into that ocean of wealth. If only all of it were his. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and he hastily banished these perilous thoughts from his mind. It was not that he had become indifferent to wealth. Rather, he valued his life more than his love for money, mindful of the intimidation Eli had previously instilled in him. He was certain that if he dared to engage in any unscrupulous activities, Dumbledore would not offer him protection. Moments later, several diminutive goblins clad in suits emerged from Gringotts. They were quite small, resembling domesticated house elves to some extent, yet there were notable differences. At the very least, they lacked the large ears and bulging eyes. Judging by their appearance, these goblins seemed rather formidable. Although their suits appeared somewhat comical, the surrounding wizards had no intention of mocking them. The goblin race, despite having been vanquished in the war against human wizards and subsequently banned from using wands, had managed to retain some hidden strengths. It seemed that humanity had granted them a semblance of freedom, which was more a compromise than an act of mercy. Wizards entrusted the financial management of the wizarding world to Gringotts, which was indeed a wise choice, for no other race is as voraciously greedy as the goblins. However, today, they appear to have encountered a worthy adversary. Count carefully, and do not entertain thoughts of embezzling even a single canute. Montgomery, like a great vulture, fixated intently on the fairies, diligently counting the coins, fearful of overlooking even a single piece, due to the sheer voluminous wealth. He had no choice but to summon the goblins from Gringotts to assist in the tally. Initially, the goblins were reluctant, muttering discontent as they entered. However, upon beholding the treasure within the counter, they nearly shed their garments in eagerness to dive into it. Despite having managed Gringotts for many years and witnessed numerous noble vaults, the prospect of such a bounty was irresistible. They were adept at counting coins. Although the wizarding currency had an absurd exchange rate, they swiftly converted it into galleons. After several goblins worked together for a spell, Montgomery remained watchful, and eventually the total was tallied: 334,000 galleons. The goblin's voice held an odd timbre as he coldly addressed Montgomery. Upon hearing the figure, Montgomery nearly leaped from his seat, striving to maintain his composure. "Oh, is that so? All accounted for?" he inquired, attempting to mask his excitement. The goblin displayed a hint of displeasure, stating, "You should trust in Gringotts' reputation." "Very well, then. Please deposit these funds into the original vault," Montgomery replied. The goblin cast a glance at the riches, responding, "We recently launched some financial products. If you invest, we assure competent management of your wealth." Montgomery, disdain evident on his face, retorted, No, just deposit it. I desire nothing else." The goblin persisted. "We have also introduced a premium vault service for you. Montgomery, growing impatient, interrupted, No, just proceed with the deposit and remember to have a receipt sent by Owl. The goblin's expression darkened, and with evident displeasure, he departed with his companions. As soon as the goblins left, Montgomery promptly shut the shop door. Lately, he had been hiding away in the store, evading scrutiny from certain factions, isolating himself from the outside world. While Gringotts celebrated the influx of wealth into their vaults, several pureblood families were not so fortunate. The head of the Shafik family, Penrose Shafik, wore a grim expression upon receiving a letter from their shop. The Shafik family was a powerhouse in potion making, and the emergence of the Phoenix Potion Shop directly undermined their interests. Subsequently, several letters were dispatched. Chapter 77, All Parties Stirring. The origin of the Phoenix Potion Shop remains shrouded in mystery. There may be significant issues at hand. Today's edition of the Daily Prophet prominently displayed these alarming words, almost as if fearing someone might overlook them. Eli examined the newspaper in his hands, noting that a potion master appeared to be offering insights, with dynamic images showcasing the master articulating his points with authority. Eli scoffed, tossing the paper aside, unwilling to engage further. The Daily Prophet had become increasingly sensationalistic, as they always had. Draco, glancing at the discarded newspaper, exhibited a trace of disdain in his gaze. My father's sources of information are far more reliable than theirs. The reporter Rita ought to consider a career in novel writing. Eli remained non-committal. All accusations crumble in the face of truth. However, with the Phoenix Apothecary thriving so vigorously, has your family remained unresponsive? Our family has minimal investments in the potion industry, so even the Phoenix Apothecary's prowess does not significantly affect us. Eli glanced at the indifferent Draco and inquired about their family's pursuits. We engage in land management, rental collection, and dabble in muggle finance, quite a lot, in fact. Isn't that akin to being a land baron? Wouldn't you wish to profit from the potion business? How could we? In this field, Shafik is the undisputed leader. Any attempts by the Malfoys to stake a claim would be a futile endeavor. Eli pouted slightly, merely asking out of curiosity. Today, the Phoenix Apothecary remained bustling. Though not as frenzied as the previous day, nonetheless, it surpassed other establishments. Notably, other apothecaries, which had been silent for an extended period, suddenly began advertising, slashing their prices and capturing the attention of many. Although their products could not rival those of the Phoenix Apothecary, their longevity in the market and loyal clientele lent them a certain brand strength. Upon witnessing these once-esteemed establishments offer discounts, wizards flocked to join the fray. The profit margins in potions are exceedingly high, bordering on exorbitance. Thus, even with price reductions, the influx of customers resulted in higher profits than usual. Ili, intent on dominating the potion market, could not allow them to gain any ground. He promptly wrote to Montague, instructing a 10% price reduction. Montague, upon receiving the letter, was taken aback, gazing at the array of potions that shimmered like gold galleons. Yet, despite his dismay, he dared not defy Eli's command and commenced the price cuts immediately. The owners, who had been reveling in their riches and believed they were on the verge of surpassing the Phoenix Apothecary, were left in disbelief today. They too lowered their prices. They wrote to their headquarters for guidance, receiving the answer to follow suit. The potion shops, feeling the sting of their losses, were no match for the Phoenix Apothecary, which, with its remarkably low costs, remained unfazed. The most delighted were the ordinary wizarding families, who had never encountered such affordable potions. Previously, purchasing medicine required significant budgeting. Now, at least they could afford their remedies, leading to a joyous uproar. The Daily Prophet extensively covered this potion price war, primarily criticizing the Phoenix Apothecary for disrupting market regulations. Wizards scoffed at such notions, wishing only for the prices to drop to rock-bottom levels, indifferent to any so-called rules. Rita, that woman, showcased her editorial prowess, with numerous revelations about the Phoenix Apothecary appearing in the newspaper. As the clandestine owner, Eli dismissed these exposés with disdain, asserting that not a single claim held any truth. Rita had attempted to unearth information, yet if the Bach family could not succeed, what chance did she have? However, she harbored a clandestine secret, one that had facilitated her acquisition of numerous confidential news stories. She was an illegal animagus, transformed into a diminutive beetle. Frequently, she would metamorphose into this beetle form to infiltrate various places and eavesdrop on news, with unwavering success. At present, as she observed Montague preparing to close the door, she accelerated, eager to slip inside. Just as she was about to enter, an invisible barrier, imperceptible to her senses, thwarted her efforts, rendering her attempts futile. Meanwhile, far away at Hogwarts, Ili sensed a reaction from her wand. With a gentle flick, the scene at the shop entrance unfolded before her like a cinematic projection. Upon spotting the small beetle at the door, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of Ely's mouth. You delivered yourself right to me. In a flash of fire, Ely materialized within the confines of the Phoenix Potion shop. Mr. Hall, it's a pleasure to see you. What brings you here today? Montague greeted the suddenly appearing Ely with utmost respect. His feelings toward her were now a blend of fear and admiration. Ely not only surpassed him in power, but also bestowed upon him considerable wealth. Once a mere rogue scraping by at the bottom, he had ascended to the position of shopkeeper and now considered himself somewhat affluent. Although Montague was a small-minded individual, he was astute enough to recognize who had granted him this fortune. Well, I merely came to take a look. Please, open the door. Open the door? Oh, of course. Montague hastily approached the entrance and swung the door open, instinctively glancing outside. Rita, who had been patiently waiting for an opportunity, felt a surge of joy as the door unexpectedly opened, prompting her to rush inside. To her surprise, there was no barrier to impede her. Without a second thought, she dashed in. Inside, there were no other patrons, only the unsavory shopkeeper and a child who appeared to be a student from Hogwarts. Ely waved her hand, and the door shut with a definitive thud. As Rita burst in, oblivious to the fact that she had been discovered, Ely's expression of derision deepened. Montague, unable to decipher Ely's intentions, stood obediently by the door. Ely uttered not a word. She merely pointed her wand at Rita, unleashing a wave of intricate yet domineering magic. Rita felt as though she had lost control over her body, her magical abilities rendered utterly ineffective. In the blink of an eye, a rather portly woman, overly adorned, materialized within shop. Montague's eyes widened in astonishment. Just moments ago, there was nothing, and now this substantial figure had appeared. Rita's expression mirrored Montague's shock. Her mind was a blank slate. As she looked up, she met the boy's face, which was alight with mockery. Ms. Rita Skeeter, I extend my gratitude for your enthusiastic promotion of my Phoenix Potion shop. Ely's words, though courteous in tone, resonated coldly, piercing through Rita's mind like a chilling echo. Chapter 78, Difficulties. Entrapped in such a predicament, Rita understood her inability to struggle, her complexion ashen. Rita Skeeter, a prominent journalist for the Daily Prophet, never anticipated that she was, in fact, an illegal animagus. This was indeed significant news. It is said that you possess numerous secrets of influential figures. Tell me, if I were to divulge this information, what would they do to you? Suddenly, a glimmer of determination flickered in Rita's eyes, as if she had regained her former cunning demeanor. She raised her gaze to meet Ely's, asserting defiantly, they would not dare to harm me, unless they wish for me to reveal their secrets. Ely arched an eyebrow, observing this oblivious woman. It seemed she believed he would refrain from taking drastic measures against her. Ms. Skeeter, do you truly think I would hesitate to end your life? Indeed, you would not. The Ministry of Magic would apprehend you, and you would be killed by Dementor. Ely erupted into laughter, the chilling undertone of his mirth sending shivers through Rita's very soul. What is so amusing? She inquired, her voice quivering. I find your naivety quite humorous, he replied. You? Yes, you. Do you genuinely believe those individuals would not act against you? While it is true they have not harmed you thus far, that is merely due to the absence of motive or necessity to risk dealing with someone as inconsequential as yourself. Consider this. If someone were to present evidence sufficient to warrant legal repercussions for you, what would transpire? What would happen? Rita's voice trembled, uncertainty creeping into her demeanor. Her face drained of color. Her body began to quiver uncontrollably. No, you cannot. You must not reveal this. Rito shrieked, as Ely looked on mockingly at the hysterical woman, who had just moments ago displayed such bravado. Very well, I shall remain silent, but why should I? Rita had completely unraveled. When a person's psychological defenses collapse, they become the easiest to manipulate. She realized she had no room left to resist. Standing before Ely like a fish on a chopping block. What do you desire? What can you offer me? I will divulge all my secrets, everything. Ilishkokfith. Do you truly believe I would find these secrets compelling? I have no intention of becoming a gossip monger, chasing phantoms. The Daily Prophet is your domain, from this moment forth. You shall say whatever I dictate, and utter not a single word I do not permit. Rita's eyes widened in terror. No, no, they will kill me. If I speak carelessly, they will murder me. You dare to slander even Dumbledore. What do you have to fear? Dumbledore is different. He is a good man. Ely suddenly erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Ah, good men are easily manipulated. The virtuous can be deceived with ease. Truly an eternal truth. Ely's demeanor abruptly shifted. his gaze sharpening as he fixed his eyes on Rita. Her own gaze faltered, unable to meet the formidable presence of this boy, not yet 13, whose power rendered her incapable of looking directly at him. Listen, I do not require you to sacrifice yourself, but you must assist me in controlling the prophets daily. You are to relay all the latest news to me, and I do not wish to see any information that could be detrimental to me, unless I permit it. Rita understood that this was her final opportunity. Very well then. Eli looked down upon Rita, who was devoid of any resistance. Excellent, however, I am apprehensive that you may betray me. Rita felt as though something had penetrated her very flesh. A sudden fear gripped her. What are you doing? What have you done? Fear not. As long as you remain obedient, I shall not harm you. However, should you entertain any treacherous thoughts, you shall live the rest of your life as naught but a beetle. You are not keeping your word. I have not broken my promise. Your capture in my grasp is the greatest mercy I can bestow. Thus, my rewards and punishments are intertwined. You have no room for choice. Rita succumbed to utter despair, realizing that she would be entirely at Eli's mercy from this moment forth. Eli turned his gaze toward Montague, who trembled by the door. See our guest out. Montague, still dazed, was startled back to reality. Yes, yes. He hurriedly approached to support the vacant-eyed Rita. Remember your promise to me? Rita kept murmuring. Eli smiled as he watched Rita depart. Very well. This day will be the most terrifying for Rita, as the demon behind the door would haunt her dreams for a lifetime. After escorting Rita away, Montague sheepishly entered, unwilling to meet Eli's gaze. He felt an overwhelming relief regarding Rita's fate. Rita had uttered a few words before Eli cast a malevolent curse upon her. He had secretly taken Eli's potion to sell. Yet Eli merely glimpsed into his memories, and it had inadvertently led to his fortune. In comparison, he felt compelled to extol Eli's immense grace. Eli paid no mind to the trembling Montague, who had also been quite generous to him. Are there any peculiar occurrences of late? None at all. Except for thriving business. There have been no adverse situations, Montague replied with a forced smile. Eli cast him a glance, refraining from reprimanding him. Montague was indeed a slippery character. What about those pursuing you? Do you have any leads? Eli could not help but scoff. Do you believe I am unaware that it is a pure-blood family? Who else in the European magical realm could command the Ministry of Magic but a pure-blood family? Montague nodded in frantic agreement, acknowledging his incompetence. Thank you, sir, thank you. I assure you I will go nowhere at all. Eli regarded him briefly before transforming into a flash of fire and departing. Upon arriving at the factory, Klein and Gwendon immediately approached to pay their respects. What news do you bring? Master Hall, we were just about to report that potion materials are experiencing significant price increases across various regions. Eli raised an eyebrow. Oh, how substantial is the rise? Indeed, they have nearly increased by 30%. Isla furrowed his brow. The potion industry had essentially become a cake divided among the prominent families, who also controlled the supply of raw materials. Thus, any rise in material costs would inevitably impact his Phoenix Potion shop. Klein, the herb field I entrusted to you earlier may now prove useful. Let us first utilize our own resources. Having given his instructions, Isla departed. He understood that his supplies could only sustain him temporarily, as the continuous production of potions would eventually deplete them. He feared the consequences of retribution from those influential families. Chapter 79. The end of the semester, the academic term, was drawing to a close. Even in the magical realm, students were busily preparing for the impending final examinations. Isla and his companions had not seen Hermione for several days. It was said that she had been fervently studying in the library, determined to secure the top position. Isla was equally occupied, balancing the responsibilities of managing the potion factory while diligently studying the Codex of Arcane Practices assigned by Slytherin. This tome contained a wealth of powerful ancient spells, distinguishing the practices of ancient wizards from those of their modern counterparts. In antiquity, wizards often engaged in large-scale conflicts with other magical races and even with non-magical muggles. Consequently, the art of war magic emerged, characterized by its immense power, typically requiring multiple practitioners and extensive incantations. Some spells within the Codex necessitated the use of intricate magical arrays. However, such arrays have fallen into obscurity over the years, primarily because few wizards were inclined to study them, deeming them impractical. In the contemporary era, with the rise of muggles and the establishment of magical governance and regulations, large-scale warfare had become a relic of the past. Hence, the casting of spells evolved from lengthy incantations to swift, compact charms. This transition rendered magic more expedient and convenient, although somewhat diminished in potency, making it well-suited for modern circumstances. One could observe this during the climactic battle at Hogwarts in the film, where Voldemort, accompanied by his followers, predominantly unleashed spells without employing any grand magical arrays. The ultimate protective charm used by Hogwarts, however, bore a striking resemblance to ancient magic and required the collaborative efforts of several esteemed professors to withstand the onslaught of Death Eaters. Even though it ultimately succumbed to the frenzied onslaught of the Dark Lord himself, Isla, of course, had no intention of mastering those formidable spells, as he had no need to wage war against Muggles. Nevertheless, there were many spells within the Codex that could be of great utility to him. For instance, it chronicled the exploits of a renowned war wizard, who singularly turned the tide of battle with his self-invented war magic. His era predated Merlin, underscoring the ancient lineage of the Codex of arcane practices. During that time, human wizards faced invasions from the elven and fairy races, leading to numerous protracted conflicts, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, a treacherous fairy approached the elven leader, proposing a coalition to extinguish the human wizards, with the promise that the two races would thereafter divide the world between them. The leader of the elf clan is not to be underestimated. While outwardly agreeing to a partnership, he secretly prepares for a potential betrayal. Who would want to share dominion over the world? It is all mine. Thus, the uneasy alliance between the two factions launched a joint offensive against the human wizards, igniting a pivotal battle. A defeat would result in catastrophic losses for the wizards. Just as the wizards appeared on the verge of collapse, an individual emerged, claiming to possess knowledge of war magic that could turn the tide. The beleaguered commander, desperate for a solution, permitted him to join the fray. As the battle commenced, this individual stood alone atop a massive rock on the desolate mountain, his voice unwavering in incantation. His formidable war magic inflicted devastating casualties upon the allied forces of the two races. In a moment of dire urgency, he invoked his final spell, sacrificing his own life to unleash its power. The aftermath was profound. Every fairy and elf present felt their souls wounded, their spirits plummeting. Magic is intricately linked to the soul, and in that instant, the fairies and elves found themselves bereft of strength, allowing the humans to turn the tide in their favor. The wizard perished from the exhaustion of his soul, yet his spell endured, preserved within the pages of the Codex of Arcane Secrets. This spell was named the Weary Mind spell, attributed solely to its creator, Joseph. Elijah held high hopes for this magic, recognizing its dual potential for large-scale and individual combat applications. Moreover, as a soul-evoking spell, it required no wand for its execution. If he could discreetly employ it during a confrontation, even a momentary lapse of focus from his opponent could lead to their demise. The Codex also contained numerous magical secrets, greatly enhancing Elijah's understanding of magic. As for the upcoming final exams, Elijah deemed them inconsequential, for his focus lay on studying magic and managing the Phoenix Potion Shop, leaving little time for examinations. According to information relayed by Rita, the adversary might target Montongas. Rita even provided evidence from the opponent, which, upon review, confirmed that they were indeed formidable. Montongas' identity was not difficult to uncover. He had long been entrenched in various black markets, and his past could easily be scrutinized. The complication arose from Montongas' sordid history. Aside from murder, he had been involved in numerous illicit activities, including theft and forgery. The opposition had already unearthed evidence of Montongas' previous crimes and awaited the opportunity to expose the tainted past of the Phoenix Potion Shop's proprietor to the public. Should the allegations prove valid, Elijah would lose a valuable ally in managing the shop, and the reputation of the Phoenix Potion would suffer irreparable harm. If the shopkeeper is a thief and a fraud, why should anyone trust the purity of their potions? Consequently, Elijah promptly notified Montongas to dispose of any remnants of his dubious past, striving to ensure that the Ministry of Magic could uncover nothing. Additionally, they faced a significant challenge regarding their potion ingredients, as suppliers had drastically raised their prices, directly escalating the costs of the Phoenix Potion and undermining the competitive edge of the shop's pricing strategy. This maneuver can be aptly described as a strike at the root of the problem. The pressing priority for Eli is to swiftly identify a new source of materials. Otherwise, any aspirations of dominating the market will remain mere fantasies. As the end-of-term examinations approach, they mirror those of the previous semester, with Eli achieving full marks in several practical subjects. However, this examination differs notably in the defense against the dark arts class, where Eli serves as the acting professor, evaluated directly by Dumbledore himself. The assessment is quite straightforward. Eli must successfully counter one of Dumbledore's spells. Eli expresses his gratitude, albeit with a tinge of sarcasm, pondering the absurdity of facing Dumbledore's magic knowing that even the most seasoned professors at the school would hesitate to guarantee a successful defense against such prowess. Are you prepared? Illy, Dumbledore inquires, nonchalantly clasping his hands behind his back. Facing him, Eli feels a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Can I say no? He contemplates. Since you are ready, let us commence. Eli immediately conjures the most powerful shield charm, fully aware that he cannot afford to underestimate this cunning elder. Observing Iliestense Demianor. Dumbledore offers a slight smile, flicking his wand without uttering a word, unleashing a beam of crimson light towards Eli. At least the old man shows some restraint, refraining from employing any bizarre spells. With a resounding crash, Eli is propelled backward, his shield charm shattering under the force, nearly causing him to lose his wand. As he grapples with the overwhelming power of the spell, Eli inwardly curses. Chapter 80. Joyful Moments of Summer Vacation. Upon the conclusion of the examinations, regardless of the outcomes, one should immerse themselves in the joys of the holiday. Eli and his companions board the train home, filled with exuberance, save for Harry, who remains somewhat disheartened. However, Eli reassures him that Professor Dumbledore would never consent to his staying at school. Eli cites Hogwarts policy against remaining on campus during breaks. In reality, there is always a diligent group of young eagles who choose to remain during the holidays, a detail Eli conveniently omits from Harry. Harry possesses a protective charm bestowed by his mother, which necessitates spending ample time with blood relatives for it to remain effective. Yet, disclosing this to Harry would be tantamount to revealing that Eli is the unfortunate brother who went missing years ago. Eli believes that he has already forged a friendship with Harry. Introducing a brotherly bond at this juncture would be rather overwhelming. After all, they prefer to keep their peculiar magical affiliations under wraps, despite their already eccentric appearances in the eyes of others. Eli, you must eat more. This is a special dish your mother prepared for you. Mr. Hall implores Eli with earnestness, though a mischievous grin lingers at the corners of his mouth. This summer, Eli will enjoy a full holiday at home, much to the delight of Mrs. Hall, who has missed her son dearly. Mother will be so pleased. She has prepared my favorite treats, Eli exclaims. Eli gazed at the sizable duck leg before him, gently patting his protruding belly. Mom, I'm full. Full? How can you be full? The food at school pales in comparison to what we have at home. You must be starving at school. Look at you, you've lost weight. You need to eat more. Eli, with a furrowed brow, poked at the greasy duck leg with his fork, his appetite completely vanished. I don't want to. No. You must. Eli glared at the duck leg on his plate with a look of deep discontent, and then opened his mouth wide, lunging at it. I've roasted snake monsters and faced Voldemort. Surely, I am not afraid of you, you little pest. Mr. Hall observed with great satisfaction as the cheeky boy finally met his match. It was a relief after the trouble Eli had caused him over the years. The tears of it all, he thought. Hey, I'm not hungry. Mrs. Hall remained silent, simply watching him. Mr. Hall couldn't hold out for more than 3 seconds. All right, I'll eat. It was a family tradition in the Hall household to take advantage of one another. And Eli cheerfully served his father a piece of duck leg. Here, Dad, eat up before it gets cold. Mr. Hall shot a fierce glare at Eli, who wore a smug expression, reveling in being his father's beloved child. When the meal concluded, Mrs. Hall was the most satisfied, while the two men with full bellies languished on the couch. Eli, unusually, set aside thoughts of magic in the factory. Those challenges could not be resolved in a day. Instead, he chose to relish the precious vacation. Hermione was not idle either. She dragged Eli to the amusement park. Along the way, she insisted on buying snacks at every opportunity, while Eli trudged behind, carrying the treats she had just acquired. Why don't we skip the shopping and head straight to the rides? Eli could hardly endure Hermione's boundless shopping stamina. Sometimes, she would merely browse without buying anything, managing to shop from the first store to the last. Eli felt utterly exhausted. Aren't we here to enjoy the amusement park? We need to play. Hermione glanced at the numerous bags Eli carried and noticed his weary demeanor, yet her enthusiasm for shopping remained undiminished. All right then. At home, Hermione's parents, both dentists, had always prohibited her from eating snacks, but what child could resist them? Now that they had finally escaped, a shopping spree was warranted. Upon hearing that they would not be shopping anymore, Eli perked up. Great, let's go play. He scanned the area and pointed to a ride. That one. That should be fun. Hermione looked at the carousel Eli indicated, which played the tune What Is Your Father Called? Can't we do something a bit more thrilling? She asked. Thrilling? Eli surveyed the surroundings again, then pointed excitedly. That one. I wanted to try it for ages. Hermione followed his gaze to a sign that read children's bumper cars. Observing Eli's eager expression, Hermione found herself at a loss for words. Rather than inquire further, she simply pointed to the side and declared, let us partake in that ride. It appears quite exhilarating. Eli glanced in the direction she indicated and beheld a roller coaster racing by, accompanied by the screams of delighted patrons. Suddenly, a wave of apprehension washed over him. "What is it?" Hermione asked. "Are you afraid of heights?" The thought of admitting fear before her was unacceptable to Eli. He swiftly pounded his chest, asserting, "What is there to fear? I could ride without a safety harness. Let's go." Hermione, witnessing his bravado, could only pout in resignation. The roller coaster had a height restriction of 1.4 meters, and both of them exceeded that requirement. Once seated and secured by the attendants, Eli felt an unexpected flutter of anxiety. Noticing his unease, Hermione inquired, "What troubles you, Eli? Are you unwell?" "Not at all. I am perfectly fine," he insisted, thinking it imperative not to show weakness at such a moment. Besides, his animagus form was a phoenix, the sovereign of the skies. How could he be afraid? As the roller coaster gradually began its ascent, it soon surged forward at high speed. Eli's screams resonated loudly, even surpassing Hermione's cries, echoing in the desolate heights. Hermione had no choice but to glance over, astonished by the boy's contorted expression. When the roller coaster finally decelerated and came to a halt, patrons disembarked in droves. Eli felt the solid ground beneath him, yet his legs still trembled uncontrollably. "Eli, you," Hermione began, but he quickly straightened up, declaring, "I'm fine, I could do that again without hesitation. Your pose is quite impressive, but your expression suggests otherwise," Hermione remarked, gently leading the visibly shaken Eli to a dessert shop. Observing Eli's still frightened demeanor, she shook her head in exasperation. Chapter 81. Unforeseen Circumstances. Eli had enjoyed a few days of blissful relaxation, yet the unexpected upheaval would not allow this tranquility to persist. As he read the letter from Rita, his brow furrowed, and his expression darkened considerably. The content of the letter was straightforward, yet struck like a bolt of lightning. Mundungus had been apprehended by the Ministry of Magic. Eli promptly penned a letter to Dumbledore, understanding that only he could address this situation. Eli possessed no influence at the Ministry. If Dumbledore did not intervene, Mundungus would surely fall into their hands. The evidence they held was insurmountable for Eli to contest. Mundungus's capture was grave, leaving the Phoenix Apothecary unattended, and he could not enlist the House Elves for assistance. Consequently, the Phoenix Apothecary was once more closed for business. Whispers circulated among the wizards, and soon, the Daily Prophet began to publish articles labeling the proprietor of the Phoenix Apothecary as a thief. Though the words were innocuous, they fell like pebbles into a tranquil pond, creating ripples of turmoil. This was the utmost extent of Eli's capabilities. He could not silence Rita entirely, for doing so might lead to her downfall as well. He could only temper the harshness of the newspaper's rhetoric. Suddenly, Eli sensed a surge of magical energy approaching, his instincts sharp and alert. A sudden knock echoed through the air. Eli grasped his wand, approaching the door with utmost caution. "Who is it?" "We are from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Please open the door immediately." Panic surged within Eli. How could the Ministry of Magic find him so swiftly? Why would they be seeking him? Had Mundungus revealed something? Yet, upon careful reflection, Eli realized he had committed no infractions against wizarding law. The knocking grew more insistent. Since he had not erred, the Ministry would have no reason to confront him without cause. Even if they did, he possessed the means to escape. Resolute, Eli opened the door. Standing before him were two figures clad in somber black leather, their demeanor grave. Such attire was uncommon, especially in the Muggle world. They produced identification. "We are officials from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. May we inquire if you're Eli Hall?" "I am. What is the matter?" They pocketed their credentials. "You're currently suspected of illegally occupying private property. You will need to accompany us to the Ministry for a hearing." "What?" Eli's brow furrowed in disbelief. "Illegally occupying private property? When did this happen?" "I am unaware of any such incident." The very notion was unfathomable to him. Having never stolen or misappropriated anything, how could he be accused of such a crime? Moreover, the Ministry had dispatched 2 officials to apprehend him for a trial. When had their efficiency reached such heights? Cautiously, Eli scrutinized the 2 men, feeling the stirrings of magic within him. He could not simply acquiesce to their demands. To do so would be akin to walking willingly into a den of wolves. Sensing the surge of magic emanating from Eli's wand, the Ministry officials cautiously drew their own wands. "I must warn you, underage wizards are prohibited from performing magic in the Muggle world. Violators will face severe consequences." One of them declared solemnly. "But you cannot just take me away," Eli retorted defiantly. To compromise under such circumstances would be perilous. Suddenly, a crackling sound reverberated in the air. "I am his professor, and as his guardian, I will attend the hearing with him." came the calm voice of Dumbledore. The two Ministry employees trembled at the sight of him, their wands quaking in their grasp. Dumbledore approached Eli, resting a reassuring hand on his shoulder and nodding in support. "Please, lead the way." Upon arriving at the Ministry, a cold voice at the registration desk inquired about their names and purpose. The place was bustling, filled with impeccably dressed individuals bearing stern expressions. The entire Ministry exuded a somber atmosphere that felt somewhat oppressive. They ascended in the elevator, shifting and turning until they finally reached a designated exit. The two Ministry officials flanked Eli and Dumbledore as they proceeded, Eli experiencing a sense of trepidation for the first time in such a situation, yet managing to maintain an air of composure. Dumbledore, beside him, radiated sharpness and authority, transforming the two Ministry officials into mere attendants. Suspect Eli Hall has been brought forth. The courtroom was relatively spacious, with a tiered arrangement of individuals clad in black robes, who were employees of the Ministry of Magic, and members of Wisengamot adorned in deep crimson robes. At the center, the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, loomed above, casting a condescending gaze upon the accused. Upon sighting Albus Dumbledore, his pupils constricted sharply. "Ah, Albus Dumbledore, the Ministry has not summoned you. Your presence at this trial is unwarranted." Fudge's expression stiffened, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes, swiftly overshadowed by apprehension. "Very well, let us proceed swiftly." As the presiding judge, he attempted to feign composure. Observing Dumbledore's formidable presence, Ailey felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, sitting calmly in the dock, his gaze unwavering upon those who scrutinized him from above. "Ahem, Ailey Hall, how do you account for your alleged illegal occupation of private property?" Ailey raised an eyebrow. "I beg your pardon, sir, but I believe you must first enlighten me as to when and where I purportedly committed this trespass, as well as the evidence you possess. We are well aware of your transgressions. You need only confess to your actions." At this juncture, Dumbledore interjected, "Minister, Mr. Hall remains merely a suspect. No charges have yet been substantiated." Dumbledore's gaze rendered Fudge unable to meet his eyes, momentarily causing him to falter. "Respected Minister, I believe we ought to summon the suspect's parents to verify his identity, should we not? After all, he is a minor." A voice, sharp and reminiscent of a man speaking with a strained throat, pierced the air, nearly sending shivers down Ailey's spine. He turned to see a woman clad in pink, feigning innocence, seated among them. "Minister, Mr. Dumbledore, I believe our minister possesses the authority to do so." Upon hearing their words, Ailey nearly erupted in fury. His parents were muggles. Calling them here would be a blatant threat. Chapter 82. The confrontation in the courtroom. Sensing Ailey's agitation, Dumbledore placed a hand upon his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. The weight of Dumbledore's gaze somewhat eased Ailey's turmoil. At least he had a legendary wizard by his side who would ensure his parents' safety. "We respect the minister's authority," Dumbledore declared resolutely. "The trial is temporarily adjourned." Shortly thereafter, two more Ministry officials arrived. The guardian of the accused, Ailey Hall, has been brought forth. "Sir, I believe you should amend your terminology. Until all charges are substantiated, Mr. Hall cannot be deemed an accused." Hall's voice resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. The Hall couple, clad in formal attire, exuded confidence, showing no signs of intimidation from this so-called magical world. "Bang! Bang!" Fudge rapped on the table, his tone righteous and imbued with ministerial authority. "The Ministry has gathered all pertinent evidence. Are you questioning the Ministry of Magic? Since you claim to have amassed the evidence, kindly make it public in accordance with the law. Otherwise, we reserve the right to contest it." The so-called authority of the minister crumbled before the brilliance of the Hall couple. Boldly, Umbridge, clad in a striking pink, widened her eyes in astonishment, then bellowed. All her dignity stemmed from the Ministry of Magic. How could she allow others to question her respectability? The authority of the Ministry is beyond reproach, and the minister's authority is not to be challenged. Unfortunately, such intimidation was trivial in the presence of the Hall couple, esteemed figures of the judicial realm. They had encountered far too many so-called authorities, and Umbridge was merely a facade of bravado. "We do not intend to provoke your authority. We merely believe that the magical community ought to abide by the law, and you should at least respect our right to defend ourselves." Umbridge inhaled deeply, her body trembling with indignation. "Minister, I firmly believe you should present the evidence you have gathered prior to the trial." Dumbledore's words were gentle yet unwavering, and Fudge dared not overlook them. Indeed, he had miscalculated. He had assumed that inviting the Hall couple, as muggles, would instill fear of the Ministry in them. Yet they stood their ground resolutely. Fudge endeavored to maintain a calm tone. "Very well, Please present the evidence regarding Eiley Hall's illegal occupation of private property. He addressed the ministry officials to his right, and a document was soon brought forth. Fudge discreetly glanced at the document as he opened it. According to informants, Eiley Hall had unlawfully occupied a parcel of land in Godric's Hollow, which, according to the ministry's records, rightfully belonged to James Potter, who had a lawful heir. Our investigation found no documentation regarding the transfer of this land. Eiley raised an eyebrow, surprised they had uncovered this. Indeed, they had previously connected a Portkey network on land belonging to the Potter family, but it had long been abandoned. Legally, he was the heir of the Potter estate and had every right to utilize the land. However, the crucial point was that he was now Eiley Hall. No one knew he was the long-lost younger son of the Potter family. Now, the Department of Transportation may present the evidence. From Fudge's right, a young man stood, appearing unassuming, and he slightly inclined himself toward Fudge. According to our records, the land was indeed connected to a Portkey network, filed under the name Montague Flitch. Fudge nodded at him and then turned to Eiley. This Montague Flitch had been tried and justly imprisoned for theft and fraud. According to his testimony, it was indeed you, Eiley Hall, who instructed him to connect the Portkey network. What do you have to say about this? Eiley glanced at Dumbledore. Indeed, I did instruct him to apply for the Portkey network. The expressions of the Hall couple shifted, while a flicker of triumph crossed Fudge's face. He raised his gavel, a symbol of wizarding law, in a fervent tone, declaring, "Then I announce—" "Wait a moment." Dumbledore interjected suddenly. "What exactly are you trying to accomplish?" Fudge's countenance was ashen. He was on the verge of unleashing a tirade upon Dumbledore, yet he refrained. "Please, Minister, grant me a moment. There are matters yet unaddressed." Dumbledore cast a glance at Eli, who met his gaze with a profound intensity before gradually nodding in affirmation. Dumbledore, feeling a measure of relief, proceeded with a calculated demeanor. "Minister, if the status of heir permits the lawful utilization of the estate, what if Mr. Eli Hall is indeed the heir of the Potter family?" A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly, Fudge's expression transforming into one of bewilderment as he struggled to grasp Dumbledore's intent. The Halls exchanged complex glances, with Mr. Hall tenderly embracing his wife. The courtroom erupted into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, whispers ricocheting around the room. A series of sharp knocks on the table quickly silenced the tumult. "This is absurd. The rightful heir of the Potter family is singular, namely, their only son. Yet, what if they had another son?" Dumbledore's gaze grew enigmatic. Fudge's mouth fell slightly agape, and he shook his head. "Dumbledore, I trust you are not jesting." "I assure you I am not jesting. The Potters have but one son." Dumbledore refrained from further argument, adopting a narrative tone. "On the night of Voldemort's downfall, we found only the living Harry Potter amidst the ruins, but he had a brother, who has since vanished. Is that not so?" The Halls listened, astonished by Dumbledore's recounting. Over the years, they had indeed investigated Eli's lineage, yet found no leads. The ministry still held records regarding Billy Potter, concluding with his status of missing. "Impossible," Fudge interjected. "He was merely an infant. It is inconceivable he could have survived all these years." "Why could he not survive? Who can truly ascertain what transpired?" The members of the Wisengamot and ministry were now utterly dumbfounded, having initially approached this hearing with a sense of idle curiosity. Nevertheless, that did not substantiate that Eli Hall was indeed Billy Potter. Just as Fudge struggled to articulate a response, Umbridge interjected, "We can provide adoption papers." Dumbledore suddenly turned his gaze towards the Halls. Eli also turned to look, his expression complex. Mr. Hall managed a strained smile and nodded at Eli. A sharp voice suddenly pierced the atmosphere. "Oh, is that so? I believe it is incumbent upon these two to furnish a report regarding the adoption of Billy Potter. Otherwise, who can say it is not a deliberate abduction of a wizard?" Umbridge's countenance bore a sinister smile. Chapter 83, Heritage. Umbridge's gaze was rife with malice, as she exerted every effort to instigate persecution. Should the Hall couple deny Eli's adoption, Eli would face repercussions from the Ministry of Magic. If the Halls acknowledge Eli as their adopted child, Umbridge demands that they provide an account of how Eli was discovered. Otherwise, she will suspect that the Halls kidnapped him years ago. In any case, Dumbledore and his companions dare not provoke the situation, for if Eli were to act recklessly, they would be at a loss. The only vulnerability lies with the Muggle Halls. Directing their ire towards them would surely cause Eli to relent. Eli gazed at Umbridge, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He could not let this wretched individual escape unscathed. Mr. Hall adjusted his glasses, stating that while they could provide a report, it would be prudent for them to first receive a document explaining why such a report was necessary. "What?" Umbridge's expression faltered, as she questioned whether she had misheard. A glint of brilliance flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. "Madam, you certainly have the right to question our discovery of this child. However, authority is derived from the law. I believe there is no provision that permits any authority to demand evidence from an individual solely based on suspicion." Mr. Hall's words prompted numerous nods of agreement from the gathered members of the Wisengamot and the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore cast an appreciative glance at Mr. Hall before turning to Umbridge, whose face was flushed with indignation. "According to my understanding of the laws of our ministry, there is indeed no statute granting this lady the power to request a report from the halls. If you wish for them to provide one, relevant evidence must first be presented. Otherwise, it will inevitably cast doubt on the credibility of ministry." "You, be quiet." Fudge immediately silenced Umbridge, recognizing that they could not prevail in this matter and that further discussion would only lead to their own disadvantage. "I epalizais, minister, I Umbridge wilted." Realizing she could not dare defy the Minister of Magic. Wasn't her position predicated upon her connections to the higher echelons? Now, in her attempt to undermine others, she risked tarnishing the Ministry's reputation, thereby diminishing her standing before Fudge. "I believe we need not dwell on how the Halls discovered this child. Rather, you must prove that he is indeed Harry Potter." Fudge's statement prompted a nod from Dumbledore, who agreed that without evidence, conviction would be elusive. Why not summon Harry Potter for direct examination? Eli felt a twinge of confusion. How would they go about verifying this? Was it to be a blood test? Very well. Please bring forth Mr. Harry Potter. Several staff members exited once again. Shortly thereafter, a bewildered Harry was brought in. Eli could not help but marvel at the Ministry's audacity, summoning individuals at will. "Gin pissa, Eli." Harry, upon his entrance, recalled the gloating expression of the Dursleys, believing he had unwittingly committed some transgression. As he stepped in, all eyes were upon him, causing his heart to race until he spotted Dumbledore and Eli. He was also curious as to why Eli's parents were present. Were they not Muggles? Dumbledore nodded slightly at Harry, while Eli found himself unable to meet Harry's gaze. Soon, a dramatic revelation of kinship would unfold, and he felt a surge of apprehension. The Holts were taken aback to learn that Eli's brother might be none other than Harry Potter, and upon witnessing Harry's arrival, they were riveted by his presence. The moment they beheld Harry's familiar features, a stir of emotion resonated within them. With Harry Potter now present, it was time to proceed. Fudge urged. "Harry, come here." Dumbledore beckoned to the bewildered Harry. "Extend your hand." Instinctively, Harry complied with Dumbledore's request. He observed as Dumbledore's hand gently brushed over his palm, and a small wound materialized upon it. A drop of blood began to coalesce from the injury. Eli also extended his palm, and Dumbledore performed the same ritual, drawing forth a droplet of blood from Eli's hand. The two crimson droplets hovered in midair, and every attendee leaned forward, silence enveloping the room. The Holts, too, were transfixed by the sight of the two droplets. Golden threads of light began to unfurl, resembling two golden strands, radiating a sacred glow. As the threads drew nearer, the onlookers leaned in anticipation, eager to witness the outcome. Gradually, the two strands intertwined, ultimately reflecting in the crescent-shaped lenses of Dumbledore's glasses. Fudge inhaled sharply, his expression frozen in astonishment. Although the Holts did not comprehend the magic at play, the sight of the golden threads, entwined as they were, signified a profound connection. They understood instinctively. Gazing at Eli and Harry, they smiled with a bittersweet joy, tears glistening in their eyes. At least their beloved child had found his family. Dumbledore, too, gazed intently at the connecting threads, his eyes mirroring a blend of contentment and envy. Harry remained bewildered, pondering the significance of this moment. Eli cast a glance at Harry, but hesitated to meet his eyes. He had concealed the truth from Harry for so long, missing the opportunity to allow him to feel the warmth of familial love, yet he chose to keep it hidden. His soul did not belong to Billy Potter, yet his body was that of Billy Potter, burdened with the hopes and aspirations of a life he wished to honor. Dumbledore gently placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, his gaze inscrutable. "Harry, this signifies that you shall no longer be alone." "Professor, this..." Harry's thoughts were a tumultuous whirlwind. "Harry, I believe I must now call you brother." Harry turned to Eli, who offered him a reassuring smile, their familiar emerald eyes locking in mutual recognition. You. Tears welled in Harry's eyes, disbelief washing over him. He found it difficult to accept this revelation, engulfed by a profound fear that it might dissolve into a fragile dream. For many years, he had yearned and waited, enduring a solitary existence. Now, with the sudden emergence of familial bonds before him, he hesitated to reach out, terrified of losing it once more. Children, you're now blessed with a biological brother. The Halls approached gently, patting Harry and Eli on the shoulders. How familiar this scene was to Harry. It echoed within the depths of his consciousness, reflected in that very mirror. Though the individuals were not the same as in years past, the emotions remained profoundly sincere. Bang, bang, bang. Fudge thumped the table forcefully, drawing subtle glances of discontent from those present. Such a breathtaking reunion had been audaciously interrupted by this corpulent man. Fudge's countenance bore an expression of disbelief, notwithstanding. Billy Potter had already been adopted as Eli Hall, thereby forfeiting his claim to the Potter family fortune. The expression on the Hall's faces shifted. Indeed, Eli had been adopted, relinquishing his inheritance rights to the Potter estate. I believe there is still confusion regarding the matter. Dumbledore interjected suddenly, overshadowing Fudge's voice. The Ministry of Magic's records indicated that Billy Potter was still missing, implying that no adoption records existed for him. Fudge's face froze momentarily, yet he continued. That is because we had not located Billy Potter before. Now that he has been found, the adoption is a fact, and he has lost his inheritance rights, constituting illegal possession of property. Wait. Harry's voice pierced through, his face still marked by tears as he glanced at Eli, then fixed his gaze on the unfriendly Minister of Magic, Fudge. I do not comprehend the intricacies of this situation, but since a dispute has arisen over the inheritance of the Potter estate, I, as the rightful heir, hereby transfer all ownership of the family assets entirely to Eli. Chapter 84. Remembrance. Harry Potter, are you truly willing to do this? Fudge inquired dramatically, addressing the young wizard below. He found it hard to believe. The Potter family's fortune was no trifling matter. How could Harry Potter so easily relinquish it? Harry's gaze was resolute, even in the face of the minister's inquiries. I am the heir of the Potter family. I possess the right to dispose of my property. You. Fudge's eyes widened, but he could utter no further words. This slender youth seemed capable of protecting all those behind him with open arms. Leaning back helplessly against his chair, he finally conceded, then, Eli Hall is innocent. Upon uttering the last word, he appeared to lose all strength. His dignity as Minister of Magic diminished. Dismissed. He rose abruptly and exited. The other members of the Wisingamot and the Ministry followed suit, many exchanging greetings with Dumbledore. Ah, congratulations. The bond of brotherhood is indeed precious. My best wishes to you both. Harry and Eli exchanged glances, momentarily a loss for words, stammering. Then they both extended their hands, Eli offering both hands, while Harry extended just one. An awkward silence ensued, and they quickly switched positions, resulting in Harry extending both hands while Eli assumed a handshake posture. At that moment, the atmosphere was exceedingly awkward. Ahem. Beside them, Dumbledore could no longer bear to watch and subtly stirred his magical energy. Eli and Harry embraced, as if nudged by an unseen force. Dumbledore and the Halls exchanged smiles of satisfaction. The group departed from the Ministry of Magic, with Dumbledore engaging in lively conversation with the Halls while Harry and Eli awkwardly scratched their heads. Professor Dumbledore, we are truly grateful for your defense of Eli, they expressed. Dumbledore smiled and replied, I am merely his teacher. Proving my student's innocence is a duty I must fulfill, deserving no accolades. Instead, I must commend your courage. As you said, proving our child's innocence is indeed our responsibility as parents. We owe thanks to your bravery in finally speaking the truth, the Halls added, gazing at Eli and Harry. We would also rejoice in our child's reunion with their family, and we are willing to embrace Harry as our own. Dumbledore regarded the Halls, stating, You're the finest muggles I have ever encountered. Muggles? Ah, it refers to ordinary people without magic. Professor, your praise is unwarranted. As the evening was still young, Dumbledore took his leave. Harry, I hear Mrs. Dursley is your aunt? Mrs. Hall inquired. Yes, she is my mother's sister, and Vernon Dursley is my uncle, Harry replied, glancing at Eli. So, does that mean the Dursleys are also Eli's aunt and uncle? Perhaps we should let them speak with Eli. Eli scratched his head, fearing it might turn into another family reunion spectacle. The group drove to the Dursley residence, and after about an hour, they rang the doorbell at number 4 Privet Drive. Who is it? Oh, Ernest, Doris? Mr. Hall smiled. I apologize for our sudden visit, Vernon, but we indeed have something of great importance to discuss. Something important? Come in. Petunia was busy, and upon seeing the Hall family exclaimed, Oh dear, we weren't prepared for this. It's our fault for not notifying you in advance, mister. Hall replied. The Dursleys and the Halls settled in the living room, with Harry and Eli sitting together. The atmosphere turned oddly tense. We have come today with rather unexpected news, Mr. Hall began, glancing at Harry and Eli. Today, some events transpired. The Ministry of Magic requires a blood test for Eli and Harry, which has revealed that they are indeed brothers, meaning Eli is your nephew. Mr. Hall struggled to articulate his words, unable to confess that he had taken their nephew for a paternity test without consent. Instead, he shifted the blame onto the unlikable Ministry of Magic. The Dursleys' expressions froze in disbelief, as they had never considered such a possibility. Eli lifted the confusion charm he had cast upon Mrs. Dursley. When Petunia beheld Eli's visage, long-buried memories surged forth. Lily. A single tear fell from Petunia's stunned face, and, as the tear cascaded down, her emotions could no longer be contained. You're truly Lily's child? Penny had always served as the housewife of the Dursley family, revolving entirely around Vernon, never truly expressing her emotions freely. Eli was taken aback by this unexpected display from the typically sharp-tongued Penny. He felt a certain awkwardness. Tears streamed silently down her face as she concealed it. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Eli's face. Vernon had seldom witnessed his wife in such a vulnerable state, and irritation bubbled within him. Enough, enough. Just leave, he exclaimed. But Penny halted her husband, rising to approach Eli. She knelt before him, gently reaching out to caress his face. Eli, feeling compassion for this grieving woman who had lost her sister, did not wish to rebuff her. I am truly sorry, Vernon. Today has indeed been abrupt for us now. I thank you for your visit. Penny stood, striving to suppress her tears. I have also been searching for Billy all this time, yet I have found nothing. I'm grateful to you for raising him all these years. She then turned to Harry, saying, my sister was a witch, and our family rejoiced in her talents. Though I did not. Perhaps it was jealousy, she continued. Harry, you are not the only one to lose a mother. I, too, lost my sister. I do not seek your forgiveness for my past harshness, but I will forever cherish the memory of your mother, my sister. Her gaze shifted back to Eli. Billy, you suddenly. She shook her head and turned to leave. Vernon's expression was a tumult of emotions as he regarded Harry. Harry Potter, if you wish to depart, I will not hinder you. With that, he poured himself a glass of water, averting his eyes from Harry. Mr. Hall glanced at Harry and nodded at him. Silently, Harry ascended the stairs, returning to his room to pack his belongings. You're leaving? Turning around, Harry saw Dudley standing in the doorway. Harry remained silent, merely nodding in response. He dragged his suitcase and carried Hedwig, stepping out of the room. As he passed Dudley, he glanced up and said softly, goodbye, before looking down and exiting. Harry, I never thought you were superfluous. The Hall family led Harry away from number 4, Privet Drive, while the Dursleys showed no intention of seeing him off. Remember to visit your aunt. Bang! The door was slammed shut by Vernon.